This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: The Freshly Minted Village Chief. David lowered his left hand holding the hunting bow with a happy face, and then quickly walked through the forest with his vigorous skills. In the blink of an eye, he came to his prey, a deer that fell to the ground with several arrows in its body. He squatted down and put the hunting bow aside, drew out his dagger and struck a fatal blow at the prey that was not yet dead, and then moved the still steaming venison onto the rough-made back frame. The whole process was done in one go, very skillfully. "Hey!" After taking a breath, he stood up vigorously. After putting on the back brace, David struggled to stand up straight. The weight on the back brace behind him was much heavier than he expected. "My strength has deteriorated a lot. I hope I can recover quickly." Not long after entering the forest, he got dozens of kilograms of venison. David was very satisfied with today's harvest. If his luck remained so good, he should be able to return to normal conditions soon. Carrying a hunting bow and a quiver full of arrows, David walked toward his home outside the forest. David was originally a very ordinary office worker on Earth. After his untimely death, he somehow ended up in this world. According to his observations, this is a fantasy world similar to the European Middle Ages. The strict class system also made him very uncomfortable because he was just a commoner in his life. After being raised by an old hunter, Addis, to the age of 16, the unwilling David became a pioneer. In order to increase its territory, the Kingdom of Tehran encouraged civilians to become pioneers to develop lands without human life or habitation. Pioneers who successfully develop and occupy new lands can leave their civilian status and become knights or even noble lords. However, developing territory is not an easy task. After several months of trekking to select a place to live and more than a year and a half of reclamation work, David's team failed to cultivate qualified farmland. Coupled with factors such as the harsh climate, attacks by wild beasts, lack of food, medicine, and lack of reward for hard work, people died or gave up one after another. When the next winter passed, only David was left. He naturally received the development certificate and became the village chief of this newly built village. But after struggling through the second winter, David also began to consider leaving here. "This deer should help me recover and make some jerky. It would be better if I can find some wild vegetables." Carrying the main food for the next few days, David slowly walked back to this temporary village with only 4 large wooden houses. One of the 4 wooden houses is a warehouse, a blacksmith's workshop, and the kitchen of the entire team. David carried the venison into the wooden house and put it on a simple-looking table, and began to perform various treatments, skinning, removing the entrails. After cutting and cleaning the various parts of the meat, he stewed some broth for himself. He had no shortage of seasonings on hand. When the development team set off, they would bring enough salt, sugar and spices, and there were still some leftovers. Quite a few. Sitting on a simple wooden bench outside the wooden house, drinking broth from a wooden bowl, David looked at the vast river to the west and thought about his future, going to another pioneer village? Or simply return to Iron Tree Fort? Go back to Taya Shubo and be an ordinary hunter? Always a little unwilling. While thinking about these things, a figure vaguely appeared not far ahead. The figure was vague and vague. Even in broad daylight, David couldn't see the other person's appearance clearly. "What's going on? What the hell?" The translucent figure reminded David of ghosts, undead, and yes, Shaoqian. Just when he put down the wooden bowl and picked up the bow and arrow at hand, trying to embolden himself, the figure gradually became clearly. The true appearance is revealed. This look, a dirty camisole, overalls, leather boots, ponytail, and dirty muddy water couldn't hide her good looks. Plus, she was holding her waist and staggering. Just this look, if paired with the windy and rainy mountain wall, the bone-chilling cold wind, and the constant rainwater running down the mountain wall, David would have suspected that he had traveled through time again. What he saw was obviously the famous beautiful archaeologist. She became an archaeologist after graduating from college. But none of the ruins she excavated could be completely preserved. So she was also called the destroyer of ancient tombs, the god of demolition, and so on. Now, she is just a rookie who has just graduated from college and has really participated in archaeological activities for the first time. During this seemingly ordinary archaeological activity, he was shipwrecked and ended up living on the island, where he encountered a series of weird things. After experiencing various hardships, he helped his friends escape successfully and gradually grew up. The scene before David should be from the beginning of the story. Standing up, David slowly walked into the village, looking at the man who also showed doubts, and was ready to try to have a conversation. After so many years, he didn't know that he could still remember a few words in English. When he was struggling to think of a few words in English, Crawford on the opposite side had already noticed him and stopped a few meters away from David. The two people were not far apart now, and there was plenty of light in broad daylight. In this life, David did not suffer from myopia or astigmatism. He could clearly see the surprise, confusion, and wariness on Crawford's face. "Hello!" David habitually used the common human language of this world. "Can you help me?" "Hello!" Crawford couldn't understand what the young man opposite was saying at all. However, after taking a closer look, I felt that this young man who seemed very righteous had no ill intentions towards me. So I waved my hand and said low to David, "I need some help." This listening question was not difficult, and he could understand it. But he was scratching his head as to how he should answer it. Putting the bow and arrow in his hand aside, David walked up to Crawford. After seeing David put down his weapon and confirming that this man meant no harm to him, Crawford immediately said a lot of words. This gave David a headache, and he could only vaguely understand a few words. In the end, he had to point his finger at the wound that Crawford was covering, interrupting the other party's words. In the story, Crawford fell into the sea during a shipwreck. Although he tried his best to swim to the shore, he was knocked unconscious. After waking up, he was hung upside down in a cave. Although Crawford escaped with his own wisdom and courage, he was also injured as a result, among which the penetrating injury to his waist was the most serious. It's hard to imagine that Crawford, a young girl who doesn't look very strong, could actually go up snowy mountains and climb grasslands with such injuries, and at the same time wipe out the entire Brotherhood of the Sun, the mysterious power of the big boss Queen Himihu, and their number lots of storm guards, considering that the metal that was pierced into the waist was covered with rust. And Crawford's subsequent performance, even with his bare hands, Crawford's combat power was definitely over 5. At this time, Crawford, who had amazing combat power, was in a very weak state. She followed the direction David pointed and looked down at her waist. There was blood seeping between her fingers. She knew she was not talking nonsense now. And she also understood that the other party did not understand English. However, you should be able to understand simple words, right? I tried to say, "I need help. Medicine!" Crawford watched as the young man in front of him took out something from the bag on his waist, a small bag and a roll of cloth that looked like a bandage. After the other party opened the packet, Crawford saw the powder inside, which seemed to be some kind of medicinal powder. It seemed that his attempt was successful, taking out the medicinal powder and homemade bandages that he always carried with him. David made a few more moves towards Crawford. First, he pointed at his eyes, then at the location of Crawford's wound, and finally he raised his hand. He took the medicine powder and bandage in his hand. Crawford understood what the other party meant, nodded after hesitating for a few seconds, and then lifted his vest a little to reveal the injured area. Her movements affected the wound, and the sudden pain made Crawford groan softly. David looked at Crawford's waist. It was covered in blood and his original skin color could not be seen. He could not apply medicine directly in this state. Passing the powder and bandage in his hand to Crawford, David pointed to the wooden chair next to the wooden house and made a wait a moment gesture. It was a very simple gesture, and Crawford had no difficulty in understanding it. He took the powder and bandages and sat on the wooden chair. Crawford watched David turn around and enter the wooden house, and soon came out with a basin of water. Understand what the other party meant. Sitting obediently on the wooden chair, Crawford watched the enthusiastic young man in front of her wipe her waist and abdomen with a wet towel. She suddenly felt strange that she should clean it by herself. It seemed a bit inappropriate to speak now, and she thought the other party can't understand my own words. David carefully wiped Crawford's wound. As he moved, all the mud, water and blood were wiped away, revealing Crawford's snow-white waist and abdomen with muscle lines. Feeling the slippery and delicate feeling on his fingers, David, who had not tasted meat for more than 10 years, felt a heat rising in his body. Cough! Concentrating his mind, he threw the cloth stained with blood and mud aside, then picked up the powder and bandage from Crawford's hand, and neatly bandaged Crawford's wound. In the past 2 years, his bandaging techniques have improved a lot. After he finished doing this, he stood up and nodded to Crawford. At this time, Crawford also stood up, checked the bandages on his waist and abdomen, raised his head, and thanked David very sincerely. Thank you very much for your help. You are welcome. As soon as the words came out, both of them were stunned. Because David no longer spoke a language that Crawford had never heard of, but the English she was very familiar with, and the British English she was most familiar with. Chapter 2: A Passing Archaeologist. Do you know English? It seems like it happened all of a sudden. David was also puzzled. He tried to think about it, and found that he could use English knowledge easily, just like when he thought in his native language. This is by no means the level of English I once had, but more like a sudden acquisition of English knowledge. It seemed incredible, but as a time traveler, David didn't think it was strange. Having experienced all kinds of brain bombing in his previous life, he immediately understood what was going on. The golden finger had arrived. Looking at Crawford, who suddenly appeared in front of him, he already had some guesses about what happened to his golden finger. Although Goldfinger came a little late and made him wait for so many years, it was better than nothing. But why does it appear now? Have you had any big changes recently? Did he wait until he was 18 years old to start it? David joined the pioneering team at the age of 16 and stayed in this remote place for 2 years. He is now 18 years old. In addition, the biggest change is that his status has been upgraded from an ordinary person to a village chief. Considering the sudden appearance of Crawford and the British English ability that he should have acquired from Crawford, he is inclined to the latter possibility. Time travel. Although it was someone else crossing to find him, it was not unusual. In his previous life, he had also seen the idea of opening shops, hotels, and clinics attracting various time travelers. Now that he has become the village chief, it is not unusual for time travelers to appear in his territory. It's not difficult to judge whether your guess is correct. Just see if any familiar people will suddenly appear. In this case, I, the village chief, have to keep on working. With this thought in his mind, David looked at Crawford again, whose face was full of doubt. This is normal. Anyone who hears the other party saying, "It will happen suddenly," will not immediately believe it. Moreover, Crawford has just experienced a shipwreck, was knocked unconscious, kidnapped and hung in a cave. He will definitely be wary of strangers. Although it sounds incredible, what I said is true. David could only use a serious expression to emphasize that he was not lying. Crawford looked at David seriously, and was finally impressed by David's aura of justice, and decided to believe his lies. Okay, then, can you tell me where this is? Who are you? After taking care of the wound, Crawford felt much better. Although he was still a little weak, he was no longer as uncomfortable as before. It wasn't until this moment that she had the time to focus on other issues. Where is this place? How did you get here? How do I go to meet up with my friends? When she just talked with David, she carefully looked at the surrounding environment. No matter how you look at it, this place is a plain. How did she get here from the mountains in the blink of an eye? There were also huge changes in climate, which made her very confused. This is a pioneer camp located in the northwest of the northern plains of the Ironwood Forest. I am David, the village chief here. Hello, David. I am Crawford. I am an archaeologist. I was separated from my friends in a shipwreck and accidentally came here. Crawford thought this was a very commonplace name. As for the northern plains, it was more common. Where is the Iron Tree Forest? Iron Tree Forest is located northwest of Iron Tree Fort, which is the most important town in the north of Thailand Kingdom. Iron Tree Fort? The Kingdom of Thailand? Where is the Kingdom of Thailand? David looked at Crawford, who was full of doubts, and continued to tell him what he knew. The Kingdom of Thailand is a human kingdom located in the north of the mainland. The place they were in at this time was the plain area further north than the Iron Tree Fort, the important northern town of the Thailand Kingdom. Due to the obstruction of the Thailand Mountains and the elves living in the Iron Tree Forest, who had a very poor relationship with the humans of the Thailand Kingdom. The Thailand Kingdom had always been they failed to occupy this vast plain area until the pioneering team formed 2 years ago came here. David is one of the 3 newly established pioneer camps that want to reclaim this land. If everything goes well, it should develop into a new village and incorporate this land into the territory of the Kingdom of Tehran. As David narrated, the questions on Crawford's head continued to increase, almost as if they were going to completely drown her. But she still resisted and did not interrupt David's narration until David finished telling the general situation. He said, "You were actually telling a story just now, right?" "No." David spread his hands and put on a serious face, indicating that he was telling the truth. "How can this be?" If David's description is true, it means that Crawford came to another world in a daze. Although David's description is very rough, the distance traveled by the pioneer team after leaving Iron Tree Fort can be obtained from David's words. You know, There is absolutely no way this is some small island. Crawford opened her mouth and didn't know how to describe the situation. She was silent for a long time, until the hunger in her belly brought her back to her senses. This is really unbelievable. She asked some more about the customs, and learned about some of the cultural customs of this world. She also learned that there were mysterious powers and races in this world that were like those in fantasy stories. And she finally accepted that she had really come to another world. Fact. At this point, Crawford suddenly thought of another question. Don't these questions I ask make you feel strange? No. It took such a long time for David to think of the right words. The way you appeared made me realize that your origin would be very special. After describing the strange state when Crawford appeared, Crawford now understood why David acted so calmly. Because the other party did not regard her as an ordinary person in the first place. So that's it. After solving all kinds of doubts, Crawford felt her head hurt slightly. Can she still go back? Although this world is magical, it fills her with an interest in adventure. But now is not a good time to take risks. She is very worried about her partners. They have just encountered a shipwreck. She doesn't know what is happening to everyone at the moment. Can you escape the disaster safely? Crawford, who was full of worry, didn't notice that David cooked broth for Crawford to make dinner during her silence. He didn't come back to his senses until the steaming broth was handed to him. Thank you. Looking at the bowl of fragrant broth in his hand, Crawford sincerely thanked David. Thank you for meeting you. You are welcome. David gave Crawford a bright smile in return. He was in a good mood now. After all, Crawford's appearance meant that he had a golden finger and the motivation to continue working hard in this place. What's more, Crawford herself is a beautiful woman with top-notch looks and figure. How could a normal person not want to look at a beautiful woman? Crawford, who quickly finished the bowl of broth, noticed that David next to him was just watching him, and suddenly felt a little embarrassed. Aren't you going to eat? After asking, she remembered how David had introduced the situation of the camp before. David was alone and supplies were scarce. Is there not enough food? No. I just finished eating before you came, David explained. I was lucky and hunted a deer during the day. That's good. After making sure that she didn't eat up the other party's small food reserves, Crawford's worry subsided a little. And then she asked about the environment around the village. She wanted to confirm if there was anything special near this village. Otherwise, why would she suddenly come here? Maybe if you find the source of that mysterious power, you can go back. David guessed what Crawford was thinking. But he did not tell the other party that the so-called mysterious power was probably himself. Instead, he introduced the surrounding environment straightforwardly. To the west of the village is a huge and vast river, and its source should be the mountain peak to the north can be vaguely seen. The river flows from north to south, then turns west on the west side of their village, and is joined by another much narrower river that runs from south to north. The main reason why we chose this place as the camp was because it is the turning point and confluence of the river. There is enough fresh water here, and there are also a large number of fish, shrimp and other aquatic products in the river. The forests in the north are another reason. They can provide a large amount of high-quality wood. In addition, the terrain is flat, with basically plains in both the east and south directions, making it very suitable for cultivating farmland. No matter how you look at it, this is a good choice. What I didn't expect was that the subsequent progress was far from expected. Listening to David's description, Crawford could not hear anything magical or special. Have you not encountered anything special in the past 2 years? The most special thing is your presence. After hearing David's answer, Crawford felt very helpless. It seemed that she had to think in another direction. Have a good night's rest. Even if you want to do something, you have to wait until dawn tomorrow. While they were chatting, the sky had turned dark, and David needed to prepare for the coming night. Except for the wooden house used as a warehouse and kitchen. The other 3 wooden houses have the same structure and layout, a large room with a place to light a fire in the middle, and simple beds placed around the fire. David had been there for the previous 2 years, spending the winter in such a crude environment. According to the pioneer's plan, this kind of simple wooden house was just a temporary residence. But it was still impossible to cultivate farmland, so everyone was not in the mood to build their own wooden house. As a result, there are only a few temporary wooden houses here. Such a wooden house has poor thermal insulation. If you want to spend the night safely, you need to light a fire. David now needs to move the needed firewood into it. Crawford was also helping. But when the 2 of them were carrying firewood, they noticed a vague shadow appearing in the open space, not far outside the village almost at the same time. Is this another one here? Chapter 3 Another Lafayette passed by. Crawford saw with his own eyes a translucent figure that could only see a vague shape at first. It gradually became clear and real. And finally, he had a more intuitive feeling about the situation David had described previously. Such an incredible sight. It's no wonder David had that reaction. While Crawford was paying attention to how the figure slowly became real, David was carefully looking at the new people who appeared, wanting to see if he could recognize who the new person was. The result disappointed him. When the other party finally revealed his true appearance, David could not immediately recognize who this middle-aged man, with an unusually strong look and a big beard, was. When David and Crawford were sizing each other up, the middle-aged man also noticed the two of them. At the same time, he stopped as if he noticed something, and looked around with vigilance. "Excuse me, where is this place?" the middle-aged man asked in a language that David had never heard before. But David found that he could actually understand the other person's words, and even figured out how to answer in this unfamiliar language the moment he heard the question. The other person's problem. After a moment of silence, I thought carefully in my mind, and soon knew that the language I had newly mastered was also called lingua franca. But it was not the same language as the human lingua franca used in this world. As for his sudden mastery of a new language, he suspected that the reward Crawford initially gave him was not simply knowledge of English, but some more powerful ability. "Hello! This is the pioneer camp located in the northern part of Thailand Kingdom. I am David, the village chief here. Do you need any help?" David answered the other party's question using the common language of the new learn. This surprised Crawford. Crawford has a language talent that is comparable to cheating. She has heard the common language David used before, and the language David used at this time is obviously two completely different languages. After hearing David's answer, the strong man opposite showed an obvious look of confusion on his face. "The kingdom of Thailand?" After thinking for a few seconds, he asked again. "How far is it from East Weald?" "I don't know where the East Wilder you are talking about is." David shook his head and said that he had never heard of this place. He guessed in his heart that the people who came to him inexplicably may not necessarily be familiar to him. People? The other party's enthusiasm had already made the strong man lower his guard. But David's answer made him even more confused. "Stratholme? Kingdom of Lordaeron? Have you heard of these names?" David didn't have any reaction on the surface, but he was surprised in his heart. He was very familiar with these two place names, but it was inconvenient to directly answer that he knew them. At the same time, he kept guessing in his mind about the identity of the person in front of him. Seeing that David didn't speak, the strong man's thick eyebrows knitted even more. He decided to introduce himself first, and then ask for more information. "Hello. My name is Lao Fo. I may be lost or need to ask for more information. Let me stay in your village for one night." As one of the most famous paladins in Azeroth, and no stranger to mysterious powers, he suspected that he might have encountered some kind of space transfer. "Don't know where I was sent." Judging from the reaction of the young man in front of him, he most likely left the Eastern Kingdom. Here, Lao Fo was thinking about the strange things he had experienced, while David was surprised in his heart by the identity of the strong man in front of him. Unexpectedly, this famous paladin also came to him. While recalling various information about the old Buddha, David silently organized his words, preparing to tell the actual situation directly to the paladin in front of him. There is no need to hide some things, and the other party is not an idiot. Even if David doesn't tell him, Lao Fu will soon find out that something is wrong. It is better to tell the other party directly about various situations, which can be regarded as showing some of his attitude and improving his favorability. If Lao Fo is willing to teach him how to use the holy light, David will make money. He didn't think that the holy light was very powerful, but that the holy light had excellent ability to treat and eliminate diseases. In this relatively backward world, David, who lived alone in a remote area, was most worried about getting injured and sick. Prompt treatment. There was nothing that could be done before, but now that the holy knight Lao Fo appears in front of him, it would appear that he is too stupid if he does not take advantage of it. "There are some situations that I need to explain to you." After describing the miraculous way in which the old Buddha appeared, as well as the example of Crawford, who also came here from another world, David could easily explain the situation clearly. Lao Fu's acceptance speed is also faster than Crawford's, because he comes from a world where he often fights with people from other worlds, and his acceptance of other worlds is much higher than Crawford's. "This is not Azeroth?" Old Buddha scratched his messy hair. He didn't expect that he would get lost directly to another world. No wonder this young man named David has never heard of Rotten. Kingdom of Luin. "But why do you know Azeroth Common?" "I don't know. I seem to have some kind of strange ability. I suddenly understood this language after meeting you. After a while, David had already figured it out. Crawford can learn a new language in a short time through various incomplete records on ancient ruins and stone tablets. The reward he initially received from Crawford was probably an upgraded and enhanced version of this ability, rather than the English knowledge he initially guessed. This discovery made him very happy, and the appearance of Lao Buddha confirmed his speculation about his golden finger. He activated the golden finger after becoming the village chief. This means that more people from all worlds will appear in the future. With this ability, he no longer has to worry about language issues. David was ecstatic in his heart. Old Buddha didn't find David's explanation unacceptable. He just looked at David a few more times. While the few people were talking, the sky had completely darkened. Old Buddha had noticed that Crawford and David were carrying firewood into the wooden house, so he took the initiative to help. The three people quickly prepared enough firewood and raised firewood in the wooden house. They made a fire and talked around the campfire. Crawford doesn't know the common language of Azeroth, and Lao Fu doesn't know English. The conversation between the two requires David to act as a translator, but overall it has no impact. After chatting for a while, Crawford completely believed that she had come to another world. The appearance of Lao Buddha broke the last trace of doubt in her heart. The doubts in his heart were completely dissipated. In addition, not long ago, he suffered a series of shipwrecks, heavy blows, stabbings, falling into mountain streams, and other disasters. After being completely relaxed, Crawford quickly fell asleep. David covered Crawford with an extra layer of quilt, then sat back on his bed and continued chatting with Lao Fo. The old Buddha did not tell about his great achievements. He just said that he left home for some reasons and was wandering around without a fixed place. As a result, he came here in a daze. If you don't dislike this place, you can stay in the village for a long time. Listening to Lao Fo's description, David finally understood the other person's current situation. In the story of Warcraft, Lao Fo was exiled because of conflicts with his subordinates, and for helping and rescuing an orc. After wandering around for a while, he chose living in seclusion somewhere in Eastweald. In the future, due to the raging natural disasters and plagues, Eastweald changed its name to the Plague Land, which is better known to many people. This is why David previously said that he had never heard of Eastweald. In the past, after so many years, I can no longer recall such details. Sounds like a good suggestion. Old Buddha did not resist David's invitation. At this time, he had no place in particular that he wanted to go. He was just wandering around. He didn't agree immediately because he still couldn't let go of his wife and son at home. Now that he was in another world in a daze, he would inevitably think about how to go back. After all, I was still in Azeroth when I was exiled. I miss my wife and children, and I could secretly go back to see them a few times. Now that I want to go back and see, I don't know if I can go back. The old Buddha stopped talking, and David also laid down on the bed. There was only the occasional sound from the fire in the big wooden house, and his consciousness gradually became trance-like. When he woke up again, it was already dark. David sat up. The fire not far away was still burning. The firewood he prepared had been used up. It was obvious that someone had been watching the fire all night. No wonder I can sleep until dawn. It's impossible to sleep soundly on my own. In addition to having to get up from time to time to look after the fire, I also have to be careful against attacks by wild beasts. It was different last night. With a paladin as powerful and good-natured as Lao Fo beside him, he didn't have to worry about his own safety at all. David hadn't felt so at ease for a long time. Just when he was wondering where old Buddha had gone, the door of the wooden house was opened, and more sunlight shone into the house, making Crawford wake up. First he sat up vigilantly, and then remembered his magical experience. Crawford gave a helpless smile and said good morning to David at the same time. Good morning, David. Good morning, Crawford. Old Buddha, who was standing by the door, saw that both of them were awake and said hello to them. He also said a message that surprised them. Good morning. You too. I think I know how to get back. It's my own world. What? Crawford, who understood what this sentence meant through David's translation, was very excited. She was the one who was most eager to go back among the people present. What should we do? It's very simple. Just find a direction and walk out of the village, thinking in the bottom of your heart that you can return to your own world. Chapter 4. Lao Fo decided to stay. You want to return to your own world and just find a direction to walk out of the village? Crawford said with an unbelievable expression on his face. Is it that simple? Yes. Old Buddha nodded. I just tried it a few times, and it is indeed that simple. After discovering a way to travel back and forth freely, Lao Fo felt much more relaxed. He had nothing to do in a hurry, as long as he could go back while thinking about his wife and children. It didn't matter where he was, even if it was another world. As for, will this world threaten Azeroth? He hasn't discovered this possibility yet. Maybe he can stay and observe more? David didn't know that Lao Fo had already thought of settling here. Although it was a bit of surveillance, he didn't care even if he knew about it. As the protagonist of that world, Azeroth has suffered various invasions. So it is not surprising that the people living there are worried about this issue. It is also for this reason that David really has no idea about Azeroth. That world is too if there is chaos. Even if he has the strength to invade other worlds, he will not choose that world. What's more, he doesn't have the ability to travel to other worlds at all. Then how do you come back? Compared with Crawford's concern about how to return to his own world, David was curious about another question. How did the old Buddha come back after going back? Same. As long as I think about coming to you, I will come. The simple David was a little speechless. Are you just looking for a random direction? It's easier. You can just stay where you are. Old Buddha's bearded and majestic face looked a bit funny. He just tried it casually at the time, but he didn't expect it to work. Listening to what Lao Fo said next, David already understood that for those who had been to his place, they could come over as long as they thought about his place and made a go gesture, which was easier than returning to their world. Much more. On the contrary, if you want to leave, you must go outside the village. Any direction will do. Just walking around the village will have no effect. I'll give it a try. After listening to Lao Fo's introduction, Crawford was not even in the mood for breakfast. So he immediately left the cabin and chose a random direction to move forward. David quickly followed him outside the wooden house, then stood at the door and watched Crawford running in the distance. He wanted to see what Crawford looked like when he left. He didn't wait too long, and soon he saw Crawford's figure becoming translucent, indistinct, and gradually disappearing. Basically the opposite of how they appeared. It turned out to be like this when I left. This was the first time Lao Fo saw it. After all, he couldn't see what he looked like when he appeared and left. What did you feel when you left? David was curious. How did Crawford and Lao Fo feel in this state of seemingly nothingness? The answer turned out to be completely different from what he imagined. I don't feel anything. In fact, I'm just walking. I'm at another place as soon as my eyes flash. This kind of spatial transfer has no process. It's like he steps forward and walks, and the surrounding environment changes completely in the next second. At this moment, Crawford's figure appeared outside the village again. The still vague figure gradually became clearer, and finally Crawford's appearance was revealed. It's so magical! Similar to Lao Buddha. After realizing that he could travel back and forth freely, Crawford no longer struggled with the matter of not being able to go back. Instead, he was curious about this magical situation and wanted to find out. What's going on? What causes all this? There may be something with mysterious power hidden near this village, such as ancient ruins, altars, etc. However, she still remembered that she had companions, and she might have to wait until she reunited with her companions and the rescuers took them away from the island before she could study this issue. With her worries gone, Crawford was naturally troubled by other problems in her body. She was hungry. It wasn't just Crawford who felt hungry. Old Buddha was actually very hungry. But as a guest, he was embarrassed to look around for food. And he was not sure whether this simple-looking village had enough food storage. You must know that as a powerful paladin, he has a big appetite. After thinking about it, Lao Fo made a suggestion. Go around and see what prey there is. No, there is still venison in the kitchen that I hunted yesterday, which is enough for the three of us. That was a whole deer. He and Crawford didn't eat much together yesterday. And now plus the meat from Lao Fo, it's more than enough to make breakfast. David took the two of them to the wooden barrel where water was stored, and took out a wooden basin, and a few clean cloths for the two of them to wash up. Then the three of them made a sumptuous breakfast together, roasted venison and a small amount of offal, wild vegetable soup. The three of us enjoyed this breakfast very happily. David has the motivation to continue working hard, build the village, welcome more people from all worlds, get rewards from them, and learn special abilities such as the Holy Light. Crawford knew how to get back, and with David's help, she could come here for help when she was in trouble. But she just didn't know if she could bring her friends here for refuge. At the same time, I became curious about this magical and strange world. I just waited until it was safe to come here to explore the truth. Lao Buddha thinks this is a good place to live in seclusion. No one knows him here. He can live a peaceful and stable life. And he can go home to see his wife and children at any time when he misses him. After finishing breakfast, Crawford said that he was ready to go back. He would first meet up with his friends, and then find a way to contact the rescuers. "Bring this with you." Hearing that Crawford was about to set off, David took out his spare hunting bow, a tube of arrows, and a short knife, and handed them to Crawford's hand. "You have encountered weird people before. Attack. That island seems very unsafe, and you can defend yourself with weapons." Putting the sheathed dagger on his waist, carrying the quiver behind his back, and holding the hunting bow, Crawford gave David a warm hug. "Thank you so much. I'm so lucky to be here and meet you." Ahem, you don't have to be so polite. From a little enjoyment at the beginning to a little embarrassing, David, who arched his body slightly, had no intention of pushing Crawford away. He sighed in his heart that it would be better if he could hold her for longer. Crawford, who had a hint of red on his neck, said nothing, let go of David, turned around, and left the village with his hunting bow. David stood there without moving. After a while, he straightened his back. Then he saw Lao Fo looking at him with a smile on his face. "How? It's nothing. You said earlier that I'm welcome to live here forever. Is it just a polite statement, or are you serious?" "Of course you are really welcome." David was very happy when he heard this. He very much hoped that old Buddha would live here. As long as he got along with him more, he would have the opportunity to learn all kinds of knowledge about the holy light from this paladin. Even without mentioning the knowledge of the holy light, David still needs a sufficient population if he wants to develop the pioneer camp into a formal village in the Kingdom of Thailand. Originally, the barren land, harsh climate, and extremely remote location made it difficult to attract farmers to settle here. But if he changes his direction, David can completely attract people from other worlds to live here, such as the old Buddha who wants to live in seclusion. This kind. "Village chief, please take more care of me in the future." David stretched out his hand and shook old Buddha's big hand. The moment he shook hands, David felt that something had changed in him. But he felt it carefully and found no change. Illusion? Putting this matter aside, David introduced the general situation of the village to Lao Fo. In fact, there was not much to say, for temporary wooden houses, 3 of which were occupied by people. With the same internal structure, one was used as a warehouse, kitchen, blacksmith shop. To the west of the village is a large river with rich aquatic products. To the north is a forest with many wild vegetables, fruits, and wild animals. So far, David has not gone deep into the depths of the forest, only wandering around the periphery. So how dangerous is the depth of the forest? He didn't know. There are plains to the east and south, but if you keep walking along the river bank in the south, you will reach the Iron Tree Forest. The Iron Tree Forest is located on the northwest side of the Iron Tree Fort. It is an extremely vast forest, and is famous for its top-quality wood. Got its name. It was the barrier between the Iron Tree Forest and the Thailand Mountains that prevented the Thailand Kingdom from occupying this vast plain area for a long time. David's pioneering camp is quite far away from Iron Tree Fort. It should be the northernmost area of Thailand Kingdom. If he can build a village. There are only you and me in the village now. Although there is a lack of crops that can be planted, we can get enough food by hunting and fishing. After telling the general situation, David said his plan. "If you want to grow to live in, we need to build new cabins." Lao Fo agreed with David's words. He originally wanted to suggest that David build a few better houses. There is a forest not far away, and there is no shortage of wood here. Although a house made of stone was better, Lao Fo was not a stonemason, so it was okay for him to build a wooden house. He really didn't know how to build a stone house. There are some tools at the blacksmith shop. Although the blacksmith took away a lot of tools when he left, there were still many things left behind, which were enough for David and Lao Fo. The 2 men were talking as they packed their tools and prepared to head to the forest. When David was holding his bow and arrows, he found that the feeling when holding the bow was different from before. So he took out an arrow and put it on the bowstring, then pulled the bowstring and took aim. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." In a short time, David was sure of one thing. He didn't know when he got another reward from Crawford. Why is it definitely Crawford? Because Lao Fo, a paladin, seems to have nothing to do with bows and arrows. And Crawford's main weapon in the story is bows and arrows. Speaking of it, the weird feeling when I shook hands with Lao Buddha before was not necessarily an illusion. I wonder what reward Lao Buddha gave me. Chapter 5 Super Archery Talent. There was no way to be sure for the time being, and David was complaining in his heart that his golden finger was so unclear that he had to work hard to figure it out. How about providing a system directly? It doesn't need to be complicated, even if there is only a prompt interface. It is clear and straightforward. Golden Finger is not good enough. He came to the edge of the forest with Lao Fo and looked at the towering trees standing in front of him. David took back his messy thoughts. Just think about it when you have free time, such as golden fingers and rewards. For now, you should study how to build a house. Bar. These are all fine woods. Lao Fo observed carefully for a moment and determined that these woods were very suitable for building a house. After all, he was the paladin who led the army and fought against the orcs. He often ordered his men to cut down trees and build camps. So he still had some foresight. The next step is to cut down the trees. This is not an easy task. They not only have to cut down big trees, but also clear all the branches on the trunks, and then carry the entire thick log back to the village. Inside, although the village is not far from the forest, there is still a certain distance. David looked at the thick tree trunks and wondered if he could resist it. By the way, there's one thing I forgot to ask. Old Buddha was still looking at the surrounding environment. He saw that the trees here were very thick, and the forest was so vast that he couldn't see the edge at all, which meant that they didn't have to worry about it at all. Worry about whether there is enough wood. What's the matter? What is the name of our village? David was stunned for a moment after hearing this question. He had never considered this issue before, although the pioneer camp has been established for nearly 2 years. Due to the unsatisfactory development process and the continuous reduction of members, it has never been able to establish a real village. So the village has never been given an official name. Because of various problems, I have never given a formal name. After answering Lao Fo's question, David also thought about what name he should give the village. He had not thought about this before, and he wanted to give up at that time. Now that he has decided to stick to it, and has thought about the direction of development, the name of the village must be decided as soon as possible. Not only is it convenient to introduce to people who come back later, but the official village name must be filled in on the development certificate, so that it can be conveniently reported to the kingdom officials in the future to obtain various rewards. That's right. Old Buddha had already chosen a big tree, then picked up the axe and started chopping wood. Then you have to give it a good name. I'll try hard to think of a name. David also took out an axe and prepared to chop down the tree. However, after a few chops, he found that the gap between his efficiency and Lao Buddha's was too big. His current physical fitness is not bad. Otherwise, he would not be able to survive 2 winters. As a hunter, he has never lacked meat since he was a child. And coupled with years of exercise, it can be said that he is much stronger now than he was in his previous life. But compared with the old Buddha who came from Azeroth, was transformed into a human being by the iron life created by Titan, and was baptized by the holy light, he was a super weak chicken. After Lao Fo cut down a tree, he cleaned up all the branches and leaves, while David was still struggling with the first trunk. By the way, there isn't much food stored in the village. I think we should collect and store more food. Old Buddha saw that David's physical fitness was much worse than his own, but he still waited until David chopped down the first big tree. It was only after the tree was established that he made his own suggestions. David knew that Lao Fo meant well. The difference in efficiency between the two of them in cutting down trees was too obvious. It was better to do different tasks separately, so as not to affect the progress of cutting down trees, and ensure that there would be no shortage of food. Then here is give it to you. Don't worry. This kind of work is very easy for me. The once respected old Buddha did not resist the rough work of cutting down trees. Since he is determined to live a relatively ordinary secluded life, he can no longer regard himself as the Lord of Hearthglen in the kingdom of Lordaeron. Now Lao Buddha is an ordinary farmer, ready to create a new life with his own hands. Thinking about it this way, he felt that cutting down trees was not that boring, and he even became more motivated, and the tree fell even faster. David, who was separated from Lao Fo, moved westward along the edge of the forest. The river is in this direction. Walking along the edge of the forest to the river bank, and then walking north along the river bank will ensure that you will not get lost, and it will be easier to spot large animals. This route is not absolutely safe, so David always holds the hunting bow in his left hand, and his right hand always stays above the quiver hanging on his side, so that he can take out the bow and arrow at any time to launch an attack. Suddenly, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a shadow passing by. He immediately picked up an arrow with his right hand, and completed the actions of knocking the arrow and aiming the bow in the shortest time. At this moment, David felt that everything in his sight seemed to slow down. At the same time, the unclear shadow became clearer and even enlarged, allowing him to see more clearly. Not only that, there was a feeling that seemed to make him realize that he needed to move a few centimeters to the left to find the correct center. His thumb loosened the grip on the bowstring, and as the arrow left the string and swam toward the target, David even had the feeling that he would definitely hit the target. And there was no need to hit the target again. Everything that happened next was just as he felt. The arrow accurately hit a pheasant, killing the prey neatly. Counting from the time David drew the arrow to the time the pheasant was shot. Killed in the blink of an eye. Good guy. My archery ability has improved a little bit. Even though he had previously speculated that he had acquired archery ability from Crawford, he did not expect such a huge improvement. In addition to the surprise, he thought of one thing. It seems that my original talent in archery is not very good. There is a huge gap between him and a master who can kill an entire organization with a bow and arrow. I originally thought I could become a hunter. I have some talent for archery. Then he thought again. Even if his talent is not that good, but with people like Crawford and Lao Fo constantly appearing to help him upgrade, his future is quite bright. Recovering the arrows and hanging the pheasant on his left waist, David prepared to continue collecting food. In addition to meat, he also wanted to find more wild vegetables, mushrooms, wild fruits, etc. to ensure a variety of food in order to be healthier. Life. Although meat is delicious, no one can tolerate eating only meat. He was lucky enough to pick some mushrooms and berries. Even though he had to squat down and pick berries one by one, he was not impatient at all, only full of happiness. Just when he was happily picking berries, he suddenly felt that something was wrong, and reacted immediately, throwing down the handful of berries in his hand and throwing himself to the side. He picked up the hunting bow at hand and rolled to pick it up. Although the body was stained with a lot of dirt and grass and looked very embarrassed, it perfectly avoided the attack of the wild beast. It was a strong gray wolf. After seeing clearly what kind of beast was on the opposite side, David immediately glanced around and found more gray wolves in the grass, behind trees and other places. Slowly moving his position, David moved towards the river to avoid being attacked from both sides. The gray wolf on the opposite side seemed to be aware of his thoughts, and pounced on David again, while David was still moving slowly. What greeted the hungry wolf was arrows flying out almost simultaneously, and in no particular order. David has been a hunter for so many years, and it cannot be said that he has some unique skills. He is very good at rapid shooting. He can grab 3 to 5 arrows at a time, shoot them all out in the shortest time, and ensure that these arrows all hit the size of a human head, within the circle. Now that he has received the reward of archery ability from Crawford, he can even compress the range into a circle the size of a fist. And when he concentrates on aiming, he seems to be surrounded by slow motion, which means that David can better lock and shoot the target. Even if the target is moving at high speed, he easily killed the first enemy. But now was not the time to relax. David immediately took out 2 arrows from his quiver, and this time his targets came from 2 different directions. He was highly concentrated, and the slow motion picture gave his brain enough time to make a judgment. The wolf on the left had jumped up and made a pounce, while the wolf on the right was still sprinting and accumulating power, and the distance was still small, further away. Although this state cannot make David's physical movements faster, it allows him to make the best judgment in an instant to complete the kill, left first, then right. 2 arrows were shot one after another. Although they failed to kill one of them, they stopped the forward momentum of the 2 gray wolves and bought David some time. In just a second or two, several arrows flew in and hit both of them. Gray wolf completed the kill. David moved very quickly. At this time, he did not retreat but advanced. He rushed to the gray wolf that was shot to death first. He reached out and pulled out the arrow stuck in the wolf, followed by another shot. Rapid fire, killing a gray wolf again. David, who had completed consecutive kills, reached out to retrieve the arrow. However, when he opened his bow again and knocked the arrow, the wolves had already turned around and burrowed into the forest, and they all disappeared. Running so fast! The highly tense spirit relaxed slightly. David observed the surroundings vigilantly, then packed up the scattered berries, tied several gray wolf carcasses together, and carried them behind his back, and then carefully walked back along the river bank. Thanks, Crawford! After confirming that the gray wolves had not caught up, David let out a sigh of relief and thanked Crawford again for providing him with super archery ability. At the same time, he was looking forward to the various magical rewards provided by Lao Buddha and even people who would appear in the future. Chapter 6 Holy Light. returning to the place where the trees were cut down with a bunch of harvest. I saw that old Buddha was still busy here, but there were already several simply treated logs placed around him. The old Buddha also gathered together the branches and leaves that he had cleaned up. These are good firewood and will be transported back to the village. You're back? Lao Fo took off his shirt and exposed his upper body, revealing his powerful muscles. Looking at you. Are you in trouble? David was carrying the carcasses of several gray wolves on his back, and his body was still stained with dirt and grass. It was obvious that he had encountered a pack of wolves and had a fierce battle. Putting the axe in his hand on his shoulder, old Buddha looked at David carefully. Are you injured? I'm pretty lucky. I wasn't injured. If he hadn't been lucky enough to get the golden finger and then Crawford's archery talent, with his original strength, he would definitely have been injured or even lost his life. Oh! Old Buddha sighed in surprise. With David's physical fitness, not only was he not injured after encountering the wolves, but he also killed several gray wolves. It seems that David's archery skills are very powerful. The wounds are obvious, and each gray wolf has more than one arrow wound, facing multiple targets. Being able to hit several arrows on the same target requires not only accurate shooting, but also fast shooting. Thinking about it, this seems reasonable. If he didn't have some strength, David wouldn't be able to live in this place, let alone be the last person to open up the camp. But there will be trouble in the days to come. Although David's strength has greatly increased, and Lao Fo is also a powerful paladin, he is not worried about the head-on conflict with the wolves. But the wolves' revenge is often day after day. Endless sneak attacks day and night. Even if the two of them can handle it, they will feel irritated by being harassed all the time. Of course, old Buddha knows the habits of wolves. There are also such creatures in the world of Azeroth. It is indeed a trouble. However, the powerful Lao Fo is not worried. If the wolves think that they can sneak attack when he is cutting down the tree, they are totally wrong. Even if Lao Fo stood here and let the gray wolf take a few bites first, he would not be the one who fell in the end. On the other hand, David, even though David's bow and arrow skills are good, his physical fitness is very average. If he encounters a sudden attack, he may be in danger. Thinking of this, Lao Fo made a suggestion that made David very happy. I have a special power that allows you to better deal with all kinds of troubles. If you are interested, I can give you some advice. How to master this power. If you can learn to use this power, you don't have to worry about the gray wolves in the forest. When David said those words before, he had the idea of bringing the topic to the holy light. However, his original intention was to lead the conversation and wait until the old Buddha mentioned the power of the holy light before he expressed his desire to learn it. Holy light. He didn't think old Buddha would refuse, because the Holy Light Church is a very enlightened sect. Under the leadership of Archbishop Alonso Sfale, the priests in the church have been working hard to spread the holy light throughout Azeroth. Basically, if you are willing to learn, they are willing to teach. Before becoming a paladin, old Buddha was also a priest in the Holy Light Church. It was his job to spread doctrines and teach believers about the holy light. In this case, David expressed his desire to learn the holy light, and the possibility of Lao Buddha's rejection was very low. Unexpectedly, things developed more smoothly than David expected. Lao Buddha offered to teach David the holy light. Oh, what kind of power is it? It is a kind of righteous power full of warmth and light. It can heal injuries and get rid of diseases. It can also allow you to fight against evil. Of course, it is no problem to deal with ordinary beasts. Holy light is one of the basic elements that make up the world in the world of Azeroth. But it does not mean that holy light will not exist after leaving that world. After all, the basic element of light exists in many worlds. This type of energy generally has positive attributes. Of course, this does not mean that this power is just. David knows this very well. But he would not argue with Lao Buddha at this time about what the holy light is. Quietly be a novice of the holy light, and listen to the old Buddha describe the various miracles of the holy light, as well as the teachings of the Holy Light Church that are mixed in from time to time. Through old Buddha's explanation, David learned that Holy Light Church is a group that encourages people to do good and face life positively. And the pastors in the church will work hard to help people who encounter difficulties ranging from dealing with family disputes to fight against robbers, bullies, and even evil forces in a world in crisis. It is precisely because it is easier to gain the recognition of the holy light by resolutely performing good deeds, and then master this magical power. Therefore, in this period of Azeroth, the users of the holy light, followers, and the messengers of justice are equated. Having said so much, You should have a basic understanding of the holy light. The old Buddha talked a lot. The most important thing is to let David have enough understanding of the holy light. And then he can give real teachings. By the way, after telling David the way to comprehend the holy light, old Buddha looked uncertain again. But I'm not sure whether you can comprehend the holy light. Do you want to try it now? Now that the two of them are not in Azeroth. He doesn't know how far this world is from Azeroth. He is really not sure whether David can master the holy light. He had several guesses about David's study of the holy light. After studying hard, David slowly realized the holy light. After David's hard work, he was still unable to realize the holy light. David's talent was amazing. And he soon realized the holy light. Either way, he didn't think David's attempt at this time would be fruitful. But when David knelt on one knee, with his back straight and his hands on the knees in front of him, closing his eyes and concentrating on the holy light, something that Lao Buddha had never expected happened. David's body slowly emitted gold. The yellow light gradually became clear and bright from being imperceptible at first, and was soon enveloped in golden light. As a paladin, Lao Fu is most familiar with this kind of light. How can this be? Not only did David master the holy light on his first try, but what Lao Buddha couldn't figure out even more was what the scene in front of him actually meant. Did David realize that the holy light led to the baptism of the holy light? But this phenomenon is completely different from what he was familiar with before, whether it is a paladin or a priest. After sensing the holy light, a beam of light will descend from the void, and the priest or paladin who bathes in the holy light will receive the holy light, baptized and became a follower of the holy light. The holy light in front of him did not fall from the void, but emanated from David's body. Although it was still very weak and not powerful, it was absolutely impossible for the old Buddha to admit his mistake. The old Buddha, whose head seemed to be drowned by question marks, could not think of a reasonable explanation for the scene before him. Could it be that David in front of him was actually the incarnation of the holy light? Holy light! Is this a test for me? Lao Fo seriously suspected that the fact that he came to this world in a daze and met such a special being as David in front of him was actually the holy light testing him to see if his belief in the holy light was still firm enough. David, who had his eyes closed at this time, did not know that the old Buddha had been stunned to death. He was still immersed in the joy of successfully mastering the magical power of the holy light. David, who didn't know how special his situation was, immediately felt the holy light slowly emerging from his body after closing his eyes and following the method taught by the old Buddha. It felt like it was coming from deep within his body. He took a hot spring, and then the warm current slowly flowed throughout his body. The places where it passed seemed to be washed by the warm current, making his whole body feel unusually comfortable. This feeling is simply more comfortable than taking a bath or killing a chicken. Not only was the fatigue on his body swept away, David felt as if his body had been reborn, because all the discomfort left by the 2 years of experience had disappeared, and even his strength seemed to have become stronger. At the same time, his brain he became clearer and more energetic. David enjoyed all the changes for a while before he opened his eyes again. Old Buddha, what's wrong with you? No, it's nothing. Lao Fu didn't say anything about David's abnormality. He felt that he now had more reasons to settle here. I just didn't expect that you would realize the holy light so quickly. It rarely happens. There are people who can do this. This kind of reply is not considered perfunctory. There are many priests in the Holy Light Church, and many paladins of the Silver Hand have also been trained. However, most of them have to undergo strict teaching and training before they can realize the holy light. Only a very small number of existences can immediately gain the favor of the holy light when they choose to step into the path of the holy light. Really? It seems that my talent in this area is pretty good. As he said this, David immediately realized what the reward he had received from Lao Fo was, the talent of holy light. He is very self-aware. He doesn't think that countless heroes in the world of Azeroth can master the power immediately. He can master it immediately after listening to Lao Fu's explanation. The only reasonable explanation is that his golden finger has achieved meritorious service. This is more than just good. Old Buddha sighed with emotion. Then he did not rush to teach David how to use the power of the holy light. Instead, he carefully asked David about his feelings. For example, when he realized the holy light, did he feel anything special after that? I feel like some of the minor problems in my body have disappeared. It seems that my strength has become stronger. It seems that my spirit has become better. Listening to David's description, old Buddha was roughly sure that what David mastered was the holy light. Except for the slight difference in the scene he just saw. There was no difference from the holy light he used. Not only that, Because of the protection of the holy light, you can carry out more rigorous physical training, which will greatly improve your physical fitness. There is no abnormality for the time being, and the old Buddha is going to teach David how to use the holy light according to the normal process. Guan. As for whether you focus on the use of holy light, or hone your body and learn how to use various weapons, it depends on your personal interests. Chapter 7. Wait until I add a buff to you first. While carrying firewood and wood, and listening to the old Buddha explaining the direction of holy light cultivation, David understood that both the paladin and the priest were just pure followers of the holy light. Although they had some limitations in the use of the holy light, there are differences, but they won't be as clear as in the game. In the real world of Azeroth, there are not as many complex skills and talents as there are in the game. To a certain extent, the power and properties of the holy light are there. As long as you are willing to develop and practice, you can master the priest's skills even if you are a paladin. In the same way, the reverse is also true. So what Lao Buddha said was to choose the direction of his practice based on David's interests. Not that he had to choose a direction and then couldn't change it. So which direction are you interested in? I'm quite interested in them all. David is already an adult, no longer a child. So he wants them all. Anyway, there is nothing important to do in life here. I have enough time to learn various aspects of the holy light. Knowledge. In the final analysis, it is all about the understanding and use of the holy light, the improvement of one's own physical fitness, and the use of various weapons. These are just 3 general directions. You can learn them all while having nothing to do. That's no problem. For old Buddha, it's not a problem that David wants to learn everything. Before he became a paladin, he was originally a priest, among the first 5 paladins of Azeroth, except Gavin Law except for Doom, who is a knight of the Knights of the Storm. The other 4 are all priests of the Holy Light Church, considering that David's current physical fitness is relatively poor. Lao Fu believes that before improving his physical fitness, David does not need to rush to practice cold weapons such as heavy hammers and two-handed heavy swords, and should prioritize learning how to use the holy light correctly. Treating, eliminating diseases, and protecting yourself can better ensure your own safety. As for the offensive holy light spell, it doesn't matter whether David learns it or not for the time being. With his archery skills, he is enough to cope with most situations at the moment. In the following time, the 2 of them travel back and forth between the village and the forest while teaching the basic knowledge of holy light. David learned quickly. After trying it a few times, he almost immediately learned how to use the holy light for healing and defense. After several trips back and forth, his physical strength was exhausted, and the old Buddha taught David how to use the holy light to recover when his physical strength was exhausted. It was almost the same as when he realized the holy light. He was still kneeling on one knee and holding his knees with both hands. This time, the old Buddha saw that the holy light on David did not come from himself. Like most ordinary holy light followers, like the others, a beam of light descended from above and enveloped David's whole body. After standing there and observing for a while, Lao Fo stopped staring. While it was still early, he decided to transport all the wood back quickly. While Lao Fo was transporting the wood back and forth, David felt this warm energy constantly flowing through his body. Almost every time it passed through, the discomfort in that part of his body would be relieved a little. As time went by, he felt that the warm current in his body was still increasing. He realized that this prayer-like state could not only restore his body to its best condition, but also restore the body's energy. The holy light becomes more powerful. This should be the meditation method of holy light users. Right. Guessing this in his mind, he opened his eyes again. As David awakened, the beam of light that shrouded him slowly dissipated, like a golden rain of light, slowly falling and disappearing. At this time, Lao Fo just transported back the last piece of wood. Oh, you're awake? How do you feel? Better than ever. After clenching his fist for a moment, David felt that his strength had increased again. I don't know if it's an illusion. Thinking of what Lao Buddha said before, users of holy light can polish and exercise their bodies as they wish without worrying about hurting themselves. Maybe this is not an illusion? Just when David wanted to ask more about the holy light, he saw a vague figure appearing outside the village. Somebody is coming! Old Buddha piled long and thick logs together. After hearing David's words, he followed his gaze to the outside of the village and also noticed the figure. Is that Crawford? I don't know. Before the figure completely solidified and revealed its appearance, there was no way to tell who it was. David also had a headache. What if there was an unlikable guy? Or even a supervillain? Manage? Fortunately, the two people who have appeared so far are absolutely decent. Maybe my golden finger has some kind of screening function? At this moment, he was guessing that the figure outside the village had revealed his true appearance. He was not a newcomer, but Crawford, whom both of them knew. Crawford, what's wrong with you? Crawford didn't look good. Her body was stained with mud and water, and she looked a bit embarrassed. At the same time, her hands were tied together and behind her back, and her face was full of panic. David, help me! Crawford carefully ran in front of David with his hands behind his back. Seeing that David had pulled out the short knife from his waist, he immediately turned around and put his trapped hands in front of David. David carefully cut the rope and asked Crawford to turn back to him before continuing to ask, "What happened?" After all, so much time had passed in his previous life. He could only remember Crawford and the general plot, but could not remember all the details. After seeing Crawford's hands tied with his own eyes, he gradually remembered some of the details. After my friends and I finally reunited, we met some strange guys. Crawford took a few deep breaths to calm down as quickly as possible, and described the general situation in the simplest language. After David heard this, the corresponding pictures flashed through his mind. These memories buried deep in his mind can still be recalled as long as the keywords are triggered. Don't panic. Let's think about what to do first. After listening to Crawford's description, David already understood Crawford's situation at this time. This was the first time Crawford had encountered a real enemy, and it was no wonder that she looked panicked just now. In the original plot, if he had not been forced into a desperate situation, Crawford would not have grown up in just a few days. It was different now, because of the special place of David and his village. Crawford had a way out and someone to turn to, so she did not immediately choose to fight with the people of the Brotherhood of the Sun. After learning about Crawford's experience, Lao Fo immediately expressed his willingness to help. In the eyes of the paladin, they were just a group of bandits and not a problem. But things were not that simple. After 2 simple attempts, Lao Fo and David were sure of one thing: there was no way for them to go to Crawford's world. Even if Crawford tried to carry David on his back, the final result would be it was also when Crawford's figure turned translucent that David fell directly to the ground. What should I do? After going back and forth several times, Crawford finally realized that neither David nor Lao Fo could help her, and she had to rely on herself. With no way out, the strength in Crawford's bones gradually awakened. She glanced at the bow and arrows in David's hand and expressed that she needed to borrow them. My bow and arrows were taken away by those guys. Can I use yours? Of course. Looking at Crawford, whose face was full of determination, the familiar archaeologist seemed to be gradually taking shape. Besides, I can also help with a little help. Oh, look, you can come in and out of my place at will, which means you can escape danger at any time. David suddenly had a strange feeling that his place seemed to have become a safe zone where food, water, and even equipment could be provided. Some of the rationalities in the game seemed to make sense, putting down the weird feeling that he had become some kind of NPC. David continued. Besides, I just learned some very useful abilities from Lao Fo. When he heard David say, you can escape danger at any time, Crawford felt that he had more confidence. Unexpectedly, what David said next shocked her even more. Even if you are injured, as long as it is not serious enough to kill you immediately, Lao Fu and I can help you heal it. Just when he was about to ask more clearly, David had already raised his hand and put it on Crawford's shoulder. With the golden light shining on David's hand, it appeared that there were various minor injuries on his body. Crawford felt a warm current pouring into his body from David's hand. As the warm current flowed through his body, all the discomforts on his body disappeared. What happened? He lowered his head and checked himself. Not only did the scratches on his arms disappear, but after taking off the bandage on his waist and checking, Crawford's face was full of disbelief. The penetrating injury on his waist was actually he was healed. Not even a scar was left. What did you just do? What the old Buddha just taught me is a power called Holy Light. Isn't it incredible? David was like a naughty kid who got a new toy, showing off vigorously. So amazing. Looking up at the light shining in David's palm, Crawford felt that there were more and more things here beyond her imagination. At the same time, she did not ignore the content revealed in David's words. This kind of power was given to Dai by the old Buddha. Wei, that is to say, this is the power of Lao Buddha's world. It's too late to ask Lao Buddha if he can learn this power? David gave another new surprise. Not only can it heal, this power can also protect you from harm. David, who was like a peacock with its wings spread, raised his hand and poured a large amount of holy light into Crawford. This holy light would form a shield on Crawford's body to protect him from external forces. In addition, the energy of the holy light can also allow Crawford to maintain sufficient physical strength for a certain period of time. With the protection of the holy light, you can easily rescue those captured companions. Chapter 8 Village Name. After briefly introducing the effect of the spell he cast on Crawford, Crawford's face was full of surprise and curiosity. He seemed a little impatient to try it to see if the so-called holy light was really that magical. Seeing Crawford's figure disappear again, David turned his head and looked at old Buddha standing next to him. I may not be able to rest tonight. The plot on Crawford's side has officially begun, and the next few days will be continuous battles, which means that Crawford may run over for help at any time. It doesn't matter. I've long been used to similar situations. Lao Fo didn't think it was a big deal. Prepare more water and food, and maybe some bandages and medicines. Water and food are easy to understand. After a series of battles, Crawford will definitely need to supplement food and water. But are the medicines and bandages still needed? As long as Crawford can successfully walk in front of David and Lao Fo, no matter how many injuries he suffers, they will be healed by the holy light in a short time. After thinking for a few seconds, David realized that the medicine and bandages were not prepared for Crawford, but for those of Crawford's partners. From the current point of view, whether you come to him or leave and return to the original world, there is no way to bring people. So even if Crawford's partners are injured, they have no way to come to David and Lao Fo for treatment. Naturally, they have to rely on medicine. I'll take out all the medicines first so that Crawford can take them away when he needs them. Lao Fo was going to the river to fetch more water and brought back. By the way, he also mentioned that the village currently lacked an important facility, a well. In this regard, David could only helplessly spread his hands. His village lacked a lot of facilities. It can't be said that it has nothing. It can also be said that it doesn't have everything at once. All facilities, including water wells, are only on the schedule. After placing the carcasses of several wolves in the warehouse and briefly processing the berries, David continued to make dinner with venison. After the venison, mushrooms and some berries were thrown into the pot and cooked. He turned back to deal with the wolf carcasses. By the time he finished his various tasks, Lao Fo had already run back and forth between the village and the river several times, filling up all the utensils used to store clean water. Then he lit a bonfire in the wooden house, where he lived, and watched David come into the house carrying a pot full of stew. Eating stew, listening to the old Buddha continue to explain the knowledge of holy light, and waiting for Crawford, who might arrive at any time. This night should be the most fulfilling night David has spent in the past 2 years. In the past 2 years, at first, I could chat with my friends at night and look forward to a bright future, but as time went by and living conditions became worse, there were fewer and fewer friends around me, and only a few those who stayed were no longer in the mood to chat. Nighttime became the hardest time, until David was left alone, and the pain reached its peak. Unexpectedly, it was at this time that David had a turning point. Not only did he meet new partners, he even mastered various magical abilities, especially the holy light knowledge he was learning at the moment. In his previous life, he could only enjoy it in the game, but this time he could personally experience and use this magical power. You have a high affinity with the holy light, a thorough understanding of the holy light, and your progress is very fast. After teaching for a while, the old Buddha once again sighed at David's talent. If David's progress, the speed is always so fast, and it won't be long before he surpasses himself in the attainments of holy light. If you say this to people in the world of Azeroth, most of them will not believe it. After all, Lao Fo is one of the original 5 paladins, and their attainments in the holy light have long been recognized by all intelligent life in the world. Recognized? He is such a powerful being. But he thinks that David can surpass him soon. This shows how amazing the talent David has shown. It was only the first day of learning holy light. David was already able to use this power very well. By the way, he also learned how to use holy light to heal, eliminate diseases, use holy light to protect himself or others, and use holy light to increase himself or other people's physical strength, using holy light to attack directly, etc. I learned very quickly. David looked at the golden energy held in his palm. Even though he knew it was the power of a plug-in, he still couldn't help feeling a little proud in his heart. This speed of progress is not just fast. Old Buddha sincerely praised David. Actually, most priests who have just graduated may not understand the holy light as well as you. In other words, In less than a day, David went from being a holy light layman to a qualified novice priest. The rest is unremitting practice. Lao Fo originally wanted to say something to stop David from getting too complacent and becoming lax. But in the end, he stopped talking. In addition to wanting to see David's character, he also wanted to. There's a reason why Crawford came. The more you use it, the more insight you will gain. David also turned to look at Crawford, who opened the door and walked in. He could clearly feel that not much of the holy light he had previously applied to Crawford had been consumed. Looks like it's going well. Apart from the consumption of the holy light, there was no damage to Crawford's body. Not even much dust or dirt. And a smile on his face. Have you dealt with those bandits? Although it has not been completely solved, we have finally dealt with the immediate crisis. Crawford placed the hunting bow and quiver beside David. This is the bow and arrow I borrowed from you just now. In addition to the bow and arrows placed next to David, Crawford also carried another set of bows and arrows on his back, a large bag in his other hand, and a pistol in his waist. It was obvious that in addition to regaining the previously robbed weapon, she also received some additional loot. The main reason I came here this time is to put these things here with you. Putting down the big bag in his hand, he explained to David what was inside. This is a pistol. These are bullets. A pistol is a weapon. It can shoot this and this kind of bullets. You must not put the muzzle of the gun. This is where you face yourself. While listening to Crawford talking about various precautions, David put on a look of, oh, it's so amazing. The look. In comparison, the old Buddha next to him was much more dedicated. After understanding what it was through David's translation, he sighed from the bottom of his heart. A very exquisite musket. After talking about various precautions, Crawford prepared to set off again with enough ammunition. Before leaving, she asked cautiously, Can the spell you used before still be used? Sure. Hearing David's answer, the smile on Crawford's face became brighter, and she felt more stable now. After having personal experience, she realized that as long as she was protected by David's holy light spell, she had nothing to fear. After simply taking a sip of broth and drinking some water, he watched David raise his hand and release pieces of golden light. Then the light condensed on himself for a moment and then gradually disappeared. The confident Crawford waved goodbye again and held his head high. The chest left. Watching Crawford's leaving figure, David casually mourned for 2 seconds of silence for the people of the Brotherhood of the Sun, and then chatted with Lao Fo while tinkering with the firearms that Crawford had brought back. There is a mysterious power on the island where Crawford died, which will destroy planes and ships that intentionally or unintentionally break into the surrounding waters. Therefore, for countless years, survivors have been trapped on the island. These people have all identities, and there is no shortage of people or teams with weapons. In addition, the Japanese army sent troops to station on the island during World War II, so there is no shortage of firearms and ammunition on the island. The pack that Crawford got back only contained 3 pistols and bullets, but no long guns. After tinkering for a while and figuring out how to operate it, David couldn't help but start thinking, is it possible to attach holy light to the bullet when shooting? What effect will it have? You can try it after dawn tomorrow. As for Crawford just leaving now, he probably won't come back immediately. Sleep? He is very energetic now, and can't sleep at all. Continue to learn holy light knowledge? The old Buddha just said that the next important thing is to practice diligently. It is probably because it will be difficult to understand more profound knowledge until you have more insights. So what else can be done? Suddenly I remembered the topic from the day, and I just wanted to discuss it. Old Buddha, what do you think is a better name for the village? Lao Fo, who was tinkering with his pistol, was stunned for a moment when he heard David's question. It seems that you should decide what the village is called. Right. In Lao Fo's eyes, this village is David's territory, and the power of naming naturally lies in David's hands. David can call the village whatever he wants. And you have lived here for a while. You should think of it. How many names are there? Lao Fo guessed that it wasn't that David didn't choose a name, but that he didn't know which name to choose. I do think of a few names. David's words made Lao Fo secretly say that it was indeed the case. And then he asked what their names were. I can give some suggestions to David for reference. Nyojia Village. Sounds a little weird. David secretly muttered. This is the center of the universe. But when I think about it carefully, I'm afraid I can't use such a domineering name indiscriminately. Ivory Mountain. Old Buddha was stunned for a moment. The nearest mountain is the peak in the north. Right. With this name, the village is too far away from the peak. Right. Konoha Village. This sounds good. Seeing David suddenly becoming silent, old Buddha looked strange. What's wrong? What's wrong with this name? Suddenly I feel that this name is not very auspicious. If I use this name, will I die suddenly and not even leave any descendants? What's more, David didn't really want to use these names. He just mentioned a few village names casually to make his thoughts active, and then came up with a suitable name based on the characteristics of the place. Located in the north where the weather is freezing, I suddenly thought of an even more unlucky name. Chapter 9 Visitors from Mars. Winter Village? After thinking for a few seconds, David did not choose to copy it directly, but slightly changed it, so that the meaning completely changed, and he should not be associated with that unlucky family. Winter Village? It sounds good. According to your previous description, this name reflects the characteristics of this place very well. Old Buddha learned from David that this is a very cold area, and winter is especially difficult. Since you think it's good, let's call it this name. David took out the development order that he always carried with him, and then wrote the name of the village Winter Village on it. The big river next to it can be called Cold Winter River. David, who wanted to save trouble, also decided on the name of the river next to him. Anyway, according to the laws of the kingdom, he had the right to name the river. If two pioneering groups name the same river, it is up to the kingdom to decide which name will be used as the official name. David felt that this would not happen this time. Among the pioneering teams that set out in the same batch, none went further north than theirs. As for the group that flowed from south to north in the Iron Tree Forest and finally merged into the Winter River, this river may actually be named by another pioneering team. Watching David write a few strokes on a scroll and then carefully put it away, old Buddha curiously asked, "Does this make it a recognized territory of the Thailand kingdom?" No. David shook his head and said it was not that simple. To become a formal village, it must at least have stable residents, fields that can continue to produce food, and a certain number of villagers. You also need to take the development order and report to the department that specializes in handling such matters. Then the relevant department will send officials to conduct on-site inspections. After confirming the situation of the village, various information, including newly drawn maps, will be compiled into files and reported. Finally, the village chief will be officially appointed. At this time, it will be considered that he has truly opened up new land for the kingdom and become a little lord officially recognized by the kingdom. So troublesome? Lao Fo did not expect that the appointment of a village chief would be so cumbersome. Is it because the situation is special? A person who holds a development order to establish a village cannot be regarded as an ordinary village chief, because he has great autonomy and is even qualified to expand and upgrade the village. This is completely different from the village chiefs within the kingdom. If the village can be expanded in size, and the population reaches a sufficient number within the specified period of time, the villager can be directly promoted to the town mayor, and this land will become his territory. So that's it. Strictly speaking, David is barely a minor lord, but he has not yet become a formal one. It is precisely with such benefits that David will join the development team. But at the beginning, he didn't expect that he could become the village chief. At that time, he wanted to see if he could become a knight and break away from the civilian class. Now his idea has become very simple, now that he has taken this position. He must sit more securely. He has already begun to think about how to develop the village. At present, his biggest reliance is the golden finger that attracts people from all over the world. As long as he makes good use of it, the current problems are not difficult to solve. For example, if the land is barren and it is difficult for crops to survive, he can ask Crawford to purchase some cold-resistant, easy-to-survive, high-yielding crop seeds from her world. And he can even ask her to provide some fertilizers and other things to improve the land conditions. He can also wait until his relationship with Lao Fo gets better, and then ask Lao Fo to find druids for help and get some special seeds to improve the land conditions. Even if these two methods don't work, David is not ready to give up this local food base. Can't he do something else? As long as he can maintain the normal use of Goldfinger, it will be quite interesting to set up an industrial base by sending him a super genius someday. You just don't know what minerals are nearby. After thinking wildly for a while, David drifted into sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already slightly bright. He turned around and looked to the side. The fire was almost extinguished. Old Buddha was lying on his bed and resting. The water, broth, and weapons and medicines placed next to him had not been touched. It seemed that after he fell asleep last night, Crawford never came again. Getting up from the bed, David added some firewood to the fire to make it burn more vigorously, and then hung the large pot of broth on the bonfire, so that the broth could be eaten when he came back from washing. After walking out of the wooden house and breathing in the cold air, David briefly moved his body, got some water, and started to wash up. By the time he finished washing, old Buddha had already gotten up and was moving his limbs in front of the wooden house like David before. However, compared to David, these activities of old Buddha looked much more ferocious. If you get hit by the arm, it will definitely not end well. Any plans for today? After the activity, old Buddha wiped his face with water and asked David about his plan. A lot of wood was cut yesterday, and David also hunted several gray wolves. There is no shortage of food or wood. Maybe he should consider building a house? Or dig a well first. If you want to build a well, you need stones. Right. Lao Fo didn't know exactly how to make a well, but he had the impression that stones are needed for a well. When it came to professional masonry work, both men were silent. Let's build a shelter first. Anyway, there are only 2 people living in the village. Going to the river to fetch water is just a hassle, not an urgent problem that needs to be solved. As for the house, if you can't build a strong and warm house as soon as possible, you will suffer again in the winter. Just when David was thinking about whether to wait until Crawford solved this trouble and return home to England, let her send David cement, bricks, glass and other building materials to build a beautiful and comfortable house directly. That vague figure appeared in his sight again. Crawford? When David and Lao Fo saw this, their first reaction was that Crawford was here again. But it didn't take long for them to realize that they had guessed wrong. The figure gradually became clearer. Both of them had good eyesight, and they immediately saw clearly that the person coming was not Crawford, but a man. It seems that a new person has appeared again. Old Buddha knew that there was only Crawford in front of him. So this stranger was the new person who appeared for the first time. Looking at the newcomer carefully, he found that he was of average height, not unusual in appearance, and a little strange in his dress. He was looking around with a confused expression. Soon, the other party noticed David and Lao Fo standing in front of the wooden house, and walked over without hesitation. Hello! May I ask where this place is? Hello! This is Cold Winter Village, and I am the village leader David. David was still looking at the other person. This man had a familiar appearance, but he couldn't be sure of his identity for a while. Hello! I'm Mark Watney. Mark Watney stretched out his hand and shook it with David. He seemed to be confirming something. He shook David's hand a little harder, with a flash of light on his face from time to time. Doubt, this is... My name is Lao Fo. David serves as translator. Hello. Mark shook hands with old Buddha again, then faced David and asked, Where is Winter Village? This is the northernmost area of the Thailand Kingdom. I know you want to ask where the Thailand Kingdom is. Next, I will briefly explain various situations. After telling Mark Watney about the situation, the newcomer immediately fell into huge self-doubt. He felt that he was crazy, or else he was dreaming. Looking at the reaction of the person in front of him, David carefully recalled the information about Mark Watney from the other person's face. David judged that Mark Watney was the protagonist of the movie version of The Martian. In The Martian, botanist Mark Watney lands on Mars as a member of a Mars exploration mission. However, he is thought dead by his teammates in an accident and is left alone on Mars. The entire film tells the story of how Mark Watney survived in the harsh environment of Mars and waited for rescue. As for the Mark Watney in front of him, David could confirm after observing that he was probably not the Mark who had been struggling to survive on Mars for a period of time. At that time, Mark was thin and suffered from many diseases due to insufficient nutritional intake. Is this a joke? Right. Or am I dreaming? If this is another world, why do you speak English? Mark kept asking while rubbing his temples, still not believing that he had inexplicably arrived in another world. This language called English is something I just learned not long ago. An English speaker came to me before you. It sounds unbelievable to suddenly learn a new language. David just changed this way of describing it becomes much easier to accept. Sure enough, with just such an explanation, Mark no longer struggled with language issues, but continued to be shocked at how he had arrived in another world. However, this doesn't seem like a bad thing to me. Thinking about the dilemma he was facing, he felt that maybe God was helping him and giving him a new lease of life. After figuring this out, Mark, who was optimistic by nature, no longer struggled with it. A smile appeared on his face again, and he reintroduced himself slightly solemnly. Mark Watney, botanist, NASA astronaut. Before I came to you again, I was working on Mars exploration. I ran into some troubles. Maybe I need your help. David listened to Mark's introduction and guessed what state Mark Watney was in during the time when he was just forgotten on Mars. Can you tell me in detail what kind of trouble it is? If possible, I would like to live in your village for a while. Chapter 10 Wild Rewards. Live for a while. David knew why Mark Watney said that. In the plot, after he was forgotten on Mars due to an accident, he could only live alone on this planet with nothing. His motivation for survival is to wait for the next manned mission to Mars in 4 years. How to spend these 4 years is the biggest problem he has to solve at present. Not to mention whether the residential camp can sustain for 4 years without damage. Whether the oxygen equipment and water production equipment can work normally for 4 years. For Mark at this time for Watney, the biggest problem is food. The base stores enough food for 6 astronauts for 68 days. Even if there is only Mark Watney now, the food can only support him for 300 days. With appropriate limits, it can last up to 400 days. This is still a long way from 4 years. It was at this time that Mark, who was thinking hard about how to grow enough food for him for 3 years on Mars, came to David's winter village in a daze. At this moment, Mark Watney saw new hope. If what David said was true, and he could travel freely between the 2 worlds, then he could completely live here, and at the same time find a way to communicate with the next batch of people coming to Mars. The astronauts reunited and returned to Earth together. So, is there anything wrong with David taking in Mark Watney? Of course not. So David expressed his welcome directly. This is no trouble. Welcome to Winter Village. Apart from anything else, Mark Watney is a botanist. Maybe he can help him solve the land problem? Or maybe let yourself gain some botany skills from him? David stretched out his hand to hold Mark's hand and welcomed him. David didn't feel that he suddenly learned anything. I wonder if his favorability level wasn't high enough. David is not in a hurry. If his judgment is correct, Mark Watney will stay with him for at least a few years. Whether it is botanical knowledge or anything else, he is not in a hurry. The worst thing is that Mark Watney is a big man. If he wants to become the official village chief, he needs a certain number of villagers. In David's plan, after Crawford helps him obtain seeds of high-yielding crops and solves the most basic farmland and food problems, he will go to Iron Tree Fort to recruit a group of villagers. If there are already people living in the village before that here, it will undoubtedly be more convincing and convince more people to stay. Therefore, even if we ignore the gains brought by Goldfinger, Mark Watney will leave after only staying for a few years. He is very welcome. Mark Watney doesn't know these things at the moment. In fact, even if he knows, he doesn't care. As long as his existential crisis can be urgently solved, everything else is trivial. Hearing David's welcome, Mark was so excited that he couldn't close his mouth. He just didn't know if he was hungry, but he seemed to smell the aroma of meat. Soon he discovered that he was not hallucinating because he was hungry, but that there really was a pot of broth waiting for him. Our winter village is located in the northernmost part of the kingdom. It is a newly established village. We don't have any good things. I hope you don't dislike it. Looking at the steaming broth that David brought in front of him, Mark smiled even brighter. How could that be? Thank you very much for your hospitality. If possible, I hope to be able to help. Mark doesn't want to become a freeloader and has already begun to think about what he can do. In his opinion, although he does not know how he came to this world, and he does not know much about this world, judging from the current observed situation, the civilization of this world seems to be at a relatively backward stage, and he should be able to take advantage of it. Some advanced knowledge makes this village better. While eating breakfast, Mark expressed that he wanted to visit Winter Village later. Not only the inside of this village with only 4 wooden houses, he wanted to see the surroundings as well. Of course, David had no reason to refuse. And Lao Fo said he wanted to go to the forest to the north. David knew that Lao Fo was worried about the wolves that had attacked David before, and wanted to go there to see if the hidden danger could be completely eliminated. Of course, he would not object to this. Just as a few people were eating breakfast and deciding what to do next, Crawford came running again. When Mark Watney held the wooden bowl and saw a person appear in front of him from scratch, most of the last doubt in his heart disappeared, and the last trace of doubt was left to, this may just be a bizarre dream. This option. Hello. My name is Crawford. When Crawford introduced himself to Mark Watney, the botanist from Mars had a strange expression on his face. He held it in for a few seconds before introducing himself to Crawford. Hello. My name is Mark Watney. Turney. No one here is an idiot. And Lao Fo is the best among people. although he doesn't understand English at the moment. After these 2 days, he already knows that Crawford's words are a simple greeting and self-introduction. And it's very interesting that Mark Watney reacted like this to such a simple greeting. David knew why Mark reacted this way. But he still acted very innocent, watching the fun as if he didn't know anything. Crawford also realized something. But as she already had some experience, she didn't rush to ask. At this time, she had more important things to deal with first. After asking for some food and water, and asking David to fill up various buffs for himself, he left in a hurry. Looking at the golden light falling from David's hand, Mark suddenly found that he had not only come to another world, but also witnessed with his own eyes the mysterious power that once only existed in various magical works. What's this? Holy light! The name was so familiar that Mark Watney suddenly felt that the possibility that he was actually dreaming became a little bigger. Watching David put away the pots and dishes skillfully, Mark, who was following behind, observed everything carefully, and secretly twisted his arms and thighs from time to time. No matter how hard he tried, the pain in his body did not wake him up. And if he was really dreaming, the details would be too detailed and real. Wait a minute. While following David around the village, Mark seemed to have discovered something and stopped David, who was about to lead him to the river. I seem to have discovered something. What? David was stunned for a moment after being called. He turned around and saw Mark rushing towards the back of a wooden house. Is it a beast? Because the surrounding environment was not safe, David would keep his weapons close at hand even when he was resting, let alone during normal activities. He reached out to take off the hunting bow he was carrying, but he heard Mark say, "No, I think I found potato seedlings." "Oh?" The hand preparing to hold the bow paused in midair, and he watched in amazement as Mark Watney squatted down in the open space behind the wooden house, so cautiously, observed carefully for a moment, and finally raised his head and said, "I'm not wrong. This potato sprouts indeed." David wanted to reply to him. No way. He had lived here for 2 years. How could he not have noticed the wild potatoes under his nose? Just as he was about to speak, after looking at Mark Watney for a second, he suddenly realized something. And the retort he blurted out became, "What is that? A food that is easy to survive and has high yields." Mark didn't think much about it. He just thought that people in this world didn't know the edible value of potatoes. This was not surprising. After all, in his world, humans didn't know about it for a long time. This thing is edible and delicious. Since wild potatoes can be found, it proves that potatoes can be grown here. Mark Watney originally planned to grow potatoes inside the base of Mars. But there are too many troubles to be solved in planting on Mars, and the probability of success is very low. In comparison, bringing those live potatoes here, then opening up a potato field in this world, and continuously growing a large number of potatoes can not only ensure one's own food, but also contribute to the village. It is simply perfect. Mark Watney, who was in a state of excitement, was not ready to continue the visit. He couldn't wait to start his potato field development plan immediately. He had already begun to calculate in his mind how much land he needed to open up, and how much land he should cultivate. Where is Tion Kai Kai located? Looking at Mark Watney mumbling, David did not interrupt the man's thoughts, but turned to look at the potato seedlings at his feet. The green and tender branches and leaves grew on the black land. After observing carefully for a moment, David found that there seemed to be a slight difference between the land under his feet and the land in the distance. Illusion? After looking at it a few more times, he couldn't tell whether he had seen it wrong, or whether he hadn't noticed such a small difference before. But one thing is certain. There were absolutely no wild potatoes in this place before. He has lived there for 2 years, and he has not let go of the wild vegetables and berries that can be eaten and dug in the surrounding land. It is impossible for him to ignore such crops under his nose. Besides, it's not like he doesn't know Tudo. Since it didn't exist before, there is no reason for it to suddenly appear out of thin air. The most reliable explanation is the Mark Watney next to him, who is talking and calculating. Could it be that the rewards are not just for the skills or talents of people like me, but also for actual items like potatoes? David pondered. The rewards for such actual objects should also be related to the person who distributes the rewards. There is a special connection. Just like in the plot between Mark Watney and Potato. Mark relied on Potato to survive the rescue on Mars, reach Mars, and successfully return to Earth. However, it's easy to find potatoes growing behind the house. If there are other strange things, how do you find or collect them? Chapter 11: The Invincible Potato. David didn't struggle for too long, because there was no point in continuing to struggle. Before he actually encountered this situation, everything was just his guess. Instead of wasting time worrying about these uncertainties, it is better to deal with the problems at hand first. For example, clearing a field and planting potatoes. Mark Watney has a bag of live potatoes in his hand. This is the basis for him to successfully open up potato fields on Mars and grow a large number of potatoes in the plot. At this time, this bag of live potatoes was placed in front of David and Fording. "Isn't this a potato?" Fording, who is well informed, also knows this thing. It is also a very common food in the world of Azeroth. After hearing Fording's words, David remembered that the world of Azeroth also had many familiar crops, which he had really ignored before. Although the quantity is not large, it is enough to go with venison and wolf meat for several days. "No, this is for planting." David immediately explained to Fording the purpose of the bag of potatoes. "When I took Mark around just now, I accidentally discovered wild potatoes growing next to the village. So Mark thought the land here should be suitable for growing potatoes." "Oh, if it succeeds, will there be a stable production of food?" Fording finally realized what the bag of potatoes in front of him meant. Regarding the situation in David's winter village, he already knew enough that the situation was there, and he could explain it in a few sentences. Things such as the relatively low temperature in winter, which makes it difficult to survive, can be overcome. But the problem of food is the most difficult to solve. If a stable food supply cannot be ensured, it will be difficult to truly establish a village and attract more people to settle here. Once the food problem is solved, the remaining problems are no longer a problem. Winter is cold, so put more effort into the house. Even if every family builds a fireplace, it is not impossible to burn firewood. After all, there is a forest not far away, and there is enough firewood there. At the same time, it can open up fields that can stably produce food, and it can also attract farmers to live here. With enough farmers, blacksmiths, stonemasons, tailors, and other professionals can also be attracted to settle here. Slowly, the village will become complete and prosperous. Fording has thought of these things, and David has certainly thought of them, so he is very happy now. Mark Watney, on the other hand, was still lamenting that he could travel between different worlds at will. As a scientist, he was curious about what caused this magical phenomenon. Even the potatoes in front of him couldn't attract him. For Mark Watney, most of the food problem was solved when he discovered that he could come into this world. After he discovered wild potatoes, it no longer existed. As an excellent botanist, he is very confident in his judgment and does not think that his judgment will be wrong. So a large number of potatoes are waiting for him to enjoy at will. But it will take some time to get them. "It's amazing. Not only did I become the first human to live alone on Mars, I also became the first to set foot on and confirm the existence of another world. It may also be that I came to another planet far away from the solar system." After talking about it for a long time, Mark Watney returned his attention to how to cultivate the fields. "Where are you going to cultivate potato fields? Do you have any requirements?" Mark stood outside with David and Fording, looking at the vast river in the distance. "If possible, I want to plant it here." Mark chose the west side of the village, which was a little far away from the village, but not too far. This location was probably chosen to be as close as possible to the Koldong River for easy access to water. After observing carefully for a moment, David suggested that Mark open the potato field next to the cabin, closer to them. His reason is also very good. The closer you can, the better you can take care of it, because this place is not as peaceful as it seems, and the wild beasts in the forest will not come out obediently. "Okay, what you said does make sense." Mark agreed with David's suggestion, not knowing that David made this arrangement out of insurance. The wild potato appeared suddenly, and the land conditions around the cabin seemed to be different from those further away, although David couldn't be sure whether he was overthinking it. There were only so many live potatoes at the moment, and he didn't want to take a chance. Therefore, planting next to the wooden house is the safest. Even if you want to test it, you have to wait until you have enough potato reserves before considering it. After choosing a place, the next step is complicated physical labor. Fortunately, the three people present are strong enough. Even Mark Watney, who has received rigorous training, cannot be treated as an ordinary person. Wanting to become an astronaut requires very high physical fitness, and he must also accept various tests. Kind of physical training, coupled with his rich knowledge of botany. He is also a good hand at farm work. The three men were working hard to dig up the soil with their tools. The originally deserted winter village seemed to disappear at any moment. But in the spring of the third year, there was a lively scene. David's heart was so hot that he was so happy that he worked hard without knowing what tiredness meant. It wasn't until Mark reminded him that he came back to his senses. It's big enough. What? Enough? I haven't used much effort yet. David lowered his head and glanced. It seemed that he hadn't cultivated much land. Is this enough? He raised his head and glanced at the side and realized that Fording, the Iron Man, was so efficient at his work. He alone was more powerful than Mark and David combined. Most of the newly reclaimed soft land under his feet was filled with Fording. Done. Fording, who was holding a shovel, didn't even break a sweat. This workload was not even a warm-up for him. The next step is to plant the potatoes. The subsequent work only requires Mark to look after him from time to time. David and Fording no longer need help before harvesting. Just leave it to me. I guarantee there will be endless potatoes soon. Although the potatoes had just been planted, David seemed to have already seen a huge amount of potatoes piled in front of him. He even began to consider whether to simply wait for the first batch of potatoes to be successfully harvested before heading to Iron Tree Fort to recruit farmers. While enjoying a bright future, Laura's figure gradually appeared not far away. She looked terrible, covered in blood, and looked very embarrassed. Seeing her condition, David immediately released a ray of holy light, turning Laura's entire body into a 3-kilowatt light bulb. Don't worry, David. I wasn't seriously injured. None of this blood is mine. Hearing what Laura said, David let out a sigh of relief. So, you are covered with the blood of the enemy? How many robbers have you killed? I don't know. There are so many guys on the island that I can't even count them. Laura looked a little tired. Not physically tired, but more mentally tired. Ever since she landed on the island, what she had experienced had directly shattered the knowledge she had accumulated over the years. Many unreasonable things happened in front of her, and unreasonable enemies kept popping up. Laura, who had no choice, could only face it. After 2 or 3 days in a row, she was completely exhausted. If she hadn't been able to go to David, an absolutely safe place to rest and replenish food and water, she might have collapsed. Listening to Laura telling her story, David encouraged her to say, "You can do it! And by the way, it can also help her analyze what should be done next." According to Laura's description, she had successfully sent a distress signal to the outside world, and even planes came to rescue them. But something strange happened, as if some mysterious force wanted to prevent them from leaving, and the rescue plane crashed in such a bizarre way. At the same time, the group of people calling themselves the Brotherhood of the Sun seemed to want to sacrifice their good friend Samantha. She now urgently needs to rescue her friend. If they delay for a long time, something terrible may happen. So, I can't stay too long. I will leave after a short rest. David expressed his understanding of Laura's urgency. Laura really doesn't have much time to breathe in this generation of plots. The few breaks in the story are better said to be that she fainted from exhaustion. After eating a few bites of meat, Laura wiped off the stains on her face and hands, and then stood in front of David. Thank you for meeting you. Don't be so polite. It's just a little effort. David released the holy light again and provided shelter for Laura. I really want to thank you. After you rescue your friends and escape from that terrible place, you can always bring some delicious food. Just bring the stuff over. That's it. Laura watched as the golden light on her body gradually faded away. She knew that this magical power was hidden in her body, protecting her from harm in countless battles. If it weren't for this protected by magical power, she didn't know how many times she died. Not only bullets and fragments splashed by explosions, but also countless falls from high places. It was all because of the protection of this force that Laura was not injured and always maintained her best condition to fight the enemy. If she hadn't met David, she suspected that she would have died on the island long ago. So she was very grateful to David from the bottom of her heart. At the same time, she decided in her heart that when she left the island and returned to her home, she would try her best to do whatever you can to help David. With the financial resources and connections of the Crawford family, it would not be difficult to develop and build a remote village. But they just didn't know how to bring various materials to the world quickly. It would be convenient if we could drive here. David, who didn't know that someone was willing to take on the infrastructure work in his village, was about to take his bow and arrows and go north to find some more prey. Mark suddenly stopped David, and then ran back to Mars to get some food. Come and try the food from my world. This one is called Sweet and Sour Chicken. Chapter 12, A Slightly Embryonic Village. Mark Watney brings a huge surprise. It's not just that Mark Watney's appearance has brought potatoes, but also because Mark Watney can improve the quality of life in David's small village in all aspects. Not to mention the various modern tools, The exquisite tableware and various more comfortable clothes made David very happy. What's more, the food stored in the Mars base includes a variety of meals for the astronauts to choose from. Most of the food was left at the Mars base, and Mark Watney took it out and showed it to David and Fording. Sweet and sour chicken, Hungarian goulash, pasta, toast, meatloaf, cheese and apples. All kinds of food were poured out and displayed once, and they were all brought over after being heated in the Mars base. It looks good. Fording looked at the dazzling array of food in front of him. Although he didn't know how it tasted, it looked very appetizing. David swallowed his saliva. It had been too long since he had been exposed to modern food. In this relatively backward world, the cooking methods were simple and crude, and the types of condiments were scarce, so he couldn't use them freely. Only in this camp can you be more casual. Even so, the food produced is just that, far from being delicious, and there are not many types of food to choose from. There is no comparison with my previous life where I could eat whatever I wanted and how I wanted. Ever since he came to this world, David had never thought about letting these bumpkins from other worlds learn what the majesty of Chinese foodies was. But objective conditions did not allow him to study those things. After a full meal, Mark began to think about what things could be brought here to give to David and Fording. Anyway, those things left in the base would either not be used, or they would be thrown there and abandoned in the future. It is better to transport them to the cold winter. This side of the village can also make your life here more comfortable. Just leave enough stuff at the base, even after you figure out how to join the next group of astronauts. Before leaving the base, you can move all the things you can move over and give them to David. With this idea in mind, Mark Watney later became the busiest person in Winter Village. In addition to taking care of the potato fields every day, he also moved things back and forth. For this reason, he tested many situations. At present, both David and Fording only know that people from other worlds like Fording and Laura can travel between the two worlds relatively freely. But it is not clear what the restrictions are. After Mark's various tests, he has determined that everything carried or lifted on his body can be carried to another world normally. But what he didn't mention, even the cart that was completely controlled by him, couldn't go back and forth between the two worlds. Not to mention larger vehicles. Mark actually tried to drive a Mars rover over, but unfortunately failed. In addition, Mark and Fording also tested another restriction. That is, if you want to leave Winter Village, David's world, you must be within a certain range centered on the village. In other words, if Mark or Fording want to leave the village, they can move outside the village within a certain range and then think about returning to their own world. And they can leave smoothly. But if you leave this area, such as being by the Winter River or in the northern forest, and then think about leaving here and returning to your own world, then nothing will happen, and you will still stay here. This means that if Mark Watney leaves the village too far, and is suddenly attacked by a wild beast, he cannot run back to Mars to avoid the danger. Therefore, for safety reasons, Mark tried his best to move within the village, and not go too far without someone accompanying him. Especially not near the forest alone. Fording doesn't need to worry about this. With his strength, there is no need to worry about his own safety. While figuring out these things, Laura came here twice more. One time was because she had lost her elder Ross, who was like a mentor. Laura came to David to talk to him sadly. The other time was to tell a few people about the good news. She finally solved the problem. I solved all the puzzles, figured out what happened to me on that island, and successfully solved the problem. Congratulations! I won't be coming over for the next period of time. I'll come back to see you after I finish taking care of the things at hand, Laura said low to David, Fording, and Mark Watney, who was not yet familiar with him, and left. This time, she kept all the weapons, making David's weapon reserves more abundant. In this storyline, from when Laura and her friends encountered a shipwreck and landed on the island, and then encountered all kinds of troubles, to when Laura solved all the troubles and left the island with her surviving friends. The totality was just like that 4 or 5 days. In such a short period of time, Laura quickly transformed from a rookie who had just graduated from college and embarked on the road of adventure for the first time into a powerful archaeologist. With the protection of the holy light provided by David, Laura's progress speed and combat effectiveness have increased a lot. It's a pity that I couldn't participate in it myself. This is David's biggest regret during this period, especially now that he has stronger strength than Laura. He is particularly disappointed that he could not join in the fun. In his spare time, he will also think about whether his golden finger will evolve and upgrade in the future. Can I go to various worlds that I am familiar with? That would be fun. Right. It's a pity that now he can't go anywhere and can only wait for others to find him. However, it was not only Laura who had undergone tremendous changes in these short days, but it was also very important to David, because his life had undergone earth-shaking changes, from an Orion with little hope for a future to a hunter with a bright future, a small lord waiting to become a full-time official. In addition, he also gained excellent archery talent and learned how to use the holy light. He is considered a qualified new priest. His physical fitness has also improved slightly. I believe that as time goes by, his physical fitness will continue to improve. Keep improving. Because according to Fording's description, David, who is protected by the holy light, does not have to worry about damage caused by excessive exercise. He can exercise like crazy and not be a human being. As long as he is not dead, he can rely on the holy light to repair himself. Absolutely not leave behind hidden wounds. With Fording as a guarantee, David had enough motivation to exercise and improve his physical fitness in the following days. After getting up every day, he and Fording would go to the northern forest to cut down trees, and then return the simply treated wood to the village. Store it. The main reason for starting to cut down trees again was that Mark determined that there was no way to carry a large amount of resources back and forth at one time, even if Laura is willing to help. For the sake of convenience, it is better to choose wood that can be obtained nearby as the main material. Otherwise, the scene of relying on Laura to move bricks back and forth alone would be too beautiful, and Laura might want to hit it with a pickaxe. Damn David. So David was only going to ask Laura to help get some glass windows, cement, a small amount of metal, and the like to make the wooden house better sealed. In addition to cutting down trees and hoarding wood, David would take some time every day to practice bow and arrow, gun shooting, and learn simple fighting skills from Fording. In the remaining free time, David would sometimes go to the edge of the forest to look for some prey to supplement the fast-consuming meat. During this time, Fording would learn English with Mark Watney, and the two would usually choose to swim on the river, learn while fishing, because Fording discovered that Laura and Mark all spoke this language. He felt it was necessary to learn it. In the evening, he would learn the world's lingua franca from David. Mark is also happy to be Fording's teacher. At the same time, he also wants to try to see if he can learn the holy light. Fording didn't think there was anything wrong with this. In this way, everyone in Winter Village has something to do, and everyone's schedule is very full. But no one thinks there is anything wrong with such a life, because there are no entertainment activities in this world. You can't just find a place to lie down and bask in the sun after eating. Right? Maybe David will do this when even basking in the sun can increase the holy light. Now, he was full of motivation and worked hard to improve himself. In this state, he made rapid progress. In just half a month, he became what Fording said, an excellent young priest. In addition, the most important thing for the people in Winter Village was that tender seedlings had successfully grown in the potato fields. David was filled with joy when he saw the patches of tender green emerging from the soil. Even Mark, who has long been convinced that potatoes will grow, is very happy. Once they have accumulated enough potatoes, their lives will become better. Even if he can never leave Mars or return to Earth, he can still choose live in this world. Just when everyone was full of hope for the future, Laura came back and brought more surprises. Guys, I'm here to see you. Laura, wearing a black jacket and jeans, happily greeted everyone. Although I haven't seen you for only half a month, I miss you guys so much. David refrained from complaining and hugged Laura before asking about her situation. It seems that you have dealt with all the troubles. Yes. Laura nodded, looking a little lonely. This adventure brought her so much. It not only allowed her to grow into an excellent archaeologist and adventurer, but also made her lose several partners, including Ross, who was like a mentor. But things have passed, and grief cannot bring the dead back to life. Laura, who has adjusted her mentality, is already looking to the future. For example, the world of David deserves her careful study. Before that, the residence should be improved first. Laura saw the large amount of wood piled there, and guessed that David and the others had similar thoughts. I can provide some help in this regard. Chapter 13. Winter Village is contracted by me. Laura wanted to provide all-round help, not only preparing to provide various building materials so that David and the others could build better houses. She even ordered a large number of daily necessities, clothes, shoes and socks, and various spices. It even includes some weapons and ammunition, not just firearms. but also some cold weapons made with modern technology. The three of them sat in a row on a log, listening to Laura opposite, holding a small notebook and introducing various supplies incessantly. The three men were a little confused. "Is this all I can think of for the moment?" Laura finally finished speaking and took a sip of water. She paused for a moment before asking, "Is there anything I missed? I didn't expect you to buy so many things in such a short period of time." Then I thought about the fact that the Crawford family has money and connections. These things sound like a lot, but in fact they are nothing at all, including the weapons. Home is not a big deal. I just placed an order, and the items will be delivered one after another in the next period of time. Laura suddenly pinched her eyebrows. Fortunately, I didn't order too many building materials. She had just learned that there were restrictions on what she could carry. If she had ordered a large amount of construction stones, as she originally thought, would she have to keep moving bricks back and forth? Now it's just transporting some cement powder, glass windows, waterproof boards and the like, which isn't too much trouble. The rest, such as clothes and weapons, are easier to move. Just run back and forth a few times. By the way, can you buy some extra books? Fording waited until Laura finished speaking before putting forward his own idea. Books for learning English. He studied English with Mark Watney for a while, but he was just getting started. He felt that if there were books, he could learn the language faster, so that he would not need to communicate with Laura and Mark in the future. David acted as translator. "This is simple." Laura happily agreed to Fording's request. But David suddenly thought of something and wanted some books. "Oh, what kind of book do you need?" Fording wants to learn English, so Laura needs to buy various English textbooks from low to high. She can even prepare some teaching videos. Anyway, she is planning to set up a generator in Winter Village to facilitate the use of electronic products here. "I don't know exactly what kind of books I need. You can help me prepare them." David thought for a while and found that he didn't know what kind of books he needed. "Record the various histories of your world. The books should meet my needs." Oh, that's quite a lot of content. Laura understood what David meant. It seemed that the village chief wanted to refer to the advanced experience of her world to learn how to better govern the village. "I will help you select a few books first, and if you have any questions after reading them, I will help you find the corresponding books." Can. Laura's suggestion was reasonable, and David didn't think there was anything wrong with it, so he nodded in agreement. In fact, his most fundamental purpose in asking Laura for a book was to take the opportunity to rationalize some things, such as his knowledge of Chinese, or his global thinking from time to time. These things increased with the time they spent together. It is impossible to truly hide it. The best way is to have a reasonable explanation. Knowing these things through studying Earth knowledge is naturally logical. Of course, if the relationship is really good enough, it doesn't seem impossible to tell the other person that he traveled from Earth to this world. David didn't think about whether to say it or not, so he made two preparations. After watching Laura write a few words in the notebook, she stood up and prepared to go back. "Leaving now? Of course. I don't want to live with you until the house is built." Although Laura is not a spoiled young lady, she will not deliberately let herself suffer in daily life when she is not on an adventure trip. "But I'll come here often. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow." Similar scenes became the norm in the following period, and with the modern tools and materials set by Laura, the construction speed of the new residence was greatly increased. Soon, a few people laid the foundations of 4 wooden houses, and then built the basic framework of the wooden houses. Because David and Fording had excellent strength and physical fitness, and Mark and Laura had good hands-on abilities, they finished building the cabin just as the first potatoes were being harvested. The 4 wooden houses are all of a one-room design, with fireplaces for heating, although the beds, tables, chairs, and cabinets were all made by a few laymen, which seemed a bit rough. The things they made themselves look pretty good. It doesn't matter. Looking at the 4 brand new wooden houses around them, eating the freshly harvested potatoes, enough potatoes have been set aside to be replanted as new seeds, paired with the food and wine specially brought by Laura. The 4 people began to celebrating the birth of Winter Village. Previously, it could only be regarded as a camp development, but now that it has a real residence and cultivated farmland, it can be regarded as a real village. While building the house, Mark and Laura made some furniture, including a rectangular table for several people to eat together. 4 people sat on both sides of the square table, enjoying the joy after labor. After harvesting a large amount of potatoes and having a sturdy and warm place to live, David looked at the winter village that was gradually getting back on track, and he couldn't be more happy. Several other people also have their own joys. Fording has a suitable seclusion place, and even seclusion in this world, which is more convenient for him to visit his family frequently. Mark Watney doesn't have to worry about starving to death or dying on the desolate Mars because a facility in the base is suddenly damaged. Now he spends more time in Winter Village and goes to the Mars base every day to check on the situation. That's all. Laura's thoughts are more complicated. She has found a place where she can take risks. She feels that there are many things in this world worth exploring. At the same time, she felt that Winter Village was a very good place and could be regarded as a new home. Taking a sip of the wine Laura brought, David looked at the 4 wooden houses on the east side of the village and began to think about what to do next. During these days, his understanding of the holy light has not deepened, but sufficient physical labor and combat skills training have continued to improve his physical fitness. Coupled with the various weapons brought by Laura, his combat effectiveness is much stronger now than before. Maybe you can go to the forest to the north and have a look. If possible, it would be best to completely eliminate the threat of wolves. There is always such an enemy threatening the village not far away, which makes him very uncomfortable. After speaking out his thoughts, Fording also agreed. The housing problem has been solved, and the food problem has basically been solved. Next, we really need to deal with the foreign enemies. Where's Mark? What are you going to do next? Because of the assistance of teaching materials, Fording's English level has improved rapidly, and he can now communicate with everyone on a daily basis. There really isn't much to do to take care of potato fields and learn holy light knowledge every day. Mark has been learning holy light knowledge. Even if Fording's English level is not enough to explain in depth, David can ask many basic questions. Enough, however, no matter how hard he tried. The holy light showed no intention of responding to him. Compared to David, who mastered the holy light on his first try, Mark seemed simply weak. Even though Fording had explained that Mark's situation at this time was normal, and David's was a special situation, and could not be used as a reference at all, he was still a little depressed. There has been little progress in the holy light, and the problem of food and accommodation has been solved. Marx asked himself what to do next. Do you really want to hang out here for a few years? Perhaps I can pick up the previous plan again and make some attempts. After thinking for a while, Mark gave his answer. What's the plan? David looked at Mark and thought of what he had done in the original plot. Could it be that Mark wants to go to Mars to grow potatoes again? Grow potatoes on Mars. I really want to see if my idea can be successful. For a botanist, this is undoubtedly a very tempting subject. For today's Mark Watney, growing potatoes on Mars is no longer a matter of survival. It is simply a scientific research project. At the same time, he was also considering that if he could successfully contact the space agency, growing potatoes would better explain how he persisted on Mars until he was rescued. He was not prepared to tell anyone about the Winter Village incident. Sounds like a very interesting plan. After a period of contact, Laura and Mark became familiar with each other. When she heard that Mark was planning to grow potatoes on Mars, she also felt that Mark's idea was very constructive. Unfortunately, the only thing is that I can't witness the process with my own eyes. At the same time, after this period of contact, Laura also understood why Mark had that reaction when he heard her name. In Mark's words, in his world, Laura Crawford is world famous. Archaeologist. Unexpectedly, she was actually a global celebrity on another Earth. This made Laura unexpected and a little happy at the same time. She also spent the whole day proud in front of David and Fording. This left David, who knew the truth, speechless. He tried hard not to reveal the truth. Where's Laura? Are you going to go to the forest to eliminate those wolves? Laura took a bite of the potatoes. She didn't know if it was an illusion. She felt that these potatoes tasted better than those in her own world. I'm going to go to the forest with you to have a look. It is not convenient to run too far for the time being, so it would be good to explore the surroundings of Winter Village and gain some experience in exploring the primeval forest. Oh, by the way, in order to celebrate the completion of the new home, I have prepared gifts for you. Before David could continue to ask new questions, Laura suddenly pointed to the box that had been placed beside the table. One for each person. No need to grab it. Chapter 14 Red Cloak. Passing a bag to David, who was sitting next to her, Laura's face was full of anticipation. But David always felt that Laura's expression was abnormal, as if she was having some fun waiting to watch. He didn't think too much. Anyway, it was impossible for Laura to send him a bomb or something. At most, it was just a prank. He took the bag in his hand, and when he opened the mouth of the bag, He saw a mass of red. What is this? Reaching out to pull out the contents of the bag, David stood up and saw clearly what he was holding in his hand with just a slight shake. A cloak? A cloak with a hood. This is not a strange thing. It can even be said to be a very practical thing. But this color. Yes, a cloak. Put it on and have a look. For fear of David rejecting it, Laura stood up and put the cloak on David. And even put the hood on David's head. Isn't it nice? David looked at the red cloak with white fur edges. And he wanted to say 1,000 words in his heart. It feels good. It's just this color. Oh, in my world, only the best hunters can wear red cloaks. Laura explained seriously, without a smile on her face. This is an honor. Is that so? David looked at Laura. And then at Mark, who was covering his mouth and nodded seriously. Now David and Fording both know that Laura and Mark are both from a place called Earth. And their lives of the era is similar. Except that there is no Mars exploration plan in Laura's world. Which confirms that the two are not from the same Earth. Okay. Thank you very much for the gift. I said secretly in my heart, I have written this down. David took off his cloak and carefully put it back into the bag. I will keep such an important gift well, it's no longer needed now that the weather has gotten warmer. You can take it out when it gets colder. As time goes by, the temperature gradually warms up. And there is no need to light a fire to keep warm when sleeping at night. The real meaning of Laura's words was not that the cloak would not be used for the time being. The point was that David should wait until it gets cold to wear it. What a pity. In my world, the legendary hunters wore red cloaks to kill people. The evil gray wolf died. Which is a pretty good moral considering what you're setting out to do. David could only express his gratitude again. Thank you for your trouble. Laura nodded with satisfaction. And then gave Mark a mobile hard drive that stored a large number of songs. He could finally get rid of the pile of disco music left by Captain Lewis. This is really great. During this period, Mark only complained to Laura about his captain's bad taste. Because he felt that neither Fording nor David could understand his pain. He didn't expect Laura to really save him. In the end, Laura gave Fording a finely crafted two-handed heavy sword. Although she had sent some cold weapons made with modern craft some time ago. They were basically one-handed swords, short knives, daggers and other weapons. After using them, Ding felt that the quality of these weapons was very good. But they were too light and difficult to use. At this time, I was very happy to get a handy weapon. After expressing my gratitude to Laura, I also started to think about what kind of gift I could give in return. After thinking about it, it seemed that he had nothing to offer except knowledge related to the Holy Light. Maybe he could consider returning to Azeroth to get some other knowledge? I just don't know what Laura is interested in. The meal lasted until the moon rose high. For those who were used to going to bed early and getting up early, it was already very late today. After quickly clearing the table and keeping the remaining food properly, they returned to their wooden houses to rest. Maybe it was the new bed that was countless times more comfortable than in previous years. Or maybe it was because he drank a lot of wine. But David fell asleep quickly after lying down. And even had various sweet dreams. Such as Laura wearing only a red cloak. Opening his eyes and lying on his comfortable new bed. David didn't want to get up at all. Since he traveled through time and came to this backward world. This was the first time he had the idea of staying in bed. The new bed was so comfortable. And the sealing effect of the quilt was enhanced countless times. And he almost couldn't break free. Fortunately, my mental will is strong enough. Get up and wash up. When David walked out of his wooden house, he found that everyone had already gotten up. And Mark had already prepared breakfast. David! It's so rare that I got up so late today. Yeah. The new bed is so comfortable, I almost don't want to get up. Ha ha ha! I thought it was because you drank too much last night. In Mark's eyes, David is a young man living in a backward world. His living conditions are difficult, and he has little opportunity to come into contact with modern alcoholic beverages. His body is not adapted to it. It's a normal thing. Then how could ordering a drink knock me out? Sitting at the square table, everyone decided what they were going to do while eating breakfast. Fording would stay in the village and be responsible for demolishing 2 of the 4 previous temporary wooden houses. And the remaining 2 would be used as warehouses in the future. According to the plan discussed by David and several people. After the completion of the residences for several people, the temporary wooden houses will be demolished one after another. And kitchens and warehouses will be rebuilt into more durable ones. These tasks are not urgent. In the following days, it's better to build up slowly. After Mark inspects the potato fields, He will go to the Mars base to start his own Mars potato project. He will not rely on any resources from the Winter Village, but will completely rely on the resources from the Mars base. As a botanist, Mark has given himself a research project arranged. This project is quite troublesome in the early stages, so Mark will spend most of his time on Mars these days, and will only come back to eat and sleep.
The two of us will go to the forest to the north and eliminate the wolves if we can.
Putting the last bite of potatoes and homemade bacon into his mouth, David reminded Laura.
Bring enough weapons, because I don't know what else can appear in the forest besides wolves. Clear. If you encounter trouble, send a flare.
Fording gave the last instruction, asking David and Laura to notify him when they encountered an unsolvable danger, and he would rush over as quickly as possible to provide support. David nodded. With Fording's strength, he felt that there should be no enemies near Winter Village that he couldn't deal with. After changing into new clothes that were convenient for movement, the training clothes Laura bought, he made sure that he had all the emergency medicine, ropes, water, and ammunition before putting his backpack on his back. David also inserted a furious hunter swivel on both sides of his waist. He picked up a revolver and a hand axe, picked up a brand new hunting bow, and hung the quiver on his waist. After making sure that he could pull out the arrow just by reaching his lower back, David turned to look at Laura. Similar to her own situation, Laura was also fully armed. In addition to a bow and arrow and a pistol, she also brought an additional shotgun. She had an extra pair of mountaineering picks and fewer hand axes in her waist than David. Looking at the two people's attire, it's impossible to tell whether they are going on an adventure, hunting, or fighting Mark Watney. After waving to Mark, David and Laura headed towards the forest to the north. After passing through an open plain area and a not-so-steep slope, David and Laura officially entered the forest. The originally comfortable temperature seemed to drop several degrees in an instant, and the cool feeling invaded the body from all directions. It seemed that the entire forest was greeting two outsiders.
It's quite cool here.
After walking quietly for a while, looking back, I could no longer see the Winter Village in the distance. All I could see were huge trees that had turned green.
Have you been here before?
No. In response to Laura's question, David answered quickly.
I used to be active at the edge of the forest. I would even go around the forest looking for prey. I would not go into the depths of the forest.
The last time he was attacked by a pack of wolves was the deepest he had gone into the forest. That encounter proved that David's previous caution was correct.
I didn't expect you to be such a cautious character.
Although they have known each other for a while, Laura felt that her understanding of David was not detailed enough, and it was not even as good as her understanding of Fording. That's right. Laura searched for mention after returning. Leo Fording. Great harvest. But searching for David didn't turn up any useful information. The name David was so common that she couldn't determine which of the search results corresponded to the young man next to her. Of course, she did not rule out the possibility that David did not exist in any records in her world. And such a completely unknown existence made Laura even more curious.
If a hunter is not careful enough, he will have died in the mouth of a wild beast.
This is not David's sentiment, but a sentence that the old hunter who raised and taught him kept saying. And he also recognized it.
So, you are now the head of Winter Village, a hunter, and a priest of the Holy Light.
Laura found this career combination quite novel.
You are learning fighting skills from Tyrion every day, and you also want to work part-time. A warrior? Anyway, there are no restrictions. It's always good to have more things, so that I can deal with various situations calmly.
David carefully observed the surroundings, but never saw any traces of wild beasts, let alone a pack of wolves. Signs of activity. But there was an unexpected gain.
These should be oars?
Looking at the hill ahead that was not as tall as the surrounding trees, David carefully looked at the stones on the ground with various metallic lusters. Laura squatted down and identified it for a while before giving the answer.
It's copper or an iron ore. This should be good news for you. Of course.
The discovery of easy-to-excavate metal mines near the village is certainly a good thing for the development of the village.
With these ores, today is not in vain.
After walking half a circle around the hillside, David and Laura discovered a naturally formed cave. Just when David was about to light a torch and go in to have a look, he glanced at Laura next to him in confusion. Question mark. Chapter 15 Ancient Altar. Laura wondered what David's expression meant.
You want me to stay outside? If you can, don't worry. I have more experience in this situation than you.
Laura thought David was worried about his safety. But Laura, who had had an adventure experience, did not feel that such an ordinary cave could threaten her at all. She had no idea that what David was worried about was not Laura's safety at all, but the safety of the cave. After all, this man, known as the Tomb Destroyer, would collapse wherever he went. He was very worried about what would happen next after he and Laura entered the cave together. The cave collapsed in seconds. I really couldn't explain such an outrageous reason to Laura, so I had no choice but to light a torch and walk into the cave. Laura also took out the flashlight hanging on her belt and followed David into the cave. The temperature in the cave was a little lower than outside, which made David feel a little cooler. Other than that, the two of them walked in the cave for a while and found nothing unusual. Although the cave was obviously downward and spiraling, it didn't take long for the two people to reach the end of the cave. That's it? Looking at the cave that had reached the end, Laura looked at the various ores on the surrounding cave walls and could only say helplessly,
"It seems like this is just a very ordinary natural mine." "Yes, and mining is not difficult."
"This kind of open-pit mine is the easiest type to mine." He has no way to judge the reserves now. Even if the reserves are not high, they are enough for the current winter village.
"It seems that in addition to hiring a blacksmith, we still need to recruit a few miners."
Reaching out and brushing against the metallic ore on the wall, David thought to himself that if this was a farming and development game, his birthplace would be pretty good. Although the location is a bit remote, there are advantages to being remote. That is, you won't be surrounded by various forces.
"It seems like this is just an ordinary natural mine. Let's go!"
Wait a minute. David was about to turn around and leave when he was stopped by Laura, who was squatting in the corner and studying something unknown.
"It seems to be windy here." "Oh?"
David watched Laura squatting there with her palms spread out, feeling something, and then groped on the wall for a while, finally stopping at a place and tapping lightly with a mountaineering pick a few times.
"There's a cave here." "So?
Is it normal for there to be smaller caves, gaps and the like in this kind of cave?"
"I just want to see if I can go deeper."
She stood up, picked up the mountaineering pickaxe, and hit the spot just determined a few times. Laura, who thought it would take some effort to break the stone wall, didn't expect that it was just after 2 hits. The stone wall was shattered into pieces. But that's not the most important thing. The key is that when the stone wall was shattered, a chain reaction occurred. Even the place Laura stepped on was shattered. Laura felt that her feet were empty, and her whole body fell downwards. David's reaction was very fast. When Laura screamed and the place where he stepped collapsed and fell, he rushed out to catch Laura. But in the end, he was still half a beat too slow. Watching Laura fall before his eyes, and then a pickaxe head was nailed to the stone wall in front of him, hanging steadily less than 1 meter in front of David's eyes.
Fortunately, I reacted quickly enough."
After saying that, he raised his head and glanced at David, who was 1 meter above him, leaning out half of his body and doing the Z-way hands at the same time.
"How are you? Are you scared?" "One jump."
Laura, who has experienced the Himihu incident, is no longer the ordinary girl she was when we first met. Now she is a top adventurer who has rich experience in distress and can always make the most correct judgment in the shortest time. She has experienced similar scenes too many times, and she is very familiar with how to deal with them. This time, she moved slowly.
"Want to pull you up?"
David had already retracted his hand. He had already seen that Laura could climb up with a mountaineering pick even if he didn't help. She was still hanging there without moving. She just didn't want to come up.
"Wait, there seems to be something down there."
Laura took a few more lighting rods, lit them, and threw them directly down. The lighting rod fell to the ground the moment it was dropped. Laura was not far from below, or even very close. Even if Laura failed to nail the mountain wall with a mountaineering pick to hang herself, if she fell directly, she would just need to maintain her posture. Even if it's correct, it won't kill you.
"I'll go down and take a look."
She used 2 mountaineering picks to slide down a section, and finally jumped directly. Laura reached the bottom with skillful movements. She found that the space here was not large, only about 100 square meters in size. She could clearly see the entire location by standing there and shining a flashlight, so she quickly noticed something special. This is, located in the center of the hollow, is something similar to a stone tablet. It is obviously a man-made product, and there is text engraved on it.
It is the universal language.
During these days, in addition to Fording working hard to learn English, Laura and Mark were also learning the world's lingua franca. In fact, Fording was also learning.
"Thank you for your blessing, and I would like to express my hope for the fruits of my hard work."
The handwriting on it was not complete, and most of it could not be read clearly. Only a short paragraph could be read. With Laura's movements, She quickly found the base of the stone tablet, as well as more man-made objects underneath that were covered by dust. Trace.
Underneath this is a finely crafted stone slab.
The footsteps behind her already let her know that David was already beside her. At this time, David also squatted down and fiddled with it a few times, and saw the stone slabs engraved with various patterns below.
This area seems to be paved with stone slabs.
As for the stone tablet in front of him, he had just observed it, and the few identifiable contents had been read out by Laura.
This is an altar.
After turning around a few times, Laura quickly figured out what it was.
It is used to thank the gods for their blessings and to allow people to have a good harvest.
Laura suddenly remembered that when David introduced the world to her before, he mentioned that common language was the language used by humans in this world, which meant that this altar should have been built by humans.
Did this place once belong to any human kingdom? According to the historical knowledge I know,
the human kingdom has never ruled such a northern area. The kingdom of Thailand is the northernmost kingdom in human history.
The history and various glories of the kingdom of Thailand are often used as stories. It was recited all over the kingdom, which is why David said it so confidently. But now he is also confused. Is this an altar of the elves? But the elves seemed unwilling to live in such a cold place.
Maybe a small number of humans once lived here?
It is not uncommon for people to live in isolation. The human kingdom has never ruled this area, which does not mean that no one has come. Maybe the people who once lived here failed to survive due to environmental and other reasons. Of course, there is another possibility that the altar did not actually exist, but it appeared when Laura appeared. David couldn't help but think about this. After all, there were previous examples of Mark Watney and Potato, and Laura and the ancient altar were very logical.
If that's the case, what's the use of this thing?
Looking at the only words that could be read on the stone tablet, David guessed that this thing wanted to offer him some harvested food, and then protect yourself and continue to have a good harvest?
Maybe we can try.
David stood there thinking about various possibilities. Laura had roughly explored the entire altar, after confirming that the patterns on the stone slabs on the ground had no special meaning. She lost interest in this place. The only thing worth studying was the content on that stone tablet was pitiful.
There seems to be nothing else.
Laura tried to search for gaps in the surrounding stone walls again, but found no more.
Although I don't know why. This ancient altar and the mineral vein are mixed together. Maybe it is caused by crustal movement.
With nothing to explore, Laura lost interest in this place and prepared to return to the ground along the rope David used when he came down. The upper end was fixed with iron nails. David did not continue to waste time here. He waited until Laura climbed up and left here, then put the rope away and walked out of the cave together.
Continue to search for wolves. What is that thing?
Laura returned to the sunlight. As soon as she finished speaking, she was startled by the huge creature in sight. It was an ugly creature nearly 3 meters tall, with unusually thick arms, covered in dirty white hair, and holding a huge wooden stick in its hand. When Laura was surprised by the other party, the giant monster also discovered Laura and David. There was no communication at all. After the two sides' eyes met for a second, the monster roared and rushed towards the two of them with a wooden stick. There was no warning to be careful. At the moment when the monster launched its attack, Laura and David had already launched the attack first. In just a blink of an eye, 2 arrows had been shot towards the eyes and throat respectively. The monster reacted quickly, pausing and turning sideways to avoid the arrows. Although the monster could not be killed immediately, the 2 arrows bought David and Laura some time. He raised his hand and released a piece of golden holy light. Laura and David were successively covered by golden shields for protection. Then David stretched out his left hand and pointed it at the huge monster. Before the monster could react, at that moment, a sacred light appeared in front of the monster's eyes and exploded. Although this holy light did not cause much damage to the monster, it successfully interfered with the monster's sight and once again delayed the monster's action. Seeing that the arrows fired by Laura did little damage to the monster, David also dropped the bow and arrow and rushed over in stride. At the same time, David's right hand burned with golden flames. When David rushed to the monster, and the suddenly expanded holy light shield blocked the wooden stick in the monster's hand in midair. The golden flame in David's hand, the flames became more intense and fierce. With a flash of strong light, the sacred fire thrown out by David's wave instantly turned the monster into a giant bonfire. Chapter 16 Archaeology. Standing in front of the huge flame, David stood there quietly, and with the golden light on his body that had not dissipated, he thought he was tall and handsome in Laura's eyes. Right. Just when he was thinking about whether to use the holy light to condense some words or patterns behind him,
He was tapped on the shoulder.
Okay, stop posing. He is already very handsome.
He glanced helplessly at Laura, who seemed to have seen nothing and was recycling the arrows that were still intact. As for those inserted into the monster, they would have turned into charcoal together with the monster and could not be recycled.
Didn't you learn the holy light from Tyrion? How could you release flames?
Laura knew that David learned the holy light from Tyrion Ford Ring. But the holy light seemed to be a power similar to light. Bar? Could it be that David has some other power?
This is sacred fire.
So,
Holy fire is a skill that a priest can master after cultivating holy light to a certain level.
David briefly explained that this kind of sacred fire is still a holy light skill. And it is not that he has mastered any new ability. Although he didn't figure out whether the so-called sacred fire was a flame filled with the characteristics of holy light, or was it a holy light that looked like a flame. It may also be that in some respects, there is essentially no difference between the two.
Oh!
Laura suddenly realized that although she had searched for some information, she still didn't pay enough attention to the details. It seemed that she had to continue making up lessons when she went back.
Does this trick have to be close enough to be used?
David was silent for a moment, and instead of answering, Laura asked another question.
Don't you think this move is cool?
Laura didn't answer, and David froze when he couldn't wait for an answer. In the end, the two of them skipped the topic in tacit agreement. After a moment of silence, the two of them looked at the corpse, whose original appearance was no longer visible.
Have you seen this kind of creature before?
Although the contact was only for a short time. The size of the monster, the ferocity of the attack without any communication, and the defense power that seemed to be fine even after being hit by several arrows made Lao Ari realize the danger of this monster.
No.
David shook his head. He knew what Laura wanted to ask.
This is the first time I have seen this kind of monster since I came here. I am very glad that this kind of monster has not attacked in the past 2 years. Went out of the forest and attacked the village.
If that situation really happened, there was absolutely no way he could stay until now. Even if he was not killed or injured in the monster attack, he would leave here very simply and run back to Iron Tree Fort as quickly as possible. After all, he was only a qualified new hunter at that time, and it was impossible to fight against this kind of monster. Thinking of this, he was extremely lucky and felt that he was very lucky, because if he really ran back to Iron Tree Castle, he might not be able to unlock his golden finger. After all, after seeing how dangerous the pioneers are, he will most likely study other options, such as tinkering with weird things to make more money, and become a rich man in a relatively lively big city? In that case, he would miss all this.
How dangerous!
Laura thought David was saying that she had been a neighbor of this kind of monster for more than 2 years without knowing it. So she also echoed.
Yeah. I just don't know if there are many such monsters in the forest.
Many? Continue to look around?
David was also worried about this. It would be fine if there was only one. But if they lived in a group, the risk would go up a few more steps.
Of course.
Laura is not a timid person, since she has come to the forest to investigate the situation. Should she run away when she encounters any danger? In that case, she should return to her own world. After all, the Crawford family's manor will not be attacked by such monsters.
But next, let's use more powerful weapons.
Laura had put her bow and arrows behind her back, replacing them with a shotgun. David held the Violent Hunter pistol originally stuck in his waist. This hunting pistol is best suited for dealing with large creatures. Seeing that David only had a pistol, Laura carefully observed the surrounding situation and gave David her own advice.
If this world is full of such huge monsters, I think we should prepare more firepower and more firepower.
Only strong weapons will do. If possible, I wish I could bring a heavy artillery with me.
Of course, the more heavy firepower the better. If possible, he would like to open several arsenals in Winter Village. The banner on the door of each factory reads, "The more the merrier."
Ha ha. It seems you have almost finished reading the book I brought. Of course, I'm very diligent.
David was not fooling Laura. Every night, he would read the books Laura brought, in addition to better improving his character. It was also because there were not many things to do at night, and reading books could make him better. Entering Dreamland and other factors.
What do you want to read next?
In addition to Laura's selection of some historical books at the beginning, David later expressed his interest in
the evolution of weapons,
and
his interest in a certain war.
After being interested in the details, Laura went back to find the corresponding information books and brought them to David.
Next time you come here, You can bring me some history books about Eastern countries. Don Fawn? I remembered it. If possible, bring some introductory language textbooks over there. Are you going to read the original document?
Laura reacted quickly and immediately understood David's intention of asking for these things.
Yes. This way we can understand some of the content more accurately. That's true.
Laura herself is also proficient in multiple languages in order to study various ruins and ancient civilizations. She strongly agrees with David's words.
In this case, I may need to spend some time. It's okay. I'm not in a hurry.
The two of them walked through the forest while chatting, because they were more cautious and wanted to leave marks along the way to avoid losing their way. The two of them moved not too fast. When the sky gradually darkened, the two of them finally stopped. Instead of preparing to return, they discovered a crude village, similar to the monsters we saw before. There are even a few larger monsters living here. Looking at the rough and crude houses or sheds built with trees and stones, David and Laura realized that these monsters had certain intelligence. But their lifestyles were relatively primitive, and their intelligence seemed not to be high.
Look there.
David was still counting how many monsters there were. And when he reached 11, Laura poked him lightly a few times, reminding him to look over there. Looking along Laura's fingers, David realized why Laura asked him to pay attention to that side.
It's the altar.
Compared to the one I had seen before, this altar was seriously damaged, with only a small piece of the stone platform left intact. If the stone tablet hadn't been conspicuous enough, I wouldn't have been able to tell that this was the kind of altar I had seen before.
There are also sacrifices on top.
David did not ignore the huge corpse placed in front of the stone tablet. It was a giant wolf with a strong body and snow-white fur. In addition to this giant wolf with an astonishing size, he also saw several wolf carcasses in the middle of the village. It seemed that these monsters had wiped out a wolf pack, and the giant wolf was most likely the first wolf.
It seems that these monsters helped you get rid of a problem.
Laura and David came here to find the wolves and eliminate them, but found that their work had been taken care of.
I would rather deal with this wolf pack myself.
David grinned. Although the wolf pack is gone, there is now greater trouble.
These giant monsters are much more troublesome than the wolves.
At the same time, David has a very bad impression of this kind of monster. After all, the two parties want to attack him and Laura as soon as they meet each other. Even if he realizes that the other party is an intelligent life, he is a little reluctant to communicate with the other party.
What's next? Get out of here first.
David didn't think about what to do here. He and Laura were on the edge of the other side's village. Once discovered by the other side, these monsters would swarm up and launch a siege. Even if he was protected by the holy light, it would be a huge trouble. Of course, he could launch a signal flare to ask for help from Fording. But no matter how fast Fording was, it would still take time to get there. After all, Fording was only a paladin, not a mage who could teleport. Any accident might happen while he was on his way. To be on the safe side, leave first. Whether you want to try to communicate with these neighbors and then coexist peacefully, or use force to eliminate each other, everything needs to be done in absolute safety. In other words, even if you want to take action, you have to go back and call Fording, and then come back fully armed with enough firepower. Laura guessed David's thoughts and nodded in agreement. She and David carefully retreated, ensuring that they were out of sight of the monsters before returning along the original route. The two people who successfully returned to the mine let out a sigh of relief. There was no danger before they came to the mine, and there would be no danger on the next road. However, not surprisingly, an accident happened. With a deafening roar, a monster stronger than the monster David had killed before appeared in front of the two of them, and charged straight at the two of them.
Ouch!
Along with a deafening roar, a strange red light flashed on the troll's body. The troll, which was glowing with scarlet light, completely ignored the blood flowers that kept blooming on its body and rushed towards Laura resolutely. After releasing the holy light shield, David discovered that the giant monster was rushing towards Laura. He shot the monster in the face to force the monster to slow down and move. When the violent hunter in his hand poured out 6 bullets, he was just in front of Laura. Putting away the violent hunter, David's hand was once again entangled with the raging sacred fire, and the special attack against the giant monster that he had just developed appeared for the second time.
Look at the move! The 180th move, Orochimaru.
Laura. Chapter 17. The side of the couch. Waving his arms, the golden sacred fire spurted out, and a huge bonfire appeared in front of the mine again, illuminating the already dark depths of the forest like daylight. The power of the sacred fire did not disappoint David, and it was worthy of the gorgeous and dazzling sound and light effects. With just one move, the huge monster fell to the ground, and the strange scarlet light from before also dissipated under the heat of the sacred fire. After cautiously waiting for a moment and confirming that the monster was completely dead, David dispersed the sacred fire wrapped around his hand, turned around and looked at Laura, who was speechless.
Isn't it awesome?
Awesome. Although she was a little speechless at David's second move, Laura still nodded. After all, one move instantly killed a giant monster that could withstand several shotguns. The power of David's move was truly powerful.
But isn't this spell called Sacred Fire? Why is it called Ribai Shiki, or Archaeology? Archaeology is a very powerful move. It can release the Sacred Fire better. There is no conflict between them.
David muttered a few words casually, not wanting to say too much in this regard. For him, there is no essential difference between directly releasing the sacred fire and using the Archaeology. They both release a large amount of sacred fire to attack the target. After all, he doesn't understand Orochimaru at all, and he doesn't know the details of using the authentic Orochimaru. Unless Kusanagi Kyo or Kusanagi Shibuya comes to Cold Winter Village one day.
Leave quickly before attracting more trolls.
Looking at the extinguished flames, there were already 2 charred trolls lying on the ground. He had some doubts that this mine was a spawn point for trolls. Why do I encounter this kind of monster every time I come here?
You're right. It's too unsafe here.
Laura had similar thoughts, and she and David quickly headed towards the south of the forest. Even if you have any questions, you can wait until you return to Winter Village to ask them. There were no accidents on the way this time. The two of them walked out of the forest smoothly and returned to Winter Village. Looking at Mark and Fording sitting at the long table chatting, David and Laura let out a sigh of relief. Noticing the situation of the two people, the experienced Fording immediately guessed that the two people's trip was not going well, and they should have encountered some enemy. After a few more careful observations, Fording confirmed that the two people were not injured through their looks and movements. He was relieved knowing that this trip would be a near miss at most.
Sit down and rest for a while. I'll help you heat up dinner and talk while you eat. Excuse me. Tyrion.
David and Laura took off all the things they were carrying and put them aside, then sat at the wooden table and waited for dinner. Mark poured 2 large glasses of water for the two of them and asked curiously,
"Is it good news or bad news?"
"Both." After drinking all the water in the cup, David felt that he had gained a lot from exploring the depths of the forest.
"The good news is that we no longer have to worry about the wolves' revenge."
"Oh." Although Mark doesn't need to hunt far away from the village, there is still a risk of being attacked by wild beasts even if he stays in the village. It is certainly a good thing not to worry about the threat of wolves. But David just said that there is good news and bad news. Judging from the expressions of the two people just now, it is estimated that things are not that simple.
"We'll tell you the bad news when Fording comes back. Then you two rest first. I'll go help Tyrion."
Mark was not in a hurry for a while, got up, and went to help Fording. Although with the arrival of Mark and Laura's return to her hometown in the UK, the various supplies in Winter Village have become much richer. They did not make it too complicated or extravagant for dinner, and still used stew, mainly barbecue. Soon the hot potato stew was served, paired with the French munitions provided by Laura and some of the bagged food provided by Mark. And a simple dinner was placed on the table. While eating the stew, David told in detail what happened to him and Laura today. Fording and Mark, who were sitting across the table, learned the whole situation.
"Troll?"
Fording listened to David and Laura's description and remembered a creature in the world of Azeroth.
"Sounds like a snow monster."
Hearing that David could kill this creature cleanly and neatly using sacred fire, he felt that the threat from this creature shouldn't be too big. At least it wouldn't threaten him.
"Can't we communicate?"
Mark Watney's focus is different from Fording's. He thinks that since the other party is an intelligent life, maybe he can try to communicate? However, judging from the descriptions of Laura and David, this giant monster seemed to attack them directly as soon as it saw them, and it seemed that it had no intention of communicating with them.
"Maybe."
David dipped the bread into the broth a few times.
"But at the moment, it seems that the other party has no intention of communicating with us."
In his heart, he prefers to eliminate these giant monsters. After all, the opponent's village is too close to Winter Village. If those giant monsters suddenly want to attack Winter Village, he has no way to warn in advance. He can only attack them in advance. When the opponent is in front of you, passively greet the enemy. After chewing the juicy bread and thinking for a few seconds, David gave up the entanglement he had just raised. He was not worried about being questioned whether he was too cruel. The troll launched an attack when he saw him and Laura. From a moment on, this creature was classified by David into a group of hostile creatures.
In short, we now have a group of vicious neighbors. Much more dangerous than wolves.
David made a simple summary.
It seems that if you want to develop your life in this place, you will have more troubles than previously expected. If you really want to develop Winter Village, these are things you must go through.
Fording looked at David, suddenly curious about what this young man could achieve in the end. At first, Fording just wanted to find a place to live in seclusion where no one knew him. Although he came to another world inexplicably, the situation here just met his needs. So he chose to live here. In addition, David showed amazing talent for the holy light. He felt that it would be a good thing to spread the way of the holy light in another world. And by the way, he taught David about the knowledge of the holy light. Even though David had already expressed his desire to develop Winter Village at that time, he didn't take it too seriously. After simply listening to David's description, he knew that it was not that easy to develop this village. In Fording's view, maybe David can build Winter Village with the help of people from all over the world and become a village officially recognized by the Kingdom of Thailand. And David can also become the official village chief. But it is very difficult, even impossible, to go further. It's not just the various troubles in the objective environment, but also David's own factors. From the current point of view, David is just a young hunter from an ordinary background. Fording does not think he has the ability to develop a village into a larger town. In Fording's original thinking, David's ability to run a small village well was already a sign of outstanding talent. But David's decisiveness after discovering the troll village today made Fording change his mind slightly. Not everyone can make a decisive decision to completely clean out the hostile forces when encountering this kind of situation. This kind of decision. Not to mention a young man with an ordinary background who has never been a manager. Many lords who have ruled the place for many years will hesitate and not know how to make a decision when encountering similar situations.
Perhaps this young man can really develop this village?
David didn't know what Fording was thinking. He was organizing words in his heart and wanted to ask Fording for help. As a result, before he spoke, Fording had already taken the initiative to take action.
I live very comfortably in Winter Village, but I don't want to be disturbed by a group of trolls. I will go to the forest to get rid of these trolls tomorrow.
According to Fording, he was responsible for solving the problem of trolls alone. David did not really let Fording go alone. After all, he was also the village chief of Winter Village. How could he stay out of such a big thing as eliminating threats near the village? As for Laura and Mark Watney, one is here for travel adventure, and the other is just a botanist. This kind of bloody work is not suitable for them. Both of them were smart people. They understood that Fording and David were taking care of them by not calling them. And because of their own circumstances, they didn't say anything.
Have a good rest tonight, and let's go to the forest together tomorrow.
With Fording's words, the troll matter no longer needs to be discussed. There is only one ending for them: being destroyed by Tyrion Forge Ring. This is also true. The next day, as David and Fording came to the simple village where the trolls lived, they found that these trolls had no intention of communicating and rushed directly to attack. Tyrion Forge Ring showed his amazing fighting power. From the beginning to the end, Fording did not use the holy light, but only relied on the two-handed heavy sword Laura gave him to kill all these giant monsters. In addition to appreciating Lafayette's heroic appearance at close range and improving his combat experience with cold weapons through observation, David didn't even have many opportunities to cast auxiliary holy light spells. He almost didn't shout 666 from the side. Even though the last giant monster, which was even bigger than the other giant monsters, and was obviously the leader, roared angrily, and a more dazzling blood-red light appeared on his body. He couldn't hold on to Fording's hand for long and fell quickly on the ground. From the time the two arrived at the troll's village to the end of the battle, not much time had passed. If someone who didn't know the truth saw this battle, they might pray in their hearts.
Come on! Giant monster with white hair all over its body.
Monsters.
Fording, who had completely eliminated the troll, was standing in front of the stone tablet with David, frowning at the bloody light emitting slightly from it.
This altar doesn't seem to be a good thing.
Chapter 18: Freedom to Work. David agreed with Fording's judgment. Compared to the altar found in the mine with Laura, this altar was more seriously damaged. Only some patterns could be vaguely seen on it. What content was written on it was not even a sentence. At the same time, because of the killing just now, the stone monument was covered with blood stains. The existence of these blood stains caused the stone monument and the incomplete and broken stone platform to continuously emit a scarlet light, giving people a very strange feeling.
The spells used by these trolls before should have been obtained from this altar.
Fording is much more familiar with mysterious powers than David, and having just fought against the trolls, he roughly guessed the function of this altar: offer sacrifices and gain strength.
These giant monsters attack immediately when they see other creatures. Maybe because of this altar?
According to Fording's guess, these giant monsters have the habit of attacking whenever they disagree with each other, as long as they are not of the same kind. They are prey. After killing it, offer it as a sacrifice on the altar to gain that power.
Probably.
Fording raised the weapon,
but looking at the two-handed heavy sword in his hand, he didn't know whether to chop it down for a moment.
It should have come with a heavy hammer.
These paladins and warriors from Azeroth have polished their bodies to a considerable extent. They are not used to using ordinary weapons at all. Instead, they are some heavy weapons that look exaggerated in the eyes of ordinary people, especially favored by these guys with the Man of Steel weakened version. If Fording was using a two-handed hammer at this moment, he would definitely hit the stone tablet with the hammer without hesitation and completely destroy it. But now, he is a little reluctant to use such a good two-handed sword to chop stones.
Give it to me. Do you have any idea? Well,
David rummaged through the backpack a few times and found what he needed.
Laura brought some explosives earlier, just in case I brought some, and put them in the backpack.
The original idea was that if you were blocked by something or trapped in a cave or something, you could use this thing to blast your way out. It should be no problem to use it to blow up a stone tablet. As for the mysterious power on this altar, it should not protect this stone tablet. Otherwise it would not be in its current state. Boom! After arranging it properly and lighting it, they ran to a safe distance. David and Fording watched with their own eyes as the stone monument was blown into countless rubbles. After quietly standing there and observing for a moment, and making sure that nothing strange happened again, and that the stone tablet had been completely destroyed, David and Fording cleaned up the battlefield again, buried the giant monster's body, and looked to see if there were no suitable loot. After checking it out, the two of them were absolutely sure that the lifestyle of these giant monsters was quite primitive. Even if they were intelligent, they were not very different from other beasts.
It's a pity. If the body of this giant wolf can be completely preserved, then the fur will be a good thing.
Fording looked at the huge wolf head thrown in the corner. He probably left it there after eating the rest. There were other bits and pieces scattered around. David took a look and recognized that it was the head of a huge wolf that had been placed on the altar earlier. This giant wolf had beautiful snow-white fur. It was a pity not to keep it.
Anyway, we don't lack a piece of fur now.
After checking, the two people embarked on the road back. Because the threats near the village were completely eliminated, the two people were in a good mood, talking and laughing all the way back.
Now that the food problem has been solved, and farmland that can continue to grow food has been reclaimed, what are your plans next?
On the way back to the village, Fording was curious about David's next plan. Ever since he was curious about what David could do, Fording began to pay attention to David's every move. This is completely different from the initial whatever. I just have a place to live. In a sense, Fording only began to integrate into Winter Village at this time. David was very happy about this situation. He knew that people like Mark and Fording, who had a huge influence in their own world, would find it difficult to truly become villagers of Winter Village. Even in the beginning, David did not really intend to turn them into himself. The villagers just hoped to develop the village with the help of these people and the power behind them. The village now has farmland and comfortable residences. After improving these hardware attributes, he can then use these to attract more locals to join. This was his original plan. Now it seems that it may not be impossible for them to truly stay in Cold Winter Village and become villagers of Cold Winter Village.
Go to Iron Tree Fort with the development order.
Now that everything is ready, he should go to Iron Tree Fort to truly confirm his identity as the village leader.
In addition to getting Winter Village recognized by the kingdom, I am planning to recruit some villagers. Come to Winter Village. If the village wants to develop and grow, a sufficient population is indispensable.
Fording agreed with David's plan. For now, he couldn't make any better suggestions. Next, whether it is to cultivate more land or expand the scale of farmland, it will not be possible without a sufficient population.
If possible, find more craftsmen.
Whether it's a blacksmith, a stonemason, or a carpenter, there are no blacksmiths or carpenters in Winter Village. If you want the village to develop stably, craftsmen are also indispensable.
I know.
The carpenters and masons may not be in a hurry, but the blacksmith must find one. Otherwise the farm tools of ordinary farmers are not guaranteed. You can't rely on Laura to go home and buy them. Right? If you think about it carefully, if there are few people, you can barely accept it. But if there are too many people, it will definitely not be okay. So in the end it all depends on how many people you can kidnap.
It would be great if we could recruit hundreds of people in one go.
In that case, Winter Village could even be planned and built according to Winter Town. But David knew that this was simply impossible. First of all, the population of this world is not so large that more than 100 people can be deceived by just a few words. Secondly, many pioneers ran back to Iron Tree Fort. The situation in Winter Village may have spread in Iron Tree Fort. Maybe many people will not believe what David said.
Ha ha. There is no need to rush. As long as the village develops steadily, the population will slowly increase.
Fording felt that he had enough experience in this area. After all, he was also the lord of the kingdom of Lordaeron and managed a large area of land.
As long as we don't encounter disasters like war. War. It shouldn't be possible.
David felt that the war was too far away from Winter Village, because his village is located in the northernmost part of the Kingdom of Thailand. And the Kingdom of Thailand is the northernmost force on the entire continent. This northernmost refers not only to the human kingdom, but to all racial forces on the continent. Before David established Winter Village, there was no country in the true sense of the word on this plain north of the Thailand Mountains and the Ironwood Forest. And not even a town had been established. In other words, around David's Winter Village, there are at most small threats like the Troll Village that was just wiped out by Fording. Apart from this, the only ones who can truly be called powerful are the elves living in the Iron Tree Forest. As for the outbreak of war between the Thailand Kingdom and other countries, and then affecting Winter Village, this possibility is also relatively low. First of all, Winter Village has just been established, and there are not a few strongmen registered in the village. To be exact, there is only one strongman named David, and the remaining few are not from this world. If a war really breaks out, it will require the whole country. When recruiting men, no one can be recruited. Even if the recruitment order is really issued, there is a high probability that David will handle it alone. Moreover, according to the development law, unless there is an emergency, the kingdom will generally not issue a call for newly established villages like this. Winter Village is not really established yet, and there are still many processes that have not been completed. In this environment, as long as David did not provoke the group of elves in the Iron Tree Forest, Winter Village was basically away from the threat of war. Of course, staying away from threats does not mean absolute safety, nor does it mean that David has given up on improving his force. He can never put down the sword in his hand at any time. Only when the sword is sharp enough can he calmly face any threat. He understood this truth in his previous life, and he dared not forget it in this life. While walking and stopping along the way, I also picked some wild vegetables, mushrooms, and wild fruits, in addition to eliminating potential threats. This trip also replenished food. Returning to Winter Village, I found that Mark did not return to the Mars base, but instead cultivated a small field outside the village.
What are you doing?
When David and Fording came closer, Mark was wiping sweat with a shovel in his arm. When he saw that the two people's clothes were not dirty, he knew that the trolls had not caused any trouble to them. So he didn't ask them about the battle situation at all.
How?
Directly answered David's question.
Laura brought some wheat and corn seeds, and I will try to plant them.
There is also wheat in this world, but the wheat seeds brought by the pioneering team in the past 2 years have not been successfully planted. So David has not considered planting wheat or barley. But Mark is willing to try, and he has no reason to object. Maybe the seeds provided by Laura can adapt to the soil and climate here? Or maybe my previous feeling that the land had changed was not an illusion. It doesn't hurt to try anyway.
Aren't you going to try it on Mars? Just planting a small piece of land to plant wheat won't waste much time at all.
Now Mark has enough food and enough rest. When his physical strength is guaranteed, he can do what he wants to do as he pleases. And he doesn't care about waste at all. With so little physical strength,
when the Mars base is ready, I'm going to try to grow some vegetables.
By then, there will be a variety of fresh vegetables, pasta made from wheat, a large amount of potatoes, and a variety of meats. And Winter Village will truly have the freedom to eat. Thinking of such a scene, David was filled with anticipation. Chapter 19. No money.
It's such a pity. It would be great if I could speed up like in some games, or use some kind of props to let me see the results directly.
No matter how much David hopes that Winter Village will be free to work as soon as possible, he can only wait for the results day by day. However, compared to Mark Watney, who runs back and forth. David's life is much easier every day. Apart from exploring the northern forest from time to time to check if there are any other dangerous neighbors, the most important thing every day is to practice and learning. Training is mainly focused on the use of several weapons and fighting skills. In addition to being a teacher, Fording will also serve as a sparring partner. It is really not a good experience for David. There is also no interruption in the learning of various knowledge. David feels that this kind of learning may continue for a long time, because according to his own ideas, if he wants to complete all kinds of messy knowledge, it cannot be completed in a few years. After a few days of this, Mark Watney finally successfully opened up a potato field in the Mars base. And then he just had to wait quietly for the results. Because he has the support of Winter Village, he does not have so much psychological pressure on this purely experimental project. Of course, he still hopes that he can succeed. If he can grow potatoes on Mars, he will definitely be the first person in history.
You know what? Maybe I'll be known as the first human to colonize Mars.
During the meal, Mark often mentioned this matter. Compared with the wheat germination and unearthed in Winter Village, it was no longer a surprise.
I don't understand one thing very well.
As time goes by, Fording's English level has improved rapidly. And now, he can communicate in English normally. Because he learned English from Mark. His accent and speech have changed. My habits are more American.
Why go to a planet that is nothing and can't even survive on it?
In Fording's view, even if there are too many humans on the Earth, and they need to find a new home, then they should find a world where they can survive. Right? But in Mark's description, the place called Mars didn't seem like a good place for a new home.
This is because it is very difficult for people on Earth to leave the Earth and go to other planets. In this case, Mars is already the best choice.
Mark introduced Fording to the solar system, by the way, several other major planets, and at the same time once again emphasized the significance of his own experiment. Once it is successful, it seems possible for humans to go to Mars and live. Listening to Mark and Fording's conversation, David played a fighting game with Laura. Laura gradually moved in many electronic products, as well as generators, solar charging panels, etc. Seeing that David's character was easily defeated by her own character, Laura looked at him with meaningful eyes.
How? Nothing.
Laura held the controller and started the next game, talking about topics that had nothing to do with the game in front of her.
When are you going to set off?
David's next plan is to go to Iron Tree Castle to report the situation in Winter Village and obtain certification from the kingdom. Everyone knows this. If David hadn't wanted to see if the wheat planted by Mark could germinate, he would have already set off after wiping out the troll village a few days ago.
Let's set off at dawn tomorrow.
Now that he had the results and confirmed that the wheat could be planted, he felt that he had more leverage to recruit villagers. The only thing he was worried about was that the news spread by the pioneers who had returned before might be the credibility of your own words is greatly compromised.
Is Iron Tree Fort a big city? Iron Tree Castle is the largest city in the northern part of the Thailand kingdom.
As an important town in the north, and the main source of high-grade timber in the kingdom, Iron Tree Castle has a high status in the kingdom of Thailand. Based on the Iron Tree Castle itself is prosperous enough. Of course, in the eyes of David, who has seen the world here. That's all. I can't get rid of the comments of being dirty and messy.
What? Are you interested in Iron Tree Fort? Of course. I am interested in many things in this world.
Laura ran to this world frequently, almost treating it as a new home, because it was an unexplored new world full of unknowns, and she had a deep desire to explore. It made her want to dig out everything in this world and understand it clearly. So, hearing Laura's suddenly rising tone, David guessed what she was thinking.
You want to go with me? Yes. I also made some preparations.
Huh?
Preparations? Yes. For example, clothes that are more in line with the style of this world.
Laura paused the game and ran quickly back to her room. When she appeared in front of David again, she was holding clothes of a similar style to what David had originally worn, and pants.
I'm really well prepared.
David also dug out his old clothes in the past few days, and also performed some camouflage treatment on his backpack and bow, such as covering them with a layer of beast fur. Discovering that David and Laura were discussing going to Iron Tree Fort, Mark and Fording also stopped to give a popular science introduction to the Milky Way.
How long does it take to get to Iron Tree Fort from here? If the journey goes well, it will take more than half a month, or at most a month.
It took a total of 2 months to reach this place from Taishubo, but that was because of the large number of people in the team and the slow speed of travel. Reason: If there were only 2 people, David and Laura, the walking speed would be much faster. David estimated that half a month to 20 days would be enough if there were no accidents.
It's a pity that there are no livestock left in the village.
Not to mention leading horses as mounts. Even if there are some livestock that can be used to carry food, this journey will be much more comfortable. Now David and Laura could only carry more compressed food while walking along the river, using the river flowing out of the ironwood forest as the main source of food on the road.
Speaking of which, it seems that in addition to recruiting villagers, we also need to buy some livestock.
Only then did David remember that if he wanted to develop the village, various livestock were also indispensable. If possible, he would also need to bring back some poultry. After a few words of discussion, Mark suddenly became curious about something.
After talking for so long, I suddenly remembered. Is there money in the village?
The scene became very quiet. Several people present had never thought about this question before. All 3 eyes turned to David. Only he could answer this question.
No.
David looked at Baba looking at his 3 people and gave the answer simply.
Actually, the development team will make all preparations before setting off. Once the village is successfully established, the next step will be normal. Life has developed.
David explained the current situation to the 3 people.
In other words, under normal circumstances, livestock, seeds for various crops, farm tools, and poultry are all prepared when the team is formed. If it follows if there is any need, we can only rely on the village to find a solution.
For example, you can sell the food you produce, the fine furs you get from hunting, the mineral deposits you find, etc., and then use the money you earn to buy what you need.
Under normal circumstances, it should be like this.
But David's situation here cannot be regarded as normal. His winter village was originally equivalent to failure to successfully establish, and all the resources he brought with him were basically consumed.
Now,
although the village has been established and food is available, it is still there, not rich enough to sell on a large scale.
What will it take to buy poultry and livestock? I'll think of a solution after I get to Iron Tree Fort.
David's idea was to see if he could let those who agreed to come to Winter Village bring some poultry or livestock. He didn't consider the number. Let's settle it first, and then talk about it. As long as there is a foundation, there will always be more as the village develops. In addition, I wonder if Tayashubo will provide some support to Winter Village. According to convention, once he became the head of Cold Winter Village, the Lord of Iron Tree Castle would become his direct superior. As a subordinate, it was normal for David to ask his superiors for some material support. After briefly explaining his idea, Fording felt that there was nothing wrong with David's idea, and it was not low in feasibility. So he agreed. Mark lamented that the timing was bad. His Martian potato planting experiment was in its infancy, and several fields in the village also needed to be taken care of. He couldn't get away to see the big cities in this world.
When you have enough manpower, you can go out as you like.
However, David was worried that Mark lacked the ability to protect himself.
Before that, you should improve your force. I will.
Mark also knew that the world was full of crises, and he was not prepared to run around alone.
And I am not prepared to run out alone. Maybe after you come back this time. The next time you need to go to Iron Tree Fort, I can go with you. There are definitely a lot of opportunities.
No matter what the final result is, David can be sure that his future self will definitely have to travel between Winter Village and Iron Tree Fort from time to time. Thinking of this, he suddenly became curious about something.
Speaking of which, there were 3 pioneering teams that set out from Tayashubo. I wonder what happened to the other 2. Huh? There are 2 other pioneering teams?
Mark and Laura heard that there were 2 teams as miserable as David's before, and they were also curious about the situation of the 2 pioneering teams.
One of the teams is establishing a village to the south of Cold Winter Village, next to the Iron Tree Forest. They will just pass by there on the way to Iron Tree Castle this time. If the village is established, they can also replenish some supplies.
It's just that everyone present, including David, felt that there was little chance of successfully establishing a village there. Chapter 20 On the way to Iron Tree Fort. Along with a small round pancake slowly emerging from the horizon, the sky gradually became brighter. David, who had already packed up and had breakfast, carried his full luggage. Because he was carrying a backpack, he had to hold the hunting bow in his hand, which made it easier for him to respond in time when he encountered danger. Compared to David, Laura's backpack is much smaller, which allows her to hang the hunting bow on the outside of the backpack without having to hold it with her hands. And it is also convenient for her to use at any time. In addition to the bow and arrow, Laura used to have 2 mountaineering picks hanging on her waist, and David had a hand axe stuck on his waist. These were the apparent weapons of the 2 men, with pistols hidden under their clothes, and a shotgun hidden on the side of Laura's backpack. In addition, David is already an outstanding holy light priest, so the safety of the 2 of them along the way is still guaranteed. After saying goodbye to Fording and Mark, David and Laura set out on the road to Irontree Castle. After an hour, stepping along the river and walking on the green grass exuding a faint fragrance, Laura felt that this trip was more like an outing and an outing.
It would be more like it if the backpack wasn't so heavy. Just think that we are out for an outing. It's boring to stay in the village all the time.
Not to mention someone like Laura, who never had time to spare. David was a little bit into it, especially in the past 2 years, when there was almost no hope. In the past few months, David had lived a comfortable and hopeful life, and was content to stay in the village. After chatting and walking for a long time, David didn't know how far the 2 of them had walked, but he felt that at this speed, they might arrive at Irontree Fort earlier than he had previously expected. Both David and Laura have much stronger physical strength than ordinary people. In addition, there are no large troops to drag them down, so they move forward very quickly. After walking for nearly a day, David decided to stop and prepare for the night, while the sun had not really set yet, and there was still enough light.
Just rest here today.
David looked around. The terrain was very flat, and covered with green grass as far as the eye could see. There was basically no shelter from the wind and rain. However, there was a gravel beach by the river where you could make a fire. As for the firewood, David chose to stop here precisely because there were several unattractive crooked-neck trees nearby. As long as he chopped a few branches as thick as his wrist, it would be enough for them to get through the night.
I went to the river to catch some fish for dinner.
Laura put her backpack on the ground and walked towards the trees with David.
But I need some tools.
Watching Laura pick a wooden stick more than 1 meter long, and then use a dagger to sharpen one end into a spike, David understood that Laura was going to use this thing to prick fish.
Didn't you bring a fish hook? It's more convenient to use this thing.
Laura looked at her work and nodded with satisfaction.
I'm going to catch fish.
David nodded to show that he understood, and continued to collect firewood, because he was focused enough. David quickly completed his work, collected enough firewood, and returned to the temporary camp he had previously set. On the gravel beach, a bonfire has been built with stones, and there are also 2 processed fish placed not far from the bonfire.
Laura?
David looked around, but he didn't see Laura. Could it be that she was still in the river and hadn't come out? After walking a few steps towards the river, David found Laura's clothes and shoes, just throwing them there casually. After shouting again, before David could decide whether to look to both sides or return to the campfire to grill the fish first, the sound of water came from right in front. Laura emerged from the river and wiped her face, and greeted David excitedly.
The water is very comfortable. Why don't you come down and take a shower after walking for a day?
Ah, this. What a tempting suggestion it sounded, especially when the person who invited him was the famous Laura. This was a world-famous adventurer in her previous life, a goddess in the hearts of countless people, and the search popularity on some websites topped the list all year round, steadily suppressing another goddess known as the Holy City.
What? Are you shy?
Laura swam closer to the shore and looked at David's expression carefully, finding it very interesting.
How is that possible?
David defended with a serious face.
I just didn't bring a swimsuit.
Laura smiled and winked at David.
I didn't bring it either.
Plop! Explode a beautiful water flower.
David and Laura must not have had an easy time together. Right.
Mark was eating hot stew with a piece of pasta, and there was a TV series playing on the table on his laptop, which of course Laura helped bring. Fording, who was sitting side by side with Mark, had already finished the stew in front of him. He was not full, and did not get up to serve himself another portion. Instead, he sat in his seat and watched this movie with Mark. Band of Brothers TV series.
David has walked all the way to this place before, and this is not a strange experience for him.
After a while, Fording answered Mark's question.
Laura also has this kind of experience in traveling in the wild. However, it will definitely not be easy on the road.
The originally plump fish lay on the gravel, watching helplessly as he gradually became thinner, until he was so thin that only a skeleton remained before being completely abandoned. The widened eyes seemed to be accusing the man and woman next to him. Unfortunately, neither the man nor the woman was looking at it at all at this time. They were frantically fighting for the last bit of fish in the other's mouth. In the fierce confrontation, the last piece of fish meat was completely destroyed. Neither of them knew who would win in the end. Or maybe both sides were the winners.
I know you've been craving me for a long time.
Laura's actions were obviously premeditated. David looked up at the stars in the night sky and sighed.
Boys really have to protect themselves outside. Especially when I'm so handsome and handsome. Strong boys.
Laura looked at David's wan expression, rolled her eyes beautifully and complained.
I don't see how you look like a child.
Looking at the clothes thrown next to the fire. David's soaked clothes had already been dried. Then he turned over and looked at the sky.
The night sky here is so beautiful.
David didn't answer, just spread his arms to act as pillows, and at the same time picked up clothes from the side to cover Laura.
When I'm at home, I can't see such a beautiful starry sky at night.
In the modern world, if you want to see a night sky full of stars, the conditions are too harsh. Anyway, you can't see so many if you live in a city or even a suburb. Star. David didn't say anything, just listened quietly to Laura's words. Unexpectedly, Laura's next words made him jump.
You should have similar feelings. Right. Why do you say that?
David pretended to be stupid. Laura turned her head and looked at David. What she saw was the innocence on David's face and his pure eyes. If his hands were so pure, Laura might believe him. However, Laura did not continue to dwell on this topic. Perhaps she felt that the answers forced out of her, whether true or false, were of little use. Since David doesn't want to say it now, let's talk about it later. Closing his eyes, the extremely tiring day ended like this. When David saw that Laura had fallen asleep, he closed his eyes as well. When they opened their eyes again, it was already bright, and the sun had already risen high. In addition, the two of them needed some time to organize themselves. By the time they set off again, it was almost noon.
Should set an alarm.
Laura felt that getting up a little late would affect her journey. David didn't think there was anything wrong. He had consumed so much energy yesterday and needed more rest to recover. If you are not physically fit enough and forcefully rush, not only will you not be able to walk too far, but you will also easily injure your body.
I'm very strong.
Laura made a bodybuilding pose while walking, wanting to show off her biceps that could kill a cow with one punch. Then she suddenly glanced at David, with a strange smile on her face.
Could it be? Don't you know my physical fitness?
Not to mention that he is a hunter who makes a living by hunting wild beasts. Ever since he learned the way of holy light from Fording, David's physical fitness has been improving. Now you can beat yourself up a few months ago with your bare hands. Even so, he didn't see the end. Under the protection of the holy light, he seemed to be able to improve without limit, as long as he was willing to work hard. If he continues to practice like this, he suspects that he will soon have a body of steel, even if it is a bankrupt version.
Speaking of the holy light, I really envy you for mastering the holy light so quickly.
Laura also learned the knowledge of the holy light from Fording. But like Mark, although she understood what the way of the holy light was, she still did not obtain the holy light. Favor. Is it necessary to do those things personally? As Fording said, in order to be recognized by the holy light? But even if she wants to help people in need, no one needs her help now. The most difficult person is David in front of her, and she has really helped a lot.
It would be great if you could share some of the holy light with me.
What?
I said, it would be great if you could share some of your holy light with me.
Laura thought that David just didn't hear clearly. After all, the two of them were on their way.
I also want to feel what it feels like to have mysterious power.
Although she has experienced the effects of auxiliary spells such as Holy Light Shield, spells not released by herself can only make her marvel at the effects of spells. After David heard this, he suddenly stopped and thought about Laura's words.
It doesn't seem like it can't be done.
Laura just said a few words casually, but she didn't expect David to actually have such an idea.
Are you serious?
There won't be any problem.
Right. Probably not.
David thought about it carefully and determined that there was no hidden danger in his idea, because there was a group in the world of Azeroth that used holy light in this way. Before coming to this world, David controlled his blood elf paladins to find geomantic treasures in Azeroth.
It's just that we need to study the specific operation carefully and try it after we return from Iron Tree Fort.
Chapter 21 Northern Outpost. After 4 days of trekking, David and Laura finally arrived at the edge of the Iron Tree Forest. Looking at the much narrower river next to it, and the wreckage of dilapidated houses around it, David spread his hands helplessly.
Obviously, this pioneering team failed.
There are a lot of wooden houses here, and they are all separate residences, not temporary large wooden houses. It seems to mean that the initial development of this team was smooth, but that didn't change the fact that the place was in ruins. and judging by the condition of the remains of the houses, the village had been abandoned for a long time. If you just give up, the house will not become what it is now. There is no intact wooden house, and it has obviously been burned by fire.
The development team will set fire to the house before giving up and leaving?
Laura didn't understand this very much. Is there any point in doing so?
No. I will just pack up the valuable things and leave directly.
David walked around the abandoned village several times, and finally found some clues under a wooden house next to the forest.
What is this?
Laura kept looking around. When she saw David squatting down and picking up something, she immediately moved over to take a look and found that David was holding a damaged arrow shaft in his hand.
Arrow?
The arrow shaft in his hand was not complete. Only half of it. But the real clue remained here.
It's an arrow from an elf. How can you tell the difference? Only the elves in the Iron Tree Forest use this special leaf to make arrow fletching.
I gave Laura a brief introduction. This kind of leaves can only be found in the depths of the Iron Tree Forest. Those places are the main activity areas of the elves. It is difficult for humans to go to those places, let alone collect a large amount of this kind of leaves. It is difficult to obtain, and it is not an irreplaceable material. Human beings will naturally not choose this kind of leaves to make arrow feathers. Only elves who can easily obtain such materials will use them.
So that's it.
Moreover, since the Thailand Kingdom expanded its power to the Iron Tree Forest, humans, mainly humans from the Thailand Kingdom, have plummeted in relationship with the elves in the Iron Tree Forest. Humans have cut down the wood in the Iron Tree Forest, which is equivalent to aggression in the eyes of the elves. In addition, the outstanding appearance of the elves often attracts the spying and capture of slave traders. Due to various reasons, the relationship between humans and elves cannot be said to be a fight to the death. But one must always fall. In this environment, it was normal for the elves in the Iron Tree Forest to discover that a human village had appeared to the north of their hometown and launch an attack.
So, this village was destroyed by elves? The possibility is relatively high.
Thinking of this, David couldn't help but feel glad that his original choice was absolutely correct. When I first joined the development team, it was determined from the beginning that 3 villages would be established. That is, there would be 3 teams. But when setting off, the 3 teams would set off together. The large army set out from the Iron Tree Fort and headed north along a flat road between the Iron Tree Forest and the Thailand Mountains. After walking out of this narrow passage, they arrived at the northern outpost of the Thailand Kingdom. This is an abandoned post. It was originally built as the northernmost warning post of the Thailand Kingdom to prevent forces on the huge plain to the north from launching attacks on Iron Tree Fort. As a result, after the sentry was established, it was discovered that there was no strong force in the entire northern plain. The northern sentry seemed to have lost its meaning of existence, and the garrison and funding investment were slowly reduced until it was completely abolished. Therefore, the pioneering force did not stop after arriving at the post, and directly divided into 2 teams here. 1/3 of the people headed northeast along the Thailand Mountains, and the remaining people walked west along the north side of the Iron Tree Forest. After arriving at the place where David now stands, another half of the people stayed to build a village here, and the last remaining people continued north along the river. Laura knew what happened next, although Winter Village was established. David was the only one left.
Judging from the results of this village, it may be difficult for the group of people heading northeast to successfully establish the village.
It wasn't that David cursed those people, but that the climate in this huge plain area was similar. David went around and couldn't find any cultivated farmland, which meant that the conditions of the land were similar. So without the help of cheats, plugins and other means, the situation faced by these 2 development teams is no different from that of the previous 2 years. The climate is cold. Crops cannot survive. Food cannot be obtained stably. And winter is especially difficult. In addition, the village he is in is also facing the threat of the elves in the Iron Tree Forest. At first, he was worried that it was too close to the elves. In order to avoid one day suddenly dying under the attack of the elves, he chose to follow the final A team continue to go north. And now it seems that his choice was correct. Listening to what David said, Laura learned more about the situation in Iron Tree Fort and the entire northern plain.
If the team heading northeast failed to establish a village, this large plain area, can it all be counted as your territory? Huh?
David hadn't really thought about this before. After recalling the various laws and regulations regarding pioneers in the Kingdom of Thailand, he found that this was not impossible. The territories of village chiefs, town chiefs, and even noble lords within the kingdom are fixed, because their territories are next to the territories of other colleagues. unless the dominance of the Kingdom of Thailand collapses and falls into civil war. Otherwise, the territories within the kingdom lords are never allowed to invade or plunder the territories of other lords at will. But the pioneering team is different. They are originally to occupy the land outside the kingdom. They can occupy as much land as they can, as long as you can control it. The kingdom will recognize that this is your territory, and will even increase the level of the lord according to the situation. The village chief becomes a town mayor. The town chief becomes a city lord. And the city lord becomes a great lord. At the same time, he is awarded a title based on his contribution. This is all written in the decree. It can be said that the rise and strength of the Kingdom of Thailand is related to this decree, including Iron Tree Fort. Most of the territory of Thailand Kingdom came from this.
However, this plain is too vast. It is not easy to turn the entire area into my territory.
At least this foundation must be turned into Winter Village.
Oh. How?
Laura's strange reaction confused David very much. Did he say something wrong?
It seems that you really want to become the lord of this place.
David's words proved that he had considered this matter. Otherwise, would it be easy?
If I could become a big lord, would I be satisfied with being a small village chief?
David was unwilling to stay in Iron Tree Castle and be a hunter. Instead, he chose to join the pioneering team, which showed his true thoughts. Although he has lived in this world for many years, the various influences from his previous life have already penetrated deep into his soul. Even if he succumbs to the pressure of reality for a while, he will choose a lifestyle that makes him more comfortable if he has the slightest chance. At present, it is much easier to live the life of your dreams than you originally expected. After a simple night's rest in the ruins, David and Laura did not wait for the sun to rise before setting off. As soon as the sky got brighter, they were already heading east along the Iron Tree Forest. The two of them had to walk along the northern edge of the Iron Tree Forest to the junction of the Thailand Mountains and the Iron Tree Forest, then turn south and continue along the passage until they finally arrived at the Iron Tree Fort. The two people should try to walk as fast as possible on this road, because compared with the previous journey, danger may occur at any time on this road.
Actually, I am very curious about the elves. It would be great if I could see the elves with my own eyes. Maybe we can communicate with each other? When you get to Iron Tree Castle, you can also see the elves. As for this section of the road, it's best not to encounter even half of the elves. That's definitely not an interesting thing.
Although David did not speak clearly, Laura still understood a lot of information contained in this passage. The elves in Iron Tree Fort probably did not live in that city voluntarily. The relationship between humans and elves in Iron Tree Fort has changed. It couldn't be worse. In this case, it would be better not to encounter the elves in the forest. I don't know if it's because David and Laura kept a sufficient distance from the Iron Tree Forest and didn't attract the attention of the elves in the forest. Or maybe they discovered it but didn't have the right time to take action. In short, they were very calm along the way, and no accidents happened. What really surprised David was that after arriving at the northern post, a small group of soldiers actually appeared in this long-abandoned post.
What's going on?
Because both David and Laura had pure human appearances. After the initial tension, the soldiers at the sentry did not embarrass them. After confirming that David was actually a member of the pioneering team that had set out from Iron Tree Fort, the soldier looked surprised.
Are there actually people from the pioneer team who have not returned to Iron Tree Fort? Because I have successfully established Winter Village, I will report back to Iron Tree Castle this time.
David's answer surprised the soldiers even more. But David showed his development order, which didn't look fake. The soldier didn't know how to greet these two men, so he could only call his captain.
Hello, I am Captain Gregory.
A middle-aged man wearing full armor and a Tehran Kingdom shirt appeared in front of David and Laura.
You are a member of that pioneering team in the Northwest? Yes. Although our pioneering team encountered a lot of troubles. Many people quit midway, and many people died on this plain. We finally succeeded in establishing a new village, Winter Village. This time we need to go to Iron Tree Castle to report the situation and let Winter Village officially become the kingdom's territory.
Chapter 22 Iron Tree Fort. Captain Gregory looked at David's development order. In fact, he couldn't be sure whether it was true or false. But that was not his job. As for the security mission, their team was sent here and restationed at the northern post. The rail defense was not about humans. This was the main reason why David and Laura were placed directly inside the post without any questioning.
I didn't expect that a team actually built a village in the north. I heard those who gave up saying how bad the environment on this plain was.
Gregory was responsible for stationing the northern sentry, so he naturally had to monitor this area. Understand enough.
Didn't it mean that the land on this plain cannot grow food? We were lucky enough to find a wild crop that can be grown.
David took out a few potatoes from his backpack. Both he and Laura brought some of these. Not as food, but as a source of food. Kind of voucher.
Want to try it? It's delicious. Newly discovered crop?
Gregory took the potato and looked at it a few times and smelled it a few times. It looked like something quite good. But the necessary caution prevented him from agreeing hastily. Instead, he returned the potatoes in his hand to David. And the reason was very reasonable.
These are meant to be shown to some people. Right. Don't waste them here. That's good. This thing is easy to grow. If Captain Gregory is stationed here for a long time, he will definitely have the opportunity to taste it in the future.
David put the potatoes away again. Captain Gregory's defense was completely understandable. If someone is not careful enough, they will not be stationed at the border guard post. Then he asked why this long-abandoned sentry was reactivated.
Actually, the reactivation of this sentry has something to do with the pioneering team.
Gregory gave a simple explanation before David and Laura understood what happened, and the main reasons why Northern Sentinel was reactivated. Some things were similar to what David had speculated before. The pioneer team that went to the northeast failed to actually establish a village, and they even gave up earlier than the team in the west. The reason why this pioneering team gave up was not only that the living environment was too harsh, but also that it was attacked.
According to the survivors' descriptions, they were attacked by a strange race that was taller and stronger than humans. Those guys had brown and khaki skin and had huge fangs.
Listening to Gregory's description, an image slowly appeared in David's mind. And the more he listened, the more he realized it was an orc. Are there orcs in this world? He had never heard of it before. But this could not be used as a reference. After all, David was just a young hunter, and it was normal for him to have little experience. However, judging from Gregory's description and reaction, the captain also did not know about creatures like orcs. However, David did not interrupt and just listened quietly. After all, his judgment may not be correct. Maybe it is a creature similar to the troll he encountered before. The pioneer camp in the northeast was destroyed by the attack. The survivors ran back to Iron Tree Fort and reported the situation. After learning that such a force existed in the northern plains, Iron Tree Fort sent soldiers to conduct an investigation. In the end, it was discovered that a race they did not understand at all had already established a village in the place where the pioneers had previously stationed. It seemed to have the idea of settling down for a long time. At this time, Iron Tree Castle still didn't care too much. After all, the pioneering team did not succeed every time. There were countless teams destroyed by various forces, and even ferocious monsters in history. The destruction of this team was not worthy of their excessive efforts. Focus on. But then another team also failed. Although this time they failed to establish a village, which was more related to the harsh environment. The attack of the elves was also an element that could not be ignored. Considering the hostility of the elves towards Iron Tree Fort, Iron Tree Fort took it a little more seriously this time. They sent a small team led by Gregory to station the northern sentry. It may sound a bit strange, because Iron Tree Forest is right next to Iron Tree Keep, and Northern Watch is located northeast of Iron Tree Forest. Even if we are worried about the elves' attack, there seems to be no need to restore the northern sentry. After David thought about it carefully, he realized that the purpose of restoring the northern sentry was not to warn the elves, but to monitor the entire northern plain. The elves and the humans in Iron Tree Fort are neighbors, and the friction between the two sides has never stopped. Therefore, Iron Tree Fort's wariness against the elves has never been lowered. If a conflict breaks out with the elves, and a third-party force suddenly comes from the north, Iron Tree Fort will easily suffer a loss. Therefore, a team of people are stationed here. The main function is to give Iron Tree Fort an early warning in case of an attack. The fort was left with reaction time to mobilize its forces, so only one squad was sent. After knowing why the northern sentry was restored to use, David's mind drifted to the mysterious force in the northeast.
Do you think I started too easily? Did you arrange an opponent for me?
If you are playing a farming hegemony type game, this enemy that appears suddenly is your main competitor in the early stage. As for the group of trolls at the door, at most, it can be regarded as a novice teaching level at the beginning.
Originally, there was no rush. I thought it would be okay to develop slowly. But now it seems that it is better to go a little faster.
According to David's original idea, it would be quite successful if the village could be developed into a town within a few years. As for going further, let Winter Village become Winter City. I'm afraid it will take many years to achieve. The most critical issue is people. Increasing the population is not easy. and the population in the Tayashubo area is not that large.
It would be great if we could bring in some people from other places.
Laura and Mark aside. As long as forting can bring people over from the world of Azeroth, population will no longer be a problem for David. The reason is very simple. Fordring was expelled and lived in seclusion, which means that the world is not far from the plot of Warcraft 3. In that story, Arthas Menethil, the former prince of Lordaeron who became a Death Knight, he led the Scourge to sweep across the Eastern Kingdom, causing great destruction to many countries and countless people. Although the Scourge is very powerful and terrifying, many Lordaeron people still managed to survive the catastrophe and became refugees without a home. Not to mention many elves from Quel'Thalas. In addition to being an excellent mage, he is also a top hunter. If David can lend a helping hand to the multinational refugees in Azeroth at this moment, it will be a good thing for both parties. Pity. Without being entangled for too long, David quickly put the matter aside and focused on the things he had to deal with. After resting for a night in the northern post, David and Laura left the post early the next morning and headed toward Irontree Fort along the road between the Tyran Mountains and the Irontree Forest. This road is also not safe. After all, the Irontree Forest is right next to it, and the elves may rush out at any time to launch a sneak attack. So Laura and David both walked as fast as possible and stayed alert when resting at night to ensure safety. In this way, after a total of 13 days of trekking, Laura and David finally arrived outside Irontree Fort. 2 days faster than the shortest time expected.
Is this Irontree Fort?
Laura looked at the tall city wall in front of her, a little surprised that Irontree Fort's defense seemed to be much stronger than she thought.
No, this is just the northern pass.
David introduced the general layout of Irontree Fort to Laura, because of the bad relationship with the elves and the initial wariness of the vast land to the north. When Irontree Fort was established, a pass was built at this passage in the north and connected with the fortress wall on the west side, which was regarded as the outer defense line of Irontree Fort. More than half of the Irontree Fort's troops were stationed in the pass and the fortress on the northwest side, led by Ismail Souza, the most trusted knight of the Lord of Irontree Fort, Marquis Dudley Morgan. After passing the pass, you still have to walk for a while before you reach the outer city of Irontree Fort. The so-called outer city is the civilian area of Irontree Fort. After the core area of Irontree Fort was established, countless ordinary people who moved here lived together around the Taishu Fort, gradually forming a large residential area. Various shops targeting these civilians were born, and eventually became the outer city of Irontree Fort. The outer city area is huge, but there is no planning at all, and the construction quality is also uneven. The entire outer city is synonymous with chaos and filth, even from a considerable distance. Laura can already smell the not-so-pleasant smell.
Oh my god, this smells!
David couldn't help but smile evilly. He had expected Laura to have this reaction, but seeing it with his own eyes was completely different from what he imagined. It would be more interesting to see it in reality. As the distance continues to shorten, various details of the outer city appear in Laura's eyes. There are no walls in the outer city, which is why the outer city can continue to expand. Looking at the environment in front of her, that was simply worse than the worst slums. Although Laura had long known that the living environment of a backward civilization was not very good, she still felt that her knowledge had been refreshed after seeing it with her own eyes.
Now I suddenly understand why you joined the pioneering team.
Laura tried her best to breathe through her mouth, but various smells kept rushing into her nose, making her suspect that her thinking was beginning to be affected.
Ahem. This is indeed one of the reasons.
He did not lead Laura into the city, but turned south after a distance.
I will take you to meet a person, and we can stay with him tonight. Late. I'll go into town tomorrow to do some business.
Sensing that Laura was a little hesitant, David gave her reassurance.
Don't worry. That person's residence is relatively remote, and the environment is slightly better.
Chapter 23 Old Hunter and Little Hunter. Although she was skeptical about David's better environment, Laura did not object because she was curious about the person David was going to take her to meet. Laura was very smart and guessed that David was going to see the old hunter Addis, who raised and taught him to become a hunter. After walking around the outer city of Irontree Fort for a while, I gradually saw relatively scattered houses in front of me. Through David's explanation, Laura understood that because there was a threat from the elves in the Irontree Forest in the northwest, Irontree Fort also built a fortress in that direction. So after it developed to a certain extent, the people no longer settled in that direction. Later, civilians who settled in Irontree Fort mostly chose the south side of Irontree Fort. The various types of houses and buildings in that direction were more than 3 times those on the west side. And the number of civilians was even greater. A small number of people live in the southwest direction. Due to various reasons, there are far fewer residents in this direction. The defensive fortress mainly defends the direction facing the iron tree forest. The pass blocks the road to the north. It can also take care of the west. However, the southwest direction of Iron Tree Fort is relatively weak in defense and is relatively close to Iron Tree Forest. Living in this area has certain risks.
Generally speaking, the people who live in this area are mainly woodcutters and hunters.
This direction allows them to access the nearby forests to obtain firewood and game.
Did you live in this place before? Yes.
Because there are few residents, the houses are not almost next to each other like in the outer city seen before, and there is a lot less domestic garbage. So the environment is relatively better. After walking for a while, David and Laura stopped outside a wooden house. Compared with the houses they had seen before, this cabin looked much neater and cleaner. It also surrounded a yard with fences and planted various flowers and plants. The fragrance of flowers and plants greatly alleviates various odors in the air.
Is this here? The environment is really good.
Laura looked very surprised. She thought that the Addis she was going to see would be a rough man with a beard and unkempt appearance. Besides, he was a hunter. He might have a lot of furs or fresh prey at home. Corpse. In any case, she never expected it to be like this. In fact, it was not just Laura who was surprised. David was also a little surprised that he had been away for more than 2 years. How could this place have changed so much? I looked around to make sure I was looking for the right place. And apart from the flowers and plants in the yard, everything else was just as I remembered. Could it be old trees blooming? The old bachelor is single? In this case, it seemed inconvenient for me to break in directly, so I had to stand outside the yard and shout loudly,
Addis, I am David. I'm back to see you.
According to his previous temper, he should have given some kind greeting smoothly. But now he had deleted all these words. But he soon discovered that he might have thought wrong. The wooden door opened, and what came out was not a lady, but a short, thin child, standing at the door. He looked at David outside the yard.
Addis went into the forest in the morning. There are more than 100 children around Iron Tree Castle. I went hunting in Iron Tree Forest, a forest, and haven't come back yet. I'm David. Has Addis mentioned me to you?
Seeing this little child, David immediately understood what was going on. It seemed that Addis had adopted another child. After careful inspection, this child was quite thin, with a handsome and fair face, and his skin was so delicate that he did not look like a child who would live in a place like this. With a piece of cloth tied around his head, David thought that the child might have been injured and was recuperating at home. According to his own experience, under normal circumstances Addis would take the child with him when hunting and teach him how to become a qualified hunter.
Yes, I heard him mention it.
While this beautiful child was talking to David, an old hunter with a gray beard slowly walked over and started roaring from a distance.
Alfie, I don't want you to stay in the house. In?
The child named Alfie was startled and couldn't help but take a half step back as if he had done something wrong. No, explained.
I opened the door when I heard him say he called David. He said he was David. Right. You are so stupid. I can't imagine how you will survive in the future.
The old hunter's roar did not subside because of Alfie's excuse, and even became more deafening.
Hey!
David on the side noticed that something might be wrong here. Although Addis's temper was not very good before, he was not so irritable. And although his tone was not good, the concern in his words was very obvious. It seems that the child's identity is not simple.
Old man, in addition to his temper getting worse, his eyesight has also become worse and worse. Can't you recognize me?
Addis had already walked up to David, casually throwing the hare and pheasant in his hand into the yard, and looked at David face to face.
Although you have changed a lot, you still don't have that particularly unbeatable look. Change!
He opened his arms and hugged David.
I asked about the situation of the pioneers, and I thought you wouldn't be able to come back. I won't die that easily.
David opened his arms and hugged Addis, and at the same time, he patted the old hunter on the back hard.
Don't you still expect me to support you in your old age?
Addis opened his arms and smiled happily.
So, after coming back this time, are you going to be a hunter in Iron Tree Castle?
In Addis' view, David should have chosen to give up and return to his original life like the previous pioneers. In Addis' view, this choice was more practical. As for White David, who always seemed to be doing big things, chose to give up. It might have something to do with a woman following him. Men, once they have a responsible bond, they won't think about so many unrealistic things.
What's this girl's name? Laura Crawford. Just call me Laura.
Laura has been learning the lingua franca of this world. Due to her cheating language talent, Laura has long been able to communicate with people in the lingua franca proficiently.
Lara Croft?
Addis's face showed a little surprise. He carefully looked at the woman in front of him and easily noticed that Laura was special. He didn't say anything, but warmly invited the two of them into the house to talk. Addis's home is also a wooden house. Compared with the new wooden houses David built in Winter Village, this wooden house is much larger, and the interior is slightly more complicated, with several rooms separated. Upon entering the house, there is the most spacious living room, with a wooden table and several chairs, as well as cabinets and shelves used to store weapons and prey. After David entered the house, he looked around and saw that there was no change from when he left, putting his backpack and hunting bow aside. And after Laura also put down her things and sat down, David noticed that Alfie was in the kitchen handling the prey that Addis had thrown into the yard, and cast curious glances at David from time to time. David smiled back, turned around and explained to Addis that he had not given up his identity as a pioneer this time and returned to Iron Tree Fort to be an Orion.
Although the pioneer team I was in encountered many difficulties, in the end, it was successfully built the village.
Oh,
Success?
as a member of the Thailand Kingdom, Addis certainly understands what it means to successfully build a village.
But I heard from those who came back before that the environment in the north is very bad, and it is impossible to build a village. I was lucky. After taking over the position of village chief, I found a wild crop, and now I have begun to cultivate large-scale fields and plant this crop. Wait, you just said you took over the position of village chief?
Discovering new crops and starting large-scale planting are nothing. What really shocked Addis was that David actually became the village chief. At the same time, I understood why David came back to Iron Tree Fort this time.
So, you came back this time. I came back this time to make Winter Village the official territory of the kingdom.
Hearing David say what he wanted to say but couldn't believe it, Addis was so surprised that he straightened his back and leaned back. At the same time, he reached for the small kettle that had been hanging around his waist and opened the lid. It took him several pauses to calm down.
This joke is not funny at all. I'm not kidding.
David looked directly at Addis in front of him, who also stared at David with wide eyes, as if he wanted to see some flaw in David's face. The two men stared at each other for more than a minute. Finally, Addis sighed first and broke the deadlock.
It's really true. It's unbelievable. You guy actually did it.
Shaking his head, Addis took another big mouthful, and a little red gradually appeared on his face and neck.
Congratulations. Thanks.
Addis turned to Alfie in the kitchen and shouted,
The rabbit and pheasant are cooked for dinner to celebrate David becoming the village chief. Okay.
Alfie's voice came from the kitchen. David looked at the child, who was still working hard in the kitchen, and thought of himself.
This child is my successor?
In David's opinion. After learning about the situation of the pioneers, Addis thought that he would never come back. So it was not surprising that he would find a new successor to train. He had long known that the old hunter adopted children and taught them to become hunters, just so that someone can take care of him after he can no longer hunt and provide for him until his death. But when David turned the topic to the child, Addis's expression became strange, as if there was something he couldn't say.
Is there any trouble? No. Nothing.
Addis obviously hesitated for a few seconds, but finally said nothing. However, David noticed that Addis glanced at Laura a few times when he hesitated, and seemed to be very wary of Laura. Chapter 24 Half-Elf. After a lavish dinner, Addis gave his bedroom to Laura, and he and David spent the night casually in the living room. As a hunter, the family still has some advantages. For example, Addis has a lot of animal furs at home. These are defective furs, mainly because they are messy in color or have unsightly patterns. They cannot be sold at a high price and are not easy to sell, so they are usually piled up over there. For excellent hunters, there is no need to worry about not having warm clothes and bedding in winter. Although these furs are not as good in appearance, they have no shortcomings in keeping warm. At this time, Addis and David made a floor with various furs and lay on it with their eyes closed to rest. Common people in this world don't have many entertainment activities at night. Basically, once it gets dark, the entire outer city falls into silence, and only the inner city lights up with many lights. As an old hunter from the civilian class, Addis has developed the habit of going to bed early and getting up early over the years. David was originally the same, but with the rapid changes in Winter Village, his work and rest schedule has changed slightly. I haven't rested so early in a while.
Close your eyes and feel the holy light.
If he stood up and assumed a praying posture, he would easily turn into a big light bulb, which would be too conspicuous. David thought it would be good to study some theoretical knowledge of the way of holy light. Not knowing how long it took, David suddenly noticed that the snoring beside him stopped, followed by the sound of getting up. If it was an ordinary night, David would not be alert. He noticed that Addis was walking towards him softly after getting up. Opening his eyes, he happened to look at Addis. When he saw the other person raised his finger to make a silent gesture, David nodded, then stood up gently and followed Addis out of the house. After closing the door, Addis said in a low voice,
"Come for a walk with me. This kind of time?"
David looked around with a smile. There was no light or sound in the scattered houses around him. Even the inner city of Iron Tree Castle didn't have much light at this time. The terrain of the inner city was slightly higher. David knew that Addis had something secret to tell him. What he said was just a joke. Addis also knew this, so he didn't answer his words or answer anything. He just motioned for David to follow him. Addis's residence is located in the outermost area of Iron Tree Fort. There are only a few houses in this area, and after walking a few steps, you are basically out of Iron Tree Fort.
It's far enough away.
David looked at the surrounding environment, and walking forward was a forest located to the south of the Iron Tree Forest. Although this forest also had high quality woods such as Iron Tree, it mostly contained other types of trees, which were partly the same as the Iron Tree Forest. Connected, the danger to human hunters and woodcutter is much lower. Addis stopped, looked around a few times, and felt that it was almost far enough. Then he looked at David with a very serious expression.
"Is that Lara Croft a noble?" "Huh?"
David didn't expect that Addis would ask about this first thing.
"It seems so."
Carefully recalling Laura's personal information, he remembered that in the old version of the setting, the Crawford family were serious English earls. He didn't know the character settings of the new version. He only knew that the Crawford family was a big family and seemed to have a title. But he couldn't remember the specific situation, and he didn't ask Laura this question.
"Don't tell me you can't see?"
Addis shook his hand dissatisfied, as if he wanted to say something but finally held back, hesitating for a long time and finally choked out.
"You shouldn't have brought her to my place. But this noble lady actually doesn't dislike my environment here."
David looked at the unhappy Addis and already guessed what made the old hunter uneasy.
"Is it because of Alfie? Who is this kid?"
Addis didn't answer, still struggling with something. David suddenly said,
"If that child really has any special identity, then it would be more dangerous to stay in Iron Tree Fort." "Right. Have you not considered taking him out of here with you?" "Leave? Where can we go?"
After answering instinctively, Addis suddenly froze. In the old hunter's mind, he was born and grew up in Iron Tree Fort. He is most familiar with this place and the surrounding environment. If he leaves, he won't know where to go. At the same time, I don't know if I, who is already quite old, can continue to be an excellent hunter in another place. Within 2 seconds of the words coming out of his mouth, Addis reacted. Did David mean that he wanted him to settle in his village? This seemed to be a good choice. But he finally shook his head.
"Alfie's situation is a bit special, and going to your place may not be a good choice. So, what's going on with Alfie?"
David doesn't like this kind of guessing conversation. If you have any difficulties, can't you just say it? Although he understood that Addis might think it was useless to speak out, Addis didn't know enough about David's situation at all, and his judgment was not accurate. Maybe David could really solve it?
"It can't be a wanted criminal with a heinous crime." "Right. Maybe the wanted ones are better."
David did not expect Addis to say such a thing. Thinking about Alfie's slender figure, fair skin and outstanding appearance that were incompatible with the civilian area.
"Could that child be the child of someone with a special status?"
Addis finally gave the answer.
"That child is a half-elf." "Half-elf?"
David had suspected that this child was an illegitimate child from a noble family, and was sent to Addis for some reason. But he did not think about the elves. After all, the relationship between humans and elves in Iron Tree Fort is really bad. Because of this bad relationship, David understood why Addis had this reaction.
"Why did you think of adopting a half-elf?"
Half-elves are a mixture of humans and elves. In an environment like Iron Tree Castle, half-elves are not uncommon, because elves have always been the most sought-after slave race among nobles. The half-elves in Iron Tree Castle are basically in this situation. Born, these hybrids of humans and elves are doomed to a dark and tragic life from the day they are born.
and neither humans nor elves will regard half-elves as their own. In the eyes of the humans in Iron Tree Fort, half-elves are just a group of low-level slaves. Even the laziest and poorest homeless people in the outer city are nobler than them. Their only advantage is that they are no weaker than the elves in appearance. This makes half-elves also become a popular item in the slave market. In the eyes of elves, these half-elves have carried original sin from the day they were born. In the eyes of extreme elves, they even symbolize the shame of elves, and they will be killed if they see them. The gentler ones will also drive away these half-elves. Therefore, half-elves almost have no home of their own. Perhaps the best outcome for this ethnic group is to be bought back by a slightly gentler noble. Alfie is, David wondered. How did Addis meet Alfie? Why keep it with you? Could it be that this child is Addis's child? Don't you see that this old guy still has this ability? Captured a female elf quietly? Is this the real reason why Addis never got married? David's thoughts gradually drifted away, and the expression on his face betrayed his own thoughts perfectly. Addis guessed what this kid was thinking without any extra effort. You guys are just like before. You can't always hide your thoughts on your face. Addis had suspected more than once that he was blind before he decided to adopt David. This kid's heartfelt disdain and contempt for those around him, the demeanor of various people, and things made him worry that this boy would never live to reach adulthood and die on the street because he offended the dignitaries in the city. It was precisely because of this concern that when David expressed his intention to join the pioneering team, he did not stop him. In Addis' view, it was too dangerous for David to stay in this city where many nobles lived. It would be better for him to go out and explore. After seeing the cruelty of real life, this arrogant man might be able to the boy understand something. Even if the inexplicable thought of looking down on everything is still there, he should know how to hide it. Despite all calculations, David never expected to become a leader of the pioneering team, and successfully established a village and returned to Iron Tree Fort. When Taya Shubo and Thailand Kingdom officially recognized the village, David's status as village chief was confirmed, and he was initially freed from the shackles of civilian status. Sighing in his heart that things are unpredictable, Addis briefly explained Alfie's situation. Don't think nonsense. That child has nothing to do with me. He was just picked up from the forest. Picked up? It's not that David thinks this is outrageous. It's common for elf slaves to either escape on their own or be rescued and return to their tribe. It's not difficult to understand that they only find out they're pregnant after returning and give birth to a half-elf child. Considering the elves, regarding the attitude of half-elves, it is not surprising to throw them away. But why was it picked up by Addis? And Alfie is not too young, so he should have thrown it away as a baby. Right? Will they be raised until they grow up and then abandoned? Even if you make up a lie to fool me, can you be a little more careful and make it up to be reliable? In response to David's complaints, Addis finally sighed and told the truth. It was actually his mother who entrusted Alfie to me. His mother can return to her fellow tribesmen in the Iron Tree Forest, but this child cannot go with her. So you decided to adopt this child? This thing sounded strange, and David had to wonder if the old man had a deeper plan. Why did Alfie's mother entrust the child to you? The elf who saved Alfie and his mother is my friend. Chapter 25. I support you. I never expected that Addis, who was born in the authentic Iron Tree Fort with thick eyebrows and big eyes and a face full of stubbornness, would actually rebel. David opened his mouth twice, and finally managed to hold back one sentence. This is really surprising. If you think about it carefully, this is not particularly strange. As a hunter, Addis's most common place is the forest, and the forest to the west of the Iron Tree Castle is the territory of the elves. Even the edge area of the Iron Tree Forest, and even several small buildings around it. In the forest, there are also elf activities. In the eyes of the elves, these forests are their sphere of influence, and the hunters of Iron Tree Fort are actually making a living on other people's territory. Addis is still an old hunter who has done very well in the elves' territory. It is impossible that he has not encountered elves in his decades of hunting career, and he has not been destroyed by the elves, but has been doing well. So this old hunter and the elves, it makes perfect sense that they have some kind of connection. According to Addis' account, when he was young, he accidentally met an elf hunter outside the Iron Tree Forest. The two people's initial behavior was no different from that of ordinary humans encountering ordinary elves. They just said nonsense and did not directly draw the bow. They set up arrows and started shooting passionately. The two people tried various methods, but failed to kill each other. Instead, they were almost taken advantage of by the demonized beast. In the face of a greater threat, two hunters of different races chose to join forces. And this cooperation also allowed the two to establish an initial friendship
and become good friends for decades to come. Listening to Addis's face reminiscing about the past as he talked about his friendship with another elf hunter, David didn't know how to evaluate it. After all, according to Addis' description, he and the elf hunter Aesop could become friends. Addis played a big role in the various dislikes of human nobles in his speech. One person and one elf formed a friendship deepened by scolding the nobles of Iron Tree Castle.
So, you helped Aesop rescue Alfie and his mother. But because of Alfie's identity as a half-elf, and the fact that you were the savior of the female elf, she trusted you so much and entrusted her child to you. Take care of you.
After listening to Addis's story, David summarized the key points of the matter. Addis nodded after listening and felt that David summarized it very well. This was indeed the situation.
You already know about Alfie. Now let's talk about your current situation. Me?
David was stunned. What happened to me? Then he realized that Addis was referring to Laura.
You mean Laura? Of course. Who else could you say?
Lara Croft was obviously a noble. Addis didn't know how David got together with a noble. Coupled with Alfie's situation, he was a little suspicious and worried that his affairs would be exposed. The nobles were already watching. Got on myself. It was not convenient for David to explain Laura's origin. But he knew what Addis was worried about.
Don't worry about Laura. She is not a noble from Iron Tree Castle. Or even from the Kingdom of Thailand. Not from the Kingdom of Thailand.
After hearing this, most of the wariness in Addis's heart immediately dissipated. There is more than one human kingdom on this continent. The Kingdom of Thailand is only the northernmost human kingdom, and one of the 4 powerful human kingdoms. In addition, there are many small forces. Common people like Addis don't even know how many countries are dominated by humans. So Addis didn't even ask what country Laura was from. Just knowing that Laura wasn't here to cause trouble for him. However, David, who had been raised and taught by himself, was about to become a village chief. He also found a noble woman and adopted a half-elf. He felt deeply that as long as he lived long enough, he would see all kinds of weird things arrive.
Let's go back.
Since Laura was not an enemy, there was no need to avoid her. Addis began to seriously consider David's suggestion, move Alfie to the winter village. Although Laura was not a noble who wanted to cause trouble for him, Addis also realized that he might not be able to continue living in Iron Tree Castle. He would not be able to sustain a life of fear every day for long. And how long can Alfie's identity be kept secret? Covering ears that are obviously different from humans with strips of cloth is not a reliable method. If your identity is suddenly exposed one day, you will not have much time to react if you want to remedy it. It is better to hide out as soon as possible. But there is one thing that Addis is still worried about. The status of half-elf cannot change much after leaving Iron Tree Castle. Even if he leaves the Kingdom of Thailand, there will be no significant change.
Don't worry. There are not many people in Winter Village now. And there are no nobles in the village.
As soon as he spoke, Addis complained
that Laura lives in Winter Village now. Right. She's just staying temporarily. What about after becoming the village chief's wife? I'm not going to stay here temporarily.
The village chief's wife? This title sounds so weak. David felt that Laura wouldn't like this kind of title. Of course, it's also possible that she didn't care about this kind of thing at all. After all, the things Laura cared about most were archaeology and adventure, which were simply engraved deep in her soul. Slowly walking back to the door, Addis thought a lot along the way and made a decision to move Alfie to Winter Village. According to David, there are only a few people in Winter Village now, and they are all civilians. Even if Alfie's identity is exposed, it will not be as dangerous as in Iron Tree Castle. Winter Village is far enough away from Iron Tree Fort, and its location is extremely remote. If something unexpected happens, the worst-case scenario is that we will take Alfie directly into the depths of the forest. An old hunter and a half-elf should be able to easily escape ordinary people in the forest.
However, I need to say hello to that old friend before I leave.
He had to say hello to Aesop and explain the situation. Otherwise, what would happen if he quietly disappeared with Alfie?
I have to go to the city after dawn tomorrow to do some business. It should take a few days. This time is enough for you to say goodbye to your good friend. And even for Alfie to say goodbye to his mother.
David originally wanted to say that his Winter Village did not engage in racial conflicts, and that Alfie's mother could move to Winter Village if she wanted to. But after thinking about it, he did not say it out loud because he trusted Addis as his savior. Then he entrusted the child to him. Don't trust David the same way. In some ways, if David becomes the village chief of Winter Village, he will be the kind of human being that the elves hate the most.
David,
Just when David was about to open the door, Addis suddenly stopped him.
Thank you.
This thank you not only showed that David was ready to help him and Addis, but also that David was willing to come back to him after establishing a foothold outside. From a certain point of view, Addis had chosen the right person.
Are you saying thank you? I want to help you take care of yourself in old age.
David always remembered this kindness for his real upbringing and teaching to impart life skills. If your life is unsatisfactory and you find it difficult to survive, forget it. Now my life is getting better and better, and I am living a good life that is more comfortable than many people in this world. If I don't do something, the books I read in my previous life will be in vain. Pushing open the wooden door, David walked back to his bed. When he lay down, he didn't even look in the direction of the bedroom, but suddenly said,
I have to go to the city after dawn, so go to bed early.
Addis, who then walked into the house, glanced towards the bedroom and lay back quietly on the bed. The familiar sound of snoring soon sounded in the house again. At dawn, the snoring stopped. Years of living habits made the old hunter wake up on time. Even if he missed a period of sleep in the middle, it did not affect him at all. David also opened his eyes. In fact, he didn't fall asleep very much. Instead, he closed his eyes and practiced the holy light all night. His physical fitness is strong enough now, and his mental strength is also growing steadily. This kind of practice can barely replace sleep. It can't really replace it. So when he can't sleep or is not suitable for sleep, he uses this method to make up for a night. The sound of dressing was also heard from the direction of the bedroom. Alfie had already dressed and walked out of his bedroom, preparing to make breakfast for several people after washing up.
Alfie, your ears are sticking out.
David's casual words made Alfie, who was not very energetic at first, startled with fright. He raised his hands to cover his ears. As a result, he immediately found that the cloth strips were firmly tied on his head, and the tops of his ears were also obediently tied. Inside the strip of cloth, it was not exposed at all. Addis glanced at David speechlessly. He found that after more than 2 years of hanging around outside, David not only did not become calm as he thought, but instead became even more vicious.
Just to cheer him up.
After that, he said low to Alfie, who looked nervous.
Don't worry. Addis has already told me about your situation.
Alfie looked at Addis, then at David, and then cautiously glanced at Laura, who had just walked out of another bedroom. Although Laura wore very civilian clothes, Alfie was able to see in Laura those habits and characteristics that only existed in aristocratic humans. Laura, who was neatly dressed and had her hair neatly arranged without any mess, said good morning to everyone, and finally looked at David, who was still struggling with his hair.
Are you going to the city right away? Let's go after breakfast.
David didn't know how long this specific process would take, so he thought it would be better to go early. The staff haven't gone to work yet? He is not worried about this. Addis's house is some distance away from the inner city and requires walking for a while. Of course, it is impossible to handle this kind of thing in the outer city full of civilians. He has to go to the inner city of Iron Tree Fort. David is also thinking about how to trick people into living in his own winter village. It is best to bring your own chickens, ducks, cattle and horses, just like joining the pioneer team, and solve the problem of livestock and poultry. Regarding David's thoughts, Addis had only one word to comment.
I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet.
Chapter 26. Whose child is this? After having a simple breakfast, David brought the necessary items, the pioneering order, and potatoes used as evidence. Because too many people who gave up returned to Iron Tree Fort, David was worried that their propaganda would definitely make the people of Iron Tree Fort. I had a preconceived idea. It was absolutely impossible to build a village in that area. But after actually showing the development order to the dedicated reception staff, David realized that he might have gone astray.
Please wait for a moment. Special officials will handle this matter later.
The reception staff were very polite and did not verbally offend David and Laura because they were wearing very civilian clothes. They even brought some fruits and snacks after leading them to a special reception room.
This thing tastes good. It looks like an apple, but tastes a bit like an orange.
Laura is very curious about all kinds of things in this world, so naturally, she will not let go of these uneaten foods.
The snacks are just average.
Compared with Laura's hometown, this world is much different in terms of material life. Maybe the upper-class nobles do not lack enough material resources and can eat more delicious snacks. But good things of that level are not. Maybe bring it out to David at this time. Just as Laura was reviewing these snacks, the door of the reception room was pushed open again, and a tall and handsome middle-aged man walked in from the outside.
Hello. I am Inspector Maloney Mansfield of Iron Tree Fort.
Maloney has a very good appearance and excellent temperament. She has a tall and straight figure and high-end clothes that can highlight her status as an official. If this image appeared in the outer city, there would never be a single civilian within a few meters of him.
Hello, Mr. Inspector.
He bowed to the Mr. Inspector in a nondescript manner. After making sure that the other party did not show any dissatisfaction due to his etiquette, David secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When he joined the development team, one of the main reasons was that it was too easy to meet nobles and various officials in Iron Tree Castle, even if he didn't have to kneel down when meeting nobles or officials. He couldn't stand even if he kept bowing his head and bending over. As for why he came to report on the development order, why did the inspector come to see him? This was not surprising to him. Generally speaking, in the Kingdom of Thailand, the king is the supreme ruler of the kingdom, and then allocates the kingdom's land to the great lords. So the responsibility for managing these lands lies with the lords. In order to facilitate the management of their own territories, the great lords either continue to entrust the territories to relatives and trusted subordinates and ask them to govern those places, or appointed various officials to assist them in handling various affairs. In general, there were two things parallel, because no lord would entrust all the land in his hands, since these officials were entirely appointed by the lords, and even the king could not interfere. The names and powers of the officials were arbitrary and depended entirely on the lord's thoughts at the time. In other words, there is no fixed definition of what position is responsible for what work. So regardless of whether this person's official position is an inspector, unless he is an upper-class person in Iron Tree Fort, he is a noble and official class. There are very few officials who are not nobles. It is difficult for outsiders to understand the scope of this person's authority.
This is David, who successfully established the new village. I didn't expect him to be so young.
From the moment he entered the reception room, Maloney Mansfield was looking at the two people in the room. From his perspective, the room was these two are very outstanding young people. What puzzled him was that these two people didn't seem to be from civilian backgrounds. Because of this doubt in his heart, and the cultivation he had cultivated over the years, he behaved very cordially and friendly.
Excellent young people. For those, I have heard from many people how bad the environment of this land is. Yes, Mr. Inspector, the environment in that place is indeed very bad. Winter will come earlier and last longer. Moreover, winter is very cold, and there will be blizzards from time to time. There is no way to catch anyone in this environment. Pray, and the land is not very fertile. The various crop seeds we originally brought cannot grow on that land at all.
Maloney Mansfield always kept a friendly smile on her face, nodding in agreement with David's words from time to time, and asked at the most appropriate time,
how did David overcome these difficulties? Originally, I was ready to give up when I got through the second winter. At that time, I just wanted to survive until spring, collect enough food to make dry food,
and then set off back to Iron Tree Fort. But I accidentally found a kind of food.
David took out the specially brought potatoes.
That's this kind of crop. I call it potatoes because they are dug out of the soil and grow like much larger beans. It's indeed very vivid.
Maloney took a potato and looked at it carefully.
Can this thing be planted? Yes. And it's growing very fast. I already harvested it once before I came back.
Maloney Mansfield, who didn't care much at first, looked surprised. According to David, he only discovered this thing after surviving the second winter. That is, the last winter. In other words, I only found this kind of food 2 or 3 months ago at most. And I tried to grow it for no more than 3 months. But I have already harvested it once.
This thing grows so fast? How is the yield? The yield is very good.
David originally just wanted to bring potatoes to prove that he had really built the village. But seeing Inspector Maloney's reaction, he felt that he might have some unexpected gains. Maybe he could really get some material support from Iron Tree Fort.
Before I set off to return to Iron Tree Fort, the people in the village people have already started the second round of planting and expanded the scope of planting.
Yes. Maloney nodded. He would not ask or even question whether this crop was really as magical as David said. According to the various regulations of the Thailand Kingdom for pioneers to establish villages, he will go on a field trip next. Therefore, he will have a clear answer after seeing it with his own eyes as to what is going on.
Winter Village. Is this the name of the village you came up with?
After chatting for a few words about the general situation, Maloney asked for the development order to check. As an official responsible for this matter, he had special identification methods to judge whether the development order was genuine or not. After confirming that it was a genuine development order, Maloney looked at the name of the village.
This is the name I decided on together with several other people. The cold winter there left a deep impression on each of us.
David was not lying. He would never forget the 2 years dominated by the cold winter. Of fear.
Not a bad name.
Maloney returned the development order in his hand to David. And Maloney reminded David formally,
keep this development order away until you get the formal appointment letter. This is proof. The most important item of your identity.
By the way, he also explained the next process to David. In fact, the next thing has little to do with David. Maloney will summarize and report various situations in detail. And after getting the permission of the Lord of Iron Tree Fort, he will lead a team. A team went to the village for a field trip. Then Maloney will report it based on the results of the field investigation, plus various geographical information. After getting the approval of Marquis Dudley Morgan, the Lord of Iron Tree Castle, he will sign a series of documents. These documents will be made in triplicate and 1 copy. Keep a file. Send 1 copy to Royal City of Thailand, and give the other copy to the new village chief David together with the fresh appointment letter. To get these things, David needs to provide a development order. Otherwise, he will not get the appointment letter and the document that symbolizes being different from other village leaders in the kingdom and equivalent to the small lord of the kingdom. Only then did David realize that the pioneering order was more important than he originally thought.
Next, you need to wait in Iron Tree Castle for a few days.
Maloney Mansfield just clapped his hands, and the attendant, who had been waiting outside the door, immediately opened the door and walked in.
My attendant will arrange accommodation for you. The place?
Directly arranging accommodation for David and Laura is so that Maloney can find them at any time in the next few days. As for whether the two have accommodation elsewhere in Iron Tree Fort, this is not something he cares about. It is impossible to compare with him anyway. The accommodation arranged is better and more convenient. It can be seen from this that although Maloney Mansfield behaved kindly, he could not really hide his aloofness in his heart. From the beginning to the end, he never asked whether the two of them had a place to live. Where do you live? Although his opinions were ignored.
David did not refuse the inspector's arrangement. He just asked if he could go to the outer city to handle some matters.
Of course. It's best to bring Huey with you. That will save you a lot of trouble.
Huey was the attendant Maloney called in. Maloney asked David to take Huey with him when he usually went out. The main purpose of monitoring David is to avoid trouble that David may encounter when entering and exiting the inner city.
Thank you very much, Inspector, for taking care of me. Then I won't disturb you in your official duties.
David understood Maloney's intention, gave a serious salute, and left the reception room with Laura. David didn't know that Maloney Mansfield was always looking at himself and Laura, thinking about his identity in his head.
David is an interesting young man. I wonder whose family he is an illegitimate child.
He did not believe that this young man named David was from a commoner family.
And that young woman, why was she left outside? What a waste of that look. Outstanding looks.
Maloney Mansfield, who secretly complained about which family was so unreliable, quickly focused on the work he was about to handle.
If you go to the north, you need to prepare a lot of things.
Chapter 27, Preparing for the Return Journey. The residence Maloney Mansfield arranged for David and Laura was located in a relatively outer area of the inner city. It was not a good location. When you opened the window, you could see the tall inner city walls. There are several pots of green plants, but only the green grass and flowers downstairs can be appreciated. The furniture and bedding inside were not made of high-quality materials, but they were clean and tidy, making people feel comfortable. And there was no strange smell. This made Laura breathe a sigh of relief after walking all the way from the outer city.
The environment here is pretty good.
After Maloney's attendant Huey brought the two here, introduced the basic situation and arranged adjacent rooms for the two, he said goodbye. In fact, Huey lived on the first floor. David and Laura can come to him anytime if she needs anything.
It's like two different worlds from the outer city. Actually, they are two completely different worlds.
David glanced at the tall city wall. This huge city wall was not only the strongest defense line of Iron Tree Fort, but also the barrier between the two worlds. If ordinary people don't choose to join the pioneering team, they may never have the opportunity to enter the inner city. But David was not thinking about lofty issues like how to change the world. He was thinking about very practical things. Should we build a wall for Winter Village? After thinking about it, it seems that it is not needed for the time being. There are only a few houses, a few fields, and a few people in Winter Village. If anything happens, everyone can find and deal with it as soon as possible. There is no need for things like city walls at all. When the village develops and the population increases, and more ordinary people who need protection live in the village, walls will be needed as defensive facilities.
What are you going to do in the next few days?
Laura walked around the room twice, then went to her own room to check and then sent the message back to David's room.
Are you just waiting here for the inspector? I'm going to say hello to Addis. Tell him our arrangements. And ask him to ask if anyone is willing to move to Winter Village.
David himself also wanted to go to the outer city to make an announcement. I want to see if I can attract some farmers and blacksmiths.
I'll go with you.
Listening to David's arrangement, Laura didn't want to wait here. It would be too boring. After going downstairs and calling Huey, David first asked about issuing an announcement, and found out that if he wanted to issue one announcement, that was a very simple matter. But if he wanted to issue an announcement that was enough to notify the entire outer city, then he would need to spend some money to do it. In this era where communication basically relies on shouting, and we can't expect the civilians in the outer city to be literate enough. If we want to make the announcement known to the entire outer city, the only reliable way is to hire people and disperse them throughout the city. Tell it to people. If you want to hire someone, you have to spend money. But the crux of the problem is that David has no money. After Huey knew that David had no money, he did not mock or show any disdain. To be the most trusted attendant of officials, he still possesses the basic professional qualities.
If you don't want to spend money,
was just another way of saying it, which made David feel more comfortable.
Then you can only post an announcement in the square in the outer city, where the message can be spread as much as possible. This announcement can also be invited people from the town hall help write it.
The solution given by Huey is the most reliable solution at present. But someone still needs to be at the announcement to answer some questions that may arise. David nodded. After Huey said the solution, he stopped talking. Someone must be guarding the announcement. One is that not many civilians are literate, or even very few. Plus, the announcement can only say, North. A new village is established and farmers and craftsmen are recruited. It is impossible to write down all the specific situations, and someone needs to answer them in time. If David had money, of course, he could hire someone to stand by the announcement to do this. If he didn't have money, he could only do it himself.
By the way, generally speaking, how many days does it take Mr. Inspector to do various preparations? I'm not very clear about this.
There are some things Huey can answer, but there are some things he can't give accurate answers to, especially things related to his master. David calculated in his mind that if Inspector Maloney Mansfield was a relatively hard-working official, then 2, 3, or 5 days should be enough. I'm afraid that this adult has serious procrastination. Anyway, for this adult, the situation in the village to the north has little to do with him. So what if he waits a few more days before setting off? In that case, there's no telling how long the wait will be. Very fortunately, the situation that made David extremely entangled and depressed did not happen. After meeting Addis, he said hello to him and asked him to help find some farmers and craftsmen who were unhappy with their lives in Iron Tree Fort and wanted to find another place to make a living, and then went to Iron Tree. The Fort Affairs Hall wrote an announcement and posted it in the outer city square. After standing there for a long time, a group of people watched. Just after dinner, when he returned to the accommodation arranged for him by Maloney, someone came to Huey. Then Huey informed David.
Lord Mansfield has determined the departure date and will set off after breakfast in 4 days.
It was almost the same as David's estimated fastest time. It seemed that the inspector was a very diligent official. With the accurate departure date, David can agree on a departure time with Addis, and can also set a meeting time with people who are interested in going to Winter Village. With full expectations, David went to the square every day to guard the place where the announcement was posted. Unfortunately, not many people asked, and no one made it clear that they were willing to go to Winter Village. It was a lonely watch for 3 days. On the 3rd day, there were no people around to watch the announcement. Even though David kept promoting his village, he could only get some suspicious looks. When setting off on the 4th day, David met Inspector Maloney Mansfield again. The inspector still had a faint smile on his face, greeted David cordially, and even comforted him.
Adventurous people have already joined pioneering teams, so you don't have to feel discouraged.
It was obvious that the inspector knew very well what David had been doing these days. And he also knew that David had not recruited half a person in the past few days. He didn't find this situation strange at all. Isn't that what civilians in the outer city are like? As long as they can survive, they will survive. As for whether they will have a better life in another place, they don't think about it at all. What's more, The running backs on the development team have frequently described the situation in the North in the past 2 years. The few people who were excited gave up their unrealistic dreams when they thought of these people's descriptions. David's winter village wants to recruit farmers and craftsmen in Iron Tree Fort, which is more difficult than ordinary new villages.
Thank you, Inspector.
David was mentally prepared and did not show any disappointment. At this time, he looked at the people behind Maloney curiously. Judging from their attire, several of them were wearing armor and weapons, and they should be accompanying guards. One was Maloney's attendant Huey, who should be responsible for taking care of the chief inspector, and 2 of them were wearing light clothes, whose identity is unclear from his clothes. Maybe he is Maloney's subordinate? Maloney had no idea of introducing David, and just motioned for David to get on the mount prepared for him. Looking at David's slightly jerky movements, Maloney's expression didn't change. After noticing Laura's skillful movements, the doubts in his eyes became more intense. Finally, he couldn't hold back and finally asked,
I don't know yet. Miss Laura,
"What's your surname?"
Crawford. Laura glanced at David, and after seeing him give her a casual look, she simply said her last name,
Crawford.
Maloney thought about it and determined that it was not a family in Iron Tree Castle, or even a big family in the surrounding areas and King Tyland City. It was absolutely impossible for him to imagine that the Crawford family came from Britain, a country that was very, very, very far away from the kingdom of Tyland. After these few days, David had actually vaguely guessed that Maloney might have misunderstood something, but he had no idea of explaining it, so he let him misunderstand it. This misunderstanding was not a bad thing for him. Perhaps Maloney's preparation in just a few days had something to do with this misunderstanding. Even the 2 free horses next to them may be due to this misunderstanding that there are several horses carrying goods. 2 of them only have saddles and no goods. They are obviously specially used. Maloney Mansfield's preparations were quite complete, not only for the part of the work he was responsible for, but also for figuring out that David would bring
a few people
back to Winter Village this time. We had previously arranged horses for David and Laura, as well as horses for Addis and Alfie, who would definitely go with David and Laura. Passing through the square in the outer city, David saw that the notice he posted had been taken down. He saw many farmers and craftsmen who had asked him in the past few days. At this time, they used various methods to looking at themselves. It can be seen from their expressions that most of these people are just watching the excitement, and thoughts such as envy and wanting to be together are completely non-existent. Along the road, in the direction directly opposite the city gate of the inner city, enough space will be reserved as the main passage to facilitate entry and exit. The people on horseback quickly passed through the vast outer city. As soon as he left the outer city, David noticed 2 figures, one large and one small, standing on the roadside looking around. It was Addis and Alfie. Addis already knew that he was going to move north this time and would travel with officials of noble origin, but he did not expect that the noble officials also provided mounts for David and Laura. Looking at the team all riding horses, Addis thought he could only go on the road alone with Alfie. Unexpectedly, after the team stopped in front of him, David pointed to the 2 empty mounts and motioned for Addis and Alfie to ride on them.
Is there such a good thing?
Chapter 28, The First Transaction. Addis did not rush to get on the horse, but first helped Alfie climb onto the horse, and then he got on the horse next to him. David turned to look at the 2 of them, and then noticed that Alfie's skin was no longer delicate and white, but a bronze color, and he was wearing a hat made of a fox head so that no one would notice. He had a piece of cloth tied around his head, and he didn't pay any further attention to what was hidden under the piece of cloth. I just wonder if Maloney Mansfield has already investigated Alfie's identity. Judging from Maloney's performance, it seems that he doesn't know. Or maybe he already knew it, but he didn't care at all. David had no intention of testing it out. It would be best if no one paid attention to Alfie along the way. He could return to Winter Village safely and smoothly. After completing the fixed inspection process, he would send these people off, return to Iron Tree Fort. Thinking of this, David suddenly thought of a question. At this time, everyone on horseback has passed through the pass in the north of Iron Tree Fort. There is a long way to go next.
So I asked while everyone is still in good spirits.
Sir Inspector, after this inspection, should I follow you back to Iron Tree Castle to receive the letter of appointment? Or should I wait for a special envoy in Winter Village?
Maybe it was really boring on the road, and there was no scenery worth admiring around. Maloney also wanted to find someone to chat with. And David asked, and he answered the question happily.
It's best to go back to Iron Tree Castle to collect it in person. If you wait for someone from Iron Tree Fort to deliver the documents to you, I don't know how long it will take.
Maloney's high efficiency does not mean that the officials of Iron Tree Fort are so efficient. If you expect those people to handle matters that have nothing to do with your own immediate interests, it is not uncommon for them to be delayed for a year and a half.
Besides, it is also a good thing for you to get a formal appointment letter early. Having a formal document will also help you recruit more villagers.
Maloney was in a good mood. In addition to answering David's questions, he gave some guidance.
Even if it's difficult to recruit in Iron Tree Fort, you can still go to nearby villages and towns.
The reputation of the Northern Plains has been completely ruined in Iron Tree Fort. But in this era of limited information, especially for these civilians who rarely go out, no one here may know about things that everyone in the next town knows. Therefore, it may be easier for David to recruit villagers in villages and towns outside Iron Tree Castle, especially when he holds the official appointment document from the kingdom. Of course, whether this poaching behavior will cause dissatisfaction among the local lords is another matter. As David thanked him, he thought about where he should go to recruit people. Going to other villages and towns to recruit people would definitely offend people. But what if he went to a place that had just suffered a disaster? In which region might there be less resistance? Here comes a new question. How can David, who is in the most remote area of the human kingdom, know whether a natural or man-made disaster has broken out elsewhere? After much deliberation, he was only sure that a natural disaster would break out in Azeroth in 2 or 3 years. He had no idea when other places would be affected. Even David was not particularly clear about the specific town surrounding Iron Tree Fort.
It seems that he is too ignorant of the situation in this world.
Previously, he only focused on things around him, including asking Laura to bring more books about Earth knowledge, just to improve his persona. As for matters other than himself, let alone the overall situation of the Thailand Kingdom, he didn't even know the situation in Iron Tree Castle and its surroundings very well. This is related to David's identity. At first, he was just an ordinary civilian. Even if he became a qualified hunter, he was still just a civilian. When he first joined the development team, his original goal was only to obtain the status of a knight. Orion is an important armed member of the development team. If the village can be successfully established and developed, as long as the village chief is promoted to the mayor, he becomes the real leader of the kingdom. Lord, he has a high probability of obtaining the status of a knight. Don't underestimate the status of a knight. If he succeeds, it means that David has successfully crossed the class and entered the circle of aristocrats. Even if he is a bumpkin from a remote countryside, he is still one of the aristocrats. Only by crossing this huge threshold can he go a step further. Possible. It can be said that David's initial plan was entirely centered around thinking about himself. What does the situation around Iron Tree Fort have to do with him? It's just that things in the world often don't develop as people predict, and changes in many things always catch people off guard. The original Orion suddenly became the village chief, and a series of things happened that left David no time to think about these things. More importantly, even if he wanted to learn and research this information, he couldn't do it. He couldn't get detailed maps and various information about the areas around Iron Tree Fort. At present, the only one we can count on is Addis. An old hunter who has lived in Iron Tree Fort for decades should have a certain understanding of the surrounding situation. After an initial few words, the group grew quiet. There are many reasons. As the leader of the team, Maloney really has nothing to talk to these men without giving any instructions. Although he was very curious about David and Laura, he would not let go of his dignity and hold on to the two commoners for an endless chat. It is impossible for the subordinates to just chat with the leader and superiors, and the guards are even more careful around them. Addis has to look after Alfie, who cannot ride a horse. He also hopes that no one will pay attention to the two of them, unless necessary. He and Alfie wouldn't take the initiative at all. David and Laura had nothing to talk about. If they wanted to chat, they usually had the opportunity to talk alone. At this time, it was better to be quiet. After a few rookies got used to it, this team of 14 people and 20 horses gradually accelerated their speed. If they wanted to pass safely through the passage between the Iron Tree Forest and the Thailand Mountains, the best way was just walk there early instead of wasting time on this road. With qualified mounts, the team traveled quickly and arrived at the northern post in the evening of the next day. When he met Captain Gregory again not long after, David took out the potatoes he had always brought with him and made them part of dinner. After meeting Inspector Maloney, Captain Gregory, who had completely let down his guard, tasted the new crop David mentioned. After only a few bites, he immediately praised it.
This thing called potato is really delicious.
Good.
It tastes very good and can be stewed with various meats and vegetables. When roasted or boiled alone, it can also be used as a staple food instead of bread. Considering that David said that this crop has a large yield and matures quickly, it is no wonder that David a village could be built on the northern plains where there are so many problems.
If possible, I hope Village Chief David can sell some potatoes to our sentry.
Before dinner was finished, David had an unexpected surprise.
Of course. How much do you need? 50 kilograms.
50 kilograms is not too much. There are 10 elite soldiers stationed at the northern sentry. These soldiers are all the elites of Iron Tree Fort who wear heavy armor and can freely wield weapons to engage in high-intensity battles. This group of soldiers has strong fighting power and a large appetite. 50 kilograms of potatoes will not last long even if they are only used as side dishes. If it is a staple food, it will be eaten faster. But for Winter Village, David is not sure whether there are so many potatoes currently stored. But that's not a problem. At worst, just let Laura go home and buy 50 kilograms. As for the price given by Captain Gregory is not high, just slightly higher than the price of the same amount of wheat. But David doesn't care about this very much. As long as there is a market, potatoes can be used as side dishes. It is versatile and can be used as a staple food. And its consumption speed is very alarming. It can be said that no matter how much you grow, you don't have to worry about not being able to sell it. The most important thing is that David received his first funding. The money is not much. After all, it is only 50 kilograms of potatoes. And another 50 kilograms will not sell for much. But with this money, he can buy livestock and poultry. And he can also buy a horse to facilitate his traveling back and forth to Iron Tree Fort. After a few more exchanges with Captain Gregory, David and the other party quickly reached a verbal agreement. When David returns, 50 kilograms of potatoes will be prepared. And Gregory does not need to pay all in cash. But poultry, livestock, and horses of corresponding value may be used to defray this expense. The northern post is a well-equipped post. In addition to 10 elite soldiers stationed there, there are also blacksmiths, cooks, assistants, and handymen living here. Their existence is to ensure the combat effectiveness of the soldiers. Also to ensure combat effectiveness, a lot of poultry and even cows were kept in the sentry, all to ensure that the soldiers had eggs and milk to eat. And the livestock themselves were considered as food reserves.
But these are war supplies, right?
David's only worry is whether these things can be traded. In the end, Gregory didn't care about this kind of thing at all.
As the highest officer of the Northern Post, I have the power to mobilize all resources in the post.
Once the supplies are consumed, they can be replenished after applying to Iron Tree Fort. What's more, this is not considered consumption. It is just exchange for another material. It is completely legal and reasonable. At most, there will be some loss during exchange. At this point, the two parties happily reached a purchase and sale agreement. And then David gave the few potatoes he and Laura had to Gregory. Captain Gregory was also very angry. He handed over 2 horses to David as a deposit on the spot. No one could fault the reason he gave. After David returned to the village, he could not rely on manpower to move 50 kilograms of potatoes. Come to the northern sentry? These 2 horses were delivered to the village chief David in advance so that David could transport the potatoes he ordered.
Captain Gregory, don't worry. I will pack 50 kilograms of potatoes as soon as I get back.
Chapter 29, Attacked on the Way. After a good night's rest at the northern post, the team, whose fatigue had been greatly relieved, set off again on the road to Winter Village. This trip to Winter Village was very different from David's previous departure from Winter Village to Iron Tree Castle. This team did not choose to walk west along the northern edge of Iron Tree Forest, and then turn north when they saw the river. Instead, he chose a faster route, leaving the northern post and heading straight to the northwest. According to David's description, Winter Village is located on the south side of a large forest northwest of the northern post and on the east bank of the Winter River. Whether it is the vast forest or the Winter River, it is an easy reference to determine. Even when the distance is very far, you can use the forest to determine the direction. So even if it's hard to tell the direction on the green grassland at first glance, you don't have to worry about not finding Winter Village. Because I chose the shortest route and had a mount. It originally took about 10 days to walk. If I had gone faster, I might have been able to finish it in 2 days. And if I had gone slower, it would have only been 3 days. David had no objections to Maloney's choice. It was certainly a good thing to be able to go back early. He didn't feel much about it when he was in Iron Tree Castle before. Now that he is closer to Winter Village, he misses him even more. He left less than a month ago. New home. Of course, he did not ignore the two inspector subordinates in the team who did not know their identities. These two people had been recording something on the way. When the team occasionally stopped to eat and rest, they would get together to discuss something. Perhaps it was because he checked too often that Maloney quickly noticed.
No need to be surprised. They are just drawing a map.
When David heard this, he was suddenly surprised. It turned out that he was making a map. Since Winter Village will become the territory of the Kingdom of Thailand, the Kingdom of Thailand must of course have a sufficient understanding of the areas under its jurisdiction. Drawing a map is only the most basic step. Work.
It turns out that the inspection work also includes this.
He guessed that these people were not only drawing maps, but also inspecting the possible resources around Winter Village.
Yes, even the situation of the potatoes will be recorded.
There is no need to hide this kind of thing. Maloney introduced the work that his subordinates have to do. Is Winter Village a real village? It is necessary to find out what special products, minerals, and surrounding terrain there are in Winter Village and its vicinity, including choosing the straight route to Winter Village. It is all related to these tasks. They need to determine the distance from the Northern Sentry to Winter Village. Maloney even told David the route he would take on the return trip. Different from this time, when returning to Iron Tree Castle, Maloney will take his men to take the route David took before. By the way, he will take a look at the condition of the river flowing out of Iron Tree Forest and check the situation of the abandoned village. In general, Iron Tree Castle and the Thailand Kingdom need to understand the general situation of the Northern Plains, and then discuss how to manage such a large area of land. Should we build more outposts throughout the Northern Plains? Should we build a fort? Should we mobilize more manpower to reclaim and transform this area and build a new city?
Of course, unless this area is rich in mineral resources and must be of high value. The possibility of Thai Shibo mobilizing massive manpower to build a new city in the Northern Plains is not high. Just as Maloney was briefly introducing his work, a soldier on horseback, who was in charge of guarding, suddenly shouted a warning.
There is a person approaching quickly from the north.
Everyone who was resting immediately stopped what they were doing, and several soldiers immediately mounted their horses and looked to the north. Laura moved more lightly, standing directly on the horse, and built a pergola with her hands to block the sun so that she could see more clearly. As a result, Laura, the tallest and best-sighted person on the station, was the first to see clearly who was coming.
There are 4 brown-yellow, strong-bodied creatures with simple protective gear and weapons in their hands. The mount is a giant wolf with long white fur.
Following Laura's description, everyone realized who was rushing towards them, the group of guys who destroyed the Northeastern pioneering team. David also rode on the horse at this time and held the hunting bow in his hand.
I didn't expect to meet these guys when I was about to get home. I thought this trip would go smoothly and there would be no accidents.
Although these guys who were suspected of being orcs rushed over from the north, he was not worried about the situation in Winter Village. With Fording in charge of the village, 100 more orcs would not be able to threaten Winter Village. When everyone mounted their horses and prepared for battle, the distance between the two sides had become very close. David could even clearly see several fangs growing on these guys' mouths.
This looks like an orc at all. Right.
Even if it was really an orc, he wouldn't find it strange. There are orcs in many worlds, and they are not limited to worlds with a Western fantasy background.
It's not like these guys are here to say hello to us.
Maloney Mansfield, an aristocratic official, sat on his horse with his back straight, without any sign of nervousness or panic, and gave orders in a steady voice.
Knight Hackett, you will be responsible for commanding this battle. Yes, sir.
A heavily armed knight drew out the long sword from his waist, raised it, and pointed forward and shouted,
"Charge!"
After that, he took the lead in riding out. Several other heavily armed soldiers followed immediately and drew out their weapons. Except for the knight named Hackett, the other soldiers had different weapons: 2 war hammers, a chain hammer, and a chain hammer. Heavy sword. For verses 5. Neither side had an advantage in terms of numbers. Looking at body size, the ones on the opposite side were not only stronger and thicker than the human soldiers, but even the mounts on their crotches were giant wolves of staggering size. But in terms of equipment, the orcs who only had a few simple protective gears with far greater decorative effects than defensive effects, and the weapons in their hands looked rough and old, couldn't really compare with the elite knights of Iron Tree Castle. To put it simply, until the two sides actually collide, it is difficult to judge who can win. Boom!
The moment the two groups of cavalry passed each other, there was an astonishing loud noise. At the same time, the figure in armor and the thick brown and yellow giant fell to the ground one after another. However, one of the orcs was not shot down, and he did not turn back to support his companions, who were caught in the melee on the ground. Instead, he rushed straight towards David and the others. There was only one person left on the guarding knight side, who was not killed, and that was Knight Hackett as the commander. After completing the charge, this knight immediately controlled the direction of the horse, and also ignored his companions, and attacked the only fish that slipped through the net. Chased him. His duty is to protect Moroni Mansfield and his subordinates. If Moroni is not endangered, he will also protect David, Laura and others. In this case, his only choice would be to call back. Normally, these giant wolf cavalry from a strange race had been running for who knows how long, and they had launched a charge from a very faraway place. With these top-notch war horses under his crotch, he was fully confident that when the enemy threatened Ma Lord Lonnie caught up with the opponent and killed him. But what he never expected was that when he turned his horse's head and was about to speed up the chase, several giant wolf mounts next to him actually pounced from the side. Although Hackett avoided the attack with his extraordinary reflexes and martial arts, he took advantage of the situation and gave a sword to the giant wolf that sneaked up on him, and used the opportunity to force back another giant wolf with his sword. But after being delayed for a moment, the enemy had already rushed far away and was about to kill him in front of Maloney. Just when he regretted that he had underestimated the enemy and made such a big mistake, the enemy who rushed towards Lord Maloney Mansfield suddenly fell off his mount. Moroni Mansfield saw the huge, ugly and fierce-looking enemy rushing toward him. If he said he was not afraid at all, he would be lying. But he suppressed all these emotions, and smoothly stopped the attendant Huey who wanted to block him, and calmly drew out the long sword from his waist. In Maloney Mansfield's view, among the remaining people present, he was the only one who could be considered a fighting force. As for David and the others, how many of them were there? The proud Lord Maloney Mansfield did not allow himself to hide behind a few civilians. Unexpectedly, just when the vicious guy was about to kill him, he was suddenly thrown off his mount and rolled on the ground countless times. It was a complete embarrassment. He finally stood up, covering his dizzy head in an attempt to regain consciousness. The next second, his face was nailed with several sharp arrows, two of which were shot directly from the eye sockets into the head, directly backward from the tall guy. Judging from the appearance of the fall, he should be dead. After taking a closer look, Maloney noticed that the giant wolf that was the mount also had several arrows nailed to its head. It seemed that it was because the mount was shot to death that the guy was thrown to the ground. He turned his head and glanced at David beside him. At this time, David still maintained the posture of raising his bow and aiming, as if to remind everyone that everything that just happened was his doing. Good archery skills. Maloney, who had regained her composure after the crisis was over, praised David's archery skills for being able to kill the enemy in an instant and save him from the crisis. Such archery skills cannot be overstated. What's more, David's archery skills are really powerful. In such a short period of time, David can shoot several arrows twice in a row, each time, and all of them hit the target. This is not what ordinary hunters can do. Even the elite archers from Iron Tree Fort might not be able to do better than David. Chapter 30. There must be something fishy about this village. David's original archery skills could only be regarded as passable, which was of course sufficient for hunting. Even if he could practice rapid shooting, he could only be regarded as a good young hunter. Not to mention the elite archers of Iron Tree Castle. Even compared with experienced old hunters like Addis, they are not on the same level. Let alone Laura, who can destroy the Brotherhood of the Sun with a hunting bow group. But since acquiring the talent for archery, David's prowess in archery has continued to improve. He has experienced firsthand what it means to be overwhelmed by talent. The results of several years of hard training are not as big as the progress achieved through casual practice after acquiring the talent. Today, when David picks up a bow and arrow, his body seems to have an instinctive feeling, telling him how to hit the target better. In addition, when he is fully focused, the target will become as if in slow motion. Even if the opponent is at high speed, while moving, there was no way to escape his aiming lock. What's more, his trump card is far more than excellent archery. Even if the orc didn't die under David's arrow and successfully rushed in front of Maloney, David could still stop and kill the guy. After all, the biggest killing move is the Holy Light spell, especially the Holy Fire, which is very lethal and is David's current trump card. This time,
he was not given the opportunity to show the sacred fire. After shooting the orc, Hackett was relieved when he saw the scene from a distance. At the same time, he realized that the only way to make up for his previous mistakes was as soon as possible, only by destroying these hateful enemies. He adjusted his direction again and rushed towards the few people in the melee. The elite warriors had the upper hand with their skillful cooperation. Hackett's addition was the last straw that broke the enemy's back. But unfortunately, they were not able to eliminate all these guys. Under the cover of his companions and the giant wolf, one of the orcs climbed onto a giant wolf and ran away towards the east. At the end of the battle, four enemies riding giant wolves escaped with 3 deaths, and their mounts also suffered 3 deaths and 1 escaped. However, there were no casualties on the human side, and only 2 soldiers suffered some injuries, which amazed David. When the cavalry of both sides clashed, the other 4 warriors except Hackett were knocked off their horses with weapons. However, they were not seriously injured under the impact. They were even able to defeat orcs, who were much stronger than themselves on the flat ground. The warriors' physical fitness was much stronger than David thought. Watching several soldiers helping each other check their physical injuries, making sure that no one had fatal injuries, and then putting their armor back on after briefly treating their injuries, David once again marveled at the physical fitness of these soldiers. He was looking at several soldiers here. Over there, Knight Hackett was begging Maloney for his wrong judgment, which almost put Lord Maloney Mansfield in danger. As the captain of the escort for this operation, his performance was completely substandard.
Forget it. After all, we are enemies we don't know much about.
Maloney Mansfield may have been dissatisfied deep down, and complained that Hackett, the guard captain, was incompetent. But on the surface, he wouldn't say anything, especially not at this time. Even if Hackett didn't perform well this time, he would have to let Hackett be responsible for guarding him in the rest of the time. In this case, it would not be of any benefit to him to criticize Hackett. So even if he was dissatisfied, he would not show it, and would even say a few words of comfort, hoping that Hackett would forget this mistake and do better in the future. Show your true strength.
In the coming days, I will definitely not let you down.
Knight Hackett almost swore, and he was really prepared to work hard and strive to win the victory just now in the next period of time. Erase the bad impression created. Maloney comforted Hackett, while several warriors began to clean the battlefield and inspect the corpses of several enemies, and the giant wolf that was their mount.
This is the giant wolf of the north.
Addis, who pretended to be transparent throughout the whole process and tried not to attract attention, still couldn't control the professional habits he had developed over the years. After a few observations, he could tell the types of these mounts.
This kind of giant wolf is usually the leader of the wolf pack. It has a larger size, stronger strength and endurance, and a good running speed than ordinary gray wolves. But I have never seen anyone use this kind of giant wolf as a mount.
David looked at the giant northern wolf a few more times, and he remembered that the pure white giant wolf he had seen in the troll village seemed to be of this species.
Is this giant northern wolf common around Iron Tree Fort? When I was young, I could still see them around Iron Tree Fort from time to time. These days, I can no longer see this giant northern wolf. They should be moving further north. In this area.
Addis realized that he was at this time being on the plain north of Iron Tree Fort. He temporarily changed his words.
This kind of giant wolf is not afraid of severe cold. In this cold area, it may be more suitable as a mount than ordinary horses.
Not to mention that this kind of giant wolf also has good fighting power. They have just seen how these giant wolves cooperate with their masters to fight. At first, Addis just had a casual chat with David. But unexpectedly, within a few words, several people, including Maloney, were attracted, especially when it was said that
the giant northern wolf is particularly suitable as a mount in the harsh cold environment of the north.
Maloney's 2 men began to record it again. Maloney even asked David,
"Which village is there such a giant wolf nearby? I should have seen the corpse of such a giant wolf before when I was exterminating giant monsters with my companions in the village."
At the same time, he also began to think about whether he could catch a few giant northern wolves and train them into mounts. Thinking of riding a giant wolf back and forth across the northern snowfields. It seemed quite cool. David was soon brought back to reality from his fantasy. After cleaning up the battlefield and simply burying the bodies of several orcs and giant wolves, the team set off again. Maloney, who was on the road again, decided not to camp and rest tonight, and traveled overnight to reach Winter Village as soon as possible.
"David, you must be worried about your village." "Right."
Maloney estimated in his mind that the distance to Winter Village should not be very far. It is better to speed up and try to reach Winter Village today, even if it has arrived in the evening. Maloney made this decision mainly because he thought that the group of orcs appeared from the north, and suspected that these guys had discovered or even attacked the Winter Village. Although nothing was found from these people, this possibility cannot be ruled out. Of course, it is also possible that another team of orcs has occupied Winter Village, and this team of cavalry went back to report the news. Maloney was thinking about what to do if Winter Village was really captured or completely destroyed.
Do you want to fund David to rebuild Winter Village?
From Maloney's point of view, David may be the illegitimate son of a certain noble family, and the elders in the family take good care of this illegitimate son. So they arranged for David to join the development team and let him obtain a territory of his own through legal and reasonable means. At the same time, there should be more than one family behind David, and that's why Lara Croft appears here. Otherwise, he really couldn't figure out the reason for a lady from a noble family to appear in such a remote place. Of course, these are just his guesses. Maybe he guessed wrong? Although Maloney felt that his judgment was 90% correct. Even if it deviated, it would not deviate too much. So regardless of these factors, is David worth the investment? He carefully considered the various resources available in Linong Village: potatoes, a new crop with a short maturity period and a large yield. It can be eaten as a side dish or as a staple food. This is the most important specialty product of Cold Winter Village. Before the value of potatoes is widely recognized, no farmers will easily choose an unfamiliar crop to replace the originally grown crops. That is to say, except for Cold Winter Village, there will be no other products. The area mainly grows potatoes. The giant northern wolf, a mount with good combat effectiveness and better adapted to the northern climate? He didn't think it was impossible to train the giant northern wolves into mounts. Since those ugly giants could do it, why couldn't they? But the question is, how valuable is this thing? Can it be cultivated in large quantities? If the quantity is small, it can only be regarded as a novelty and has little practical value. What else? Maybe it's just David himself? Here comes the point. What benefits can you or your family get? Maloney fell into deeper thoughts. As a result, before they knew it, they had arrived at Winter Village.
Sir, ahead is Winter Village.
After driving at full speed, they arrived at Winter Village earlier than expected. At this time, the sun had not completely set. Against the backdrop of the setting sun, Winter Village looked unusually peaceful. Maloney looked at the quiet village. Could it be that all the people in the village were killed? Otherwise, why would it be so quiet? And you can't even see anyone? Turning to look at David, David immediately explained,
There are not many people in Winter Village now, and there are only 2 people left in the village.
While David was speaking, a strong man came out of the wooden house. He seemed to notice them in the distance, standing on the edge of the village and looking over here. Although he was far away, everyone present could clearly see that this man had a very strong physique, even stronger than Hackett and the other elite warriors.
Who is this? This is Tyrion Fordring.
David thought for a moment and added,
He is the lumberjack from the village.
He is not talking nonsense. Since Tyrion Fordring chose to settle in Winter Village, the most work he has done is cutting down trees. The wood used in these wooden houses in Winter Village is all Tyrion Fordring. Go to the forest to the north and cut down the trees one by one and fight back to Winter Village.
Tyrion Fordring?
Maloney listened to David's introduction and couldn't control his expression. His face was full of weirdness.
What about the other one? Mark Watney is the only farmer in the village.
Chapter 31: Crazy Maloney. When Maloney listened to David introducing the few villagers in his village, his first reaction was that he seemingly, should be late. He had previously considered whether to invest in David. But looking at the situation in Winter Village, weren't there too many people betting on David? Although he doesn't know where Watney, Fording and Crawford are from, and it cannot be said that there are no civilians with surnames. But he definitely does not believe that these few people gathered in a newly built village in such a remote area appeared here because of some strange coincidence. What's more, although the lumberjack named Tyrion Fordring seemed to be very polite and respectful to him, his special temperament couldn't ignore that feeling. It was like facing his father and grandfather, or the top nobles of Iron Tree Castle. Because this feeling was too ridiculous, Maloney suspected that he might have lost his judgment because he was tired from the rush. After riding into the village and sitting at the table where David and the others usually ate, Maloney would turn around from time to time to look for Tyrion Fordring, trying to make sure he had made a mistake. However, the lumberjack named Tyrion did not know where he was. Instead, it was Mark Watney,
whom he had not seen before. Maloney finally saw him. Is this a farmer? Although Mark Watney's appearance is not particularly outstanding, he is also wearing very ordinary coarse clothes. After Fording saw someone coming from a distance, he informed Mark of the temporary change of clothes. So Maloney did not see Mark immediately. After seeing him at this time, he felt that he was facing a scholar with rich knowledge, not a farmer who only knew how to farm. Now he was certain that David's identity was very unusual. Otherwise, he would not have received such strong support. As for a young man who is suspected to be a descendant of a noble, joined the pioneering team and became the village chief, and obtained the territory. Do you want to expose it? Maloney made a decision almost as soon as she judged David's identity. It's none of my business. It's true that he came to inspect Cold Winter Village, but what he wanted to inspect was whether Winter Village was a qualified village. Has any farmland been reclaimed? Is there a stable crop output? Can it support ordinary people to live on this land? After these things are determined, check the surrounding geographical conditions and whether there are any mineral deposits or special products on this land. As for David's identity, it has nothing to do with his work. Not to mention that the identity of David and these villagers was just his speculation. Even if it was confirmed, Maloney would not expose this matter. The reason is simple. What good would it do David to reveal his real identity? Absolutely not. The requirements for identity in the Tiran Kingdom's development decree are very relaxed. As long as they are citizens of the Tiran Kingdom, they can participate, whether they are nobles or commoners. Even when the development order was first issued, the main force in developing new lands was the nobles of the kingdom, especially the descendants of the nobles, who could not inherit the territories of their elders. It wasn't until the territory of the Tiran Kingdom increased to a certain extent, and the good places were occupied, leaving only some bitter and cold places, that the nobles gradually withdrew from this activity. Not to mention that David is just a suspected descendant of a noble. Even if he is really a noble, it is not a big deal. At the same time, David's situation gave Maloney some inspiration. He could also perform similar operations when needed. After all, as a rich and powerful noble, it is not strange to have several illegitimate children. Although the winter in this area is a bit cold and ordinary crops cannot grow, it is still a territory. With this idea, Maloney became more concerned about some things. He kept chatting with Mark about the situation of the land. He wanted to know if nothing could be grown on this land except potatoes. It's not that it's absolutely impossible to grow. It's just more troublesome at most. For Mark Watney, who comes from a more advanced world and has more advanced planting concepts, nothing is absolutely impossible, especially when he grows potatoes on Mars. After successfully sprouting, his self-confidence has exploded. In Mark's opinion, no matter how bad the environment is, can it be worse than Mars? So as long as he has the right means, he believes that this land can grow any crop he wants. Whether it is wheat, vegetables, or fruits. Maloney listened to Mark's various rhetoric and had already determined the other party's identity in her heart. This is a scholar in this field. I came here to ensure that David's winter village could successfully produce crops. It's no wonder that potatoes, a crop that no one had discovered before, were discovered. Maloney thought in passing that Tyrion Fordring's identity might be a powerful knight, and he might be the personal guard arranged for David. Considering his own feelings, maybe this Tyrion Fordring also served as the commander of an elite force? Otherwise it is impossible to have that kind of temperament. In this case, whose child is this David? Several family names flashed through his mind. It was definitely not an ordinary family that could use such excellent resources. But after several names flashed through his mind, he almost broke into a cold sweat. Maloney realized that it might not be a good thing to continue to dwell on this issue. So she decisively stopped thinking. David was tidying up in his cabin and observing Maloney's condition from time to time. Laura stood in front of him, but she didn't mean to help at all. Aren't you worried that Mark will leak something? Don't worry. Mark is not an idiot. After all, he is a scientist who can join the Mars Exploration Project team. That not only requires Mark to reach the top level in the industry in his own profession, but also to be able to complete additional training. To be able to do this naturally. People will not be stupid. Even though Mark was sitting there bragging and bragging. In fact, he never said a word that he shouldn't have said. At this time, Fording walked around and came to David's wooden house. He walked to David and whispered. 2 of those soldiers were resting, and the other 2 were in the village, patrolling outside. Finally, there was Knight Hackett. After turning around, he also returned to Maloney's vicinity and stood guard not far behind Maloney. By the way, I arranged for the old hunter with the child to rest in my wooden house. when David led Maloney to visit the general situation of Winter Village. Tyrion actually just took a look at those few people. A small piece of farmland. From Laura, I learned the general situation of these people. Addis and Alfie are not officials of Iron Tree Fort or their followers, but will become the own people of the villagers in Winter Village. Naturally, they will be alone. Take some care. You know, except for Maloney Mansfield, who can live in David's wooden house. The rest, including Knight Hackett, can only live in the temporary large wooden house that has not yet been demolished.
How about you? It depends on how you arranged it.
David? Fording looked at David, and then at Laura, who was standing next to him. Although he didn't say anything, the meaning he wanted to express was already obvious. If David wanted to live in a wooden house with Laura, he could live with Mark. If David wanted to live in a wooden house with Mark, Fording could only go to the big wooden house for a few days.
I'm going to Laura's place.
There is nothing to hide in this kind of thing. David immediately answered Fording's question and asked how many potatoes there are in the village now.
How much potatoes are in stock? Is it enough for 50 kilograms?
Of course not.
Fording could give the answer without even checking it.
Except for leaving some of the potatoes harvested in the last batch as our food. The rest were replanted.
They left for themselves. The food reserve is not as much as 50 kilograms. Only about 20 kilograms. In addition to the relatively small number of seeds at the beginning, which limited the output. The main reason is that the people in Winter Village do not completely rely on potatoes for their livelihood. Whether it is the food that Mark brought from the Mars base, or the food that Laura brought from her hometown in England. It allows them not to worry about eating.
Why do you suddenly want 50 kilograms of potatoes?
David directly told Fording that he had sold 50 kilograms of potatoes to Captain Gregory of the Northern Guards. In addition to making the first payment, he could also exchange them for chickens, ducks, horses, etc.
Speaking of this,
Fording seemed to have remembered something, and suddenly mentioned something that everyone had ignored.
Large livestock such as cattle and horses are difficult to handle. But chickens, ducks, and even pigs and sheep, we seem to be able to try to solve it ourselves.
David was stunned for 2 seconds, and then he slapped his forehead hard. He really didn't think about it.
But, can you bring something alive?
Before, I had only determined that I had to lift anything I wanted to carry, which was why I couldn't bring anything too big or heavy. At the same time, there was no way to bring anyone here. Otherwise Laura could have taken Ross to Winter Village for treatment. Even if Ross was seriously injured at the time. As long as he didn't die on the spot. It was entirely possible to cure him with the magic of the Holy Light.
While Maloney is taking people around to inspect the surrounding situation. Can I go back and buy a live chicken to try?
Laura must go back. And she can only be responsible for the 50 kilograms of potatoes agreed upon.
Well, just buy a live chicken to try first. And then decide whether to buy more chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep after confirming the situation.
There is no need to buy it immediately before it is sure that it can be delivered.
But like how to raise it, books about chickens, ducks, pigs, sheep, etc. can be bought in advance and delivered.
David didn't know how to raise poultry and livestock. Not only did he not know how to raise poultry and livestock, but no one in Winter Village, including the temporary guests, knew this knowledge. He had to ask Laura to bring some teaching materials. And then, he would learn and sell them before the battle.
Well, I will consult relevant professionals. Maybe their experience will be more useful. This is a good idea. How about leaving the Winter Village chicken farm to you?
Chapter 32. Do you think it is the special aquatic product of the Coldon River? If possible. David even wanted to leave the duck factory, goose factory, and pig farm to Laura to take charge of. And he would happily wait for these farms to be established from scratch and gradually expand in scale. It's a pity that I just think about this kind of thing in my heart. Not to mention that Laura herself can't be the director of a chicken farm. The wooden house was tidied up. Especially the books were all hidden to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. They were first put into wooden boxes and then moved to Laura's room.
Are these bedding revealing anything? Probably not.
Books and other things are put into boxes and moved out. And some clothes can be temporarily placed with Laura. But the quilts are really hard to hide. The replacement quilts in everyone's room have long been replaced by modern products. David originally all the old beddings have been put in the warehouse. Should these better looking beddings be moved away, and then the old beddings that are obviously not as good be brought in? David thought for a while, and decided that it was not a big deal. So he might as well leave it at that. Put on clean quilts, and put them on the bed. As for Maloney, would you wonder what material these quilts are made of? Why is it so good? Anyway, I have been misunderstood by this gentleman for a long time. And it doesn't matter if I misunderstand more. Walking out of the wooden house, Mark was still chatting with Maloney. When he saw David finally coming out, he gave him a look that said,
"If you don't come out, I'll have nothing to say."
David then reacted, "Feelings? Are you deliberately helping me hold back Maloney?"
"Sir, the room has been sorted."
Maloney nodded and thanked David. Of course, he would not look at it himself. Huey, who had been standing by, had already turned around to check the situation in the room. Not long after, Huey came back and persuaded Maloney.
"Sir, it's getting very late. It's time to rest. It's really getting late."
Maloney looked at the sky that was gradually getting dark. With a continuous rush, he really needed a good rest.
"I'm glad to chat with you, Mr. Watney."
Due to Mark Watney's rich knowledge, Maloney did not treat him as an ordinary farmer and maintained enough respect in terms of address and etiquette. Even facing Fording, who had never spoken to him, he smiled and nodded, and finally said good night to David and Laura before walking towards the wooden house specially reserved for him. When Maloney walked into the wooden house and closed the door, Mark blew beside David.
"I have delayed it for so long. Have you packed all the things that need to be packed?" "Already packed."
The most conspicuous thing in his wooden house are those books. Books themselves are not something that ordinary people have access to in this world. Let alone there are many of them. Even if David already had a certain understanding of Maloney's character and believed that even if he put the book in the box and placed it in the corner of the room, Maloney's character would not go through his personal belongings. But I think it's better to be careful. The quilt is easy to explain. It's just that the material is special and the workmanship is fine. So many books are written in unfamiliar languages. Don't try to make up your own identity as a spy. That would be troublesome.
The small generator next to Laura's cabin is also disguised.
Since Laura returned to her hometown in England, she has been moving things here. In addition to purchasing a batch of food, clothes, shoes, and weapons, there are also items such as TVs, game consoles, small generators, and solar panels. Such things are mainly placed around Laura's cabin. When David and Laura set out for Iron Tree Fort, Fording and Mark put most of the electrical appliances into Laura's wooden house. And the small generator that could only be placed outside also made some disguises. Without starting, the thing looks like part of the cabin at this point.
There should be nothing forgotten.
David thought for a while and made sure he didn't forget anything.
"I'm going to get some food ready for those soldiers to eat when they are hungry." "No need. I made enough portions in advance."
When he entertained Maloney and others for dinner, Fording deliberately made a lot more. As a former commander, he knew very well what the soldiers who were performing missions outside had to do. Demand.
"The quality of these fighters is very good." "Yeah, the qualities are great."
Speaking of this, David thought of the orc cavalry he met earlier.
"By the way, have any enemies attacked Winter Village during this time?" "Enemy?"
Mark looked confused. If you just looked at his expression, you would think that Winter Village was very safe during this period, and there was no crisis at all. But Fording gave an answer that shocked Mark.
"There are a few guys who have observed our village from a distance. I have to say, seeing the looks of those guys, I thought I was back in Azeroth."
"We're going to war with the orcs again."
David didn't know how to evaluate Fording's words. "Maybe in a few years, the most powerful paladin in Azeroth will find that he has unknowingly planted a flag and knocked the tremor. The war drums of heaven. The Alliance and the Horde are going to fight like dogs again." Even because of his personal thoughts, he no longer had the same hostility towards the orcs of the tribe in the past, and he was unwilling to participate in the war between the Alliance and the tribe. But the troubles on Azeroth are not just the conflict between the Alliance and the Horde. With the outbreak of natural disasters and plagues, the raging of the Scourge, the internal struggles of mankind, the invasion of the Burning Legion and other events, various crises have arisen, one after another. Fording, as a paladin, will return to the battlefield that belongs to him sooner or later. Thinking too far, David brought his thoughts back to the present and told Fording and Mark that a pioneering camp was defeated by a guy who might be an orc on their way back to Winter Village. They had an encounter with the orcs' wolf cavalry. Encounters and so on. Coupled with what Fording said, there were several orcs who hid in the distance and observed Winter Village. They may be the orcs who were hit by David and the others. It can be said that Winter Village is not as safe as it seems. Orcs who don't know where they come from and are not friendly to humans live in the same area as them and may launch an attack on Winter Village at any time. Wait. Mark finally couldn't help it anymore and expressed his dissatisfaction to Fording. Why didn't you tell me before? Because those guys took a few glances and left. Before they actually launched the attack. I thought it would be better not to tell you. Compared with Fording, who has rich combat experience, Mark has strong enough nerves. But after all, he is not if a soldier suddenly learns that there is a threat from a foreign enemy. He may be frightened, which will affect his daily life. But if the other party launches a sudden attack, I am not mentally prepared at all. Mark was interrupted by Fording before he finished his words. Don't worry. The other party will definitely be discovered by me before launching an attack. At that time, I will notify you to prepare for battle. Mark understood Fording's intention. Telling him in advance would be of no use and would also affect Mark's work. Moreover, Fording was not sure of the other party's true intentions at that time. Could it be that Mark had to live in a state of fear for a long time? If the other party really launches an attack, they will naturally tell Mark that the matter has come to a conclusion at this time. And Mark will not wonder about when the enemy will come every day. There are still too few manpower. Maybe after I get the letter of appointment, I should go to the east to conduct reconnaissance. If there are sufficient manpower, then people should be sent out to see the enemy's situation and have a certain understanding of the enemy's general situation. Now, including the 2 new arrivals in Winter Village, there are a total of 6 people, among whom Mark and Alfie cannot be considered as combatants and even need protection. Addis has limited combat capabilities and is not young anymore. Let him investigate the situation of the orcs. David wasn't worried either. Although Laura has good fighting ability and is at the peak of her physical fitness at a young age, she is just an ordinary person after all and cannot be considered a suitable choice. David and Fording are the only ones who have the ability to act alone and have sufficient combat power. Maybe we don't have to do this kind of thing at all. Mark spread his hands and then gestured with his eyes to the wooden house not far away and the soldiers patrolling outside the village. Aren't those people here to investigate the situation in this area? They may investigate, but the information may not be told to us. Of course, David will not forget Maloney and his men. And from the current point of view, if we really want to investigate those orcs, we will also use the Iron Tree to investigate. The fort sent a separate team instead of letting Maloney Mansfield, the Iron Tree Fort Inspector, do such a dangerous job. How could this nobleman from Iron Tree Castle personally take risks to investigate a group of unknown enemies? How about I go take a look in the next few days? Fording felt that this kind of work could only be done by himself. In addition, Lord Maloney stayed in Winter Village these days, which increased the village's defense strength in disguise. It shouldn't have any impact if he goes out for a few days. That's fine. From the current point of view, this is the best arrangement. It just so happens that I brought back 2 horses this time. I will bring both horses with me so that I can come back quickly. Having horses can carry more food and water, and switching between 2 horses can ensure sufficient horsepower and ensure the speed of the round trip. As for Fording's safety, rather than worrying about this, it is better to worry that the orcs on the opposite side will be directly destroyed by Fording because their numbers are too small. So be it. Everything that needs to be said has been said, and the next things to be done have been arranged. Except for Fording, who went to investigate the situation of the orcs. The rest of the people can continue to do their own things in the village. Only Laura needs to take time to return. A trip home. Just when David felt that everything was going well and accompanied Maloney to watch the magnificent Winter River and discuss the rich aquatic resources in this big river, he was suddenly confused by a question from Maloney. Are there actually turtles in this river? They look so special. Ah! As soon as David turned his head, he saw a round, light blue turtle standing on its feet not far away, looking at him. Chapter 33 Blue Iron Hennin. Seeing the innocent look on this guy's face, David recognized what it was at a glance. Isn't this the famous silly Squirtle? Then his head was filled with questions. How could this thing appear here? He thought of a possibility. This Squirtle, like Laura, Fording and Mark, all came to him from other worlds. What's a little bit special is that those people are all human beings. And they had good contact with David at the first time, but this guy is not a human. And he came to live by the river by himself? So, when did this Squirtle arrive? David originally thought that Squirtle had just arrived. But he soon thought of another possibility. Maybe this little guy had been living here for a while. Not long after Laura appeared, Fording appeared. After the 2 lived in Winter Village for a while, Mark Watney appeared. And no new person appeared since then. At least, that's what David thought at that time. He originally thought that there was no pattern for visitors from other worlds. But now he felt that he might have made a mistake. Maybe Squirtle came to Winter Village with Mark?
This happens to be two people, appearing in groups, which conforms to a certain pattern. David did not rule out other possibilities. Anyway, as long as his village continues to exist, as the number of people coming from other worlds increases, sooner or later we will understand what is going on.
This blue turtle seems to be very smart and looks very interesting.
While David was stunned, Maloney and Squirtle looked at each other for a moment, and suddenly felt that this thing was quite fun. If they could take it back, they should. Not bad.
Village Chief David, do you mind if I catch one and take it back?
Maloney simply thought that this was a characteristic creature of the cold winter river. Normally, if he saw an interesting animal in the countryside, he would just catch it. He was very polite to David. After all, in his speculation, David's identity was very special. He would not regard David as an ordinary civilian or a rural village chief, but would place David among on an equal footing with myself. Huey and Knight Hackett have seen Maloney's attitude in the past 2 days. Although they don't understand why, they understand that even Maloney Mansfield has to be polite to people who are definitely not their fault. Affordable existence. Therefore, this group of officials who came to Cold Winter Village from Tayashubo were very friendly and polite when talking to everyone in Cold Winter Village. Even if the living environment was a bit bad, no one expressed dissatisfaction. Even so, when Knight Hackett saw Maloney even asking David for his opinion on catching a turtle, he was shocked and began to think in his heart that he should not have offended the village chief during this time. Bar? David looked at Maloney and then at Squirtle. He didn't know how to answer Maloney's question. In the end, he could only say,
"This is the first time I have seen this kind of blue turtle."
"If Mr. Field is interested, you can do whatever you want."
He didn't think Maloney could catch Squirtle. This thing just looked silly, but was actually very smart and had good combat effectiveness.
"Just call me Maloney."
Maloney smiled and nodded, still standing where he was. How could Maloney Mansfield do such a thing personally? When David expressed his attitude and Maloney nodded in thanks, Huey, an attendant, walked toward Squirtle. Although he seemed to be a fool, Squirtle was not as innocent as he appeared. After realizing that the danger was approaching, he turned around and jumped into the Winter River, and swam to a safe distance in the blink of an eye, then revealed his round blue head, made faces at several people on the shore, and finally opened his mouth and sprayed out a lot of water, which chilled Huey to his core. Huey looked at the blue turtle swimming far away, and then looked at himself, who was a little embarrassed, thinking whether he could catch this kind of blue turtle that could spray people with water by jumping into the river?
Ha ha ha.
Looking at the slightly embarrassed appearance of his attendant, Maloney was not angry because of his
incompetent performance.
After all, this blue turtle showed extraordinary performance. It seems that it should be a kind of magical beast.
Okay, Huey. It seems you can't catch that little guy. Go get some clean clothes. I'm sorry to disappoint you.
Maloney waved her hand, indicating that she didn't care about this little thing.
Go and change clothes quickly. I don't want the only attendant around me to get sick.
Huey excused himself and went back to the village to change clothes and maybe take a shower. Maloney stood on the bank and looked into the river, but the turtle could no longer be found. He didn't mind an interesting creature slipping away from him,
although the turtle was certainly interesting.
David, you chose the location of Winter Village very well.
Maloney is not a noble who only studies fun. No matter how interesting the turtle is, it only attracts his attention for a short while, and soon his attention turns to other places. On things, looking at the vast river in front of him, with almost no sight of the other side of the river. He felt that Winter Village had great development potential. In addition to the vastness of the northern plain, there were more places to explore, and even with the convenience of water transportation, it was easier and faster to explore the situation in the lower reaches of the Koldong River.
It's a pity that this aspect was not considered this time.
Although the few people Maloney brought here will record the Winter River, they can only collect information on the east bank, where the Winter Village is located. There is no way to cross the Cold Winter River to explore the geographical conditions on the west bank.
Besides, Iron Tree Fort will not send anyone to investigate the situation there in the short term.
If you want to check the conditions on the west bank, you have to cross the river, taking into account various manpower, materials, possible risks, evacuation speed, etc. There are certain requirements for the ship's transportation capacity. In addition, the Cold Winter River does not have a tributary that leads directly to Iron Tree Fort, so the ships must be built here in Cold Winter Village, which means that manpower must be deployed and a shipyard must be built in Cold Winter Village, Plus the vast area of the northern plains requires it takes a long time to digest it. And no matter how you look at it, there is no need to expend effort to cross the river. David did not answer. He had not considered the situation on the other side of the river for the time being. In the future, those who have the conditions and ability could consider building a Golden Gate Bridge or something like that, which could also be used as one of Winter City's landmark buildings. After chatting about the cold winter river for a while, Maroney returned to the village. He came here to work and could not always maintain a leisurely state. The two men and soldiers would go to explore the cold winter village, surrounding geography. But records must be compiled and reported to Maloney. Maloney would wait until he felt that he had collected enough information before giving the order to return. As for whether Cold Winter Village is a qualified village, this is no longer a problem. Watching Maloney walking towards the village, David did not rush back together. Instead, he found a place by the river that looked okay and sat down, looking at the river and thinking wildly. I don't know how long it took, but the sun was still radiating heat above his head. David's thoughts were broken by the sound of water splashing. Looking at the round blue head protruding from the water, David waved his hand and said hi. The Squirtle and David looked at each other for a while, and finally stretched out their short front paws, waved their hands in the water, and finally showed a very silly smile. Ha ha! I have to admit that Squirtle looks really interesting. Even just looking at this little thing makes people feel happy. David thought that this little thing might not even know how he came to be here. So he just sat there in the cold winter. Habien talked a lot as if talking to himself, detailing how to leave this world freely, and how to return to Winter Village. He knew that Squirtle could understand. And after finishing speaking, he waved to Squirtle again.
If you can't find food, you can go to the village, and it's best to wait until those people leave before coming back.
Squirtle was still soaking in the water, and had no reaction to David's previous words, as if he didn't understand. It wasn't until after saying this that he nodded sharply and replied,
Jenny.
After getting up and wiping the dirt off his butt, David also turned around and walked towards the village. However, he did not enter the village. Instead, he stayed at the side of the wooden house on the outermost edge of the village, which was the large room that was originally used as a kitchen and warehouse. Wooden house? What is waiting next to the wooden house? David didn't wait too long. Not long after, a shadow appeared not far in front of him, and then gradually became solid. Laura, carrying a bag of potatoes, appeared in front of David. Laura, who was carrying a large bag of potatoes, did not say hello to David, but looked down at her empty left hand, and then shook her head helplessly with David.
I didn't bring the chicken. I see it.
Laura took advantage of Maloney's men and soldiers to explore the surrounding area, and went home today while they were not in the village. They agreed on the approximate time in advance. David waited until the time was about to come here to guard and avoid something unexpected happened.
In this case, poultry such as chickens and ducks will need to be included in the transaction with Gregory. I think we can just change to more chickens.
Laura thinks it may be easier to raise just chickens. And pigs, sheep, including milk, can be purchased directly as finished products.
Also, livestock such as pigs and sheep are not easy to transport,
although 2 horses were taken as a deposit in advance. If you want to transport livestock such as pigs and sheep, it is best to have a car. But neither horse-drawn carriages nor ox carts are available in Winter Village now.
The next step is to wait for Lord Maloney to finish inspecting the situation around the village and Fording comes back.
When Fording comes back, the inspection work in Winter Village and its surroundings should be over.
Then I will go there again. Will you go with me to Iron Tree Fort this time? No, I won't go to Iron Tree Castle with you this time. I have some things to do.
Chapter 34 Return to Iron Tree Castle.
Oh.
A little surprised.
Are you in trouble? No. In fact, ever since I learned about the existence of mysterious powers in the world I live in, I have been paying more attention to this aspect. I have recently received some news in this area, and I want to see the specific situation with my own eyes.
Laura didn't go into too much detail, but David immediately understood what was going on. The girl's yearning for adventure is no longer willing to be lonely, and she has found a suitable target. So the Tomb Destroyer begins to prepare for her next action. This is not something that should be surprising. With Laura's character, it is strange that she is willing to stay at home honestly. The reason Laura was able to stay at home for such a long time without running out to look for any relics was because during this time her attention was focused on David. Not on David himself, but on the world where David lived. Now she has figured out the situation around Winter Village and followed David to Iron Tree Fort. although she only had a rough look around. After personally experiencing the customs and daily life of this world, she has a deep understanding of this world. The world is much less curious. It just so happened that at this time, there was new information in her own world that interested her. So it was normal for Laura to turn back and start a new adventure. As for her current relationship with David, this doesn't seem to have any impact. Anyway, she can come to Winter Village at any time when she goes out for adventure. It can even be said that the existence of Winter Village is Laura's biggest trump card to challenge those mysterious powers. In addition to having her own safe area that can be entered and exited at any time, she can also store a variety of equipment and tools in Winter Village to facilitate her to deal with various troubles. In addition, she can also ask David to cast some holy light spells on her to protect herself.
And that thing we promised before. Which one?
David's question aroused Laura's dissatisfaction, and she lightly punched David's chest with her fist.
You can share some of the holy light with me.
Oh, David suddenly said.
This is not a problem. But you have to wait until I come back from Iron Tree Castle, and I will study how to infuse pure holy light into your body more safely.
Laura tilted her head.
Why do you feel this sentence is weird? Are you sure it's not your thoughts that are strange?
While chatting randomly, he walked into the warehouse carrying potatoes. David checked, by the way. The batch of potatoes Laura bought had been specially selected. They were not much different in size and appearance from the potatoes previously produced in Winter Village. People in this world were not familiar with potatoes. An unfamiliar crop. Understand that it is impossible to detect a significant difference. In the next few days, nothing special happened in Winter Village, including Addis, who just arrived. He also found something to do for himself. During the day, he took Alfie to hunt in the outer reaches of the forest in the north. Sometimes he would also look for prey along the forest to the northeast and teach Alfie how to be a hunter. At the same time, it was also to reduce the time spent in contact with Maloney and his men. For this reason, Addis had no chance to have a good chat with David after he arrived. Because David was often with Maloney during this period, Addis was trying every means to avoid the nobleman. But the days of hiding are finally coming to an end for Addis and Alfie. 10 days after arriving in Winter Village, Maloney felt that he had collected enough information. He would let his men rest for 2 days before setting off back to Iron Tree Fort. This information did not avoid David, and he even made an extra map for David. It not only marked the situation of Winter Village and its surroundings, but also included information on the areas that had been explored in the entire northern plain. Make various, annotations. This thing was an unexpected surprise for David. And now, he finally had a clearer understanding of the surroundings of his hometown. In addition, Fording, who went to the east for reconnaissance, also came back. And the news he brought back was not bad. After crossing almost the entire northern plain, Fording found a group of orcs. He thought these guys were orcs. It was a village composed of nearly 40 orcs. And various buildings and even wooden walls had been built. Although there are a lot of these orcs, their posture has no intention of expanding outwards, but they are concentrating on building defenses. Fording speculates that the cavalry team that David and the others eliminated earlier played a certain deterrent effect, so that these orcs are very afraid of humans.
This is good news. It means that these orcs will not come to trouble us in a short period of time.
David also did not hide this information from Maloney. After sharing the information detected by Fording with Maloney, he also received Maloney's thanks. His work did not include detecting this group of strange enemies. Now he can lead going back with some additional information will further highlight his abilities. After further improving the map information on the northern plains and completing the final finishing work, David loaded 50 kilograms of potatoes onto the empty horse, rode another one, and headed towards Maloney and his group who had completed the work. Iron Tree Fort advances. The route this time was the same as the one he had taken with Laura before when he went to Iron Tree Fort. They all went south along the river bank to the north side of Iron Tree Forest. Compared with the two people who could only rely on their feet before, now the team with all members on mounts and extra horses to carry items can move much faster. Due to David's detailed description before, the intelligence information of this route has already been recorded. I took this route just to compare and make sure there were no major problems. So in less than 4 days, this team had arrived at the northern post, putting down the 50 kilograms of potatoes they had negotiated, and taking the coins after deducting the price of 6 chickens and 2 horses. David and Gregory agreed to pick up the 6 chickens when he came back, and rested for the night, then continued to Iron Tree Fort. They hurried all the way, and quickly returned to tie a shibbo under the galloping horse. Looking at the messy and unplanned outer city ahead, Maloney Mansfield, who always maintained an aristocratic attitude, couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, no matter how well he maintained himself on the surface. But he ran into a completely unknown place, and now found a group of strange enemies called orcs. Maloney was somewhat worried in his heart. Maloney recognized the name, and with his report, the name, orcs, will soon be confirmed by the humans in Iron Tree Castle and even the Thailand Kingdom, and will become the official name recognized by the government. Now, he finally returned to Iron Tree Fort. Iron Tree Fort was guarded by sentries, passes, fortresses, walls, and countless elite soldiers. Maloney no longer had to worry about his own safety. In a good mood, Maloney also promised that he would urge his colleagues to get David the appointment letter as soon as possible and confirm the identity of the head of Winter Village as soon as possible. I don't know if Maloney Mansfield really made great efforts to promote this matter. At noon on the third day after David returned to Iron Tree Fort, he got his appointment letter and various related information. Documents.
Congratulations. From today on, you will be the head of the Winter Village in the Iron Tree Castle area under the rule of the Kingdom of Thailand.
I personally received the letter of appointment and various related documents from Lord Dudley Morgan, the Lord of Iron Tree Castle, even though I had already determined that I would definitely become the village chief of Winter Village. I was still very excited when I actually achieved my goal, because he was in a good mood. He ignored the discomfort caused by the various etiquette required to meet the Lord. He even felt that the Marquis Dudley Morgan was the most pleasing to the eye since he came to this world. The nobleman.
It's a great honor to accept this important task.
With a faint smile on his face, Marquis Morgan completed the appointment ceremony after a few words of encouragement in a friendly tone. The meeting with Marquis Morgan lasted less than 5 minutes in total, and they spoke no more than 10 sentences. David only said one sentence. It was obvious that the Lord had little interest in the Northern Plains and Winter Village, or various he already had the intelligence information, so there was no need to ask again. Meeting David was just to complete the fix process. After walking out of the Lord's castle with a letter of appointment and documents, Maloney Mansfield greeted him immediately, and then walked side by side with David outside the Lord's castle, asking David if he had any plans next.
Go back to Winter Village. Continue to open up land to expand farmland, and try to plant more crops.
David did not hide it, and there was no need to hide it. The next thing he had to do was these things.
Before that, I will try to recruit more farmers. About this matter,
Maloney Mansfield looked around.
If you are not in a hurry, can we find a place to have a good talk?
Oh. David looked at Maloney, a little unsure of what the inspector wanted to do.
Where to talk?
When Maloney saw that David was willing to talk to him, he immediately signaled to follow him. And after leaving the Lord's castle, they got into a carriage together. David was sitting in this fully enclosed carriage, chatting with Maloney across from him, while looking outside through the small window on the side door, and found that the carriage was heading straight towards the outer city. But when he was about to reach the gate of the inner city, he turned a corner and turned into a relatively chaotic street. The carriage stopped, but Maloney grabbed David, who was about to get off, and motioned him not to get off.
Actually, you don't have to recruit farmers from the outer city. You can also recruit from the inner city. For example, this family is currently in Taishu. The living conditions in Fort are very average.
David looked carefully at the house not far away through the window. A woman who looked to be in her 30s was sitting at the door of the house doing needlework, and a boy about 10 years old was squatting next to the woman. Help. Looking at this scene, the answer emerged in David's mind. Chapter 35. Send 5 farmers at the beginning. This matter is not difficult to guess. Not to mention that Maloney Mansfield had no intention of covering it up. He was looking directly at David at this moment, and it was obvious that he wanted to know the answer immediately.
How many people can be recruited?
David didn't need to spend too long thinking about it. This matter didn't do any harm to him at all. Isn't it just to take care of Maloney Mansfield's illegitimate son? You don't even need to take too much care of yourself, as long as the other person can live a stable life in his own village. The adult in front of him will be very satisfied.
5 contract farmers in their prime. 3 of them have married, and their wives will go to Winter Village with their husbands.
Maloney knew that David would ask this question, which meant that he agreed to do this small favor for him, and directly gave his conditions.
There are also 3 free farmers.
David has lived in this world for so many years, and of course, he knows what a contract farmer is, and what a free farmer is. The former are farmers who do not own their own land, and can only sign labor contracts with nobles and big landowners to sell their labor in exchange for remuneration. The remuneration is part of the income from the land that the farmer is responsible for cultivating. The share ratio depends on the contract signed with the employer, but it is generally not very high. Most of it is just enough to maintain a living. As for whether there are other benefits, it depends entirely on the employer's ideas and mood. Free farmers, or yeoman farmers, are farmers who own their own farmland. These farmers rely on their own farmland to make a living. But after harvesting, they need to pay taxes to the lord who governs the area. For example, the yeoman farmers here in Iron Tree Castle need to pay taxes to Lord Dad. The Marquis of Lee Morgan paid taxes, nominally in exchange for the Lord's protection. The Kingdom of Tilland has no clear regulations on the proportion of this tax. The specific amount to be collected is completely decided by the Lord. The farmers here at Iron Tree Castle generally need to pay 30% to 40% of the harvest as tax, which is considered low in the entire kingdom. In addition, yeoman farmers can reduce the taxes they need to pay by participating in various labor and military auxiliary tasks issued by the Lord. According to the conditions stated by Maloney, the 5 contract farmers were transferred to David himself. In other words, after arriving in Winter Village, the fields cultivated and planted by the 5 contract farmers will belong to David. David only needs to pay salaries to those people according to the proportion set in the contract. As for the recruitment of farmers in new villages using the idea of whoever can open the land will get it as a bargaining chip, Maloney didn't take it seriously at all. He would say that he would transfer these contract farmers to David. Of course, it can be ensured that those few people will not have any dissatisfaction. As for the other 3 so-called free farmers, David knew that they were just names. It was most likely that the 3 free farmers arranged for the mother and son outside to cultivate the fields and then sell them to the mother and son. He turned into a contract farmer and worked for the mother and son. The mother and son suddenly became small landowners and had a stable income to support their lives.
I'm a little curious. Of course, you don't have to answer if you feel inconvenient.
Maloney made a just ask gesture, knowing that David wanted to ask about the mother and son. Sure enough, this is what David asked.
With your status, is it not difficult to take care of this mother and son nearby?
As an aristocratic official of Maloney Mansfield, having a lover and having an illegitimate child is not a strange thing. As for sending him to a remote countryside, judging from this series of arrangements, he should have some feelings for this illegitimate child. Maybe he feels that as a father, he has the responsibility to take care of the child.
It's not difficult, but it's a bit troublesome. Sending it outside will ensure that the child grows up safely and worry-free.
Maloney glanced at David. He would ask David to help him because he felt that this child would grow up safely and without worries. You can definitely understand why he did this.
Staying here will not do him any good. I understand.
David nodded. It seemed that the Mansfield family was not at peace either. He was not very interested in the internal affairs of these noble families. He turned and looked at the mother and son outside.
What are their names? Name? Colin.
David originally wanted to ask the mother and son's names, but Maloney only answered a boy name. As for the child's mother, he did not mention it. As if to express an attitude, he only valued the child, not the child's mother. David didn't know if his guess was right, and he wouldn't be stupid enough to ask about such a thing. After nodding his head to show that he understood, he stopped worrying about the situation of the mother and son, and finally asked himself about when he could set off.
If you want, you can leave Iron Tree Fort tomorrow morning. In that case, we'll set off after breakfast tomorrow morning. Okay. 5 contract farmers and 5 free farmers, including the mother and son, will pack their personal belongings and set off with you tomorrow morning.
David didn't ask if it would be difficult to arrange such a short time. Maloney even said this, proving that he could easily solve this problem. Just listening to the meaning of Maloney's words. What will leave Iron Tree Castle with him tomorrow for Winter Village will be a small convoy. Not just a few farmers and a few family members. He didn't ask in detail, since he would know the answer tomorrow. Sure enough, as David guessed, when he finished breakfast the next day, packed his things and walked out of the residence Maloney had arranged for him. A small motorcade had been waiting for him at the door for a long time.
My master gave this to you.
Along with several farmers was Maloney's attendant Huey. After seeing David appear, he respectfully handed over a thick bag. After unsealing the bag, David took out the contents and took a quick look at them. He found that it contained contracts from several farmers. In addition, there was a list introducing what was included in the fleet. After a few simple glances, he gained some understanding of the convoy in front of him. David smiled and nodded to Huey.
I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Lord Mansfield.
As for taking care of the illegitimate child, Hughie, the squire, would not mention it here, and David would not say anything about taking care of him here. This kind of thing is tacitly understood by everyone, and there is no need to discuss it in public. Now that everything was in David's hands, Hughie could go back to resume his life, and David was not willing to continue to waste time here. After briefly getting to know a few farmers, he mounted his horse and walked at the front of the team, leading the team. Following this team of more than a dozen people, 2 horses, and 2 ox carts, they slowly walked toward the outside of Iron Tree Fort. After the team walked out of the outer city of Iron Tree Fort and looked at the vast plains and the passes that were still some distance away, David took out the list and looked at it carefully. The contracts of the 5 contract farmers were all transferred to his name, and the contract period was as long as 50 years. It was basically no different from a contract of sale. These 5 contract farmers were all young, and 3 of them were married, but none of them had children yet. At this time, these 3 women were also in the team, sitting on the same bullock cart as the mother and son. The 3 free farmers were alone, but David guessed that these 3 people had already signed the deed of sale, and the contract was most likely in the hands of the mother and son. 8 farmers, 3 family members, plus the mother and son, and David, who was riding a horse to read the list, were all the people in the team. 2 horses were David's own, for oxen to pull the cart, and several chickens and ducks, which were all the livestock and poultry in the team. There are several brand new farm tools. In addition, there are 5 brand new hunting bows, 500 newly made arrows, several long swords, war hammers, and hand axes. 2 cars were packed in bits and pieces, so I gave 2 more cars as a gift. Even if it was just an ox cart for transporting goods, it was already the best means of transportation for Winter Village, which had nothing to transport things in front of the horses. People had to carry them. When the team returned to Winter Village really became a village. A dozen people gathered together was much more lively than 4 or 5 people. Putting away the list again, David sat happily on the horse with his head held high, and in his mind were pictures of Winter Village being lively and getting better and better. Even as his imagination grew bigger and bigger, these pictures became more and more vivid. The style of painting also gradually deviated. For example, ancient villages that were originally very backward gradually built asphalt roads, erected telegraph poles, built skyscrapers, and built strange landscapes that shocked the world. Seeing that his village was no longer satisfied with living on Earth and began to build a spaceport and prepare to colonize other planets, David suddenly remembered something. There seemed to be no craftsmen in my village. David, who was thrown back to ancient times from the spaceport in an instant, looked back. He was sure that none of the people behind him were craftsmen, and the pass had disappeared from sight. Should he take people back to Iron Tree Fort to recruit a group of craftsmen? Forget it. Let's recruit some craftsmen after we bring these people back to Winter Village and make arrangements. Let's settle the immediate matters first. After the farmers settle in the village and get the agriculture of Winter Village on the right track, he will have enough confidence to recruit more craftsmen. The living environment requirements of the craftsmen depend on the population. Only villages and towns with enough people living in them are attractive to them. The blacksmith must recruit a blacksmith. Maybe he should recruit a stonemason? If he can recruit a stonemason, David can even design a more comfortable house for himself. After all, compared to the few cabins in Winter Village at this time, a large house built of stone is undoubtedly better. If you are willing to spend time and energy, you can build a house that is as comfortable as the one you lived in your previous life. If you find a carpenter and build a complete set of furniture, won't your living standard improve after a while? As he thought about it, the pictures in David's mind reappeared: asphalt roads, castles and villas, and battle fortresses. Chapter 36. The Winter Village is gradually taking shape. This time, it took several days longer to return to Cold Winter Village from Iron Tree Castle than when he and Laura walked. The team of a dozen people and 2 cars walked for nearly 20 days before reaching the village. Laura, Mark and Tyrion Fordring were all a little surprised to see David bringing back so many people. Previously, David only brought back Addis, who raised and taught him. Why did he bring back so many people this time? People? The effect is so obvious after getting the official appointment letter. Laura knew that David wanted to try to recruit some farmers again after he got the official appointment. But she felt that even if David could recruit farmers this time, it would only be 2 or 3 people. There were a total of 13 people gathered in front of me at this moment, not counting David.
The specific situation is a little different from what you thought. I will explain it to you in detail later.
As a responsible village chief, he could not just bring the people back and ignore them. He had to make some arrangements. Fortunately, the first few large wooden houses were not all demolished, except for the one used as a warehouse. There was still one remaining. The big wooden house allows these people to live in the big wooden house temporarily, and then build everyone's residence before winter is still early. David turned around and looked around and found that another wooden house had been built in the village.
Is that Addis's residence?
Yes. With Fording's strong labor force. The fact that the structure of this simple wooden house is relatively simple, and enough was stockpiled in the village. Addis and Alfie's residence was quickly built.
How much more wood is there? I've cut some more in the past few days, but I just replenished the inventory and didn't cut too much. The remaining wood may only be enough to build 1 or 2 new houses.
David nodded. Knowing what to do next, Fording still had to work as a lumberjack during this period. After all, no one in the village could chop down trees more efficiently than him. The next main job for these new villagers is to build their own houses, and other things can be put aside. After explaining their arrangements to several new villagers, several farmers said,
in fact, we can build new houses while cultivating new farmland, and it will not affect the farm work.
According to these people, they can live in a big wooden house first and reclaim the wasteland first. After completing the basic land reclamation work, the subsequent farm work will be relatively easy. During this time, they can use their daily leisure time to build their own house. They can even cut the wood themselves, although doing so would consume more effort and time. And there was a high probability that they and several family members would have to spend this winter in a large wooden house with extremely poor thermal insulation. None of these people felt that this was inappropriate. Several farmers whose contracts belonged to David stood there, with extremely simple eyes and a small request. As long as they and their families had food to eat during this period, they promised to let David harvest before winter. They don't know the status of the potatoes when the first batch of grain is grown in a new field, and the time is calculated based on the crops they usually grow. Faced with such low requirements, David didn't know whether to lament that farmers in any world are so simple, or to quickly explain to Laura and Mark next to him, things are not what you think. As for Fording, the old noble was already used to this situation. Fortunately, he had an above-average IQ and decisively rejected the suggestions of several contract farmers and asked them to follow his own requirements. As for food, they don't have to worry at all. During this period, food in the village is distributed to all villagers, and meals are served every day at mealtime. Hearing what the village chief David said, the contract farmers, who were a little worried about their treatment, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they have food to eat, they can make any arrangements.
I've been traveling long distances for so many days. Let's have a good rest after dinner and start working tomorrow.
David didn't say anything about taking a good rest. For these farmers, starting work earlier can get their share earlier. Taking a holiday is not a good thing for them. As for traveling such a long distance, everyone comes by car, and the bumps in the journey are nothing to these farmers, who have been doing manual labor since childhood. After David made the arrangements, these people started to get busy, moving various things from the car, and then placing them where they should be placed, such as various items. Under the command of Laura, Mark and Fording, the cows were brought into the warehouse, and the poultry were temporarily locked in cages and placed in the large warehouse. They would be placed in separate chicken coops, duck coops, and cattle pens in a few days. Various cold weapons are also placed on the shelves in the warehouse, and they are not mixed with the various weapons that Laura brought. These are just ordinary weapons with ordinary craftsmanship and materials. The function of these weapons is to meet in the winter village. When an attack comes, they are distributed to ordinary villagers, turning the villagers into armed militia. When the farmers carried their luggage into the big wooden house, assigned their own beds to rest, and prepared to eat the hard bread they brought for dinner, Laura came to greet everyone to eat. It was only then that several farmers understood what the village chief meant when he said,
"Meal will be served at mealtime,"
instead of just handing out some hard bread and other food, or handing out some ingredients for them to solve on their own. We really make hot rice and hot dishes that everyone can eat. And in their opinion, the food was quite good, with a large pot full of stew, not many vegetables, and basically all meat. Even if the farmers of Thailand Kingdom don't live a life where they can't eat more than a few bites of meat for many years, they have never experienced this way of eating. Looking at the large pieces of stewed meat in the pot, they were a little suspicious. Did the village chief distribute all the meat for the next few months at once? Just when the farmers are thinking about whether they have finished eating all the meat. There will be no more meat for a while. When it came time to save some food, David was explaining the situation of these farmers to Fording and the others. The wooden table where several people ate and discussed matters was lengthened, and Addis was now sitting at the wooden table. The food they ate was no different from the food sent to the farmers. But David did not call the farmers out to eat together. This was Fording's suggestion. He didn't think that David eating dinner with the farmers would make the farmers grateful. It would only make them feel uncomfortable about not being able to eat well. Addis also agreed. So no one bothered about this matter. Even Mark Watney, who comes from the country of freedom and equality, does not feel that certain ideas are applicable to all worlds.
By the way, I have something to tell you. What's going on?
Seeing Mark Watney's mysterious look, David glanced to the side and deliberately pretended to be curious and waited for the next step.
A magical creature appears here. It should be from another world like me.
David looked at Mark Watney and said, "Do you want to know what that creature looks like? Where are you now? Keep asking me." With a look like that, David pointed to his side and backed mercilessly.
Are you talking about the particularly silly-looking blue turtle?
Mark Watney turned to look at Squirtle, who had stood next to him at some point, and then at David, who had no expression of surprise at all. He immediately realized that David had already known about Squirtle's existence.
When did you find out? I discovered this little guy when Maroney Mansfield was in our village.
David looked at Squirtle, who was standing next to him and eating stew in a wooden bowl. He was very concerned about this little guy. The guy actually came so openly to eat and drink and was speechless.
You just walked out to ask for food during this time?
Squirtle.
Jenny!
Squirtle nodded calmly. During David's absence, it often came to the village to have a look. When it was hungry, it would come over to take a look. When it was bored, it would come over. After understanding the cold winter, after dinner time in the village, I simply asked for a pair of exclusive tableware, which has been settled in the village in the past few days.
Okay. I thought I was the first person to discover this little thing.
Mark Watney liked Squirtle very much, especially after discovering that Squirtle could help him water his farmland. He wanted to switch to Squirtle immediately. Professional trainer.
But you probably don't know what this little thing is. This is a magical creature called Pokemon. Each Pokemon has special abilities. This little guy is called Squirtle. He can spray water. Oh, is it so magical?
After only listening to a few sentences, he realized that Mark Watney didn't know Pokemon as well as he did. He only knows a few names such as Squirtle, Pikachu, and Garlic. But he doesn't even know his skills, including the fact that Squirtle can spray water, which he only learned not long ago. But David didn't expose Mark. Anyway, he was idle, so he just passed the time. The two of them were having dinner while chatting about Squirtle. Next to them, Laura was chewing food expressionlessly and quietly watching David fooling Mark. While everyone was chatting about various things during this period, Laura gently kicked David's calf under the table. Question mark. David returned a surprised look, and then secretly glanced at the people next to him, as if to remind Laura that there were too many people here. Rolling her eyes speechlessly, Laura gestured to David to look over there. Following Laura's reminder and looking to the side, David realized why Laura was kicking him, not far from the table where everyone was eating. A shadow gradually emerged and slowly became solid. David was already familiar with the scene, and he certainly understood what it meant. Visitors from other worlds were coming. Just when David was full of expectations and wanted to see who would come this time, Laura kicked David again and then winked at Addis at the square table. In the past, he always ate with Mark, Laura, and Fording, visitors from other worlds. David never thought of the two locals, Addis and Alfie. Just when David was about to find a topic to talk about Addis and Alfie, when Faye's attention was drawn away, Addis turned around and faced the direction of the shadow.
Huh? Is someone coming towards us?
Chapter 37 Little Blacksmith. David turned his head and looked at the location of the phantom, then looked at Addis, and happened to look at Addis, who was looking over.
Is it an enemy?
Addis did not ask David if he had seen it. In the old hunter's opinion, David, whom he had trained by himself, could not have worse eyesight than himself.
I don't know.
David tried a few words, and found that in the eyes of Addis and Alfie, what they saw was not a virtual shadow, but a shadow that was still far away. They couldn't see it because it was too far away. Know exactly what it looks like. As this person gets closer, the shadow in David's eyes gradually becomes solid. He has understood that the process of the shadow in the eyes of himself Laura and others gradually turns into a real person. In the eyes of Addis and others. To the locals, it looks like someone is coming from a distance. Not only David realized this, but Laura, Fording and others also realized this, which meant that in the future, when they traveled to and from their respective worlds, they did not need to avoid other people in the village. In the eyes of those people, they would walk out of the village and go outside, or walk back from outside.
This saves a lot of trouble.
David, who was thinking this way, breathed a sigh of relief. At least, he didn't have to bother explaining to Addis what this magical phenomenon was. Turning to look at the shadow, he was just curious about who had come this time. As the shadow gradually solidified, David finally saw clearly that the person coming was a male human. And it was a familiar face. He didn't know which identity it corresponded to. He stood up and stood not far from the long table, quietly waiting for the man coming from far away. After the young man realized that he suddenly arrived in a strange place, he stopped in place with a stunned look on his face. He looked at the surrounding environment in confusion, and then at David, who was standing not far in front of him. Before walking up, go and ask politely where this place is.
This is Winter Village, and I am the village leader, David.
The other person spoke in English, so David also replied in English.
Looking at you, you must be lost. It looks like this. Can I ask which direction you should go to get to Port Royal?
The young man looked at a few wooden houses not far away, as well as a long table not far to the side, and sitting at the table, there were old people and children there, and it looked like a very ordinary small village.
By the way, my name is Will Turner, village leader. Just call me Will.
When the other party said the name of Port Royal, David knew the identity of this person, Will Turner, one of the male protagonists in the Pirates of the Caribbean series. Will had a lot of roles in the first 3 movies. He was the son of a pirate. He was rescued by the Royal Navy by accident and became a blacksmith apprentice in Port Royal. Then he went to the sea inexplicably to save his sweetheart, and met the Royal Navy. Elizabeth Swan, the daughter of the governor of Port, was a lover. After the battle in the 3rd part, she was seriously injured and had to use special methods to save her life. She became the captain of the Flying Dutchman and was responsible for extraditing the dead at sea. Later, Will Turner lifted the curse through the trident of the Poseidon, and got rid of the fate of attracting the dead and being unable to reunite with his family. As for whether anything went wrong later, David didn't know. As for the Will Turner in front of me, he looks very young. Maybe the things he knows have not happened to this young man yet? But this is not the focus of David's attention. What he focuses on is Will Turner's identity, the extraditer of the undead on the sea, the descendant of pirates. These are meaningless to David. On the contrary, it is his identity as a blacksmith. Make him care more.
Do you know that my village is short of a blacksmith? So you sent me one?
I was thinking happily in my heart, and my outward expression became much more enthusiastic.
It's getting late. Why don't we rest in the village for a night?
Will looked at the already dark sky and knew that rushing at this time was not a good choice. But he still felt strange about how he walked from the streets of Port Royal to this place, and remained calm about the people in front of him. Be wary.
Will it disturb you?
No. David led Will to the table and invited him to sit down and have something to eat together. Laura stood up and gave up her seat, and at the same time called Alfie, who had finished eating.
Alfie, let me take you to see something fun.
Alfie was sitting at the table obediently. Even though he had already eaten, he was still waiting for Addis. The old hunter was already old, but his appetite had not decreased much, even because he was running around Winter Village every day during this period, teaching Alfie various hunting skills, which consumes a lot of energy every day and increases his appetite. He cared very much about Alfie. When he saw Laura calling Alfie away, even though he knew that Laura had no ill intentions towards Alfie, he still followed her out of habit. After giving up his seat and Addis being led away by Laura, the next thing was much simpler. After Will sat down, he looked at the 2 men across the table. One was a young man with a plain appearance but seemed quite friendly. The other was a very majestic and strong man, which made Will feel strange the most. Yes, he felt the oppressive feeling of the governor of Port Royal in this strong man.
What is this?
Just as Will looked at Mark and Fording, he suddenly noticed a blue thing jumping out from beside the table. Although it looked round and cute, a creature he had never seen before suddenly appeared. Coming out still shocked Will.
This is Squirtle.
Mark was looking at Will curiously. Seeing that Will was frightened by Squirtle, he found it interesting and introduced him.
Don't worry. This creature will not hurt people.
Hearing that it would not hurt anyone, Will felt relieved a little, and then looked at it a few more times curiously.
It's a very cute turtle.
He felt that he was not far from Port Royal, and the person who appeared here should be a turtle. David helped Will get some food and placed it in front of Will, thinking about how he should start. Will ate the stew and chatted briefly with the two people in front of him, and learned their names, Mark Watney and Tyrion Fordring.
Where is this place? I mean, which direction is this located in Port Royal?
While eating, Will kept looking at the surrounding environment, but he couldn't figure out where he was. Nowhere. The environment here is very strange. Mark and Fording looked at each other, and finally looked at David together. Seeing the reaction of the two people, Will also turned to look at David sitting next to him.
Actually, this place is very far away from the Port Royal you mentioned. How is that possible?
Will didn't really believe it. Even if something happened to his head, and he walked out of Port Royal in a daze, he couldn't have gone very far. Right? However, what David said next made him feel even more outrageous.
You are no longer in your original world.
Will's face was full of surprise, and he didn't even want to eat the hot stew.
You mean I'm dead? Oh, that's not what I meant.
Seeing that Will had misunderstood what he said, David immediately explained, using Mark and Fording in front of him as examples. After talking for a while, Will finally figured out what David meant. The stew in front of him couldn't arouse his interest at all, even though he didn't eat much at all today and had to do physical work for a day. What happened at this time made him completely unable to get up the mood to eat, and he was still a little doubtful about the current situation. What happened was just a ridiculous dream. Looking at Will's reaction, David realized that his previous thoughts were too simple. Not everyone could accept this inexplicable time traveling to another world so quickly. Laura was able to accept it so quickly because she saw the appearance of Fording. Fording was able to accept it so quickly because there is a mysterious power in the world of Azeroth. And even the matter of time travel has practical examples for Azeroth. As for Mark Watney, the environments of Mars and Winter Village are so different that it's hard not to believe it. But for Will Turner, who lives in ancient times, he doesn't know so much messy knowledge. He hasn't come into contact with the mysterious power yet. And the surrounding environment and Port Royal are not so big that people can immediately tell the difference. To such an extent, it will take some time to accept this kind of thing. After realizing this, David knew that the quickest way to convince Will that what he was saying was true was to tell him how to go and get between the two worlds. That's what David did. Although this method had a certain possibility of making Will, the blacksmith he had been thinking about for a long time, never come back. He was not prepared to rely on lies and deception to force someone to stay. The melon is not sweet. Even if it can quench your thirst temporarily, it may cause backlash in the future. After hearing that there was a way to go back, even though Will still couldn't believe that such a magical thing had happened to him, he still got up and gave it a try, turning into a shadow in the eyes of several people and gradually disappearing.
Do you think he will come back?
Mark watched Will disappear and turned to ask Fording.
I don't think he will come back. This is normal. After all, he has his own life.
Fording also felt that this young man named Will would not come back, because that young man was not like me and wanted to find a place to live in seclusion where no one knew him, unlike Mark, who lives alone on a desolate planet and relies on Winter Village to ensure that he can persist until rescue arrives.
I think he will come back.
David has a different view than the two of them. He thinks Will come back because the young blacksmith inherited the pirate gene from his father, which makes him full of adventurous spirit. More importantly, as he was just a blacksmith's apprentice in Port Royal, he needed some special opportunities to marry Elizabeth, the governor's daughter.
He'll realize this is a life-changing opportunity.
Chapter 38 David's Notes. David is confident in his judgment, but he doesn't know when Will Turner will return. After dinner, he didn't just stay there and wait around. After packing up and starting his usual practice and study, David also fell asleep, continuously traveling back and forth between Winter Village and Iron Tree Fort. Plus thinking about how to develop his village every day made David feel a little tired. So he slept very deeply that night. The whole night was silent, and when I opened my eyes, it was already bright. After lying on his bed and staring at the empty roof for a while, David got up, dressed and washed, ready to start a new day. Opening the door, Winter Village, which was peaceful some time ago, is now a bustling scene. Those who followed David to the village yesterday were busy with various tasks. The men have chosen the location of their homes and have begun to work together to dig shallow pits as the foundation of the houses. The women have not been idle either, but have used treated wood to build chicken coops and cattle pens, and have traveled back and forth in the village, with Mark rushing back and forth to answer various questions, and Fording coming back with lumber from time to time. The entire winter village has become a lively construction site, full of busy workers.
Are you up?
Laura appeared out of nowhere, judging from the things she was carrying and the backpack behind her. She must have just come from her home.
Your breakfast is on the table. It may have been cold. Warm it up yourself.
After saying that, he returned to his wooden house, then quickly walked out and walked towards the outside of the village.
What are you talking about?
After hearing David's question, Laura stopped.
I told you before. Right. I have some things to do over there, and I'm getting ready to leave recently. This is the preparation before departure.
After saying that, regardless of whether David understood or not, he hurriedly ran out of the village, and soon he turned into a shadow and disappeared. David walked to the table, picked up the cover on the table, saw his breakfast, tested it, and it was still warm, and sat down directly, facing the busy and enthusiastic people. While eating breakfast, enjoy the busy scene.
Huh? You're up.
Mark walked around in a circle, mainly to remind these new villagers which areas cannot build houses, because that area has been spotted by him, and is planned to be used as farmland for further reclamation, and to build wooden houses. Definitely avoid these places. By the way, he will take Squirtle to spray some water on his farmland, and check the growth of the crops. After making sure that there is nothing bad, he will go to the Mars base to check the condition of the potatoes there.
Does everyone get up so early? Because there is something that needs to be done. Right.
Mark poured himself a large glass of water, sat down next to David, and looked at the busy farmers together.
This scene has an inexplicable appeal. Yes.
With David's eyes, even sitting here, he can clearly see the smiles on the faces of the farmers, including Samantha, whose name she only learned after asking in person not long ago. Even Khan's mother looked forward to her new life.
Seeing everyone busy, I also want to find something to do. I'm afraid there's nothing you need to do for the time being.
Mark thought carefully. As the village chief, David has already done all the things he needs to do most at the moment.
Yeah. So tell me, what do you need to do now?
Mark was also curious. What is David going to do next?
When you say that, I really can't think of what to do.
The village has been established. He has also received a formal appointment document from the Kingdom of Thailand, due to the special circumstances of the pioneering team establishing the village. He can barely be regarded as a small lord in a remote countryside. With suitable high-yield crops, there are enough prey around Lindong village, and there are abundant aquatic products in the Lindong River, plus eggs and meat that can be continuously raised and supplied. Food is essential for this village of more than a dozen people. It's quite sufficient. The accommodation is currently being sorted out. Although it is just a house made of wood, we need to solve the existing problems first, and then consider whether we can live in a better and more comfortable place. Even though I have always been thinking about the blacksmith. Now I have a clue as to when the little blacksmith Turner will come over again. Everything is on track. At first glance, it seems that there is really nothing for David to worry about. Next, he just needs to develop the village step by step. What's next? Or what can be done? David needs to think about this. After thinking carefully for a while, and looking at the empty dishes in front of him, David stood up and tidied up. When he came back, Mark had already left, and there was no trace of him around. Maybe he had returned to Mars? Walking along the road that was barely facing the door of the main avenue, David quickly visited the brand new winter village. The wooden houses of David, Laura, Fording and Mark are located on the easternmost side of the village, facing the main avenue. The square table where they eat together is located in front of David's wooden house, which is the entire east side of the village. Side edge. Walking along the road to the west, a little distance away from Mark's wooden house is Addis' wooden house, and some distance away is the large wooden house used as a warehouse. Opposite the warehouse is another temporary wooden house that has not had time to be demolished, which is the house where the farmers currently live. At the same time, the farmers chose a location to build their new home, on the north side of the large log house. As for the farmland opened up by Mark, it is located on the west side of the big wooden house. According to his plan, it will extend all the way to the west of the Winter River. This is today's cold winter village. Counting the houses, cattle pens, and chicken coops that have just been built, there are not many buildings in total, standing anywhere in the village. You can see the entire village, if there are no accidents. When the farmers build their own houses, the temporary wooden house will be demolished, and the large wooden house used as a kitchen Blacksmith shop and warehouse will sooner or later be demolished and the warehouse will be built again, and a better one will be built. The functions of the kitchen and blacksmith shop will also be separated separately. What else can be planned? David immediately thought that a public toilet should be built at the outermost edge of the village to ensure public health inside the village and to store fertilizer.
Should I get a notebook and write it down?
After walking around in a circle, David returned to his wooden house, took out a brand new notebook, and sketched the general situation of Winter Village on it. With the sketch of the public toilet, his thinking became much clearer.
We still need to dig a well.
There were only a few people living in the village before, so it was troublesome to go to the river to carry water back. But since there were so few people, the water would not be consumed so quickly, so it was acceptable to go further away. There are about 20 people living in the village now, and it would be a bit troublesome to travel so far to fetch water from the river. So a well must be dug. Even if groundwater cannot be found, we must find a way to divert water from the Winter River.
How about fixing a water pipe?
David, who was very imaginative, considered the possibility of laying water pipes. In addition, he was also dissatisfied with the dirt roads in the village. Even if he couldn't lay an asphalt road, he should at least get a gravel road. Right? It not only makes the village more hygienic and reduces flying dust, but more importantly, it looks more beautiful and clean. As he was thinking and writing, he realized that there were a lot of things he wanted to do. If the initial construction could be completed according to his vision, Winter Village would be a smaller town, and its infrastructure would surpass other small towns in the Kingdom of Thailand.
It seems like it will take a lot of time and energy to make it all a reality.
Looking at the various projects he listed again, David drew a circle on public toilets, water wells, and garbage dumps. These are the next work goals, among which toilets and water wells are the top priority. Facilities and garbage dumps are relatively simple. Just dig a hole for throwing things. After closing the notebook, David thought for a moment and did not get up immediately to build a toilet or dig a well. Instead, he went back to the house and took out a new notebook. This time, he listed the names of Lara Croft, Tyrion Fordring, and Mark Watney. Each person occupied a separate page. And then David wrote all the information he could think of on the corresponding page while thinking. For example, Lara Croft's page contains knowledge of ancient civilizations from many countries, proficiency in multiple languages, proficiency in the use of bows, arrows, firearms and other weapons, good at climbing, etc. Tyrion Fordring's page is marked with information such as the priest of the Church of Holy Light, the first-generation paladin, one of the strongest users of Holy Light, the Lord of Hearthland, and so on. According to the order of coming to Winter Village, David compiled this information to determine what rewards he could get, such as the language and archery on Laura's page, and the Holy Light on Fording's page, etc. It has become my own talent. In the information recorded on Mark Watney's page, he marked potatoes and put a question mark behind fertile soil. Last listed is Squirtle. Looking at Squirtle, who was sitting next to him, drinking from a water cup and looking at him with cute eyes from time to time. David didn't know what he would get from this guy. He had secretly tested that he could not spit out a large amount of water from his mouth like Squirtle, and he had just turned the village around. And nothing new appeared in the village like potatoes after Mark appeared. Is it because his relationship with Squirtle is not good enough that he has not received the reward yet? After finishing writing the information he thought of, David hesitated and finally only wrote Will Turner's name, and put a question mark at the end. Whether this young blacksmith can become the blacksmith of Winter Village has not been finalized yet. Now I have to write a lot of them. But in the end I find that I can't get them all. That would be very depressing. He tore out a few pages filled with words, and burned them all to ashes with sacred fire. David suddenly thought,
if two of them really appear together, does it mean that a new person is coming? Chapter 39, Strong Female Laura.
Who will the other one be? When will it come?
David, who was full of expectations, could not wait for the answer, but was caught by Laura to help organize things.
What is all this? Jungle clothing, polar clothing, diving suits, weapons, ammunition, medicine, climbing tools, fire-making tools, food, water.
Laura pointed to the piles of things in front of her and introduced them to David. All kinds of equipment piled up Laura's cabin, making it difficult to find a place to stay. David stood at the door of the wooden house and was speechless looking at the pile of equipment in the house.
Has Winter Village become your portable supply station?
Yes, Laura readily admitted, and gave David a sweet smile.
And you? A priest who can use holy light to heal people, as well as protect and gain spells.
Huh. David really wanted to complain. But it was a pity that I couldn't save it. But he swallowed it back. After all, it didn't sound very auspicious.
By the way, do you want to try that thing you promised before? Holy light.
Yes. David had promised Laura a long time ago that he would put some of the power of the holy light into Laura's body, so that Laura could experience what it felt like to use the holy light.
Already know how to do it.
When it came to this matter, Laura's interest came up. She ignored the various equipment that had not been sorted out and directly asked herself what she should do.
Try it simple first.
He moved the things around the room to make some space for Laura to sit cross-legged. Then David sat across from Laura.
Hold my hands.
Laura spread her hands and watched with curiosity as David put his hands on her open palms.
Really feel the flow of energy.
Following David's words, a warm current appeared in Laura's palms, slowly flowing down her arms and into her body.
What a magical feeling.
Laura looked at her hands being shrouded in a golden light, and then slowly moved towards her body. The place shrouded in the light was warm, as if the whole body was being illuminated by warm sunshine. Don't worry about getting sunburned.
Is this the holy light?
It was completely different from the feeling of being protected by the holy light released by David. At that time, Laura had no special feeling at all. Only when she was attacked, she would flash a golden light. This light was fleeting, which made her it's hard to feel anything special.
But it was different at this moment. She could clearly feel energy pouring into her body, and slowly spreading to all parts of her body. Not long after, Laura's whole body was enveloped in holy light. And soon the light slowly faded until it disappeared. At the same time, Laura felt that the warm and comfortable feeling in her body gradually disappeared. This change made her stunned for a moment.
Is this a failure? It's not a failure. You already have the holy light in your body, but you must learn how to mobilize and use this power. What should I do?
David thought about it, and found that he didn't know very well what to do about Laura's situation. He had obtained the holy light directly, and there was no difficulty in mobilizing and using it. There was no such problem as Laura faced.
Maybe you should ask Fording. He definitely knows how to mobilize the holy light that has been stored in his body.
Theoretically speaking, Laura's current situation is very close to the blood night created by the elves in Quel'Thalas. Those elves extract the holy light possessed by holy light beings like Naru, and then store it in their own bodies, and then gain the same abilities as human paladins. The disadvantage is that when the blood knights release the holy light spell, they can only rely on the holy light stored in their own bodies. Don't expect the
holy light from the outside
to help. At the same time, the holy light in the body is used less. If you want to replenish it, you can only return to the main source, City, once again extracted from Naru. The same is true for Laura. The holy light in her body is gone when it is used up. There is no way to recover on her own. If she wants to replenish it, she can only come to David. However, this small problem is not a problem at all for Laura. What she needs to solve most now is the use skills. After all, Laura is different from the elves. The elves in Quel'Thalas have abundant arcane energy. With experience, few races are better than this group of elves in using energy, so they can use this trick-like method to cultivate bleeding knights.
By the way, the holy light now exists in your body, which means you can safely and boldly do some exercises beyond your limits. What do you mean? Laura didn't realize the meaning of David's words for a moment. But then she realized that she had seen with her own eyes how David usually exercised. Many items were simply beyond what ordinary humans could bear.
Can I exercise like you? That's right.
With the protection of holy light, Laura can more boldly squeeze her body's potential. Even if Laura cannot learn how to use the holy light stored in her body, this alone can make her stronger.
I want to try. You don't need to organize your equipment anymore. If what you said is right, I can do more rigorous training. Then I can wait for a while before starting.
Laura's idea is simple. If David's judgment is correct, then she is ready to improve her physical fitness set off again after one level. When the time comes, with sufficient logistical supplies and the protection of the holy light, she feels that she can calmly deal with all kinds of troubles that may arise. After all, she already knows that mysterious powers also exist in her world. Who knows what weird things she will encounter by then? Situation?
If I become stronger, can I move heavier things here?
Laura's mind turned quickly. In addition to being able to deal with danger better, she also thought of another benefit.
Even if you can't lift a car, it shouldn't be difficult to lift a motorcycle. Right?
David remembered that the weight of a motorcycle ranged from 150 kilograms to 250 kilograms. The specific weight depended on the brand and type. But even the lightest one couldn't be lifted by ordinary people. Right. Not to mention lifting it up and walking around. If Laura can practice to that extent. David's mind flashed to Laura walking back and forth in the village holding a motorcycle. And the scene was a bit difficult to look at. Here, he was frantically imagining all the weird behaviors of the strong woman Lara Croft. Lara had already gone to find Fording to learn how to use the holy light. And he was also considering whether to build a gym here in Winter Village. David watched Laura run towards the forest to the north. And when he was free again, he sat back at the table. Mark must have just come back from Mars. And he seems to have taken a bath there. These otherworldly villagers in Winter Village, like Laura and Mark, can go to another place to solve personal problems at any time, not too dependent on infrastructure. However, as the population of Winter Village increases, various facilities must be built. David and Mark discussed a few things about public toilets and wells. Mark felt that the toilet problem was easy to solve, but Laura needed to provide some building materials. Otherwise, there would be many problems with the toilet built with the materials from Winter Village. Let me talk to Laura. Where is Laura? She went to find Fording. You can talk to her about this after dinner. Actually, there is no need to worry. Laura should be staying here recently. Mark looked surprised. He remembered Laura saying that she was going back to her own world to deal with some things recently. Didn't you say that you were going out to deal with some things? The schedule of the travel plan has been adjusted due to some circumstances. David did not hide it from Mark and told him that Laura wanted to use the magic of the holy light to improve her physical fitness. Is there such an operation? Mark didn't expect such a good thing. But after looking at David, he didn't make any similar request. He is not stupid. He can see that the relationship between Laura and the village chief David has changed a long time ago. And he can only secretly hate himself for being a rough old man. What a pity. Mark's exaggerated expression made David feel very speechless. He wanted to say that he was not that kind of person. But he found this unconvincing. After all, he had never considered giving the holy light to Mark. In a way, Mark had not wrong. At this time, in order to prove your fairness, shouldn't you take the initiative to offer me some holy light? I've been squeezed dry by Laura. Let's wait until I recover. David saw that Mark was joking, so he responded with a smile. However, in order to avoid the situation of telling the truth in a joking way, which would lead to conflicts, David sincerely added, after Laura has initially mastered the holy light, I will help you master the holy light. Mark could tell that David was serious about what he said next, and he didn't say anything because he was really interested in the mysterious power. Then it's settled. Just when Mark said these words, David seemed to feel something in a daze. He didn't know if he was dizzy from the sun that was getting hotter. Thinking of some possibility, David thought it would be better to check around. Anyway, as the village chief, it is his job to check the situation in the village frequently. As soon as he stood up, David saw a shadow that had just appeared. Hey, is it Will who's back? Mark also noticed the shadow not far away. He wanted to know if the little blacksmith from the Caribbean was back. Of course, it could also be someone else who guessed that new people might appear in pairs because of consecutive examples. Maybe. David wasn't sure either. Before this figure became solid, he couldn't see anything clearly. Not even a hint. Just when David and Mark were expecting the answer to be revealed, something unexpected happened. Another shadow actually appeared next to the previous shadow. There will definitely be new people coming. Chapter 43 Teams in the same frame. Waiting quietly for the figure to solidify, David looked at the two shadows and guessed that one of them was most likely Will Turner. But just as Will wanted to come over, another newcomer appeared. The actual situation turned out to be completely different from what was expected. While one of the figures became solid, his posture changed significantly. It was different from when Laura and Fording appeared. Those people appeared walking, but this one seemed to be carrying something. As the figure became clearer, a blue figure rushed in front of David. Buzz. David, who had been practicing hard, reacted immediately and released the holy light shield to protect himself. This figure suddenly rushed towards him and stopped at David after hitting the holy light shield released by David. In front of him, the round shield with a rice pattern in the opponent's hand was clearly displayed in front of David. This shield. When David looked at the shield, the man holding the shield finally reacted. He looked at the man standing in front of him, shrouded in golden light with confusion, and lowered the long sword that had been raised in his right hand. Only the round shield in his left hand was still in front of him to protect himself. What is this place? Who are you?
What came out of the woman's mouth was British English, David's third familiar language.
This is Winter Village, and I am the village leader, David.
David took a few steps sideways, mainly to protect Mark, who had little fighting ability.
Don't be nervous. We are not your enemies.
The woman holding the round shield looked around. It looked like a very backward rural village, with no trace of modern civilization around it. This made her a little curious as to where she had ended up. But the young man in front of her spoke a language she was familiar with, which made her relax a little. She wondered if she had returned to England.
My name is Carter. Peggy Carter.
In fact, when David saw the round shield with a rice pattern in the opponent's hand, he guessed the identity of this person, due to some accident. He received the super soldier serum injection in place of Steve Rogers, and became a super soldier. Captain Carter of the soldiers. Relating to the way this guy appeared, David wondered if Captain Carter came to him when he pushed the big octopus into the portal. He just went over these things in his mind, and was not in a hurry to explain the situation to Captain Carter. After all, Captain Carter is a superhero on the side of justice. As long as she and others do not show any hostility to him, or do anything bad, she will not attack them. As for the previous attack, it should be a pure accident, if David's guess is correct. Captain Carter was competing with the monster at the time, and the huge force in front of him suddenly disappeared. And then Carter, who was fighting against it with all his strength, hit David with his shield.
When new people come in the future, we need to keep a distance. Who knows what these people were doing at that time?
After remembering this in his mind, David turned to look at the other shadow. While he was talking to Captain Carter, another shadow had solidified, and now its true appearance was revealed. A beautiful girl with a slender figure and brilliant blonde hair standing in the open space, looking around with confusion. Looking around. This, David thought for a while, but couldn't remember who this young woman was. This is not surprising. When Fording first appeared, he did not see the identity of the paladin. At this time, something unexpected happened. After seeing Captain Carter, the young girl suddenly shouted,
"MOM!"
This voice not only shocked David and Mark, but also Captain Carter, who was quietly standing nearby and looking at the surrounding environment, was stunned.
"MOM, Mom? Who? Me?
Captain Carter's who am I? Where am I? What am I doing?" With an expression on his face, he looked at the young girl running towards him in shock.
"MOM, where are we? Why are you dressed like this?"
Looking at the girl who ran up to him and looked at her uniform with strange eyes, Captain Carter felt that his head was a little confused.
"Did you recognize the wrong person?"
She actually wanted to scold her more. This girl looked to be in her 20s, not much younger than herself. But she actually called herself Mom? Does this child have a brain problem or a problem with his eyesight? However, as the righteous Captain Carter, she still controlled her temper well and responded to the girl's outrageous questions with a smile.
"How can you admit your mistake? But you seem to have become younger."
The girl frowned and kept looking at Captain Carter in front of her, and finally focused on the buckler in Carter's hand.
"Dad knows this shield. Did you change the pattern on the shield?"
David and Mark looked at the embarrassed Peggy Carter, and had the idea of getting some snacks and coming back to watch the fun, but stayed aside and said nothing. But even if the two wanted to pretend to be transparent, Captain Carter would not ignore them. He no longer entangled with the young girl, but looked at David.
"What on earth is this place?"
She suspected that she might have fallen into some kind of hallucination. Thinking of the light on this man's body before, she thought it might be this man's fault. Ahem, the excitement was gone, and David pointed to the table next to him.
"Sit down and chat. I will explain the specific situation to you."
Peggy Carter nodded, and the other girl also noticed that something was wrong, frowning as if she was thinking about something. Just when everyone was about to sit down and have a good chat, Mark suddenly shouted,
"David!"
After David looked at himself, he pointed to the open space not far away, where Captain Carter and the young girl had just appeared. Following Mark's reminder, David found another shadow appearing in the open space. This, David never expected that another person would appear.
"Will?"
Mark was also surprised. According to previous speculation, it was not surprising that a new person appeared after Will appeared. Now that two newcomers have appeared, it's quite surprising. The one coming this time must be Will, the little blacksmith. Right? Never imagined. It was still not Will who appeared this time. Because of Mark and David's reactions, Carter and the young girl noticed the phantom in the open space. The two of them witnessed a phantom slowly turning into a real person. And at the same time, they also realized how they appeared here. However, the two of them did not rush to ask what this strange phenomenon meant. Because when the shadow gradually turned into a real person and revealed its clear appearance, the two women who had just arrived in Winter Village could not sit still. He stood up and looked at each other in surprise. But Captain Carter had some confusion and uncertainty on his face. The other girl was more straightforward and shouted in surprise, "Dad?" This sound shocked everyone again, including the handsome man wearing a brown leather jacket who had just appeared. "Peggy!" The handsome man looked over in search of the voice, but ignored the young and beautiful blonde woman next to him. His eyes seemed to be glued to Peggy Carter. "Steve?" Peggy's tone was filled with questions, although the man who suddenly appeared had a familiar face and voice. His physique was completely different from the Steve she was familiar with. "Is it really you, Peggy?" The man named Steve rushed in front of Peggy in a few steps. He looked at the woman in front of him in surprise, but after a few seconds, he put on a disappointed expression. "I must be dreaming. How is this possible? Are you really Steve?" Peggy Carter also had a look of disbelief. She looked up and down at Steve in front of her, and even reached out to touch it. The solid touch seemed to remind her that this was all true. But it is indeed not the Steve she is familiar with. "Did you also use the super soldier serum?" Peggy thought of a possibility. But this sentence stunned Steve. "What do you mean? What do you mean I can use it too?" Steve took a step back and looked carefully at the Peggy Carter in front of him, and the familiar yet unfamiliar shield in her hand. He seemed to have guessed something, but he did not sure. "Guys, maybe I can clear up your doubts." While David was still thinking about how to explain this somewhat confusing situation in front of him, Mark spoke very promptly. "I think you guys should come from different parallel universes. So although you know each other, the other person is not the person you are familiar with." "Who are you?" "Mark Watney, the most powerful botanist on the planet and a NASA astronaut." Hearing that it was a scientist, even a botanist, Steve felt that the other person's words had a little more credibility. "Steve Rogers. Just call me Steve." Steve reached out and shook Mark twice, then looked at David. "David, Winter Village is the village chief here. Hello." Steve finally had time to observe the surrounding environment, but he quickly returned his attention to the people in front of him, and naturally did not ignore the young blonde girl. "Sharon!" The girl looked at Steve in front of her, and then at Peggy next to her. Of course, she did not ignore what Mark just said. She now understood why these two familiar relatives seemed to have never seen her. "Looks like Sharon Rogers." David, who finally knew the girl's full name, completely confirmed the girl's identity. Although the girl had previously called Peggy Carter her mother, he didn't know if Peggy had been the girl's mother in some universe, so he didn't think about it that way. When Captain America Steve Rogers appeared, her father's voice made him guess the girl's identity. When he heard the name, he was even more certain that Sharon Rogers was the unfrozen Captain America Steve, the daughter of Rogers and Peggy Carter. She is also the Captain America of that universe. "Hey guys! Marvel's new script, Captain America, Expedition to Another World. 3 teams in the same frame?" Chapter 41, A Strange Family of 3. Sitting at the table, several people looked at me, and I looked at you, Peggy, Steve, and Sharon. The 3 newcomers had already listened to David's explanation, and knew that they and others were no longer on the Earth. Is in a small village called Winter Village on an unknown planet, or in an unknown world. "It sounds incredible." Steve kept his mouth shut while David explained. He waited until David finished speaking before asking a few questions, such as why David could speak English, and how he seemed to care about the Earth. Very familiar and so on. David dealt with these things easily. He learned English from Laura, who was the first to come to Winter Village. And he also learned some Earth knowledge through the books Laura gave him during this period. It was just to shape the character at first, but it actually had unexpected benefits. Steve asked Mark some more things. Through the previous introduction, he knew that Mark was an astronaut of the space agency. Later, he learned that Mark, like them, came here from the Earth. "You are so unlucky." This was Sharon's comment after learning that Mark was left on Mars due to an accident and had to find a way to survive on his own. "It's okay. Although I was forgotten on Mars, I came here and became the most powerful botanist on Earth." I don't know about other Earths. At least in the world where Mark Watney lives, no botanist is more awesome than him. Not only did he successfully grow potatoes on Mars, he even went to other worlds to plant them. Later, after learning about the way to leave Winter Village and return to his own world, Steve got up and tried it, and left and returned smoothly, confirming David's words.
So magical?
Sharon, who occasionally interrupted during the entire explanation, also jumped up. But something strange happened. No matter how she walked or ran wildly outside the village, she never turned into a ghost at all. This situation, which had never happened before, made David and Mark very strange. Mark immediately ran out of the village. He was worried that something had gone wrong, and that everyone could not leave at will. As a result, Mark went to Mars smoothly, and then returned to Winter Village.
Nothing wrong. It's normal.
At this time, Peggy, who had always listened quietly and never spoken, also gave it a try. Similar to Sharon's situation. No matter how many times Peggy tried back and forth on the edge of the village, there was no sign of disappearing.
How is this going?
David wasn't very clear either. After all, he himself had no chance to experience this kind of time travel. In fact, he didn't even understand what everyone felt when they traveled through time. Even if Laura and others described it in detail, they lacked an intuitive impression. Steve tried again, and could still go back and forth smoothly. He frowned and thought for a moment before giving his own judgment.
If there is not something wrong with this place itself, then the problem lies with you too?
Excluding the possibility that David and others are up to something, we can only find problems on the individual. Steve's mind was spinning very quickly. He thought he might be able to understand their respective situations and analyze what caused them. At the same time, he also learned how the world Peggy and Sharon lived was different from his own, compared to the unfamiliar Mark and David, who is completely from another world. Steve will naturally be closer to the familiar Peggy and Sharon, who seems to be his own daughter. Peggy and Sharon, who knew Steve well enough, also trusted Steve enough. They not only told about their own situation, but also told about their own experiences in the universe, allowing Steve to understand several parallels. What are the differences in the world? The world in which Sharon Rogers lives is roughly similar to Steve's own experience. It's just that after defeating the Red Skull's conspiracy, Captain America Steve Rogers in that world was not frozen for decades and returned smoothly, celebrating the glory of being a hero. He married Peggy Carter and gave birth to his daughter, Sharon Rogers. In the following decades, Captain America Steve has been doing things that are consistent with his status as a hero, teaching his daughter, who has perfectly inherited the advantages of her parents, and even began to consider passing the title of Captain America to his daughter. It was at this time that Sharon went shopping and visited Winter Village. Listening to Sharon's story, Steve already had the answer in his heart. But he didn't say it directly. Instead, he turned to ask about Peggy's situation. The universe that Peggy lives in is very different from Steve's experience. The difference begins with the accident in the super soldier experiment. Because of the accident, Peggy undertaken the super soldier transformation on Steve's behalf and successfully completed the transformation, became a super soldier. Next, Peggy also had the title of Captain Carter and embarked on a similar path to Captain America. She fought against the Red Skull's Hydra Legion on the battlefield of World War II, and finally stopped the giant monster summoned by Hydra, and entered the different space together with the monster. It was while wrestling with the monster that Captain Carter came to Winter Village.
In other words, if you can go back successfully, you should go back to that strange space and continue fighting the monsters?
Steve felt that he had grasped the key point.
Is this the reason why you can't leave here? It's possible.
Peggy thought about it carefully, and then recalled what David just said, thinking in her heart of go back. She could leave here and return to her own world. The question is, does she really want to go back to that strange space and fight a big monster endlessly? It was to save her own world before, but her world was already safe. She saw with her own eyes that the portal that connected to another space and released the big monsters was closed. Her world has been saved. And of course, she doesn't want to go back to that strange place. Maybe it was the resistance in her heart that prevented her from being able to travel back and forth between the two worlds like Steve? With this thought in her heart, she also glanced at Sharon next to her, and then at Steve in front of her, although the figure was very different from the Steve she was familiar with. After talking for a while, she discovered that the man in front of her was indeed Steve Rogers. That smart and brave man. She believed that Steve had guessed that Sarah, the reason why Lewin couldn't leave, but he didn't say it directly, was probably to take care of this strange daughter.
Okay, we finished talking about our situation. Let's talk about yours.
Since Sharon has doubts in her heart, she will put this matter aside and move the topic to other places. Peggy is very curious about this. How is Steve's experience different from his own universe and Sharon's universe?
Me?
Steve looked at the two women staring at him with wide eyes, and the two men with expressions on their faces, and told his experience with a grimace.
Actually, with Sharon, the person I am in that world is almost the same, but a little different.
The biggest difference is that although he successfully prevented the Red Skull's conspiracy and prevented those super bombs from blooming on the east coast of North America, he was also frozen and fell into a deep sleep due to the crash.
When I woke up, someone told me that I had been sleeping for 70 years.
At this time, Steve was in a confused stage of life. As soon as he closed his eyes and opened them, the war was over and everyone he knew was basically dead. My lover got married, but the groom was not me. Even his familiar hometown has become extremely strange. Everything around him is so unreal, and he doesn't know if he still has the meaning to live. In addition to venting excess energy in the gym every day, I just wander around like a ghost. And then I come here. Thinking of this, Steve couldn't help but look at Peggy, and then at David. He couldn't help but wonder if God thought he was too pitiful, so he let him come here to enjoy his old age? He even set Peggy in front of him. But this Peggy liked Steve. So could he be used as a substitute? Oh, it seems that my situation is similar. I looked at David again, wanting to ask more questions, and found that the head of the winter village was eating dried fruits, snacks bought by Laura, with a scientist named Mark, quietly watching the excitement.
Mr. Village Chief, just call me David.
He swallowed the dried fruit, coughed twice, and cleared his throat.
Is there any problem? I may have to disturb you frequently in the days to come. Don't bother me. I welcome you very much. After all, there are not many people in my village. I especially hope that the village can become more lively.
When explaining the situation earlier, these three people all knew about the situation in David's village, a newly established village called Winter Village. Except for a few farmers who have just moved here and are building houses, and an old hunter Addis who is raising his children alone. The remaining people all came here from other worlds like them. Lara Croft, this British nobleman, has regarded Winter Village as his other home. He built a house here and often comes here to play. Mark, the unlucky guy who is trying to survive alone on Mars, regards Winter Village as his life-saving straw and is counting on Winter Village to survive. As for the man named Tyrion Forge Ring, he simply settled down in Winter Village for a long time, only returning to his own world occasionally to see his wife and son. With so many partners, and Peggy not knowing how to return to her own world, choosing to settle here does not seem to be an unacceptable thing. Now that Peggy wants to live here, Steve often comes over to see his old friends. It is only natural that he helps old friends when they need help. Although he knew that Captain Carter was not the Peggy he was familiar with. Looking at this familiar face, he really couldn't pretend that he had never seen this person before, and returned to his own universe to continue his life like a living dead. Seeing Steve staring at Peggy all the time, Sharon Rogers wanted to shout,
"Did you forget something?"
Chapter 42: The Disappearing Stone Tablet. Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, Sharon Rogers. There are 3 new residents in Winter Village. The most important thing is that these 3 people all have physical fitness that is beyond ordinary people. They can do it even if no one helps them. It was very easy to build a new house. Not to mention there were many people helping me. After learning that there was a new person in the village, Fording, Laura, and Addis, who didn't know the truth, all expressed their welcome and helped a lot when building the new house. Therefore, Steve, Peggy and Sharon built their house very quickly. It only took 2 days to complete the main body of the house. As for the internal organization and layout, they don't need anyone's help. They can just handle it according to their own preferences. After completing the construction of his own house, Steve ran back and forth several times, and Laura also went to buy some, helping Peggy and Sharon prepare enough daily necessities. In this way, except for Steve, who would often return to his own world, Peggy and Sharon officially lived in Winter Village. After building their own houses, Steve and Peggy will also help ordinary villagers build houses, help Fording cut wood, and help Addis hunt, mainly responsible for carrying prey back. Although they have just arrived in Winter Village, both Steve and Peggy quickly got to know everyone and gained everyone's favor. This talent of being able to win anyone's favor is too powerful. In comparison, Sharon Rogers was less conspicuous, and would even stay in the corner from time to time, quietly watching Steve and Peggy, and happily chatting with people in the village.
Not adapting to life here? No.
Sharon turned her head and looked at the British girl named Laura.
I just found more shortcomings. Oh, I understand.
Laura looked at the tall, beautiful girl with blonde hair in front of her, and suddenly understood why she appeared here. and she was always quietly observing her parents' parallel universe peers. Everyone already knows the identities of several people, except for Fording from the world of Azeroth. Both Mark and Laura know Captain America. As for Captain Carter and Sharon, who is suspected to be Captain America's daughter, although they don't know each other very well, they can roughly understand what's going on when they think of Marvel's numerous parallel universe settings.
If you need any help, just come to me.
After Laura and Sharon chatted for a few more words, they waved goodbye and went straight to find David. In fact, Laura wanted to find David at first. She happened to see Sharon standing there halfway, so she came over to say hello and chatted for a few words. Now that the chat was over, she naturally went to do what she was supposed to do.
Does it look good?
Walking in front of David, Laura deliberately moved away and raised her eyebrows at David.
What?
David looked up and looked into the distance, then looked at Laura in front of him.
It's pretty good looking. I won't stay in the village often for a while. And here's your chance.
Laura's face was full of smiles, as if she was reminding David, new tea has arrived. David glanced at Laura and did not answer the question. Instead, he wondered why Laura didn't learn how to use the holy light from Fording today. He didn't go back to his manor to exercise his physical fitness.
Have you run out of holy light? Not yet. I can clearly feel the holy light in my body now. There is still a lot of holy light you poured into my body.
After saying the words, Laura always felt that this sentence seemed a bit strange. But after thinking about it, there is nothing wrong with going.
According to the current situation, unless I practice the holy light spells I just learned all day long, the holy light will not be exhausted within a month or two.
If Laura exercises desperately, the holy light in her body will be consumed faster in order to repair the damage to her body. According to Laura's idea, she wants to consume the holy light in her body until it is almost gone, and then come to see die again. The dimension is replenished. By that time, she had almost learned the holy light spell, and her physical fitness had improved a lot. It was much safer to go on adventures at that time.
Speaking of which, is it really okay to put this thing there?
Laura glanced at Steve's house not far away. Although Steve did not live here permanently. After all, he could travel between the two worlds freely, but he still moved a lot of daily items and decorated his house. One of them was a heavy-duty motorcycle, which was parked next to Steve's wooden house. A shed was built on the side of the wooden house just for parking.
It's no problem. People in the village don't know what this is anyway.
A heavy-duty motorcycle weighing more than 200 kilograms was nothing to a super soldier like Steve, so he brought it over easily. Even Steve, who had just completed the transformation and had not received more combat training and was unable to maximize his potential, could easily lift a heavy motorcycle and 3 plump beauties. He looked so relaxed. It's no different than lifting a foam board. Recalling that some people in his past life always said that Steve's physical fitness was only the limit of human beings, David felt particularly speechless, whether it was in the comic plot, the data given by Marvel, or the various performances of Captain America in the movie universe. Steve's physical fitness belongs to the extraordinary level. Even if it is a lower level in the extraordinary level, it is not the same as the so-called human limit. And there are 3 such captains in Winter Village now. Captain Carter, like Captain America Steve, both receive super soldier transformations and gain powerful physical qualities. As for Sharon Rogers, she inherited super qualities from her father and is a born super, with the addition of Azeroth's first Paladin Tyrion Ford Ring, Tomb Destroyer, Paladin Apprentice Lara Croft and David himself. The force value of Winter Village seems to be a bit too high.
It always feels like it's not a good sign. Don't set up flags randomly.
Laura heard David's thoughts and reminded him not to say such things randomly,
especially at this time. What do you mean?
David realized that there was an extra meaning in Laura's words, and remembered that Laura seemed to come to him specifically.
Is there something wrong? Well, do you still remember the ancient altar that the two of us accidentally discovered before?
After the gossip, it was time to get down to business. Laura also lowered her voice and mentioned what she and David had discovered when they explored the northern forest.
I took another look today. Is there anything unusual?
Of course David remembered the altar, and at that time he thought about taking the harvested potatoes when he had time and worshipping them according to the words on the altar. But after discovering that the troll used a similar altar to obtain strange powers, he was not prepared to do that. He was worried about attracting any strange power or attention, and even thought about destroying the altar. It was just that after that, he went back and forth to Iron Tree Castle continuously, and when he came back, he was busy arranging for the new farmers. followed by the young blacksmith and various captains. So he almost forgot about it.
The stone monument is missing. Huh?
David suspected that he might have misunderstood the meaning of Laura's words.
The stone tablet is missing? Literally missing? Yes. The literal stone tablet is missing. And the entire altar has been destroyed.
Laura described her findings in detail. According to Laura, the altar located under the mine can no longer be regarded as an altar. Only some remains of the altar base are left. The entire base has collapsed into tiny pieces. It is difficult to put it back together. Something almost impossible to do. In addition, the stone tablet at the core of the altar has completely disappeared.
I have carefully checked the rubble, and it definitely does not include the steel.
Laura is confident enough in her professional abilities. She can be 100% sure that the rubble does not include any part of the steel.
Earthquake?
As soon as he said it, David himself denied the guess. That mine is not far from Winter Village. If such a strong earthquake occurred, it would be impossible not to be noticed here. And how could the earthquake destroy the stone monument? Shattered directly into powder?
Someone took the steel away and destroyed what was left of the altar.
This was the most likely possibility. David immediately thought of creatures like trolls. But he doubted whether such trolls had such intelligence.
Maloney Mansfield?
After much deliberation, the biggest suspicion fell on Maloney Mansfield. This noble official from Iron Tree Fort was the only one who came to Winter Village during this period, and an outsider who has been around for a long time. Although Maloney spent most of his time visiting the village with David after arriving in Winter Village and rarely went around the village. This kind of thing does not require a person of his status to do it himself. Maloney, the things done by his subordinates will naturally be attributed to this noble official. Of course, David did not rule out that it was one of Maloney's men who did it. And Maloney himself did not know it.
No matter who did it. What was the purpose of doing it? Will it threaten us?
Compared to who did it? This is the most critical question. David thought for a while, and found that he couldn't think of an answer at all. Because there were many things that he couldn't figure out just by sitting here and thinking. He lacked enough intelligence information, and didn't know where to start analyzing it. In this case, the only way is to make yourself stronger to cope with various crises that may arise.
As long as we are strong enough, no conspiracy will be able to do anything to us.
Hearing that David's solution was not a solution, Laura felt that this way of coping was too passive. But other than that, she couldn't think of a good solution. But Laura soon discovered that David's
self-power
was a little different from what she thought.
Laura, can you get some heavy machine guns, mortars and other weapons?
Chapter 43 Public Facilities Draft. Heavy machine guns, mortars, etc. are not easy to obtain. Even if Laura can obtain weapons, it is difficult to replenish ammunition. Although she usually buys weapons, they are mainly pistols, mainly for self-defense. Unlike David, who is stocking up on weapons for possible wars.
If Steve hadn't slept for 70 years, he might have been able to get those things for you, or he might have thought of a way to get Peggy back. There's still a world war going on in her world.
After slapping David's dishonest hand away, Laura got up and put on her clothes and complained about David's thoughts.
And building a bunker or something is completely unnecessary. Right. Even if someone wants to attack Winter Village, with the strength of Steve, Peggy and Fording, they can easily solve this problem. I'm trying to make sure that no accidents happen.
Steve might not be in the village, but Peggy and Fording rarely go back to Azeroth. And the other can't go back to their own world. Mainly in Lynn. Stay here in Donsuan. With the strength of these two people, ordinary threats will not harm the village at all. In addition to these two, Addis, the old hunter, is not a decoration. Not to mention Sharon Rogers, the second-generation Captain America. Although this one has not officially taken over the title of Captain America. When he got up and dressed, he only heard Laura say,
"I'll go back,"
and ran away. David knew that Laura had gone home to take a shower. And he could only use the relative language in Winter Village. The original way to wash your hands.
Perhaps the most important thing to build in the village is not a water well,
but a tap water system.
It would be better to install a water pump and water purification filtration equipment on the bank of the Linong River, connected to the Linong village with pipes, and then build a water tower or something like that. Is it a rudimentary tap water system?
Can we discuss this with Mark? What do you want to discuss with me?
While muttering, David opened the door and was about to go out. Unexpectedly, he bumped into Mark, who seemed to be about to knock on the door.
You came out just in time. This is the material that was determined after thinking about it. Laura needs to help prepare it.
Mark handed a piece of paper full of words in his hand to David.
I was worried that it would disturb you. Laura went home.
He took the paper filled with various materials, looked at it twice, and then put it away.
I will hand it over to her when she comes back. Is that so?
Mark didn't ask Laura why she ran home so early in the morning. He does the same thing every day. After getting up early, he goes directly to the Mars base.
What did you just say you wanted to discuss with me? About water. Aren't you going to dig a well? I have already inspected various parts of the village. There are several places where wells should be dug.
David had told him about this before. In addition to looking after the farmland these days, Mark was doing research. This matter.
I think it would be better to get a running water system.
Mark blinked and felt that the village chief's thoughts changed too quickly. He couldn't keep up with the other person's rhythm. Why did he suddenly switch from digging wells to building a tap water system? Are you playing a SimCity game? And isn't your civilization span too big? David ignored Mark's question-filled eyes and directly expressed his thoughts.
Do you think it's feasible? This plan is quite feasible.
Mark realized that he had gone astray. The water system David wanted to build was not the kind he thought. He would build a water plant first, and then connect pipes to every household. It simply filters the river water and transports it to the water storage equipment in the village. And the villagers then go to the water storage equipment to get water by themselves. If this is the case, the difficulty is not great. The real trouble is still the laying of pipelines. Laying a pipeline from the river to the village is not an easy task. If you want to complete this kind of work quickly, it is best to have mechanical assistance. But thinking about people like Fording and Steve, it seems that these heavy tasks are not too difficult for David's village to solve.
Then I'll think about what equipment I need to buy. Make a list and give it to Laura. Well, I'll leave this to you.
David patted Mark on the shoulder. The man in front of him was the only scientist in the village. David would ask Mark about such things.
Let me claim my name again. I am a botanist. I know. Mark. Forget it. I'm going to see how the wheat is growing.
Mark knew that if there were still similar questions, David would still ask him. So he stopped worrying about it and went about his own business.
Jack Nigui.
Let's go! After calling to Squirtle, who was standing by, Mark went to check on a few fields, watering them, weeding them, and digging some soil nearby to make some observations. In the past few days, he had noticed some subtle changes in the land around Winter Village. He was very interested in this magical phenomenon and wanted to find out what was going on. David didn't know what Mark was mainly busy with recently. He only knew that Mark was farming. Farming in Winter Village. And farming on Mars. By the way, he also served as his technical consultant, solving various technical problems.
Obviously, I liked playing farming and construction games in my previous life.
But when I actually asked myself to build a territory, I realized that it was really difficult. Really building a territory cannot be like when playing games, where you can build a building with just one click of the mouse. If you want a well, you can dig a well with just one click, and there are no location restrictions. The same goes for the tap water system. You can build a tap water plant with one click, and then follow the prompts a few more times to lay out a tap water network covering thousands of people. In reality, it is difficult for him to even have a tap water pipe for his house.
And even more needless to say, every household in the village has access to running water.
Currently, the most reliable construction plan is the centralized management plan.
In addition to public toilets and running water, David also thought of canteens and bathhouses, and then thought of roads. Of course, there is no rush for the next few items. We will wait until the farmers complete the reclamation of farmland before building them one by one. As for how to get farmers to contribute their labor, it is not difficult. Although the 5 contract farmers are only responsible for the employer's farm work according to the contract, they can take on other jobs as long as the employer does not object. David can definitely hire these few additional people to do other jobs and complete various tasks in the village. Facility construction. The other 3 homesteaders can also be hired, even if they will soon become contract farmers for Samantha and her son. But Samantha will not refuse the employment from the village chief, and it will not be good for her to go against the village chief. He took out the notebook he was accustomed to carrying with him at all times and started writing and drawing again. Even if he noticed someone standing next to him, he did not stop. After writing down everything that came to mind in a notebook, I also drew a few overhead views to think about where various facilities should be built. After making sure that nothing was missing, I turned my head and looked to the side.
Morning, Steve.
Morning, David. Steve, still wearing very old-fashioned clothes. greeted David and sat down.
Were you planning the village just now? Yes.
There was nothing shameful about it. David handed the notebook directly to Steve.
Do you want to see it? No need.
In fact, with Steve's eyesight and memory, he had already memorized all the contents in the note just now. When he was saving Bucky, he only looked at the 9 numbers on the map for a few seconds. The head snake factory location coordinates were all written down.
I saw you wrote tap water in your notes.
This is what he is curious about. Although he has only been in Winter Village for a few days, half of which he spent in his own universe, he feels that he already has enough understanding of Winter Village. Isn't this a relatively backward ancient village? People here also live a relatively primitive life of farming, fishing and hunting. In this environment, the word tap water seems very out of place. After stating his thoughts again, Steve also understood what David was thinking.
That's right. It sounds good. Maybe I can help.
He knew that this job would be beneficial to the people in the village, and he now had endless energy waiting to be vented. So even before David opened his mouth, Steve offered to help.
If there is anything that needs your help, I won't be polite to you.
David closed the notebook and put it away.
You have been in the village for a few days. What do you think of my place?
Because 2 of the 3 captains could not leave at will, and because several of them knew each other, David was not in a hurry to chat too much with them, and was ready to wait until they settled down in the village and got used to the life here. Talk to them. So even if Steve didn't take the initiative to talk to him today, David was ready to find an opportunity to talk to him. Now that the other party took the initiative to talk to him, it was convenient for David.
It's a very quiet and peaceful village, and the people here are very friendly.
Steve, who was originally very serious, rarely showed a smile on his face.
To be honest, I thought it was God who felt that I should not continue to stay in that world. So I came to this place so that I can enjoy my old age. Isn't it too early to consider retiring now to enjoy your old age?
David looked at Steve's young appearance and felt that Steve's words were too strange, even though he knew why the other person said that.
Is it very early? I'm already over 90 years old.
Steve shook his head. He was speechless about this situation. After all, no one could accept it. When he opened his eyes, he turned into an old man.
Wasn't it frozen and sleeping for 70 years? So technically speaking, you are only in your 20s, and your great youth is still waiting for you.
David comforted him with a few words.
And, for some special beings, for me, over 90 is not considered old. I shouldn't be anything special. Right. Becoming a super soldier through an experiment with a low success rate, winning the title of Captain America, and being able to wake up after being frozen for 70 years after a plane crash. Believe me, you are very special.
Chapter 44: Fording's Iron Ambition. There was more to Steve than just what David said, but there were some things that were inconvenient to say right now. Fortunately, Steve himself didn't worry about whether he was particularly excessive, but chatted with David about other things. After sleeping for 70 years, Steve found it difficult to adapt to the various changes in the world. So he was curious about one thing about David.
When you find that this world is completely different from the world you know, do you feel anything special?
In his eyes, David's situation was somewhat similar to his own. In the blink of an eye, the world suddenly changed. Steve slept for 70 years, and the world continued to develop and change during these 70 years. David was surrounded by several people from other worlds, who brought strange knowledge, strange objects, and a culture David had never been exposed to. From Steve's observation, David has adapted very well to this unfamiliar knowledge. This can be confirmed by the fact that he has begun to think about building various public facilities for the village.
There's no special feeling.
Of course, David wouldn't have any special feeling. Things that seemed strange to him in the eyes of outsiders were all things he was once very familiar with. But he couldn't explain it directly to others. So I had to use my brain to think of some suitable words to deal with this situation.
After all, for me, there are many things in this world that I don't understand.
Oh! Steve was stunned for a moment. He had never thought about this before.
I'm just a civilian hunter in Iron Tree Fort, let alone the whole world. What is the inner city of Iron Tree Fort even close at hand? I don't know it all.
David's words were not fabricated lies. It seemed that very convincing.
What kind of life do the nobles live? What kind of magical powers do the legendary mages have? I don't know these things.
For David, the world is very huge, and there are many things he doesn't understand. Even if you add what Laura and Fording bring, what does it matter? Then he used Laura as an example.
Apart from me, Laura is the same. Before encountering a shipwreck and meeting Himahu, She also didn't know that the magical power existed in the world she lived in.
Compared with the many unknown secrets that exist in the huge world, what little he knows is nothing. If it weren't difficult to explain it directly, David would really like to use the Marvel Universe where Captain America Steve lives as an example. After all, there are a lot of messy things in his world, so there is no need for Steve to worry about the world becoming strange. He has never been really familiar with it before.
Maybe the world you live in is completely different from what you thought. What you said makes sense.
Listening to David's words, Steve also understood a lot. Yes, does he really understand the world he originally lived in? Is that world really what he thinks it is? Maybe his understanding is just what he thinks. Among other things, through contact with Peggy and Sharon in the past few days, he has vaguely noticed something. His world may hide many secrets. Because Peggy saw with her own eyes that Hydra summoned a huge monster, Sharon also vaguely mentioned that even after the war, as Captain America, she had not been idle, and she still solved all kinds of problems as Captain America. Trouble.
The world is big and always requires constant exploration, and new discoveries are not necessarily a bad thing. For example, the quilt given by Laura is much more comfortable to lie on than lying directly on the ground or a wooden board.
David's words made Steve feel a lot better, especially the last few words, which seemed to hit something in Steve's heart. It's not necessarily bad to listen to his new stuff again.
To be honest, I'm really not used to that kind of soft bed. I'm more accustomed to the wooden bed you have here. Is this why you come here every day? Do you like hard wooden beds? For now, so be it.
Steve's expression looked much better, and his whole spirit was different from when he first arrived.
Nice to chat with you.
David, I'll go over there. Help. Call me if you need anything. If you need anything, you can chat with me at any time.
David stood up and shook hands with Steve hard. Looking at the gratitude on the other person's face, he knew that after a few days of coming to Winter Village, this Captain America Steve Rogers recognized him and regarded him as a friend. Just as Steve turned around and left to help the villagers build houses, David felt what seemed to be changing in his body. Especially the holy light in the body suddenly increased a lot.
What happened?
The holy light in his body increased sharply, but nothing abnormal happened. David just thought about it, and the huge holy light in his body returned to calm. At the same time, he felt that his head became much clearer. David had already realized what was going on. Because he had established a preliminary friendship with Steve, he got a reward from him. What was a little surprising was that what he got was not a physical reward, but a mental reward. Because it was an enhancement on the mental level. David immediately thought about the specific situation. Not only did the holy light in his body increase dramatically, but its quality also improved significantly at the same time. His spirit strengthened, making it easier for David to mobilize the holy light. In addition, his memory seems to have gotten better, and he can more easily recall details of many events in his past life.
The most commendable thing about Captain America is his strong mental will. It doesn't seem strange to receive a reward in this regard.
As for not getting rewards for physical fitness, this was no loss at all to David. Not to mention that there are still 2 captains in the village waiting for him to conquer. For him now, as long as the holy light continues to improve, his physical fitness will continue to improve. In addition to the improvement of physical fitness under the wash of the holy light, you can also squeeze your body's potential more unscrupulously. Just when David wanted to find a place to exercise and make his physical fitness even more explosive, Laura had already returned from home.
What are you doing?
Standing nearby and watching David pose in various bodybuilding postures, Laura finally couldn't help but said,
"Are you dissatisfied with your figure after meeting Steve? How is that possible?"
David looked back at Laura and retracted his raised arms.
"I was just wondering, if I continue to exercise, will I become like Tyrion?"
Fording's figure is probably the most exaggerated in the entire Winter Village. Captain America Steve can be called skinny compared to him. His strong muscles sometimes make Fording look like a box. After thinking about it, David also had the same exaggerated muscles as Fording. Laura suddenly felt that the picture was not good looking.
"I think it would be better if you don't train like that. Tyrion's muscles are too exaggerated." "Exaggeration? This is a symbol of strength. I think David is still too thin. He cannot become a qualified paladin in Azeroth. He can only continue to be a priest."
Opening the door, Fording walked out of his wooden house and commented on David's figure.
"Without enough strength, no matter how proficient you are in using various weapons, it won't be of much use. You can only use to bully the weak."
In Fording's view, anyone who can't swing a heavy hammer like a propeller with one hand is not worthy of being called a warrior. How can you fight enemies like orcs and trolls without enough strength? David could not refute this. He knew that the human warriors of Azeroth could rely on their own strength to fight hand-to-hand with races such as orcs and trolls on the battlefield. Even in the First War, the human warriors relied on their equipment to fight. Unlike the plot in the movie, when the first war between humans and orcs broke out in the game world, humans had no physical disadvantage. Thinking of himself holding the orc above his head with one hand, and then throwing it more than 10 meters away, David had the urge to exercise hard again. Fortunately, Fording took the initiative to change the topic at this time and made a request to Laura.
By the way, help bring more war movies next time. No problem.
Listening to the conversation between the two, David realized that Fording got up so late today because he watched a movie too late last night.
War movie. After watching Band of Brothers with Mark, I became interested in this type of movie, so I asked Laura to help find a few.
In addition to movies, there are also TV series. During these days, Fording, in addition to chopping down trees, watches these movies during his breaks.
By the way, if you can, help me find these books as well.
He took out another piece of paper and handed it to Laura. David looked at it curiously and saw that it was written on
The Art of War, on strategy, on sea power, and on air power.
Names like that.
These are easy to handle. Do you want an English version?
Fording thought for a while, and finally said that he wanted to read the original text. As for the corresponding language textbook, he remembered that David had it.
In this case, it may take a few more days.
It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. David, who was standing by and witnessing all this, had in his mind endless images of natural disaster soldiers being bombarded by aircraft and cannons, and tanks being pushed flat and being burned by soldiers with flamethrowers. Although he knew that such images were nonsense. After all, Fording couldn't bring a base vehicle back to Azeroth. Even if he understood this style of play, there was no corresponding industrial system.
Why do you feel it's a pity? If possible, I would really like to see this kind of scene with my own eyes.
Suddenly he realized something was wrong, and David remembered that the technological level of Azeroth was actually not low. The gnomes, goblins, and dwarves had a lot of black technology in their hands.
So this scene is really possible?
Chapter 45. You have new tasks. Please check them. After chatting with Fording for a few more words, David learned that Fording had not only ensured the supply of wood for new houses in the village during this period, but had even replenished the depleted inventory. No wonder Fording watched movies very late and got up late this morning. It turned out that there was nothing urgent to do at hand, so he gave himself a day off and prepared to have a good rest. However, Fording only planned to rest for one day. He was already busy and did not want to completely relax. After having no shortage of wood in a short period of time, he was ready to find something else to do.
Build public toilets? Repair water pipes?
If people in Azeroth knew that Tyrion Fordring, one of the first paladins and Lord of Hearthland, was actually working on building toilets and digging ditches in a remote village, they would probably think it's a joke. They would never believe that Tyrion Fordring would do these things. However, Fording, as the person involved, didn't care about this. He thought it was a good thing to be busy every day. In this magical village, I was able to access a lot of knowledge that I had been unable to access before. Recently, it was learned that Steve and Peggy were both soldiers who participated in the thermal weapons war and were frontline commanders. Fording had a new partner to chat with. What's more, he really wants to know what David can build Winter Village into. After a few peaceful days like this, the farmers in Winter Village all moved into their new houses. Although the interior of the house still needs some time to decorate, they no longer need to continue to squeeze into the temporary wooden houses. Completely your own new home. In order to celebrate the farmers moving into their new homes, David took out all the meat in stock and the remaining bagged food from Mark, and finally had a sumptuous dinner. Everyone worked together to prepare a lot of food, which was placed on 2 large newly made tables. Then all the villagers in Winter Village, including foreigners, locals, those who had settled for a long time, and those who occasionally wandered over, all sat at the table, enjoy delicious food next to you. David knew that the status gap might make farmers afraid to let go and have a good time. But today's moment had special meaning for David's Winter Village. Regardless of whether he had cultivated farmland and grown food before, or whether he had received an official appointment from the kingdom and became the village chief of Winter Village, David felt that something was wrong. Only today, when the villagers officially settled in this place, did he feel that Winter Village was truly established. So, he called everyone together to celebrate. Of course, in order to avoid possible embarrassing situations, he still set up 2 large tables for the people in the village to sit separately. The 2 large tables were still placed on the easternmost side of the village. Not right next to each other, but at a distance. The table close to the wooden house where David lived was originally used for eating and chatting. As the number of people increased, it was lengthened again, sitting at this table tonight. In addition to a few special residents who came to Winter Village from another world, are 2 locals, Addis and Alfie, as well as Samantha, Colin, mother and son. After the mother and son were entrusted to David by Maloney, David only chatted with them a few times at the beginning. After learning Samantha's name, David had no contact with them. The mother and son spent more time together with the farmers. If an outsider who didn't know the inside story came here, they would definitely regard Samantha as an ordinary villager. But there are no outsiders in the Winter Village. Even the captains who have just arrived know that Samantha is not an ordinary farm woman. After today, as the 3 homesteaders open up farmland, Samantha he will immediately become the largest landowner in Winter Village besides David. Under such circumstances, it is not incomprehensible for her and her son to sit at the table on David's side. However, Samantha acted very reserved, but her son Con was very lively, because they were similar in age. He quickly started playing with Alfie. The 2 children ate quickly and couldn't sit still, and they didn't want to listen to these adults saying a lot of words they didn't understand. So after eating, Alfie turned to Laura and said something. Shung after getting Laura's consent, she called Con and ran away together. Don't play with it for too long. It will hurt your eyes if you play with it for a long time. When Addis saw Alfie leaving the table, he gave a brief instruction and stopped paying attention. It was obvious that he knew what this kid was going to do, play video games. He knew that the child was very obedient and could just give instructions without staring at him. So he didn't even move his butt and continued to enjoy the food on the table. David, you have a lot of weird things here. Addis has been living in Winter Village for a while. At first, he carefully avoided Maloney, which caused him to spend more time outside the village. At that time, he felt that life here was no different from Iron Tree Castle. After Maloney left, he no longer had to worry about Alfie's identity being exposed. So it seemed that moving was the right choice. As a result, after Maloney left and stayed in the village for a long time, she discovered that there were so many weird things in David's village, as well as a group of people of unknown origins. And these people seemed to have different identities. He had wanted to talk to David about this matter for a long time, but David didn't know what he was busy with every day. He had no chance to talk to David alone. As a result, as the day passed by, he found something. Just say it directly. There is no need to avoid these people. How's it going? Is there anything you don't like? There is nothing uncomfortable. I have even gained a few pounds since I came here. There is no shortage of food in Winter Village now. After all, Laura has replenished it from another world, and a new batch of potatoes will be harvested soon. In addition, the new farmers have moved into their new homes, and they will devote themselves to cultivating the fields. David may not understand, but the old hunter Addis knows what amazing things these farmers will do if they really go crazy to cultivate the fields. Results: when the time comes, these people will directly reclaim the land around Cold Winter Village into farmland. And he won't be surprised. Then plant potatoes. If you count the time, Winter Village will usher in a bumper harvest of food even before summer is over. If you seize the time, you can even plant as much food as one round, even for the most ordinary farmers. If you are worried about having nothing to eat in winter, you can consider selling the extra grain in exchange for other items, such as salt, sugar, etc. In fact, there are still a lot of salt reserves in Winter Village. But the salt, sugar, spices, etc. in the village are considered David's personal property. If ordinary farmers in the village want to obtain these things, they need to buy them from David. The current Cold Winter Village is in the big pot stage. David has not considered letting the villagers solve the problem of eating on their own. For the time being, it is estimated that the village will have to wait until the infrastructure of the village is completed before the village can enter a new stage. He was not prepared to distribute daily necessities to the villagers for free. He knew that once he did so, he would not be able to return the village to normal track in the future. The next collective food supply will nominally be one of the rewards for the extra work that farmers receive from him. In addition to providing daily meals, David will use potatoes, meat, salt, sugar,
etc. as rewards to allow villagers participated in various construction works. In fact, his approach is similar to the regulations of other lords, except that other lords are farmers who participate in various labors and will reduce the taxes they need to pay. David did not mention reductions and exemptions, but paid separate payments. He felt that people would feel better if they gained some benefits rather than losing something, and the optimistic and positive attitude of farmers was more conducive to the development of the village. David is not sure whether his approach is good or not. Anyway, he will arrange it this way first and adjust it later if something goes wrong. Anyway, his place is just a small village, and if there is any trouble, it won't cause any trouble. The people at the table were eating and drinking, listening to David's arrangements, and they didn't think there was any problem. At this time, the farmers, who had already had a full meal, have returned to their new homes to rest. When dawn tomorrow, they will start a new job, cultivating the land. David and others continued to chat, and the meal lasted until midnight before they dispersed completely. Ordinary people like Samantha had already taken their son back to their new home to rest. Steve has returned to the Marvel Universe. He now travels back and forth between the two worlds every day, but he mainly goes back to his own world to rest, and comes here when he has nothing to do during the day. Fording and Mark agreed to go to the river tomorrow to see where it is suitable to install water pumping and water purification machines. Mark will then plan and design based on the actual situation, and finally leave it to Laura to purchase equipment. As for how to transport the equipment, in addition to choosing smaller equipment first, the final solution I came up with was to dismantle the machine into parts and transport them in batches, and then assemble them here in Winter Village. Laura, who had received various tasks in succession over the past few days, felt that if this continued, her adventure plan would have to be postponed until next year. After following David back to the cabin, Laura said firmly, after finishing the few tasks at hand, "Set off on your own. There must be no further delay." I don't know if Laura has unlocked any strange attributes. The day after she said this, a new task was handed over to him. The little blacksmith Will Turner, who had disappeared for several days, and David thought he would never come back, finally appeared. After he completely figured out what was going on, he expressed great interest in becoming the blacksmith of Winter Village, especially on the premise that he can travel freely between Winter Village and Port Royal. He felt that if he could build his own career here, it would make him a better match for his sweetheart, Elizabeth. So top-notch blacksmithing equipment and some related books. David looked at Laura and patted her weak shoulder. "Please." Chapter 46 Holy Light. Laura. My name is Will Turner, and I am an apprentice blacksmith. I came to Port Royal at a young age and grew up in the most prosperous port city in the Caribbean, where I learned how to be a good blacksmith. I'm not bragging. The sword I made is definitely the top sword of this era. Sooner or later, I will become one of the most famous craftsmen in the world. But this does not change the fact that I am still just a blacksmith apprentice. And this has become the biggest obstacle in my pursuit of Elizabeth. How should I do? How can we make the gap between us smaller? Just when I was thinking hard but couldn't come up with an answer, I walked into a strange village inexplicably. What is this place? Is there such a primitive village near Port Royal? When I heard everything explained from the young village chief named David, I just felt that it was all too ridiculous. And words like two different worlds were simply incomprehensible. Maybe I just haven't woken up yet? This strange experience was nothing more than a dream. And what if what he said was true? Elizabeth lives in Port Royal and my future is in Port Royal. But even though many days have passed, in the end, I still couldn't control the curiosity rising in my heart from time to time. It was like a voice kept telling me, "This is an opportunity. If you miss it, you will regret it for the rest of your life." I finally came to this place called Winter Village again, using the method the young village chief told me. After some simple communication, I learned that this village lacked a blacksmith, and the village chief David sincerely invited me to become the blacksmith of Winter Village. This seemed like a good opportunity for me to have a blacksmith shop all to myself, rather than continuing to work for others in Port Royal. But Elizabeth, just when I wanted to refuse, the village chief told me that I could freely travel back and forth between Winter Village and Port Royal. The distance between the two places was even closer than my journey from the blacksmith shop to the governor's palace in Port Royal. So I didn't have to worry about being separated from Elizabeth at all. So I happily took the job. When my blacksmith shop was officially opened, I invited Elizabeth to visit. But I never expected that the first job before me would be like this. "I'm a blacksmith." Will Turner pointed at a pile of parts in front of him and complained to David. "These things don't seem to be my job. I am the village chief. Am I not here tinkering with these things now?" David didn't look up. He almost buried his head in the drawings, and still couldn't find where the part in his hand should be installed.
I think this part it shouldn't be on this machine. What you are holding are parts of a wind turbine.
Mark, the most knowledgeable person at the scene, quickly figured out what David was holding after reading the drawings several times.
What is in front of you is a battery pack for a water pump. Drawings.
David reluctantly put the parts in his hand aside. He felt that he had no talent at all in mechanics. He once dreamed that he could make a mobile suit in Winter Village and become a big machine master. As a result, even the door was blocked. Before I could step in, I was knocked unconscious by the cruel reality. At this time, Laura appeared again carrying a big box, and then sat down on the ground. She didn't care how indecent her posture was. It shouldn't be the posture of a young aristocratic woman.
I think this job it's more tiring than working out to your death. Carrying these parts back and forth is just for exercise.
Mark looked at the pile of boxes in front of him, as well as the various parts taken out of the several boxes that had been opened. There were so many scattered parts. Just one part.
I don't think you can do anything else these days. Now I just want to find a place to lie down and never move again.
Laura was so tired that she didn't even want to eat. However, even though she said this, her body showed no intention of stopping. She complained casually after a few words. Laura stood up again.
I will continue to move the next box. Why don't you take a rest?
Mark looked at Laura, who looked tired, worried that her body would have problems due to overwork.
It's not a particularly urgent matter anyway. It doesn't matter if the move is completed next year. No. I just want to finish these things as soon as possible.
Laura has made up her mind to complete these tasks as soon as possible so that she can complete her adventure plan.
Don't worry about me. I feel that the holy light in my body is repairing me body, and it made me stronger. Didn't you notice that I move parts much faster than at the beginning?
The holy light is Laura's biggest trump card. The holy light stored in her body will ensure that her body will not be damaged, and the high-intensity work will further squeeze out her physical potential. In other words, the harder Laura works, the better her physical fitness will be. The more you improve. Laura herself didn't realize that her tenacity had further enhanced her affinity with the holy light. She was not far away from touching that opportunity. Perhaps before she consumed all the holy light from David in her body. He obtained the power of holy light through his own efforts. At that time, we will also receive the baptism of the holy light. But we don't know if she will become Laura, cast in light. It was precisely after realizing this that David discovered when he helped Laura check her physical condition and the condition of the holy light in her body. David did not advise Laura to stop and rest, because persuading her to rest at this time was not for her own good. Instead, it would make Laura miss an opportunity. Good opportunity. When Laura left Winter Village again and went back to move parts, David told Mark the reason straightforwardly. Isn't he a character who deliberately hides things and doesn't explain them clearly just to be mysterious? Which leads to misunderstandings and confusion. What's wrong with saying things in just a few sentences? Could telling Mark make Laura miss the opportunity? Mark doesn't have that much influence. As for Will, the little blacksmith who had just arrived in Cold Winter Village was still in a state of confusion. He had no idea what the use of the large piles of delicate parts in front of him was. Seeing Will's confusion, and Mark having nothing to do for the time being, his biggest role in staying here is to find out what parts Laura moved, and then classify them, and put them away to facilitate the subsequent assembly work. So by the way, I explained that all these things were to install a tap water system for the village, including water pumps, water purification equipment, battery packs, wind turbines, solar generators, etc.
You mean, after assembling these things by the river, you can drink clean water in the village? Yes.
Will finally figured out the purpose of all these things, but he didn't quite understand.
Wouldn't it be better to just dig a well in the village? Why does it have to be so troublesome? Because this is just the most rudimentary tap water system.
Although David has said that he plans to build various public facilities to make the village better, he has not told anyone about his subsequent thoughts.
It is so that it can be laid in the future. The foundation for a real water network.
Although it is a transitional product before the real tap water network is completed, it is not wrong to say that it is laying the foundation. This automatic water pumping and conveying system can also ensure the construction and use of subsequent facilities such as bathrooms and canteens. Will didn't understand much of David's plans. What he was more curious about now was whether David came to him just to let him build these exquisite and complicated parts. Right? Although as a blacksmith, he would feel itchy when facing these exquisite things. But he had never made these things before, and he didn't know if he could make them. He squatted on the ground and kept looking at a certain part. After looking at it for a while, he switched to another one and continued to look at it. After changing more than a dozen, Will nodded. He had already come to an accurate conclusion. And he couldn't build it himself. Will didn't say anything. He felt that if he said, he couldn't do this job, then with the blacksmith shop he just got leave him? Maybe I should think about it carefully and spend more time practicing. And I should be able to create it. Right. Will finally saw some hope and didn't want to give up this opportunity easily. In fact, he thought too much. When David came to him, he didn't expect him to be able to build various machines with his bare hands in such a primitive environment. After all, this person's name is Will Turner, not Tony Stark or Bruce Wayne. While Will was thinking about his little thoughts, Laura ran back and forth several times, and finally punctured the window paper after putting the box down again. A beam of light descended from the void. Laura, who was bathed in the holy light, felt that she was soaking in the most comfortable hot spring she had ever soaked in her life. Every cell in her body seemed to be cheering for joy. The fatigue accumulated before quickly disappeared. At the same time, her body, the little remaining holy light, was also increasing rapidly, and the whole person returned to his best condition in the blink of an eye. The beam of light condensed by the holy light has dissipated, and the baptism of the holy light only lasted for a few seconds. But Laura felt like she was reborn. Am I approved by the holy light? Being able to use the holy light spells freely, with the help of the holy light that David poured into her body, made Laura very satisfied. Unexpectedly, she got the recognition of the holy light out of nowhere, which was really an unexpected surprise. Congratulations! Mark, who was standing nearby, looked envious and joked. Are you going to be a priest next? Or become a paladin? I have never thought about this problem. Laura felt that whether she was a priest or a paladin, it made no difference to her. She was not a believer in the holy light, and after obtaining the holy light, she never considered using the holy light as her own faith. So strictly speaking, she is a user of the holy light, not a follower. However, there is no need to elaborate on these things. In comparison, what is more important at the moment is to explain the situation just now to Will, who keeps crossing himself. Will, it was just the baptism of holy light, not a miracle. Chapter 47. I have special skills. I explained to Will for a while, trying to make the little blacksmith understand that Laura's phenomenon of being shrouded in a beam of light just now was a sign of being recognized by a power called holy light, and it was not a miracle. What will happen if you are recognized by this power? Be able to use a power called holy light. This power can heal injuries, eliminate diseases, strengthen the body, and can also be used to protect oneself and fight against evil. Sounds like a miracle. In the eyes of the little blacksmith Will, this power called holy light is the power given by the gods, or the blessings given by the gods. After all, these abilities sound no different from miracles. Now he feels that he made the right choice by agreeing to become the blacksmith of Winter Village. Maybe if he performs well enough here, he could also gain the favor of the gods and grant certain blessings? Will, who was so pleased with himself, looked at David differently now, as if assembling unfamiliar parts was not his job as a blacksmith at all. He stopped mentioning it and took the initiative to express his willingness to learn how to install this kind of thing. Machine stuff. David glanced at Will a few times and guessed what the young blacksmith was thinking. Considering that Will's idea seemed harmless to him, he stopped emphasizing that the holy light was not a blessing from God. As for whether the little blacksmith can be recognized by the holy light in the future, or gain some other power, as long as Will lives in Winter Village long enough, David thinks it will be a matter of time. It could be something else if it wasn't the holy light. As the village existed longer, David didn't know who would come next. I don't know what kind of knowledge or power these people will bring. Even if there are no new people coming to Winter Village for some time in the future, the few people in the village currently have indirect access to a lot of extraordinary and mysterious powers. Fording can freely travel to and from the world of Azeroth, which has a lot of extraordinary powers. Whether it is holy light, arcane magic, the power of nature, or elemental power, as long as the relationship is good enough, it is not difficult to ask Fording to help get some basic teaching materials, or even practice notes. Captain America Steve's Marvel world also has a lot of messy things, even if Steve hasn't come into contact with those things yet. Based on David's understanding of the plot, it won't be long before Steve will discover that. How lively his world was. Another calm and ordinary few days passed, and Laura finally finished transporting the parts of various equipment. The large amount of work and the acquisition of the power of the holy light made her physical fitness improve rapidly. And the speed of transporting also started increase. In the last few days, it was quite magical to watch Laura walk over with a large box of metal parts easily. Moreover, Laura's figure has not changed much, unlike Steve and Peggy, who have been transformed by super soldiers. And it is even more incomparable with Fording, whose arms are almost as thick as Laura's waist. This made David secretly let out a sigh of relief, and suddenly understood how Laura felt a while ago when she was worried that she would become a devil muscleman.
In this case, I probably won't be able to become a qualified paladin in Fording's eyes.
How can you wield a sledgehammer without a body full of lumps? Even though David's strength is not bad, and he can swing a heavy hammer with both hands, the image does not match it. Maybe it makes people suspect that what he is swinging is actually a fake hammer made of foam. This seems more confusing. Can it produce unexpected special effects?
What are you thinking? Is sparring with me so uninteresting to you?
A dissatisfied voice came from the other side, pulling David back from his drifting thoughts. Sharon stood not far away, in front of him. He held a rough-faced wooden shield in his hand, and in his right hand was a wooden spear.
Why do you want to spar with me?
The situation at this moment is still the subsequent impact of Laura's recognition by the holy light. After Laura obtained the power of the holy light, the three captains also began to become interested in the mysterious power possessed by the village. Steve and Peggy, for example, were able to control their curiosity a little and just asked questions. Watch this magical power from the sidelines. Sharon Rogers, a relatively young girl, was much more direct. After finding David, she directly expressed that she wanted to compete with David. Why choose David? Just like Sharon said, David is the most idle in the whole village. Fording, Steve, and Mark are studying how to install equipment on the other side of the Winter River. Considering various reasons, it is impossible to put the equipment away. Assembling it and then throwing it into the river is all it takes. There are various factors to consider. Apart from anything else, you have to think about it if it rains or snows. Right? What if the soil by the river is washed away by rain or river water, and the machine falls into the river? Also, the winter climate in Koldong village is very cold. The Koldong River does not seem to freeze. But that does not mean that the water in the water pipes will not freeze. How to solve this problem? In short, it is not that simple to install a simple tap water device. Mark was there constantly thinking and solving problems, while Fording, Steve, and Peggy came to help as strong laborers. As for Laura, Sharon believes that Laura has just gained the power of the holy light. Although her physical fitness has been greatly improved, she has not mastered the power of the holy light for a long time. She may not be able to perfectly utilize the various magical powers of the holy light. Come out. Not to mention Laura has a lot of things to deal with every day and is very busy. So, Sharon found David, the most leisurely village leader. Although David is the village chief of Cold Winter Village, and according to the situation in the Thailand kingdom, David can even be regarded as a small country lord. But Sharon, who was born and grew up in the new era, does not care about identity at all. The problem is, we are all human beings anyway.
David, come on! Don't lose too badly.
David turned to look at Laura, who was holding a bag of snacks in her hand. Next to her were Fording, Mark, Steve, Peggy, Will, Alfie and Con.
You guys aren't some of them installing water pumps by the river? Laura said that you want to compete with Sharon. We specially put down our work and came to cheer you up.
Mark opened a can of beer, handed it to Fording next to him, and then opened a can himself.
I thought I wouldn't be able to make it in time for the opening.
David was speechless as he watched this group of people sharing snacks, all looking like they were watching a good show. And what do you mean? Don't lose too ugly? Am I bound to lose? In fact, several people present, including Laura, felt that David had no chance of winning. After several days of contact, everyone has gradually gained a clear understanding of Sharon, the unfamiliar Captain America. Sharon Rogers has indeed perfectly inherited all the advantages of her parents. This is not only about her figure and appearance, but also Captain America's super physical fitness. During this time, Sharon also often helped people in the village with various tasks. Watching such a beautiful girl easily lift a huge log and hand it to others, the scene was really impressive. So profound. In addition, Sharon herself said that she has received various teachings from her parents since she was a child, which means that she not only has physical fitness, but also has fighting skills that are enough to bring out her physical fitness. It can be said that she has been trained as an elite warrior since she was a child. In comparison, what about David? He was just taught as an ordinary hunter since he was a child. Even though he obtained the recognition of the Holy Light a few months ago, mastered the magical power of the Holy Light, and learned various combat techniques from Fording, the time was too short after all. In addition, David's best weapon is bow and arrow. But now he is competing in a competition, which is not suitable for using bows, arrows, or firearms. So, no matter how you look at it, David has no chance of winning.
You will regret for underestimating me so much,
David complained casually. And David also knew that facing Sharon Rogers, the new generation of Captain America, his chances of winning were not high. But he also wants to know, how big is the difference in strength between himself and Captain America? He gathered his mind, looked at Sharon with all his attention, and finally took a stance.
You don't use weapons?
Sharon saw that David actually chose to use his bare hands, and simply threw aside the shield and wooden gun in his hand.
That's better than fists and kicks. I don't use weapons because I'm not good at it. In fact, you don't have to throw away your weapons.
David is telling the truth. His time to learn various weapons is too short. Whether it is a one-handed sword or a two-handed sword, he is only at the entry level. And bows and arrows that have been used for many years are completely incomparable.
It's better than fists and kicks.
Sharon, who inherited extraordinary physical fitness, was unwilling to take advantage of the opponent.
You can attack first. Then I'm welcome.
David didn't forget that Sharon wanted to compete with him mainly to see the Holy Light. So before taking action, he first released a Holy Light spell on himself.
Shield.
The golden Holy Light flashed out from the body, forming a transparent shield on David's body, gradually shrinking from an oval shape, and tightly attached to the surface of David's body.
Huh?
Fording, who was sitting on the sidelines watching the excitement, looked very surprised when he saw David using the Holy Light.
This competition seems to be more interesting than I expected.
David's special operation was not over yet. After using the Holy Light to protect his whole body, he released the Holy Light to strengthen the Holy Light on his hands, making the light on his hands more conspicuous.
Holy fire!
Boom! Raging golden flames wrapped around his hands, and David was thrown to the ground with his waiting left hand.
108 moves, secret attack.
The golden flame moved at high speed on the ground and arrived in front of Sharon in the blink of an eye. Faced with this strange attack, Sharon chose to avoid it to the side, and took advantage of it to block David's following heavy kick.
So hard!
Sharon noticed that the feet blocked by her also had an obvious golden light. Chapter 48. Bloodlocking Holy Light Fighter. At first, Sharon had no intuitive understanding of the Holy Light protection on David, thinking that it might be a layer of energy protection. But soon, she discovered that David's style of play was simply cheating. After David used the Holy Light to protect his whole body, he did not consider the issue of defense at all. Even if Sharon's fists and kicks hit him, there was no reaction. He completely ignored Sharon's attack, as if he was using a lose-lose strategy. No matter how you attack any part of my body, I will eat it. In this case, David is like an emotionless attack machine, and does not need to think about how to defend, parry and dodge the opponent's attacks at all. As for why you chose the moves in the King of Fighters? Because David's fighting skills have not reached the level where he can threaten the opponent by attacking at will, and before his own experience reaches a certain level, directly applying the ready-made template is the most reliable option. He chose the moves from the King of Fighters because it was a fighting game he played more often in his previous life, and he remembered the moves more clearly. The other one was to match the Sacred Fire. He thought about the unarmed attack moves that could match the flames, which were the ones in the King of Fighters. Several. After taking Sharon's punch again, David swung his right fist wrapped in sacred fire towards Sharon, performing 124 moves, while bite, followed by 128 moves, 9 wounds. Found that Sharon had distanced herself from David in order to avoid these two attacks with sacred fire, followed closely by the 125th style, Nanes. Shining with golden light, his heavy legs swept across, kicking Sharon to the ground as she continued to dodge, and her center of gravity was unstable. The ground of Winter Village still retains its most primitive appearance, although the village is surrounded by large grasslands. The area where David and Sharon competed did not have a single weed. It was just a piece of bare land. So Sharon, who was kicked to the ground and rolled around twice before getting up, was inevitably contaminated by dust, which made her look a little embarrassed. Oh, contrary to everyone's expectations, Sharon actually fell behind after the competition began. Everyone who was watching the excitement became more interested, while Steve and Fording each had other concerns. For example, what kind of spell did David use?
It is the holy light shield most commonly used by priests. It can weaken or even neutralize enemy attacks.
Regarding Steve's question, Fording answered happily without any hidden thoughts.
But priests are usually under attack. If you use this spell to protect yourself, you won't use it like David. And the protective effect is not as good as the spell David used.
Priests usually use spells to attack from a distance, and will use this spell when they are approached by enemies. David's usage is more like that of a paladin, using the holy shield to attack powerful people. However, the paladin's holy shield does not last long, and cannot be used continuously. In addition, Fording did not ignore the abnormalities on David's hands and feet. It seemed that David was covered with more holy light in the parts he used to attack.
Is it to offset the impact? It doesn't seem that simple. And the force of David's fists and kicks seemed to be heavier than expected.
In addition, Fording did not expect that David would use offensive spells such as Sacred Fire to fight. He was curious about what other weird tricks David had.
Dedication.
David did not use any strange tricks this time, but used the skills commonly used by paladins to infuse the power of holy light into the ground under his feet, making the land full of sacred power. Before the holy light is consumed, it will continue to cause damage to enemies standing in this area. This move is used to deal with range attacks against multiple enemies, and is used to interfere and contain one-on-one situations. Now Sharon had a headache. She felt like she was in a strange quagmire. The force surrounded and burned her from all directions, making it impossible for her to focus on David in front of her. Moreover, his attack seemed to have no effect on David. Even if he hit the opponent's face with a solid punch, David still maintained his original attack action as if he had no feeling, and was not affected at all. What a slap in the face! Sharon suspected that she and the robot were not so aggrieved when fighting each other. How could anyone attack the robot without being affected? I really want to call it quits. But it's obvious that I wanted to compete and see the so-called holy light. And now I'm asking to stop. Wouldn't it make me look useless? Especially her parents were watching from the sidelines. She didn't want her parents to be disappointed in her, even if they were parents from a parallel world. There was another fierce attack, but the situation remained unchanged. David still maintained a non-defensive style of play, and his attacks always contained flames, which made Sharon, who was in better physical condition, look extremely embarrassed. Even Sharon can resist David's punches and kicks, but she can't resist the flames. Faced with this attack, she not only has to dodge, but she even has to make greater evasive movements than when fighting with ordinary people to avoid being caught by the flames. Rub 2. If you are scratched by a fist, you will suffer some skin trauma at most. If you are scratched by a flame, after only 2 minutes of fighting, everyone could see that although Sharon was not really hurt, she really had no good way to deal with David, who was like a turtle SHL. If this continued, she would be killed if she wasn't careful. David took the opportunity to knock him down completely. Others don't know, but Laura remembers that David didn't use the Aroshima move. But that move was too powerful, and this was just a competition, so David shouldn't be able to use it. Right? Just when everyone thought the two men would fight for a long time, David, who had always maintained an offensive posture, suddenly stopped attacking and distanced himself from Sharon.
That's it. I lost.
When Sharon saw David suddenly distance himself, she thought that the other party was about to release some powerful attack spell, and was on full alert. She never expected to wait for such a sentence.
Maintaining the holy light shield at all times, and releasing the holy fire every time I attack will consume a lot of holy light. Now there is not much holy light left in my body, and I can no longer maintain the shield and use the holy fire.
David spread his hands. He already understood what he meant. If he continued to fight, he would only be beaten violently by Sharon. Sharon understood what David meant, looked at him carefully, and found that the light on the other person's body began to disappear, and the flame on his hand had disappeared when he spoke.
So that's it. But you didn't lose. I should have lost this competition.
Sharon looked at the weapons and shield she threw aside, even though they were just wooden weapons.
From the beginning, when I put down my weapon and shield and make the mistake of underestimating my opponent, I lose.
After all, Sharon Rogers was someone who could become Captain America. She would not even dare to admit such a failure. She took a deep breath. Although she lost, she felt inexplicably more comfortable.
Thank you for competing with me. Ah, you're welcome.
David stretched out his hand and shook Sharon's hand. when the other party's delicate palm touched his own. A force suddenly came from him, but it disappeared in an instant. Sharon in front of her showed a sure enough smile, and said quickly in a low voice,
"Thank you for taking care of me. I won't need to do it next time."
David wanted to reply, "There's a next time?" But in the end, he held back his words, because he felt as if he had been rewarded. Since there are rewards to get, of course you can continue. But I don't know what the second-generation Captain America gave him. David guessed that since he could feel it, it should be some kind of talent or ability. Unlike Mark's reward that needed to be found near the village, at the same time, it wouldn't be the kind of spiritual will that Steve gave. Improvement, because his own holy light did not respond.
Improvement of physical fitness? Talent in fighting?
It seems like these are the things related to Captain America. Right? Either way is a good reward for myself now. David was in a good mood, and looked at Sharon more pleasantly, turning his head slightly. He saw the theatergoers handing notes to Fording. David immediately realized what was going on.
"You actually bet on me?"
So angry. What's even more annoying is that except for the two children Alfie and Colin, the rest, including Laura, actually bought him to lose.
"You guys, only Tyrion wants me to win. Tyrion has no choice but to buy you to win."
Laura stabbed David in the heart again from the side.
"Everyone thinks that you will definitely lose. So we can only buy Tyrion, who didn't want to participate in the first place. Leo."
It means that if you don't force Fording to buy him to win, you won't even be able to get the game together.
"But what are you betting on?" "With an IOU. You can ask the other party to do a small favor or something."
In the situation in Winter Village, there is no point in gambling. You don't know what you will get for a while. So you might as well just gamble and do a small favor. Seeing that the competition was over, everyone dispersed and continued to do their own things. Only Laura was still chatting with David.
"I didn't expect you to be able to beat Sharon, because Sharon knows nothing about the holy light."
David didn't mean to say this to show off, but just stated a fact. The asymmetry of intelligence information is a key factor in David's ability to suppress Sharon, who is much better than himself.
"And Sharon seems to be better at using weapons to fight. I know you are great."
There is a reason why Laura stayed here to chat with David.
"Let's get down to business. I'm ready to go. And I won't stay here often in the next period of time." "Ready to go?" "Yes. I wish you all the best on your trip."
David had no parting mood. Laura said that she was going on an adventure. But going on an adventure did not affect her coming to Winter Village. After all, she also transported a lot of things to Winter Village. It is convenient for her to replenish supplies and replace appropriate equipment and tools anytime and anywhere. Coupled with the holy light that she has just mastered, it can be predicted that Laura's enemies this time will be even worse than in the original plot. Chapter 49 New Neighbors. The days are gradually entering midsummer. But for the people in Winter Village, they cannot feel the heat of midsummer at all, but instead feel that the weather is cool and pleasant.
"Is the summer here always so comfortable?"
Will, who is from Port Royal, feels that the summer here is similar to the winter in Port Royal. It is warm and comfortable, and not particularly humid. The wind blowing from the Winter River from time to time makes the whole place cool. The village has become particularly cool, and he likes it here more and more now.
"Yes. The hottest time in summer is like this."
According to David's experience in the past 2 or 3 years, the hottest time in summer in this place is only 27 or 8 degrees Celsius, and it only lasts for a few days. There is a cool breeze blowing from the river in winter, and it is still comfortable and pleasant during the hottest time.
But it is more difficult in winter.
The winter in Winter Village was not only cold, but also lasted relatively long. Every time he recalled the long and unbearable winters of the previous 2 years, he was surprised that he could persevere.
"How hard is it?"
Will, who grew up in Port Royal, lacked an intuitive understanding of the cold winter. Even if David told him that winter was very cold, he couldn't imagine what it was like.
"I can only remind you to build your house more tightly and to prepare more firewood before winter."
Even though there is a forest to the north of Winter Village, it does not mean that they do not need to store a large amount of firewood. It often snows heavily in Winter Village. When the snow closes the door, the villagers can only rely on the firewood stored in advance to make a fire to keep warm. What's more, it's best to dry the cutwood for a while before using it. However, there should be no shortage of things to make a fire in the blacksmith shop.
"I know."
Will took note of David's words, and then he and David inspected his newly built blacksmith shop. Will became the blacksmith of Winter Village. His house was not only a residence, but also the blacksmith shop of Winter Village. Therefore, Will's house was relatively the most troublesome to build.
It was the first house in Winter Village to use stone. Houses built with the strong labor force affording Steve, Peggy, Sharon and David. Although there were no masons, they found almost usable stones and added cement to successfully build the house. Will grew up in a blacksmith shop and knew how to design the layout of the blacksmith shop. Mark then made some modern improvements to Will's design, and several strong laborers frantically carried suitable stones to build it. In the end, it took more than a month. It took months to complete the construction of the blacksmith shop. The final blacksmith shop is composed of two parts, the work area and the living area. The work area is the blacksmith shop. In addition to the facade facing the main street, there is also a sales area for selling and displaying various products, a working forge area, and a warehouse to store various pieces. The living area is next to the blacksmith shop. It is not wrong to say that it is part of the entire building, because the living area is connected to the blacksmith shop, making it convenient for Will to go directly to his room to rest. Will was very happy to see such a good blacksmith shop and house. He chose to stay in Winter Village more and more, and only ran back to Port Royal when he missed Elizabeth.
Can I bring Elizabeth to the village?
When the blacksmith shop was completely completed, Will couldn't wait to show off his own blacksmith shop to his beloved. To this question, David just replied,
Of course.
Then he lowered his head and put a check mark behind the words, blacksmith, on the notebook.
There's a blacksmith shop. There's a running water system, and there's public toilets.
Laura spent a lot of effort and time to deliver various equipment parts that Mark needed. Then the village chief, headed by David, spent 120% of his energy assembling the equipment, digging trenches, laying pipes, and building water pumps. And the water purification station built a small machine room by the Lindong River to ensure that there would be no accidents to the water pumping and water purification equipment. After finally connecting the pipes to the assembled water storage equipment, David's planned tap water system was finally completed. Now everyone in Koldong Village can receive clean water from the Koldong River as long as they go to the faucet installed next to the water storage equipment in the village. In fact, when the village chief took the lead in digging trenches and laying pipes, the farmers were wondering what the village chief was busy with, even though all kinds of equipment have been assembled and set up by the river and in the village. The villagers still don't know what this thing is used for. They didn't understand until the water came out of the tap.
Why not just dig a well?
Although the farmers did not ask directly, David could see similar thoughts from their expressions. David did not waste time to explain this situation. Later, when various equipment was put into use one after another, they saw the real thing. Naturally, I understand. No matter what, Winter Village has finally been connected to running water. With the battery pack charged by wind and solar energy, it should be no problem to maintain the operation of these devices for a long time. Currently, the public facilities being built in the village are the canteen, followed by bathrooms. These two facilities will be completed before autumn, and then the villagers will prepare for winter. No one in Winter Village knew it, but David knew that autumn in this place was very short, or that the temperature would drop very quickly in this place. And when it entered late autumn, it would be no different from winter elsewhere. If the villagers prepare for the winter based on their previous life experiences, they will definitely be in bad luck. He will remind everyone to make various preparations when autumn arrives, including stocking up on firewood, making bacon, smoked fish, and making jam, to ensure that everyone in the village can spend the winter safely. After thinking for a while, David felt that he had not missed anything. He wrote down everything he wanted to do next in his notes, and flipped them over several times.
Next, should we upgrade the houses in the village? Or lay the pavement and drainage system?
He didn't hesitate for too long. He felt that given the current situation in Winter Village, paving stone roads, not to mention asphalt roads, was too extravagant. Similarly, under the current situation, there is no need to consider the drainage system. It is enough to wait until the village is further upgraded to tinker with it.
So, it's time to consider upgrading everyone's homes.
Now in the entire Winter Village, only Will Turner lives in a stone house, which was built taking into account the special nature of the blacksmith's work. David, the village chief, still lives in a small wooden house with only one room. Judging from the layout and size of the house, it is even worse than the houses of later farmers.
After several rounds of planting, we will be able to harvest a lot of food in the fall. Right.
I turned out another document, which contained information about the villagers and land in Cold Winter Village. It was an official document certified by the Kingdom of Thailand. There are currently 8 farmers in the village, not including a group of outsiders, 5 of whom are contract farmers under David's name. Currently,
More than half of the cultivated farmland around the village belongs to David personally. Most of the remaining fields, which accounted for nearly half of the total, belonged to Samantha and Khan's mother and son, accounting for more than 30% of the total. The other 3 homesteaders had already transferred the contract to the mother and son before they cultivated the fields. Farming. The last part belongs to Mark, Fording, Peggy, Sharon, Steve and Laura. But these few have no idea of becoming big landowners. It's like Laura took the time to cultivate a field and just planted some random things. It's more about helping Mark test whether various crops can survive. Fording, who has been living in seclusion in Winter Village for a long time, and Peggy and Sharon, who have no way of going back and can only live here, still plant some potatoes. After all, they are not the kind of people who can keep eating with peace of mind. Therefore, in the official records of Cold Winter Village, these people are all homesteaders, and everyone has their own farmland. As for Will, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work as a blacksmith, and had neither the thought nor the energy to do the reclamation work. The last ones left were the old hunter Addis and his nominally adopted son Alfie. Like Will, the father and son had no idea of cultivating fields and continued to focus on their original career of being hunters. David. Just as David was sorting out the villagers' information, Addis suddenly came over.
Is something wrong?
David noticed that Addis's expression was serious, and he was not accompanied by Alfie, who would lead him wherever he went. This meant that Addis had something to discuss with him alone.
Sit down and talk slowly.
After pouring Addis a glass of water, David closed the documents and notebooks in front of him and waited for Addis to speak.
I took Alfie to the northeast along the edge of the forest today to look for any large prey.
As an experienced hunter, Addis knew that it was time to prepare for the winter. And a medium-sized or large prey can not only provide enough meat, but can also be traded for other necessities. In order to ensure that he could better find prey and transport the prey back easily, he went out on horseback this time.
What did you find?
Addis ran to find prey. But when he came back, he came to find himself. Judging from his expression, it didn't look like he had gained anything good, but more like he had discovered something unexpected.
I saw some people.
Oh!
It is located northeast of Winter Village, about a day's walk away.
As an experienced hunter, Addis can accurately judge the distance between the two places.
I observed in secret. Those people were walking, they were logging and clearing the land and building a lot of cabins. And I think they were building a new village. A new village?
David was a little surprised. He didn't expect that someone else would come to build a village on the northern plains, even farther north than himself.
Is Iron Tree Fort sending a development team out again?
Could it be that the establishment of Cold Winter Village made Tayashubo feel that it would not be difficult to establish a village here? So a new development team was formed.
I don't think so.
Addis denied David's guess.
I saw fully armed knights and soldiers among those people.
Chapter 50. Entering the Warring States period. The pioneering team is generally composed of civilians, because the main task is to pioneer in no man's land. There will be no soldiers accompanying them, let alone knights. But this refers to a development team in the ordinary sense. There is a special kind of development team that is mainly composed of soldiers, which is a team that builds military facilities such as sentries and fortresses.
Is a new sentry being built?
This is not incomprehensible. Originally, there was a northern outpost to the north of Iron Tree Fort. Now that the plain further north of the northern outpost has been included in the territory of the Kingdom of Thailand, it is normal to establish new outposts in the well-explored border areas.
It doesn't look like it.
Addis recalled all the details. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't look like a new sentry was being built in that place.
Then there's only one possibility left.
David didn't think it would be like this at first, but after ruling out a few possibilities, he had no other answer.
Iron Tree Fort has carried out an
operation
on this plain area. In fiefment, that area was given to a certain noble.
What Addis saw might be that the noble took the farmers he hired to develop and construct his fiefdom. In this case, the other party might not only build a village, but directly build a town.
Have you ever counted the number of farmers there? How many people? No less than 30 people.
Addis recalled. He just observed from a distance for a while. He was not sure that he saw all the people.
If they were really in theft, maybe this was just the first batch. There will be others coming later. It shouldn't happen this year, unless they want to brave the wind and snow.
After David finished speaking, he realized that these people might not know what winter is like in the northern plains, and began to think about whether he should remind them a little bit. He has no hostility toward these latecomers. Nor does he feel that they have infringed upon his territory. He knows how much he weighs. He is just a small village chief and cannot control such far-reaching areas. Of course, if the other party built the town within visible distance of Winter Village, he wouldn't be happy. Such a close distance means that the two sides will soon have a conflict over land. And it also means that David's village is completely gone. Room for development.
Is this what the nobles planned?
Although the Thailand kingdom issued a pioneering order to encourage civilians to reclaim wasteland to help the kingdom expand its territory, he could not recall any examples of civilians who became big lords through the pioneering order. In the past, he had taken it for granted that the knowledge and abilities of the village chiefs themselves were limited. After the village developed to a certain level, it exceeded their abilities, and there was no way to further upgrade. Now it seems that the matter is far more than simple. The common people indeed lack further abilities and vision. But the kingdom has most likely also used some means to restrict it.
I used to think that a land as big as the Northern Plains could be developed into a large town smoothly with the help of golden fingers. Now it seems that I am quite naive.
David smiled mockingly to himself. David didn't feel any dissatisfaction. If he had been in that position, he would have done even better. And at present, it seems that things are not that bad. As long as he develops step by step, he can still develop Winter Village.
I'll go over and see for myself tomorrow.
He was going to meet this new neighbor in person. It was okay if he didn't know it before. Now that he knew it, he had to at least find out the other person's identity and general personality. Considering that the two villages are so close, some trade activities may be possible. It would also be good to set up a market between the two villages in the future. After some random thinking, David planned to lie down and rest after completing various exercises as usual. He would get up at dawn tomorrow and set out to see the new neighbor in the northeast. What he didn't expect was that before he had dinner, an acquaintance came to visit him in Winter Village.
Captain Gregory, welcome to Winter Village.
The one who suddenly came to visit him was Captain Gregory of the Northern Post. The same one who bought 50 kilograms of potatoes with him.
I haven't seen you for a while. Village Chief David.
Gregory greeted David enthusiastically, and at the same time looked at Winter Village curiously. He saw that a large number of fields had been cultivated around the village. And most of the fields, they are full of potatoes that are about to mature.
It seems that Winter Village has a big harvest. These are all potatoes. Yeah. This winter won't be as hard as before.
David noticed that after Gregory came to the village, he kept looking in the direction of the farmland. It seemed that Gregory came here just for potatoes.
Captain Gregory, does he want to buy more potatoes this time? That's right,
Gregory admitted happily.
The quantity to be purchased this time is huge.
Oh. David looked at Gregory, then turned to look specifically at the soldiers who came with Gregory and several carriages, some of which were completely empty.
It seems that Gregory Captain Gowley is well prepared. I wonder how much he will buy this time. I will buy as much as you are willing to sell.
Gregory's meaning is very clear. I will take all the potatoes you can't eat in Winter Village. That is to say, he wants to buy all the rest of the village except what he keeps to eat.
Has the Northern Sentry decided to use potatoes as the main military ration?
After buying so many potatoes, is it possible that Gregory is planning to let his men eat nothing but potatoes? The more I thought about it, the more strange it became. When I was about to ask something more, I found that Gregory was winking at me and whispered,
Village Chief David, can we talk alone? Okay, please come this way.
David thought for a while and brought Gregory to his wooden house. Although there are many things in his wooden house that are not convenient for people to see, as more and more people come to the village, he has developed the habit of putting away those special things. At least on the surface, there is nothing strange about his wooden house. Place. After Gregory came in, he just glanced at the environment of the wooden house and stopped paying attention to the surroundings. Instead, he stared at David himself.
Village Chief David, now there is an excellent opportunity in front of you. What do you mean?
David looked puzzled. He didn't like this way of speaking very much. He often talked like a riddle for a long time without getting to the point. Fortunately, Gregory did not continue to be so mysterious, and directly stated the true purpose of his trip. He hoped that David would join the family to which he was now loyal. For a moment, David wondered if he had traveled through time again. What script is this? Have you become an opposition general? Fortunately, when he was stunned, Gregory was still introducing the family he was now loyal to. And at the same time, David finally figured out what was going on. It turned out that Gregory was no longer the captain of the Northern Sentry. After receiving the 50 kilograms of potatoes sent by David, He used these potatoes as capital for promotion and defected to the Forrester family, the great nobleman of Iron Tree Fort. After personal testing and confirming that potatoes are easy to grow, have a short cycle, and have good yields, Gregory became a knight loyal to this noble family and followed Sean Fleisch, the fourth son of the Forrester family. Came to the northern plains to establish new villages and towns. Nominally, she and Forrester came to the north in the name of establishing a new border post. But considering that the location is too remote and needs to be self-sufficient to a certain extent, he is prepared to conduct it according to the standards of a border town construction. However, even if Sheen Forrester successfully established a border town, he could only be regarded as a builder. At most, he would be stationed here to guard the border after the construction was completed. This area and the newly established villages and towns were not Sheen's Forrest's territory. So the Forrester family thought of a roundabout way, asking Gregory, who was familiar with David, to come to Winter Village and recruit David to become a subordinate of the Forrester family. If David joins the Forrester family, then Winter Village and the surrounding areas will naturally be counted as the Forrester family's territory. Considering that David's Winter Village is the product of the pioneering order, the specific size of this territory, it has great flexibility, and even directly annexing newly established villages and towns is not difficult to achieve in operation. In this way, Winter Village and the newly established villages and towns, plus the large surrounding areas, would reasonably become the territory of the Forrester family. Of course, it was impossible for Gregory to explain these things so clearly, but through the information revealed in his words, David figured out why the other party wanted to recruit him. At the same time, Gregory also revealed more information about the surrounding areas of Winter Village. It is not just the Forrester family that is eyeing this vast area of ownerless land on the plain. There are also many families who are eyeing this vast area soil of. However, currently only Sheen Forrester has established a new border village northeast of Winter Village, and the team said by Marquis Morgan, Lord of Iron Tree Castle, is located approximately halfway between Winter Village and the original northern post. That is, the entire A Snowfield fortress was built west of the center of the northern plain. In addition, there are more families who will send teams to this plain one after another after next spring. According to Gregory, after next spring, the villages on this land will look like they sprung up one after another like bamboo shoots after a rain. Listening to Gregory's description, David suspected that he had a system or something. At this time, there was a high probability that a voice reminder would appear. Congratulations on entering the Warring States period. Holding back his words, David continued to listen to Gregory's words. As he listened, he suddenly discovered a problem. This guy had been talking for a long time about the lack of development prospects in Winter Village. After the major families reached out, Winter Village, it is difficult for the village to recruit people to settle. The situation in the northern plains after next year is very chaotic. The Forrester family is very powerful. But he didn't mention anything about what benefits David would get if he defected to the Forrester family. This guy is careless. Chapter 51. Who will surrender if there is no benefit? Who will surrender if there is no benefit? Don't you understand such basic principles? David felt that it was not that Gregory did not understand, but that he understood it too well. This guy must have eaten up the benefits given to him. He laughed and dealt with it a few times. Even though Gregory's mouth was dry when he said it, David didn't express as excitedly as he expected. Being favored by the Forrester family will be my 8th life. The blessing of cultivation. And the like. But instead used meaningless responses such as yeah. That's right. Which was used very skillfully. Is this guy really a commoner who was born as an Orion? Gregory vaguely felt that he was not facing a village chief who was born as a commoner, but the old fritters who managed logistics supplies in Iron Tree Fort. He looked at David strangely again. No matter how he looked at it, he was just an ordinary young man. He thought maybe he was overthinking. Maybe he couldn't digest such a big surprise at once? Why not give him some time to think about it? In fact, David activated the skill he learned in his previous life to cope with the situation. He just hated the way of talking in circles and guessing riddles. It was a waste of time to talk for a long time without getting to the point. But hating it doesn't mean he doesn't know it. In his previous life, anyone with some work experience would know this skill. After dealing with it casually, he also started to go around in circles and kept saying something like, Lingdong Village recently built a toilet. During this period, the fish in the Winter River are very rich. And other nonsense that has no practical significance. I will never mention Sheen Forrester and that family's recruitment of him. The two chatted awkwardly for a while. And Gregory finally realized that David was not willing to accept the solicitation at all. After thinking about this, Gregory found that there was no way to continue talking about this matter. So he could only use the excuse that it was getting late to stay overnight at David's place.
No problem at all.
David called Addis, lent Addis and Alfie's room to Gregory, and then gave his own room to Addis and Alfie. Although Addis doesn't know David's secret, Addis has seen many of the things Laura brought, so he won't be surprised to see anything in David's room. Otherwise, Addis's house retains the original appearance of this world, and there is nothing shady in it. After realizing that Gregory was not trustworthy, David would naturally make this arrangement. In addition, he and Fording would also keep an eye on these people at night. A night of silence. It was getting dark the next day. I didn't know if Gregory had lied to his new master, but now he felt ashamed that he had not accomplished the matter. His whole spirit seemed very bad. After trying for a long time, and even explicitly asking David if he was willing to accept the Forrester family's solicitation, and finally getting a rejection answer, Gregory left Winter Village with a face full of dissatisfaction. Even the potatoes he had agreed to didn't buy any.
Why not accept it?
After knowing Gregory's true intention, Addis curiously asked David this question.
Joining a noble family like Forrester doesn't seem to have any disadvantages for Winter Village. Right.
In the eyes of Addis, the Forrester family has massive resources. If David becomes a subordinate of the Forrester family, the development of Winter Village will be smoother and faster. All kinds of resources, population, and labor force will no longer be available. It is a problem that limits the development of Winter Village.
At that time, will Winter Village still be my village?
Not to mention that the other party doesn't value me at all, and I will not get any practical benefits from joining the Forrester family. And there is even a high probability that the other party will take Winter away from me. Actual control of the village. Just because his golden finger is related to his territory. He cannot give up his territory easily. What if he becomes a subordinate of the Forrester family? Winter Village becomes the territory of the Forrester family, and Goldfinger directly refuses to recognize Winter Village as his territory and then disappears?
But refusing directly will cause dissatisfaction on the other side. Right.
This is what Addis is most worried about. What these nobles want to get. But David clearly refuses to give it. How will the other side react?
I think the fact that the other party gave such an invitation without making any commitment shows an attitude.
Fording, who rarely speaks on such matters, rarely expressed his opinion.
I don't care at all how you choose. I think so too.
David thinks that the Forrest family just thinks that Winter Village is within their reach, so they don't want to promise anything to David at all. Even if the other party gives him a knighthood to ensure that Winter Village will always be, he would not refuse his territory so simply. Now, it can only be said that the Forrester family has never looked at David directly, and the benefits given may be some money and the like, and there is a high probability that Gregory will eat them up. When he expressed his unwillingness, Gregory did not convince him with money. Maybe Gregory had known the Forrester family's follow-up methods and the Forrester family's attitude towards David, so he was so greedy and at ease. Unscrupulous?
The peaceful life seems to be over.
David felt that he had chosen the most remote place in the Thailand kingdom. There were no other villages or towns within a large distance, so he could quietly play farming. Unfortunately, competing with others is inevitable after all.
Could the Forrester family use force?
Addis had a headache. He just wanted to find a place to live quietly, entrust his friend Alfie to raise him, and teach him to become an excellent hunter. He spent the rest of his life with Alfie in retirement. Winter Village was originally a perfect place for retirement, but now trouble has come knocking on its doorstep. When the Forrester family takes over Winter Village, he will definitely not be able to continue living here. Maybe he and Alfie will have to find a new place to live. It's not that Addis looks down on David, but what Winter Village has to face is the Forrester family, one of the most powerful noble families in Iron Tree Castle. Such a noble family cannot be competed by a few commoners. Unless Addis looked at Fording not far away in front of him, and asked Laura what she was busy with recently. Why don't you see many people recently?
Laura is busy with something recently, and it will probably take some time before she can come back.
What Addis actually wants to ask is, can Laura's family help? But he feels like he can't say these words directly.
Don't worry. If the Forrest family really attacks Winter Village, we won't be the unlucky ones.
David is not worried about the other party using force to seize Winter Village. Even though there are few people in Winter Village, it is better than using force to capture Winter Village. I'm really not afraid of anyone. The real trouble is the encirclement and suppression from other levels. If Forrester uses the power of the family to force Winter Village, even if David is still helpless, David lacks the countermeasures in this regard, and can only be passively beaten. The other party can also take a drastic step and force out the few farmers in Cold Winter Village, making it impossible for Cold Winter Village to develop at all. Then, they can allocate the land next to Cold Winter Village to someone, geographically destroying Cold Winter Village, surrounded by Winter Village. From the perspective of normal people, if these methods are used simultaneously, the destruction of Winter Village is only a matter of time. They would never have imagined that if that happened, David would use more violent means to fight back, including but not limited to bombarding the Forrester family. Of course, if it really comes to that level, forget about farming quietly and just change the script to Northern Hegemony. Addis, who didn't know that David's thoughts had drifted to bombarding Iron Tree Fort, was still worried about the future of Winter Village and felt that he couldn't just wait around like this, even if it was to allow him to retire in peace. He had to do something.
I'm going back to Iron Tree Fort. What are you doing back to Iron Tree Fort?
David knew that although Addis was a well-known old hunter in Iron Tree Fort with a good professional level, he had no influence in Iron Tree Fort and at most knew more people.
I'm going to check on the Forrester family.
Addis knew how capable he was.
Don't worry. I have lived in Iron Tree Castle for half my life and know a lot of people. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to help Aesop find out all kinds of news. Okay, if you want to go, then ask about which families are planning to establish villages and towns on this plain.
David knew that he wanted Addis to just do nothing in Winter Village, and just it would make the old hunter feel uncomfortable. So it would be better to let him go out for some activities.
Pay attention to safety. Coming back safely is more important than anything else. Don't worry. What I'm best at is saving lives.
Addis got up and went back to his room to pack his luggage. He was not going to ride a horse this time, as that would be too conspicuous. He is not prepared to take anyone with him. Only by being alone and without worries can he protect himself better. Watching Addis leave, David thought for a moment and thought of the little blacksmith Will Turner. Now that Laura was busy with her own affairs, even if she came over occasionally, she wouldn't be able to replenish David's firepower. The only one left who can bring things here is Steve. But Steve can't help himself with various weapons. The only ones he can count on are Will and Fording. Moreover, he didn't want Will to bring weapons for him, but wanted to ask Will if he knew how to make artillery. There are many pistols in the village, some shotguns, some semi-automatic rifles, but lacking heavy firepower. Even if they only built a few small steel cannons, it would be better than nothing. Just when David was looking for Will, he happened to see Will walking around the village with a woman.
Will?
David greeted Will loudly. The next second, he realized something was wrong.
Is this Elizabeth Swan? How did this woman get here?
Will looked at the smiling Will in surprise, leading Elizabeth to him. While greeting him, he was still making introductions.
This is Elizabeth Swan. And this is David, the village chief of Winter Village.
Chapter 52 Admission and Deportation. Surely David knows who Elizabeth Swan is? After all, this is the real Pirate King. From being the governor's daughter of Port Royal to becoming the Pirate King, Miss Elizabeth Swan only took 3 movies. This efficiency is much higher than that of a certain pirate wearing a straw hat. Nowhere to go. At the same time, this Elizabeth Swan is Will Turner's sweetheart. It is precisely in order to make himself worthy of Elizabeth, the governor's daughter, that Will always wants to do something. Although David couldn't see how a blacksmith could be worthy of the governor's daughter. Will, who had grown up in a blacksmith shop and had been an apprentice blacksmith all his life, seemed unable to think of any other job he could do. Now is not the time to complain about Will's work. What David doesn't understand is how could Elizabeth, the daughter of the governor of Port Royal in the Pirates of the Caribbean world, appear in front of him? Could it be that a new person came to the village without him noticing? And he happens to be Will Turner's sweetheart? It can't be such a coincidence. Right?
Will, how did Elizabeth come here?
After briefly greeting Elizabeth, David dragged Will aside and asked in a low voice, how did Will bring Elizabeth here? You know, not long ago, Laura couldn't even bring a chicken.
Did anything special happen? Special?
Will Turner thought about it carefully.
No.
Will looked at David with a strange face, wondering if David was angry. But I specifically asked before and got David's permission before bringing Elizabeth to Winter Village. Seeing Will's expression, David immediately explained.
I'm not angry. I just want to know how you did it. Because no one has successfully brought someone here before you.
Will has been in the village for too short a time, and he is not as clear about some situations as Laura and Fording, the first people to come to Winter Village. Moreover, after Will agreed to become the blacksmith of Winter Village. Most of his attention was focused on building his own blacksmith shop. When he had free time, he would go back to Port Royal to date Elizabeth and get in touch with other people in the village. Relatively little time. It can even be said that Will has no real friends in the village now. They just know each other. Because of these circumstances, Will didn't know something, but he accidentally brought Elizabeth here.
Is it true that you can't bring people here? Then why can't Elizabeth follow me here? I have a guess, but I'm not sure.
David carefully recalled the cause and effect of this incident, and was keenly aware of the key point. His very casual answer at the time might be the answer to all this. In addition, there is another factor. Goldfinger should be upgraded.
When did you upgrade? Did you get a formal appointment? Or did you become a real villager?
There is no way to be sure. But what is certain is that as the village develops and upgrades, his golden finger can indeed be upgraded.
Broken Goldfinger. There's not even an upgrade prompt.
I wanted to throw the Goldfinger on the ground, but this thing of mine didn't even have a panel, let alone a physical object. So I couldn't even drop it even if I wanted to. The angry David picked up a stone and threw it on the ground angrily. Throw it down. Will watched the village chief convulsing in front of him, wondering if he had made the wrong choice. Especially when the guy in front of him, who looked unhappy just now, turned to face him with a bright smile.
Thanks to you, Will.
No matter what, the benefits brought by the Goldfinger upgrade are real. Previously, David was still thinking that after rejecting the Forrester family's invitation, the other party would use various means to encircle and deal with his winter village. Now that he knows that Goldfinger has been upgraded, even if Forrester uses the method of removing salary from the bottom of the cauldron, he doesn't have to worry. Aren't they just people? So what if I leave? I can also bring more people from other worlds to Winter Village. Wouldn't it be possible for the refugees from Mordarin that David has been thinking about so much to come over now? If Tyrion Fordring is asked to return to Azeroth, not only can he kidnap refugees from Mordarin, but he can even poach refugees from Stormwind City. The kingdom of Stormwind has been devastated by Onyxia. Among other things, in the western wilderness alone, there are a large number of refugees, as well as the Defias Brotherhood, who were originally honest masons, but were forced to embark on a violent path to seek wages. He looked down upon most of the thieves and robbers in the Defias Brotherhood, but he was very interested in the group of craftsmen headed by Van Cleef. These craftsmen were the most lacking talents in Winter Village.
As for the elves of Quel'Thalas,
David felt that if the operation was done well, he could even save Sylvanas, a popular ranger general. But would these elves be willing to abandon their original homes and come to live with him? I'm afraid there's a big question mark.
Let's discuss the specific situation with Tyrion before deciding. I don't know what Tyrion's attitude is yet.
Putting aside the Azeroth talent attraction plan for the time being, David chatted with Will again. Knowing all the details of how he brought Elizabeth here, he let the young couple continue to wander in the village, while he walked towards the Winter River while thinking about the Golden Finger. At this time, Elizabeth, who came to Winter Village for the first time, waited until David was far enough away before asking Will.
This young village chief doesn't seem to welcome my arrival. No, it was just some special circumstances. He was surprised that you could come here.
Oh. After listening to Will's story curiously, Elizabeth realized that before today, the other visitors from other worlds in the village, let alone people, couldn't even bring a live chicken. That's why David had that reaction when he saw himself. Although she didn't know why she became a special one, Elizabeth also discovered Will's problem.
Will, I think you should have more contact with people in the village.
Since Will wants to make a living in Winter Village, he must establish good interpersonal relationships in this village. Will actually doesn't know about such an important thing, although he was brought here by mistake. In fact, it's not a good sign for Will.
I know what to do.
Will was also embarrassed, mainly because he was finally no longer just a blacksmith apprentice, which made him in a state of extreme excitement, and he couldn't wait to share the joy with Elizabeth. So he ignored other things. Now that his job is settled, his new home has been built, and his relationship with Elizabeth is steadily warming up. He won't make this mistake again.
Let's go. I'll take you to see something special.
Without waiting for Elizabeth to answer, he pulled her towards the water storage equipment. David walked while thinking, and soon came to the farmland area around Winter Village. It was all square farmland for planting potatoes. A certain distance was left between the farmlands for the convenience of passage, and several wider roads were reserved. At this time, the only 8 farmers in Linong Village were busy in the fields. Although everyone was exhausted and sweating profusely, The joy on their faces could not be concealed. No matter how tired you are, when fist-sized potatoes appear in front of you, it will make people feel that all the efforts are worth it.
Hey, look at this. It's almost as big as 2 fists. I will definitely win today.
Seeing one of the farmers lifting a big potato from a distance, David couldn't help but smile. He stopped and stood on the edge of the farmland and watched the farmers continue to work. At some point, Steve came to his side, and he and David looked at the busy farmers in the distance.
I heard you were in trouble. Tyrion told you? Well, I heard about it when I was sparring with him just now.
Steve's time staying in Winter Village has been significantly reduced recently. It's not that he doesn't like the life here, but that there are things to do in his own world. As the knot in his heart gradually unraveled, Steve began to try to start a new life. The first was to find a new job. He had few choices. The most suitable one was to join S.H.I.E.L.D. No matter what he wants to do next, it will take some time to make up lessons. So Steve spends a lot of time learning all kinds of new knowledge every day. Of course, he would come to Winter Village every day to practice sparring with Fording, Peggy, and Sharon. This was a required course for him. Right now, I just finished an exercise with Fording, and after knowing something, I came specifically to find David. Otherwise, with his stable work and rest habits, after finishing sparring, he would chat with Peggy or Sharon nearby, and then go back to his own world. He would not go to the farmland to find anyone. He came here specially to show his attitude. I will help.
Thanks. You're welcome. I'm going back.
After Steve expressed his attitude, he prepared to go home as usual.
I think Peggy and Sharon have the same idea as me. And Sharon needs to prepare a few handy weapons.
I know. David and Steve waved their hands, and after watching Steve's figure gradually disappear, they were about to return to the village, but found that a shadow suddenly appeared not far away in front of them.
Laura?
Steve just left. Couldn't he just turn around and run back? Will has met Laura before, and the only one who is not currently staying in the village is Laura. After standing there and waiting for a moment, David quickly saw the face of the person coming. After David saw clearly who was coming, he was stunned for a few seconds. Before the woman with a surprised look on the opposite side could ask anything, David tried, he muttered, "Expulsion!" Almost as soon as David confirmed this idea without speaking, the woman in front of him began to turn into a shadow and quickly disappeared. And the front of him turned into an open space again.
Another function has been determined. I don't know if it is originally possessed or an upgraded ability.
He looked at the location where the woman disappeared and said,
As for a free Laura, having one Laura in the village is enough.
Chapter 53. A gentleman is magnanimous.
With my permission, you can bring people to Winter Village, and with my will, you can expel people back to their original world.
Elizabeth and the free version of Laura acted as guinea pigs in a very timely manner. As for the loss of Laura, will David feel distressed? He actually thinks it's okay. After all, he is the village chief of Winter Village. Can't he decide who can come and who can't? It's not like you can't live without one person. When you have a choice, of course you have to decide according to your heart and preferences. Compared with this negligible loss, I am more happy to have discovered 2 new functions of Goldfinger. Not only can Winter Village grow faster, but he also doesn't have to worry about the people who come taking over the magpie's nest because they are at odds with his ideas and are stronger.
This way, you don't have to worry about some supervillain suddenly showing up.
Although all the people who have come to Winter Village so far are positive characters, he has never been able to determine what criteria are used to determine the people who appear? The protagonist of each world? It seems so. Lara Croft, Mark Watney, Steve Rogers, Peggy Carter, Sharon Rogers, Will Turner. These people are the protagonists of various works, such as movies and animations, including Tyrion Forge Ring, who is only a supporting character in World of Warcraft, has also been the protagonist in spin-off novels. But if you think about it carefully, you will find that this is not absolute. These people are all protagonists. But what about Squirtle? David was certain that the one in his village was a very ordinary wild Squirtle, not the one owned by Master Yi, because this Squirtle did not have sunglasses. Therefore, it is not only the protagonist who will travel to the Winter Village. Maybe supporting actors and background panels may appear, and the villain may naturally appear. David is working hard to improve himself every day. Whether it is holy light, fighting, archery and other skills, he does not relax in training. He was able to suppress Sharon Rogers before, even if there was an imbalance in intelligence information. In the final analysis, it was because of his hard training. Reason. If his strength is too poor, he won't be able to develop that cheating style of play. So what's the point of suppressing him? The reason why Sharon didn't beat him to death on the spot was because the two were sparring rather than fighting to the death. Even so, he was worried that some big villain would come to the village. After all, most of the big villains were very powerful, and he felt that his own strength was not enough. Now I no longer worry. I feel much more relaxed. I stroll back to the village with a smile on my face, and finally sit down at the long table with a smile on my face, and wait for the meal. Because the smile on his face was so obvious, everyone could tell that the village chief was in a particularly good mood today.
Strange. Shouldn't you be looking sad now? Why are you so happy?
In addition to taking care of his own farmland, Mark, who mainly serves as the village chef, looked at David curiously.
What treasure did you pick up? No, I just made some new discoveries.
David will not hide the things that can bring people here. Next, he will discuss with Fording to see if Fording is willing to help him return to Azeroth. See poach people. But he would not ask about it at the dinner table in front of so many people, and was going to talk to Fording alone after the meal. After talking about the things that can bring people, Mark is very curious about one thing.
Since you can bring people here, can you bring people out? This is unclear at the moment.
David also wanted to know about this matter. He explained the situation directly to everyone, and wanted to take the opportunity to test it. If you can not only bring people here, but even take people to another world, the meaning will be different for people from various worlds like Winter Village. However, Goldfinger quickly poured cold water on David. Mark got up and performed a series of tests and found that he still couldn't take anyone to Mars. Fording also tried it, but couldn't do it either. Will, who successfully brought people over, made a final attempt. Only Elizabeth could follow him back to Port Royal, and no one else could go to Will's world no matter what.
So I can only bring people here. The people they bring can also be brought back to their original world, but they can't leave freely.
After a series of tests, Mark concluded,
bringing people here requires physical contact. It must be holding hands. Touching anywhere is fine, but in the bottom of your heart you must be willing to follow the other person, and there must be no resistance.
Thanks to Elizabeth, so much could be tested.
I don't know if indirect contact is possible.
If indirect contact is possible, then people can form a long line by touching each other, and many people can be brought in easily. If direct contact is the only way to do it, then even if Fording is willing to help, he won't be able to bring too many people over at once, and will need to be transported back and forth, which will add a lot of workload in vain.
How about I find a few people to try it out in the next few days?
Elizabeth thinks that she should arrange for a few people to come over and help Will open up some farmland and build a manor or something. She spent a day shopping today, and with Will's introduction, she already knew a lot about the village. Putting aside other things, as long as farmland is reclaimed in Winter Village, this farmland belongs to the individual. Only Will Turner, a foolish young man who grew up in a blacksmith shop, would give up such a good opportunity. Ignore it. Although Elizabeth has never thought of becoming a big landowner, it seems that there is no reason to let go of the benefits in front of her. What's more, the status gap between big landowners and blacksmiths is still very obvious. If Will becomes a big landowner and sets up a farm, maybe she can explain her relationship with Will to her father, instead of having to date in secret like now. As for manpower, as the governor's daughter, the most important thing in the family is manpower. It is not difficult to even find someone to bring in a few slaves temporarily.
You can give it a try.
David thought for a while, and agreed to Elizabeth's suggestion. Anyway, Elizabeth found either servants or people who settled in Port Royal, or maybe even purchased serfs. No matter what, they were just ordinary people. The era of pirates of the Caribbean was not considered a very enlightened and advanced era, and those living at the bottom of society did not have much knowledge. Even if they ran away after coming to Winter Village, they would not leak any useful information. Don't understand where you come from. There are many low-level civilians in this world who are unclear about their origins. Many of them only move around in a small area throughout their lives. After talking about these things, the dinner was finally finished, and before everyone left, David gave Will an extra warning.
Next, let's make a handy weapon for everyone. Don't worry. Leave this matter to me.
Will didn't understand other things, and he didn't even think of reclaiming farmland and becoming a landlord. But when it came to his job, he was still very confident. After he decided to send Elizabeth back, he chatted with these people in the village one by one and asked them what weapons they were good at using.
It would be nice if they were all good at using swords.
Will was very confident in the sword he made. He had no idea what a headache awaited him. After Elizabeth returned to Port Royal, she immediately ran to her father Weatherby Swan and expressed that she needed some slaves and was going to reclaim some wasteland. Although he didn't understand why his daughter was convulsing. Governor Swan, who loved his daughter very much, didn't think it was a big deal. Don't you just need a few slaves to open up wasteland and plant something? I guess you want to create a garden to plant flowers and plants. Right? How many people are needed? Elizabeth was not sure how many people were suitable. So she tentatively said a number. 100? She felt that 100 slaves should be able to help Will cultivate a large amount of farmland. And Will would be upgraded to a large farmer by then. She can come and propose marriage to her father. When Elizabeth returned to Port Royal and was studying with her father how to improve her boyfriend's worth so that she could marry him, David and Fording were sitting in the wooden house, drinking tea and chatting. After chatting for half an hour, Fording was the first to break the deadlock. This is not your habit. You rarely go around for so long without getting to the point. Don't you know how to speak? David took a sip of the freshly brewed black tea. He was not very used to the way of drinking British black tea. Fortunately, the tea leaves as the main raw material were no different from the tea leaves he was familiar with, and he could brew and drink it directly according to his previous habits. Another cup of warm tea went down his throat. But David still couldn't decide how to speak. How to say this. Tell Fording. I know that many disasters will happen in the world of Azeroth in the future. The kingdom of Lordaeron will suffer from the plague and the scourge, and the continuous attacks of the scourge. The kingdom of Lordaeron and Quel'Thas will also be attacked by Arthas. Lead the scourge to destroy. There will be countless refugees by then. So I hope you can help me turn the corner for refugees to come back. Before that, you can also go to the kingdom of Stormwind, which is being harmed by Onyxia. There are a group of unlucky craftsmen there who are owed wages by the kingdom. And you can also go to Winter Village. The spoilers are indeed very enjoyable. But Fording asked him how he knew this. How would he answer? David was thinking about this. What kind of lie could he make up so that Fording wouldn't be surprised? As a result, he held it in for a long time. And before he could even get the beginning out of it, Fording directly solved David's most troublesome problem. Do you want to discuss my identity with me? Or something about my future? David was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that Fording seemed to already know. Laura? Or Mark? Fording, who had maintained a serious and majestic appearance most of the time, suddenly showed a proud smile, as if the prank had succeeded. You told me. Just now. David was a little embarrassed. Laura had noticed the problem before, and now Fording saw the flaw in him. In addition, Addis also complained about him. He realized that he was really not good at hiding. Maybe from the beginning you should be more candid. Chapter 54 The Savior Fording and the Eternal Dragon David. After realizing that he was not someone who could hide something behind a mask for a long time, David stopped worrying about how to make up lies, and directly told what he knew. I do know something about you. And I also know some things that will happen in Azeroth in the future. Fording nodded and didn't say anything unbelievable. He was born and grew up in a world full of mysterious powers. Things like prophets and prophecies are not difficult to understand. Although what is David's identity? Why do you know so much? He still didn't know the details. But Fording felt that David would naturally say these things when he wanted to. He didn't say it now, either because he didn't want to say it, or because the time wasn't right. In either case, Fording will not continue to ask. If it was the former possibility, his questioning would only make the two of them embarrassed. If it is the latter, then asking is in vain. Now he is more concerned about what will happen to the world of Azeroth. It's a plague. David carefully recalled various details about natural disasters and plagues, and then told Fording what he knew. Plague, listening to David's various introductions. Fording's expression changed from serious at first to solemn. David's introduction was very messy, but he had already understood that this so-called natural disaster was just the beginning of a series of huge disasters. The various events that followed directly destroyed the kingdom of Lordaeron, leaving the Eastern Kingdom. Or in other words, AI, the most powerful human kingdom in the world of Zerath, has completely become history. What he didn't expect was that the outstanding heir to the kingdom, the Prince Arthas Menethil, who everyone thought would lead the kingdom of Lordaeron to a new peak, actually played a very important role in the destruction of the kingdom of Lordaeron. Important role? This, after hearing that Arthas led the Scourge to sweep across the Eastern Kingdoms, not only completely destroying the kingdom of Lordaeron, but even conquering Quel'Thas. Fording no longer knew what to say. Looking at Fording, who was covered in cold sweat, David stopped his story. In fact, his narration is very messy and fragmented. Although he had played the Warcraft series of games and read chronicles in his previous life, he had only learned about these things casually, and his memory was not deep. Even through training and the rewards he received from Steve, his memory had improved. It has been greatly improved. But I still think about where it is, and it is impossible to explain it clearly and meticulously like holding this chronicle in my hand. But this is not a problem. It is enough to let Fording know the general idea first. For the specific details, Laura can be asked to buy a set of Chronicles of Warcraft later. Glancing at Fording in front of him, the paladin had regained his composure, and his eyes were full of determination.
It seems you have made your decision. Yes.
Fording looked at David.
Actually, I'm not good at hiding my actual thoughts. What do you want to do?
David wanted to know what choices people like Fording would make after knowing the plot. What impact will it have on the original story?
You should know that even if you go back and tell these things to some people, most people won't believe it.
Right. I know. Fording, who has lived for such a long time, knows that human beings have many shortcomings, including that no matter how many examples occur, as long as they have not experienced it personally, they will choose to turn a blind eye.
In my current situation, I'm afraid I can't find those old guys either. I may need to go back and look around and do some research to get more information.
Fording glanced at David. He didn't know if David could provide more details. If he could get more information from David, he could also make better judgments.
The specific details will take some time to come.
No problem. Fording was not in a hurry. Since David said that the disaster would happen in a few years, it meant that he still had time to make various preparations.
Is there anything you need my help with?
After saying so much, David even exposed some of his secrets. So he must have something to ask him to do. And this matter is also related to the disaster that is about to happen in Azeroth. Otherwise, there is no need for David to tell himself these things. If David is more sinister, he can completely reveal some information to himself before the crisis comes, so that he can better serve him. There is no need to reveal too much. Just remind himself, his wife and son were in danger, and if he was asked to rush back in time to help his family, he would be grateful to David for reminding him. The current practice of telling all kinds of information years in advance seems not so smart. But Fording feels that David's current approach is more worthy of gratitude. David didn't know what Fording was thinking at this time, but he was able to detect the change in Fording's attitude toward him through another special method. He clearly felt that the holy light in his body had increased significantly. In addition, he felt that there seems to be some changes in your body? He would need to conduct tests and observations before he could know the specific situation. But he was certain of one thing. Fording's favorability towards him had increased again. He seemed to have chosen the right option unintentionally. David did not rush to be happy, but told Fording his plan. Let's not mention the refugees from Mordarin. He felt that the craftsmen staying in the West Wilds were worth it. Priority recruitment.
This is not a difficult task, but it will take some time to go to the Kingdom of Stormwind.
It can be done in an instant when you come back. But it was not that easy in the past. When Fording returns to the world of Azeroth, he will go near his hometown in Hearthland, which makes it convenient for him to visit his wife and son at any time. Hearthland is located in the north of the entire Eastern Kingdom continent. The future Western Plague Lands are still it is called the north of East Wilder. The Western Wilderness where David wants him to go is located on the south side of the Eastern Kingdom. And further south is the Thorn Valley at the southernmost tip of the Eastern Kingdom. This journey is equivalent to traveling vertically through the entire Eastern Kingdom continent. Not only is the journey long, but it also has to pass through many troublesome areas along the way. Fording didn't care about the trouble, and he wouldn't refuse such a small favor. He just reminded David that he might have to spend more time.
It doesn't matter. You can come back and rest at night anyway. I forgot I could do that.
It took Fording a few seconds to realize that he could go to Azeroth during the day and return to Winter Village to rest at night. You can even go back to Winter Village to rest when you are tired from walking in Azeroth. And when you are hungry, you can go back to Winter Village to eat, no matter what time it is. Moreover, he does not need to carry too much luggage with him, and he can reach the Western Wilderness faster by traveling lightly. They chatted for a few more words. This time, Fording was not asking about the future situation of Azeroth. He wanted to know what his future would be like.
Of course, if you feel that this kind of prophecy is not convenient to talk about, you don't want to tell me.
Nothing.
The previous talk was all about the general trend of Azeroth, and did not describe too much about the specific future of certain people. Only Arthas was mentioned because of its special importance. Although Fording felt that it didn't matter whether he knew his future or not, he was still curious in his heart. So he asked in passing. David didn't think there was anything he couldn't say. What if the future changed after he said it? What kind of problem is this? Fording has gone to another world, and he will do a lot of help for himself next. Just talking about what he is going to do for David. The future has already been changed.
Not to mention anything else. He and Fording were so familiar, and the other party taught him all kinds of knowledge about the holy light, and also taught him fighting skills. Could it be that he just watched the Fording family be destroyed? David is not like that.
Although it's glorious, it's not that wonderful for you personally.
After roughly speaking about the information he remembered, Fording quickly understood why David described his future in this way.
It doesn't sound so good.
Although he made a huge contribution to saving Azeroth and died in a battle with demons, it was considered an ending consistent with his status. However, he was separated from his wife and son for many years. His son died in his prime, and he gave birth to a black-haired person. Life is indeed not that happy. He also learned the news by the way. In the upcoming disaster, the Knights of the Silver Hand would not only face a huge test, but would also be divided later. The Scarlet Crusaders among them had gone to extremes, and his son also died in these events. In the hands of our own people.
None of that has happened yet,
David kindly reminded.
These are just a possibility.
Fording understood concepts such as parallel universes when the three captains appeared. With such an example in front of him, he would not think that the future was doomed. Now he has a chance to change this unhappy future.
I'll set off tomorrow morning.
After having a goal, Fording also has more motivation. And what he wants to change is not just his own future. He wants to do more.
Get to the Western Wilderness as soon as possible.
By completing David's assignment early, you can also devote your energy to larger goals as soon as possible.
Thank you for telling me all this. I'm going back to rest. Good night.
Watching Fording leave the cabin, David scratched his scalp a few times. He wanted to know what kind of impact this energetic Fording, who knew the future plot, would have on the history of Azeroth.
Is Tyrion Fordring starting the template for the protagonist?
Will spoilers cause any bad effects, such as attracting bronze dragons or something? David didn't pay too much attention to these dragons, because from a plot point of view, the bronze dragon's management of the timeline is not that strict, and there are many parallel worlds with different developments in Azeroth. And the timeline of a Savior Fordring does not exist. Not a big deal.
Why do you feel like my behavior is a bit like an eternal dragon?
Chapter 55: The Calm Before the Storm. The bronze dragons of Azeroth are mainly responsible for protecting the timeline, while the eternal dragons are a group of dragons that specialize in destroying the timeline. In a sense, it seems a bit similar to what David and Fording are planning to do. But if you want to say it carefully, there is still a difference between what David and Fordring have to do. And there is no damage to the integrity of Azeroth's history. Fordring will still save Azeroth, and all races will still fight against the Lich King. War. This kind of battle is impossible to avoid. After all, the various races in Azeroth do not want to be completely wiped out by the Scourge. In the longer term, all races in Azeroth will still have to fight the Burning Legion in a decisive battle. These things will not be resolved just because Fording saves a few refugees from Mordarin or a few elves from Quel'Thalas. Substantial changes occur. Therefore, there is no need for the bronze dragon to trouble David. Lying on the bed, I fell into sleep amidst my random thoughts. When I opened my eyes again, it was still dark. He has had a good rest recently and is not too tired. And his sleep quality is high. So David does not need too long sleep to return to his best condition. After getting up and packing, David decided to do some simple morning exercises. As soon as he walked out of the cabin, he saw Fording about to set off with a simple bag.
So early. You got up very early too.
Fording and David greeted.
Since you're awake, you might as well set off directly. Bon voyage. You don't have to wait for me to come back for dinner. I brought a lot of dry food and prepared to travel a little longer.
Fording waved his hand, said goodbye to David and left the winter village. Watching Fording disappear, David moved his body and started running around the village. To his surprise, he found that Winter Village before dawn was much more lively than he expected.
Watch left.
A crisp voice rang in his ears, and then a figure with a strong wind passed by at high speed from the left. Although the sky was still dark, David already had excellent eyesight. After this period of training and strengthening, even in a relatively dark environment, you can still see clearly. From the flowing long blonde hair and strong back, he recognized that the person who had just rushed over was Sharon Rogers. But before he could say hello to her, she had already run far away. Continuing to run around the village, as the surrounding land was gradually reclaimed into farmland and planted with potato-based food crops. The covered area of Winter Village became much larger. It was no longer the same as before. With just a few house is an entire village. After running for a while, David came to the bank of the Koldong River and took a look at the water station in Koldong Village. The small house is equipped with water pumping equipment, water purification equipment, generator sets and other equipment. It is made of cement bricks and earth to ensure that it is strong enough, durable. There are solar panels on the roof and 2 wind turbine-like wind turbines standing next to it. This small house is the most advanced place in Winter Village. Compared with the surrounding primitive pastoral scenery, it looks out of place. After checking the situation at the water station, David walked along the river for a while, and then released a holy light spell to punish, knocking out a plump Winter River fish. It has to be said that as long as the target is locked within a certain range, a spell that explodes directly on the target. So convenient to use. You don't have to worry about missing the mark when frying fish. But if Fording sees David using the holy light spell to fry fish, he doesn't know what his reaction will be. Standing by the river, he looked at the river fish floating on the water. It looked a bit like a bass, but much bigger. David was about to go into the water to catch the fish when he saw Squirtle walking over.
Squirtle, help me catch the fish.
Squirtle looked at David, but did not immediately go into the water. Instead, he stared at David.
Squirtle, I'll let Mark make you that sandwich.
After promising the reward, Squirtle went into the water with satisfaction, and then brought the plump river fish back to the shore. David took the river fish and then clapped his hands with Squirtle, who climbed ashore.
Let's go back to the village for breakfast. Jenny!
As for running, David had already put it aside. He strolled through the farmland and soon returned to the village. Glancing at the blacksmith shop in front of me, I found that the little blacksmith had also gotten up and was sorting out his blacksmith shop.
Good morning, Will.
Good morning, David. Will turned to look at David, and then at the Squirtle next to him. Although it was not the first time he saw this creature, he still felt amazing every time he saw this creature.
Good morning, Squirtle. Jenny! Ready to get to work? Yes, but we need to do some preparations first. When we eat later, we can ask everyone what weapons they are used to using.
David specifically mentioned it yesterday and asked Will to help build weapons that everyone in the village can use. He will start making preliminary preparations now.
Today's breakfast is fish?
Have the food reserves in the village been exhausted? As the village chief, David actually had to get up early to catch fish for everyone in person. But just one fish is not enough to eat.
Right. It's just an extra meal.
He didn't even think about whether the fish should be boiled in soup or steamed. Before he could even finish his words, another voice came from beside him.
Pay attention to the left.
A gust of wind passed by. But this time Sharon did not run so far away that she disappeared. Instead, she slowed down or even stopped. Turning his head, a few strands of golden hair stuck to his forehead, reflecting a faint light against the rising sun.
Why don't you run?
Sharon's breathing was very steady. She just ran around the village a few times. A little sweat was the limit. This amount of exercise was just a warm-up for her. I saw David out for a morning jog earlier, and thought he could have more fun. Unexpectedly, the village chief only ran half a lap before disappearing.
I was just checking out the situation around the village. I came back if there was nothing unusual.
It was definitely not to avoid the second-generation Captain America's crazy pay attention to the left that he terminated his morning jogging plan early. In order to prevent others from discovering his true thoughts, David decisively changed the subject.
By the way, I just met you. Tell me what kind of weapons you are good at using. Explain the details clearly, and Lev will help you tailor it.
Build one. Oh, is there such a good thing? You should know the situation in the village.
Right. When David mentioned this, Sharon understood that this quiet and peaceful little village would be facing a storm next. She had only arrived in this place not long ago, but because Steve Rogers and Peggy Carter were both here, Sharon gradually fell in love with this peaceful place. She really didn't want a special place like Winter Village to be like this. Disappear. She had decided to help before, but she ignored the issue of weapons for a while, remembering that she had been passive because of underestimating the enemy during the sparring session with David. She felt that it was necessary to get herself a handy weapon,
lance and shield. In addition to having a sharp tip, the spear must be heavy enough. As for the shield,
Sharon immediately told Will a lot of demands, leaving the little blacksmith a little confused.
Lance? Shield?
Looking at Sharon's slender figure, Even though she already knew that she was no ordinary person, she still couldn't connect it with these two weapons. David carried the river fish and continued walking forward. As the sun rose, the village became more lively. Mark, who was currently in charge of the village's food, had also gotten up and was making breakfast. Handing the river fish in his hand to Mark, David told him what Fording would be busy with during this period, so Fording might come back from time to eat and get food and water. Then I will reserve some food and prepare some biscuits and cans that are easy to carry. The bagged food in the Mars base has been eaten up long ago, but Laura sent a lot of cans, compressed biscuits, chocolates and the like. Things, not much in quantity, mainly for emergencies. Not only for the people in Winter Village, but also for her own adventures. Now she can take some out and prepare them for Fording. Well, in addition to this, there is also the thing I promised you earlier. What is it? Oh, you said you would infuse me with holy light? Mark immediately became excited. He had been looking forward to it for a long time, and he finally had the opportunity to experience what it felt like to use holy light. David was about to tell Mark that Mark must learn some basic holy light spells in the next few days. He is not required to become a qualified paladin or priest immediately, but at least he must have the ability to protect himself. I don't expect Mark to be of much use in a conflict. At least he won't lose his life when the other party uses some conspiracy or secret attack. Although David doesn't think that the Forrester family will use such despicable means to deal with a civilian like yourself, it is still necessary to take some precautions in advance. What if the other party is really such a mean person? He cannot pin his hopes on the moral standards of his enemies. After breakfast, David injected some holy light into Mark's body and began to teach Mark how to mobilize and use this holy light energy. Thanks to Laura's study in this area not long ago, David knew from Laura how to teach Mark. So even if Fording and Laura were not around, Mark didn't have to fumble around on his own. After the basic theoretical knowledge is finished, the next step is to rely on constant practice. How to use the holy light to treat and attack the enemy can only be mastered through hard work, and relying on the holy light to protect himself in the body, and exercising like crazy to squeeze the body's potential, is a passive effect. And now Mark can enjoy this benefit. A few days have passed, and although he has not yet mastered the correct method of mobilizing the holy light, Mark feels that his body has become much better. It was at this time that when David was going for another morning jog, he discovered a body in the northeast of the village and at the edge of the forest. Chapter 56, I should have cooperated with you in your performance. Who is this? Do not know. David glanced at Sharon, who was slowly running to his side, and Peggy, who was not far away from her. After the two gradually adapted to life in the village, they would get up and run every morning, sometimes alone, sometimes together, compete together to see who can finish the race faster. However, today's game was interrupted by such a sudden episode. Both Sharon and Peggy walked over to the body and gave it a cursory inspection. There are many wounds on the body, but they are all superficial injuries. Sharon quickly came to the conclusion. The cause of death was a heavy blow to the back of the head. After Peggy nodded in agreement, she stood up and looked at David. Isn't this a person from the village? I mean, is there anyone in Winter Village who happened to be away from the village recently? So I don't know him. You have met all the villagers in Cold Winter Village. With Peggy's memory, it is impossible not to recognize the people she has met during the days of living in the village. She has already remembered everyone. Sharon did the same. She checked for a while and looked at the clothes on the body. The clothes look like ordinary farmers, but the hands of this person don't look like someone who often does farm work. They are very well maintained. This person should be a thief. David curled his lips. He had already guessed where this person came from and why he appeared here. It's really not a very technical trick. Walking to the body, David easily lifted the body up. As his strength continues to grow, it is no longer difficult for him to talk about himself. Especially in the past few days, he felt that his physical fitness had increased significantly. It should be the reward he received from Fording a few days ago. He suspected that he had obtained the physical fitness, or physical potential, of the Azeroth human race. In a sense, he got the Man of Steel, albeit a degraded version. Let's go back to the village first. I guess visitors will arrive soon. This is really not a new strategy. It is not complicated, and it is easy to see through. Wanting to use this strategy highlights one shamelessness, and another point is that the party being framed is weak in terms of strength. David estimated that the other party should be shameless. As for whether he was at a disadvantage,
This is worth talking about. Back in the village, David went to find Will first.
What's the matter?
Will noticed at a glance that David was holding a person in his hand.
Who is this? A spy sent by the enemy? It's just a tool used to frame the case.
David threw it aside casually.
I can only trouble you to go back to Port Royal. You want me to dump this guy's body in Port Royal? Yes. Take them there right away. You can throw them into the sea or hide them temporarily. I guess those people will be here soon.
David was not going to waste time. After explaining to Will, he went straight back to his cabin. After changing his clothes and hanging a holster on his waist, David inserted his favorite violent hunter into it. Among the various weapons that Laura sent to the village, his favorite was this revolver. The .44 caliber Magnum bullet was enough to deal with most situations. Although after the battle with the troll, he considered custom making a special pistol. Later, because I had to deal with various things constantly, I put this matter aside and didn't think about it. However, this firepower is enough to deal with ordinary humans. He walked out of the wooden house without bringing any other weapons. He turned and looked at the blacksmith shop. Will and the body had disappeared. No matter what Will did with the body in the end, the body was not in Winter Village now. After sitting on the chair next to the long table, David faced the east of the village, preparing to wait for the enemy to appear.
Who could it be? Sheen Forrester? As a descendant of a big noble, he shouldn't show up in person for such a trivial matter.
David felt that the person who finally came to Winter Village to cause trouble was most likely his old acquaintance Jerry. High interest rates. After finally becoming a knight of the Forrester family, he definitely wanted to make some achievements so that his master's family would recognize his ability to do things and gain a broader future. He was waiting here in a daze, while Sharon and Peggy also changed their clothes and sat next to David. When Peggy came to Winter Village, she was wearing her own battle uniform. It was originally designed and made for combat, so it was just right to wear it at this time. Coupled with the round shield with the Union Jack pattern and the long sword brought from the Hydra headquarters, Peggy now has a standard sword and shield configuration. In comparison, Sharon's attire was much simpler. Just ordinary clothes and pants that were easy to move around. A pair of sneakers on her feet, a wooden shield in her hand, and she chose a long sword from the weapons Maloney gave her.
Can you use a long sword? Although I prefer to use a spear. I am not bad at using a long sword.
In addition to her extraordinary talent, Sharon also has an excellent educational environment. Having received various trainings since she was a child, she is not only able to use various kinds of skills skillfully. In addition to hot weapons, various cold weapons are equally useful. But she prefers the combination of a spear and a shield. He turned around and looked at David. He looked up and down, back and forth, and saw only a revolver. Other than that, David had nothing that looked like a weapon on him.
You only carry a pistol?
Although David has said that he is better at fighting with bare hands, and Sharon has personally experienced David's strength in fighting with bare hands, this does not seem to be a deterrent.
One gun is enough.
David stood up. He felt that it was unlikely that he would actually take action this time. There was a high probability that he would still exchange insults, especially now that he had already cleaned up the corpse.
A bad visitor is coming to our door.
Several figures appeared in the distance, all of them riding horses. With the rising sun, there was obvious reflection on these people.
They're all wearing armor. They look so fully armed. Do you really think it's enough to just carry a pistol?
David, who was teased by Sharon, firmly said, enough. Anyway, he mainly relied on the holy light when he really started to take action. When the time came, he would hit it with the holy fire and burn everything to ashes. Within a few words of conversation, a group of knights had already arrived in front of David and others. The knights reined in their horses, and the leader was indeed an acquaintance of David.
Gregory Knight. Chief David.
Under the seemingly warm greeting, there was no familiarity anymore, and instead, there was a sense of alienation.
I didn't expect to see Knight Gregory again so soon. I wonder where Knight Gregory is going with these elites.
David's eyes quickly glanced at the people beside Gregory. However, in addition to Gregory, there were 5 fully armed cavalry. When Maloney came to Winter Village for an on-site inspection, he only brought 5 elite colleagues to protect him. David also saw with his own eyes how amazing the combat effectiveness of these elite soldiers of Iron Tree Fort was. Under normal circumstances, even 1 fully armed cavalry can easily slaughter a village with only a dozen or so people like Winter Village. Now that the Knight Gregory has led 5 cavalry, no wonder the opponent feels that he has an absolute advantage in strength.
Village Chief David should know that Mr. Forrester is building a new border town not far from here. As a result, 2 villagers were found missing a few days ago. Mr. Forrester takes this very seriously and expresses his absolute I cannot allow any accidents to happen to the villagers under my management. So I am ordered to lead a few people to go out and look for these 2 villagers. Chief David, have you seen anyone? Our winter village is located in a remote place, and no outsiders come here at ordinary times.
David had a business smile on his face. He was facing Gregory sitting high on the horse. But there was a sudden thought in his heart. 2 people? The bad premonition immediately became a reality. And without giving David much time to think, a figure rushed out from the north of the group of people. That is, from the direction of the forest, and ran towards the group.
Lord Knight Gregory, help!
Although it sounded miserable and pitiful, it was so powerful that people could hear it clearly from a distance. What this person shouted could even be heard throughout the entire winter village, comparable to a loudspeaker at the entrance of the village.
Help me! Connie and I were robbed here by this man named David, who forced us to reclaim wasteland for him. If we didn't agree, we would be beaten severely. I finally found a chance to run out of the village and wanted to go back. Please help me. I didn't expect to see the Lord Knight here.
He roared and ran wildly. He had already covered a long distance in the blink of an eye. He howled and fell beside Gregory. Although he threw up a large amount of dust, he still could not stop this hard-working performance.
Sir, you have to make the decision for me.
David could no longer maintain his business smile. He wanted to complain about this guy's exaggerated acting skills. Moreover, he looked so lively and vigorous. How could he look like he had been abused? Sighing, he still underestimated how shameless his opponent was. Someone tapped her twice on the shoulder. This direction should be Sharon. Then he heard Sharon ask him in a low voice,
"Shouldn't we move that body back?" If he didn't move back, he would say that the 2 of them ran away together. But the one who was seriously injured died as soon as he escaped.
Peggy on the other side also came to her side at this time.
It seems that there is no way to be kind. The other party seems to be bound to win. I think so too.
David was talking to the 2 super soldiers while looking at the ridiculous farce in front of him. The guy whose name he didn't know was crying loudly about what kind of inhuman treatment he had suffered. But I cried for a long time and didn't even shed a tear. The acting was really bad.
Lord Knight Gregory. Village Chief David.
He waved his hand to signal the people next to him to shut up. The big man seemed to have been pressed the mute button, and there was no movement for an instant.
Do you have anything to deny these crimes?
Opening his mouth was already denying it, and David knew that there was nothing left to talk about.
No. I just want to say, have a good trip.
Boom. Chapter 57. Throw all the evidence on AI Xing. After a loud noise, the bloody flowers disappeared in an instant. Boom. 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 David fired all 6 bullets in the gun in one breath and knocked down all 6 fully armed knights in front of him, except for Gregory, who was shot in the head by him. In order to ensure the hit rate, David had 5 shots left. Aim all at your body to make sure you don't empty the gun. His movements were very fast, and humans in this world had never seen a weapon like a pistol. 5 elite soldiers were caught off guard and instantly killed by him, including the strongman, who was kneeling on the ground and preparing to continue to show off his acting skills. They were all killed in another scene. Several people all fell off their horses before they realized what had happened. Punishment. He raised his left hand and released a holy light spell. The strongman who was about to stand up fell down again. Although he was not killed directly, he was stunned by the holy light. He held down the unlock button with his left and right hands, popped out the magazine and emptied the cartridge case. Then took out the loader filled with bullets from his trouser pocket, reloaded the bullets, and aimed at the knights lying on the ground to refill their guns one by one. He didn't check whether these people were dead or not. Anyway, it was safest to shoot each person in the head. From the moment he chose to shoot, he never thought about leaving alive. 5 bullets. 5 fully armed knights. The last one was given to the strong man with poor acting skills.
Change your career in the next life. You are not suitable to be an actor.
After finishing this, David loaded the bullet again, then turned it around with his fingers a few times before inserting it back into the holster.
This gun looks good and has good power, but changing the bullet is too troublesome.
Reloading a revolver is inherently more troublesome than a magazine-fed pistol. The magazine of the Furious Hunter must be unlocked with both hands. The safety and security are indeed improved, but it is really not suitable for combat.
After all, it's just a pistol for defense and hunting. So let's customize a special pistol.
After doing this, David turned to look at Peggy and Sharon. The two captains seemed to have different views on David's actions just now. As a soldier who had been on the battlefield and participated in a real cruel war, Peggy didn't think David's reshooting was a big deal. Not to mention that these people had just shown their ugly faces in front of her, and they deserved to be killed. Peggy was even ready for a follow-up shot. If David missed any of his shots, and an enemy was not knocked down, then in the next second this person would have close contact with the shield thrown by Peggy. Sharon is different from Peggy. A real warrior who has experienced blood and fire. Although she has received various trainings since she was a child, she grew up in a relatively peaceful environment and was exposed to various concepts that made her unable to do anything for a while, except such cruel tactics.
Do I have to do this?
From Sharon's point of view, David had knocked down these cavalrymen, and they had lost the ability to move. It would be fine if they died on the spot. If not, they could be captured and taken as prisoners. David glanced at Sharon, not dissatisfied with her objection. After all, everyone has his own ideas. He would not think that everyone would agree with his ideas, as long as his actual behavior did not hinder him. He felt that there was no problem. At least, Sharon didn't rush over to stop him when he was refilling his gun.
We are not qualified to take prisoners.
Winter Village is just a small village that has just been born without any background. If David wants to develop the village, he must try to avoid all kinds of troubles. Keeping prisoners will not do you any good. Instead, it will leave more clues and evidence for the Forrester family. The power of the Forrester family is also a constraint on themselves. No matter what they want to do, they need a suitable reason. Even if it is a shameless reason, there must be one. Gregory came here with the excuse of looking for lost villagers. If the Forrester family's elite soldiers became prisoners of Winter Village, then they would have a better excuse. And then the Forrester family could use if they use any means to attack Winter Village. Iron Tree Fort will also support the Forrester family. As for what caused the conflict in the first place, no one cares then.
I'm not going to give the Forrester family any excuses.
David looked at the horses beside him. Although he was a little frightened, the horses stayed in place and did not run away.
It's a pity that this a few war horses. I'll go check around.
Peggy can completely understand David's approach. And at the same time, she also finds that her daughter in this parallel world is a bit naive. If she was just a regular girl, this would seem like a good thing, because it means Sharon lives in a very peaceful environment. But it's inappropriate for this girl to be so naive if she wants to inherit Steve Rogers' title of Captain America.
Sharon, leave this to David. Let's check the surroundings together, especially if there is anyone hiding in the forest.
On.
The mother and daughter from different worlds took up their weapons and went away, while David tied up a few horses and thought about how to deal with the corpses. By the way, I checked a few corpses. Gregory was shot in the head by himself and died on the spot. As for the other few people, he was really not sure whether they were killed by his own shot.
The quality of this armor is so good.
After the horses, he felt pity for the armor again. No matter how good these armors are, or how greedy he is, they are just like those war horses. There is no way to stay.
However, this thing can be peeled off first, and Let will study it. After figuring out the general structure, it should be fine to melt it and reforge it.
Reforging can change the style, and there will be no marks on the original armor. No more.
No. What if there are any mysterious signs?
After thinking for a while, David felt that it was still not safe. Since he wanted to destroy the corpse and eliminate the traces, it was better to just do it. There was no need to covet such cheap and good armor. It was not only available in this world. Let Fordring get a few sets from Azeroth. Armor is not that difficult, and it can even be enchanted.
The battle is over?
As soon as David made his decision, Will appeared. Although the little blacksmith was wearing ordinary clothes, he had a sword stuck in his waist. He was obviously here to help. But when he rushed over, he only saw David mumbling to a few corpses wearing armor.
Were you saying a prayer for them just now?
David thought about it, and this seemed to make him more qualified.
You know, I am barely a holy light priest. Since these people are dead, it is normal to recite a prayer for them.
In fact, David wanted to recite incantations and send them to H.L. to continue to be punished. Unfortunately, he didn't understand this aspect of magic at all. Standing up, David stopped checking. Since he decided to completely destroy the body and eliminate traces, naturally nothing would be left behind. It would be a pity if he found something good. What are we going to do with these corpses and these horses?
Will didn't know what David was thinking, so he did a brief inspection. After praising the armor worn by these people, he went to check on the horses. Even if he didn't know much about war horses, Will could tell that these were good horses. Much better than the only 2 horses in Winter Village.
No one can stay. Then I'll take them all to Port Royal and dispose of them? Actually, I would rather let Fording take him away.
Fording is still on the road in Azeroth. He will only go back to the village to replenish food and water when he is tired or runs out of food and water. The last time he returned to the village was 2 days ago. According to Fording's previous habits, even if he could replenish food and water in Azeroth, he would go back to Winter Village to check the situation and ensure that there was no problem in the village. Something unexpected happened.
Fording can reach the western wilderness faster with horses, and these armors are easier to use on Azeroth.
David glanced at Will next to him.
No one here should buy this kind of full body weight. Right. Of course not.
Will shook his head. There were already muskets and artillery everywhere in his place, and the cold weapons were mainly swords. After all, wearing heavy armor at sea is a bit like seeking death. The greatest value of this kind of full-body heavy armor is only collected.
Speaking of which, can I take one set away to give away?
Sure. David, who knew that Will wanted to please his future father-in-law, was going to move the body to another place with Will first. And when Fording came back and then dumped it into Azeroth, a shadow suddenly appeared next to him, and soon turned into Laura jumping up and down.
I'm back. Did you miss me?
Laura greeted with a happy face. And then she noticed the corpses here.
What's going on?
Before David had time to answer and explain the situation here, another figure appeared next to him, and he soon revealed Fording's appearance.
Did you guess that I'm coming back?
Looking around, he also noticed the people all over the place. The corpse asked the same question as Laura.
What's going on?
David opened his mouth, and just as he was about to explain, Steve came again.
What's going on?
Since Steve knew the threat Winter Village was facing, he quickly guessed the truth.
A member of the Lester family?
Even though he knew that no one would suddenly appear again, David still waited for a while, and then told the whole story in detail. Only then did Laura realize that something had happened in Winter Village during her adventure. The Forrester family actually wanted to use force to occupy Winter Village. This was simply unforgivable. As the earliest witness and participant who accompanied David to develop Winter Village from nothing outside a few broken wooden houses to what it is today, Laura also devoted a lot of emotion and money to Winter Village. She couldn't tolerate the banditry of the Forrester family, and Laura began to seriously think about adding weapons such as heavy machine guns and mortars to Winter Village.
With my current strength, maybe I can transport an armored vehicle over?
Chapter 58 Slavery is a bad civilization. How can water pumps and water purification equipment be brought over? Armored vehicles can be brought over in the same way. Just make a few more trips. Laura felt that this was nothing. The question was, how could she obtain such level of arms? After going through some things, she truly took over all the properties of the Crawford family. But after all, she had never been exposed to these things before, and she didn't know how much energy she could mobilize. This all required her to slowly explore. Before everything became clear, she felt that she should not talk about it. What a shame if she did say it but failed. Fording had already begun to get busy. He did not rush to take off these people's armor, but put everyone on their horses. A corpse was placed on a horse, and then Fording tried to lead the war horse back to Azeroth. After he was sure that he could take it there, he tied the war horse there, and then came back to lead the remaining horses carrying the corpse. In the past, corpses were prepared to be disposed of and buried there. Armor, weapons, and valuables were all sold in Azeroth. Will originally wanted to give a set to his future father-in-law, but then he thought that the owner of the armor had just been killed, and the armor seemed unlucky. Even if he wanted to give the armor to the governor, it would be better to wait for a while and let Fording get yourself a new set of armor from his world. In the blink of an eye, several corpses, various equipment on them, and several top-notch war horses were all dealt with completely. Now even if the Forrester family sends people to turn Winter Village upside down, it was impossible to find any evidence and use it to cause trouble for Winter Village and David.
But, do those guys really care about any evidence?
After making sure that there were no enemies hiding around, Peggy, who had seen how shameless the other party was, felt that the Forrester family would not care about these things at all. Just find another reason.
They are the top noble family in Iron Tree Castle, so this kind of superficiality must be done properly.
David smiled.
And if it really goes too far, I actually have a way to deal with it.
Oh,
what method? Can you tell us?
Although he is confident in the current strength of Winter Village, David does not mean to use force to resist those noble families. Will is curious to know what other methods David can use.
Go to Thailand, the royal capital, and express your loyalty to His Majesty the current king. What kind of solution is this?
Everyone was confused. Only Fording and Laura understood what David meant, to make Winter Village the personal territory of His Majesty the king. Then whoever dares to attack Winter Village would be equivalent to declaring war on His Majesty the king himself. Of course, it is not easy to do this. Even if David goes to see him as a pioneer who has successfully opened up a new land, he may not be able to see His Majesty the king.
However, this method should not be used yet.
David would not easily show his loyalty to King Tiran. He would rather maintain his current free life with great autonomy.
Actually, there's something I've been wanting to ask.
Mark, who hadn't spoken much today, suddenly interjected, but swallowed it back halfway.
Forget it. I'll talk to you about this alone when I have time.
David nodded and did not ask what Mark wanted to ask. He looked back at the people around him and finally clapped his hands to draw everyone's attention to him.
Okay. No matter what Shaw and Fry, what other methods does Stir have? Now we all have to live our own lives.
The body and various evidences were all taken to Azeroth by Fording. No trace was left here. As for the blood stains on the ground, just take a shovel and turn it over on the ground a few times, and you won't be able to see it anymore. After completing the work of destroying the corpses and eradicating traces in the shortest possible time, everyone went about their own business. Although it looked like this on the surface, David noticed that Peggy and Steve were wandering around the outside of the village intentionally or unintentionally. It was obvious that they were standing on alert. As for Sharon, maybe Peggy had said something to her daughter before, and she quickly returned to normal, sitting on the long table writing and drawing something. After replenishing food and water, Fording left Winter Village again. This time he had 6 fine horses and might arrive in the western wilderness earlier than expected. Mark continued his daily work, checking the farmland, or harvesting the farmland. He tried to plant several crops, and some of them were mature and ready to be harvested. This result not only proves that Winter Village can grow more crops, but also means that their food types will become richer in the coming days. Squirtle followed Mark around as usual. If he didn't want to wander around anymore, he would go swimming in the Winter River or simply bask in the sun somewhere in the village. Will return to Port Royal, probably to find Elizabeth. But what surprised David was that Will came back soon. And at the same time, there were several blindfolded people behind him holding Will's shoulders and following him forward.
Successful.
I was originally listening to Laura telling her about her adventure, the oral version of Laura's random killing record. But I saw Will and Elizabeth studying how to bring more people to Winter Village. So they stopped chatting with Laura and walked out of the cabin. Watch Will and Elizabeth high-five in celebration.
How about it?
Regarding Elizabeth's desire to arrange several farmers for Will, David agreed. And she also wanted to conduct some tests through Elizabeth. Is it necessary to contact Will directly before following him to Winter Village? Or is it possible to come through indirect contact? That is, people touching each other? Now we have the exact answer.
You have to meet Will directly.
Elizabeth looked at the people beside her, who were still blindfolded and didn't dare to run around. They didn't even dare to take off the strips of cloth on their eyes. These were all newly purchased serfs.
Wait a minute. There are still a few people who haven't come.
Instructing several serfs to stand still and not to run around, and not to take off the cloth strips on their eyes. Elizabeth took Will and hurriedly returned to Port Royal again and brought the remaining few people over. 10 serfs. An easy thing for Governor Weatherby Swan to do. As for the 100 people Elizabeth mentioned, the Governor-General just thought her daughter was joking. After buying her 10 serfs, he told her that if a large area of wasteland was really reclaimed and 10 slaves were not enough, he would buy her more slaves. Elizabeth did not express dissatisfaction. 10 slaves were enough for the time being, and she thought that if she bought 100 slaves at once, the problem of food would not be solved. Let these 10 serfs first build the prototype of Will's farm, and then gradually add more serfs and expand the scale of the farm.
Okay, you can take off the strips from your eyes.
Elizabeth then introduced their master Will Turner to the 10 serfs, and told them that the next job was to work on the wasteland around the village. Master Will Turner cultivated farmland. As for salary, of course there is no such thing, but Master Will Turner will be solely responsible for the feeding, clothing and accommodation of these serfs. Listening to Elizabeth's words, Will's face turned a little pale, and he secretly whispered in Elizabeth's ear,
My blacksmith shop has not officially opened yet, and there is no way to feed so many people. Go to my place later to bring some food and clothes. You should be able to cope with it for a while. That's not good? This way you can become a big farmer sooner.
The young lovers were whispering there, and David was looking at the slaves. They were all strong men. To David's surprise, most of these slaves were white. As if seeing David's doubts, Laura whispered to him and gave him some knowledge.
In fact, there were many white slaves in the initial slave trade. These white slaves were mainly bankrupts and criminals. They were forced to become slaves and then went there. Colonial work. Because these slaves will sign a contract. They are called indentured slaves. As long as they work for the contract period, they can regain their freedom.
David glanced at Laura.
How do you know what I'm wondering about? I think you may not know enough about the history of this aspect.
Laura suddenly changed the topic and mentioned another matter.
I drank a lot of the black tea I brought over, but the milk and sugar have hardly decreased. As far as I know, those who like to drink it directly without adding any seasoning are all ahem according to protocol number 404 of the Spacetime Management Regulations. Some things cannot be said directly.
Oh, Laura didn't pay attention to David's obvious nonsense. She was curious about another thing.
Why don't you keep hiding it? I don't seem to be very good at this kind of thing.
He spread his hands helplessly. He suspected that Mark had already guessed it, but he just didn't say it clearly.
Your judgment is correct. You are indeed not very good at this kind of thing.
Laura seemed to remember something happy, and smiled and asked another question.
Then what is your real name? My real name is David. Nice to meet you. David. Way.
Laura suddenly reached out and shook David's hand. By this time, Elizabeth and Will had already taken 10 serfs to the blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop is big enough, as long as there are enough beddings. These 10 serfs don't have to worry about having a place to sleep.
So, how do you arrange for those 10 slaves?
This sentence was like triggering a switch. Steve, Peggy, and Mark, who were attracted by Elizabeth and Will one after another, were all watching the fun nearby. As soon as Laura raised this question, everyone's attention focused on David.
This is Winter Village. So of course, it should be handled according to the rules of Winter Village.
David would not be troubled by such a small problem at all.
These people need to sign a new contract with Will Turner to ensure the rights of the farmers.
Identity works for Will. David is not a slave liberator, but the situation in Winter Village is destined to have no room for the survival of the slavery system. Chapter 59, An increasingly enriched arsenal of weapons. After settling the contract issue between Will and the 10 new serfs, David filled in all the information on the document recording the household registration information of Winter Village. According to the information in this document, Winter Village is now a village with 30 permanent residents. And this list does not include Elizabeth.
When Fording recruits Van Cleef's group of stonemasons, the population may exceed 50.
50 people. I used to think that 50 people were nothing at all. But after joining the pioneering team, I learned a lot about the situation in the villages and towns of the Thailand Kingdom. With a population of 50 permanent residents, it is already considered a large village. If the various infrastructures planned by David are built, it will be the prototype of a small town.
For a village to be truly upgraded to a town, it must have at least a few hundred permanent residents.
This is already the minimum standard, a few hundred people, sufficient infrastructure, and all conditions must be met to become a winter town. This is the next goal David wants to achieve. After finishing all these things, it was almost noon. He put away the files that recorded various information about Cold Winter Village. As Cold Winter Village gradually developed, David realized that he needed to recruit clerical staff such as scribes. There would be more and more people in the future, and they needed to be sorted out. There are more and more files. Can I still be busy? It was okay when it was a small village. But when it developed into a town, the things to be dealt with were not only many, but also very complicated. It would definitely not be possible to handle everything by yourself. In addition, Will and Elizabeth also brought a new problem: language. It wasn't until Elizabeth sent 10 serfs to Will that the daughter of the governor of Port Royal discovered that the official language in Winter Village was the lingua franca of this world. But everyone who was also a visitor from another world understood English. She didn't realize this. Only then did she understand that the biggest obstacle between Will and the ordinary villagers in Winter Village was not that Will did not have contact with them, but that he could not communicate at all due to the language barrier. Now Will and Elizabeth's top priority is to learn the language of this world. Fortunately, including newcomers Peggy and Sharon, they all have strong learning abilities. Although they have not been here for a long time, they can already learn the language. Use lingua franca for basic communication. It was precisely because none of the 3 captains had any language barriers that led David to ignore this matter. He had no special solution for this except asking Will to study hard.
So, You want me to compile a common language textbook?
Laura moved things back and forth, and when she saw that it was time for lunch, she stopped to take a rest, but was caught by David.
It's convenient. We'll learn the language of this world? Not just will. We will also need it in the future.
In the future, people will come over one after another. Directly producing this basic textbook is definitely the best choice. As for whether you are willing to learn it, it all depends on his personal wishes, and David is not prepared to enforce it.
English learning lingua franca? Just write this first.
For now, teaching materials for English as a common language is the highest priority project.
What about Chinese? Don't worry about it yet.
David suddenly thought. Next, he would need to use learning materials for the common language of Azeroth and the common language of this world. But in this regard, he could only do it himself. After all, except for David, there were no other people in the village except David. Fordring is the only one who understands the common language of Azeroth. And Fordring is currently on his way to Westfall in Azeroth. The two discussed for a while and decided on the division of labor. Laura would write the common language textbook for English studies, and David would write the common language textbook for Azeroth common language. After discussing this matter, David paid attention to what Laura had been busy with these 2 days.
Want to take a look?
Certainly. I followed Laura to a temporary wooden shed, just behind Laura's wooden house, which is to the north of the wooden house. When Laura lifted one of the lids, David was first shocked and then surprised.
Machine gun? 2 M2 Browning machine guns. And enough bullets.
Laura folded her arms and held her head high as she introduced David to her efforts during this period.
There are also 10 416 Hong Kong dollars assault rifles, each with additional barrels of various sizes can be replaced, as well as accessories including gun lights, various sights, grenade launchers, and other accessories.
David looked at Laura speechlessly. Are you preparing for war? But then I thought about it. The situation facing Winter Village now was no different from a war. So this doubt disappeared instantly, leaving only ecstasy.
There are still 20 pistols, considering the power issue. The one shipped this time are all Browning M1911 pistols, including a few for left hands.
Having experienced the monster, Laura felt that those were too weak. The pistol can be removed directly from the candidate list, and will definitely not meet the needs of David's side. David took 2 of them, and weighed them in his hands. He was not thinking about choosing 2 new guns for himself, but thought of another question.
Do you think we can make firearms purely by hand? Laura didn't expect David to ask this.
Theoretically, it's possible.
In her world, there are many people engaged in this field of work. They themselves or a few people set up a small workshop to take over special customization business.
It just requires special equipment and raw materials.
Laura guessed that David might want Will to make a firearm from scratch. That would not be a simple matter. Just having qualified materials would give the little blacksmith a headache. David also understands how troublesome this is, and how uneconomical it is. Rather than spending time and energy to train a young blacksmith into a half-baked engineer, it is better to let him use his own expertise. As for the custom-made firearm that he longed for, he could use another method to solve it, make the request himself, and then let Laura find a top gunsmith to make one, which wouldn't cost much. Putting the 2 pistols back into the box, David discovered that Laura had left a large open space in the wooden shed. There should be something more to be transported.
Is there anything else that hasn't arrived? More bullets and grenades? No. It's a big guy.
Laura didn't say what she wanted to transport, and deliberately showed a mysterious smile.
I wouldn't be surprised if you brought a fighter jet over now.
Seeing David's indifferent expression, Laura suddenly felt that a lot of fun had been lost, and she said the answer simply.
It's a weasel. What is that?
David's face was full of questions, not knowing what Laura was talking about.
You'll know after a while.
Laura still didn't explain what a weasel was in the end, but she estimated that David would be able to figure out what it was after she brought some parts over. The two chatted for a few more words, then turned back to the main street. Fording was now standing on this road that Mark jokingly called the First Avenue in winter. David realized Fording was back, so he and Laura walked back to the front from the back of the cabin.
Tyrion, have you disposed of all those things?
A few days have passed since Fording brought all kinds of criminal evidence to Azeroth. It seems that Fording has dealt with all those things. The 2 horses Fording is holding at this time are not David and the others. Any captured war horse?
Yes, I have disposed of them all. Those things are much more valuable than I expected.
Not to mention the 6 war horses. The several pairs of armor worn by the cavalry were nothing unusual, but the armor on Gregory was a bit special.
Gregory's armor seems to be mixed with some kind of special metal, which makes the armor very hard and tough. It was valued by a dwarf blacksmith and bought for a high price.
Fording briefly summarized this. In this transaction, not only were 2 top war horses exchanged, but there were even some extra goodies. Azeroth's top warhorse means that in addition to being able to carry a can-like knight on its back for long distances and charging at any time, it can also make itself look like an iron can, wearing a strong armor. Heavy armor. As for the extra reward Fording mentioned,
there were a few pieces of metal he took out from the bag hanging on his horse.
What kind of metal is this?
David was not an expert in this field. There was no need to pretend to look at it for a long time. When Fording took it out, he directly asked for the answer.
Light cast iron. This metal itself has sacred properties. It is a very special metal.
According to Fording's description, some paladins and priests like to add this metal when forging weapons or armor. Fording specially added when I brought this thing back. It was obviously for David.
You can consider using these light cast irons to make a handy weapon. Bows and arrows may not work. Good stuff.
In fact, when Fording said the name light cast iron, he knew what it was. After all, he once had the painful experience of killing dozens of murlocs without losing a piece of cast iron. The memory was so profound that he couldn't forget it even if he wanted to.
Besides, I'm about to arrive in Ironforge. You can take the subway from Ironforge directly to Stormwind City. After you leave Stormwind City, you can reach the Westwild soon.
The most difficult part of the journey is over, and the rest will be easy. Many. And the speed will naturally be faster.
Thanks a lot.
Fording waved his hand and said it was nothing, handed the light cast iron to David, replenished some food and water, and led the 2 horses back to Azeroth. Next, he would go all out and run to the west in one breath. Let's talk about the wilderness. Seeing Fording disappear again, David remembered that he had promised to help Fording get a set of chronicles.
Laura, what's up? Can you buy Chronicles of Warcraft there?
David thought for a while and added,
if possible, buy a set of Warcraft games as well. Would you like to install a standalone version of World of Warcraft?
Laura understood what David was going to do.
Of course. Remember to install each expansion pack separately.
Chapter 60 Chief Chef of Winter Village. After asking Laura to get a full set of things related to Warcraft, Winter Village was very peaceful in the next few days. David's most arduous task every day is to help Mark harvest various crops. Chinese cabbage, leeks, green onions, and cucumbers have all been successfully harvested. In addition to the massive amounts of potatoes that are being harvested by 8 contract farmers, Winter Village now not only has no shortage of food reserves, but also has many varieties to enrich the menu.
So good!
Looking at the various foods piled up next to him, Davila couldn't close his mouth, always smiling. Even if a few crops did not grow as expected, David was not disappointed. Mark also made a very important discovery.
The land near the village is now much more fertile than it was at the beginning. And the land a little further away is also better than when I first came here. You sure? I'm pretty sure. I've been observing the land conditions. To be honest, have you secretly used some strange magic?
Mark observes the farmland conditions every day. No one knows the land conditions in Winter Village better than him. He can be very sure that the land in Winter Village has become much more fertile than when he first came here.
The most vivid example. You didn't find that the potatoes in these fields are growing longer than the potatoes in the distant fields. Bigger? There have been a lot of things lately, so I haven't paid much attention to the situation of the crops.
When he was free, he often looked around. A lot of things happened recently, which happened to coincide with the harvest period, so he didn't notice these situations.
But this should be a good thing. Of course, more fertile land not only allows crops to grow better and produce more food, but also puts less restrictions on planting.
Mark then gave David various knowledge. Under normal circumstances, continuous cultivation of crops like potatoes is not recommended. Generally, after one harvest, the land where potatoes were planted will be planted with other things, because continuous planting will lead to a decrease in yield. The reason is that the nutrients useful for potatoes in the land have been consumed in large quantities. However, the land where potatoes were first planted in cold Winter Village has been planted with potatoes for 3 consecutive rounds. Instead of declining, the yield is increasing. The land itself has even become more fertile. This situation is not scientific in any way. The most reasonable reason that Mark could think of was David, the magical village chief. After all, it's not surprising that the village chief can call people from various worlds and can make the land fertile.
Hee hee. Actually, I don't know why.
David smiled and dealt with it. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart. Mark Watney is the fundamental reason why the land has become more fertile. If there is no surprise, as the relationship between himself and Mark gets better and better, the land in Winter Village may become more fertile. In that case, crops that are currently unable to survive may be successfully planted and bear fruit in the future. The agricultural prospects of Linong Village will be many times better than he originally thought. He originally thought that the village could only survive on crops such as potatoes. If he wanted more types of vegetables and food, he could only go to Iron Tree Fort to buy them.
After harvesting these crops, what should I plant next?
Mark did not get too hung up on why the land was fertile. He wanted to continue testing what could be grown on this land.
Grow potatoes. Potatoes have been tested. No, autumn is not far away now. I am afraid that in the remaining time, we can only plant crops with a relatively short growth period such as potatoes. The crops I tested didn't have a long growth period. That's it. Then it's up to you.
Of course, Mark has considered the climate problem in Winter Village. As the top, self-proclaimed, botanist on Earth, it is impossible for him to make such a stupid mistake. He had already asked David about the general climate conditions of Winter Village in various periods, and estimated the appropriate planting time. Finally, while there was still some time before autumn, Mark decided to plant some radishes and spring onions to enrich the menu in Winter Village. As he and Mark continued to work in the fields, Laura suddenly came over to find David.
Is something wrong? Yes.
Laura didn't shy away from Mark. She had this idea since she knew she could bring people to Winter Village.
I have a good friend who wants to bring him to live in Winter Village. He has it's the chef on the Endurance.
Chef? David didn't respond at all, and Mark almost jumped up.
You must not miss this kind of talent. I think the newly built canteen needs a chef.
Mark was talking about the new building located not far from the farmland at his feet. On the surface, it looked similar to the previous temporary large wooden house. In fact, both the structure and the interior decoration were much more refined than the hastily built wooden house. This canteen, which has a wide hall that can accommodate everyone in Winter Village to eat at the same time and even has many empty seats, was built some time ago and has been undergoing various improvement works recently. But it is scattered and intermittently unsystematic. You think it's done, but then someone discovers that something is missing. And in this case, there's a lack of someone who is good at it.
What's that friend's name? Jonah Maava. I think he'll like it here.
David thought to himself that it was indeed this person, and then nodded to Laura.
If that Jonah is willing to come and live in Winter Village, of course I can't ask for it.
In the new version of the Tomb Raider trilogy, Jonah is the only character besides Lara Croft who appears in all three works. He is Lara Croft's most trusted partner. Jonah also lived up to Laura's trust and always firmly supported Laura in completing those adventures. With such a trustworthy character and a certain fighting ability, David certainly had no reason to refuse. Not to mention that Winter Village was indeed short of chefs, as there are more and more people in the village. Mark cannot always be allowed to work part-time as a chef. After all, Mark also has his own work to do. Just now, he heard that Mark has arranged the planting plan to the year after next. Mark is ready to try some for crops with a relatively long growth period. Plant some fruits by the way. He continued to immerse himself in his work. After the work was completed, David carefully cleaned up his personal hygiene. After changing his clothes and coming out, he saw Laura taking a strong man to visit the village.
David, this is Jonah.
Laura originally pointed to various buildings in the village to introduce Jonah. When she saw David coming out, she immediately introduced the two of them.
This is David.
Lynn,
the head of Winter Village. Hello, I'm Jonah Maava.
Jonah is a strong man who looks very honest and honest. He always has a friendly smile on his face, which makes it easy for people to like him.
Hello, I'm David.
He stretched out his hand to shake Jonah's hand, and David welcomed Jonah.
Welcome to Winter Village.
For the specific situation, Laura should have introduced this Jonah. After getting to know each other, Jonah lamented that since he met Laura, his worldview has been reshaped, and all kinds of weird things have happened. Saw it.
Now we have arrived in another world.
Although this place looks no different from the Earth. Since Laura told him that he has arrived in another world, then he has arrived in another world.
It looks beautiful here.
Jonah looked around and sighed at the environment of Winter Village. To the west is a vast river, flowing from north to south, and then turning westward at the west of Winter Village. To the north is a dense forest. Looking further away, you can see the peak standing unknown how far away. Standing in the Winter Village, You can see that the peaks are covered with snow. There are plains to the east and south. Looking to the east and south, you can see large expanses of verdant green grass, with waves rising in the wind, like a green ocean.
Yes, it's beautiful here.
If it hadn't been for the beauty here, the development team wouldn't have chosen to build a village here. At that time, no one expected such a harsh living environment under such beautiful scenery. Fortunately, with David awakening Golden Finger and putting in some hard work, Winter Village gained the qualification to survive in this place for a long time.
Want to check out the canteen?
Jonah was brought here just to make Jonah the chef in the canteen.
I also want to see where I will work in the future.
Jonah is also curious about his future working environment. Visiting early can also determine what he needs early, and then purchase it as soon as possible.
There must be a lot of problems, so the village needs professionals like you.
He led Jonah around the canteen. Jonah was very satisfied with the environment of the canteen. Such a canteen made purely of wood has a unique aesthetic. But he didn't know how to evaluate the environment in the kitchen, so he could only deal with it with a silly smile. David knew that Jonah was too embarrassed to say anything bad, so after showing him around, he let Jonah do his own research. Jonah was not polite. He took out a pen and a small notebook, counted the various tools in the kitchen, and determined the various tools he wanted to buy. Turning to look at Laura, she was winking at her. He followed Laura out of the canteen and stood outside the canteen door chatting.
Speaking of which, what kind of reward should I give to this Jonah? Actually, Jonah doesn't care about this, but he has always hoped to open a restaurant of his own.
Laura glanced at the canteen in front of her.
This canteen won't exist for long. Right.
She knew some of David's follow-up plans, and knew that David wouldn't let Winter Village stay like this small village for a long time.
Yes. It won't be long before this place will be transformed into a hotel or a hotel.
Facilities like the canteen, like the water system, are just overused facilities that will be upgraded or eliminated over time. At the same time, David also understood what Laura meant and asked Jonah to be the owner of the inn. For a talent with a certain level of combat effectiveness and a very reliable character, this remuneration is really not high.